लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट। 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू। फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम। क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo Honey Singh. This is my story.
NDTV 24/7, total domination in Davos. The world's biggest voices first. Iconic visionary Bill Gates.
Growth. Reforms. Global ambition. The budget that builds Bharat. Accelerating India's rise. Budget 2026, the growth agenda. Rahul Kanwal and Vishnu Som live.
Good morning and welcome. Thanks very much for tuning in today to NDTV as the big budget day dawns upon us. I'm Padmaja Joshi.
I'm Vasudha Vengupal. Padmaja, it's a Sunday. We're all working. The government is working. It's one of those unique days when the budget...
markets are open.
Absolutely. The budget is going to be presented today. It's the 9th consecutive budget for Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. A balancing act. It will be of fiscal consolidation and reforms. Will that be? Is the big question.
Absolutely. And through the day, NDTV is your one-stop for everything that you need to know for Budget 2026. Let's get you started with the headlines. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to present her 9th straight budget today. It's expected to unveil measures to sustain growth momentum, maintain physical discipline and counter global uncertainties. Budget presentation on a Sunday, a first in independent India's history.
The Union Budget is set to break a 75-year tradition. Sources have told NDTV that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is expected to use Part B of her speech to unveil a detailed vision for India's economic future.
Let's also take a look at some of the other big stories that we are tracking on the show today. Sunetra Pawar's oath resets power play in Maharashtra. Sunetra Pawar signals continuity. Question remains about what happens to the proposed merger between the two NCP factions.
Firing was reported outside Bollywood director Rohit Shetty's residence. Unknown people have fired 5 rounds outside the house of Rohit Shetty. Investigation is underway.
Ishan Kishan's explosive 100 and Arshdeep Singh's wicket haul sealed the deal for India as they win the T20 series against New Zealand with a 46-run win in the final. we're starting with breaking news where shots were fired outside Rohit Shetty's Mumbai house. According to people present at the scene, close to 4 rounds of gunfire were heard outside the house of Rohit Shetty, after which police and security agencies acted swiftly. Senior officers from the city police, zonal units and crime branch reached the location soon after. This is what was reported from outside Rohit Shetty's Mumbai house. The police has begun an investigation into what happened. Let's quickly try and get more from Paras Dama joining us live from the spot. What exactly are the details that you're getting? Still very new information coming out. Paras.
Rightly said, Padmana. This is the information very initial which has came out. This firing took place at yesterday night 12:30 to 1 o'clock, between 12:30 to 1 o'clock, and 5 shots were fired outside Rohit Shetty's house. We are standing right outside Rohit Shetty's residence in Juhu. You can see the police over here. There are many policemen who has been stationed over here after the incident took place. Mumbai crime branch is also investigating this whole matter. Now there were 5 bullet shell which was recovered outside the Rohit Shetty house. They were marking. There were forensic team who reached the spots and they had recovered the shells, and it has been taken to the forensic lab, and now the investigation is on thoroughly. The CCTV over in this area are being scanned by the Mumbai police and the Mumbai police's crime branch to know who were the people who fired outside the Rohit Shetty's residence in Juhu. Juhu is a very populated area and it's a very posh area, and over here this type of incidents is a very concerning matter. You can see the security which has been beefed up outside the Rohit Shetty house. There are many policemen over here. There are senior police officials who are reaching the house of Rohit Shetty, the residence of Rohit Shetty. But the main investigation part is that who fired outside the Rohit Shetty's house. It's a matter of investigation for now. Absolutely. And it will be very, very important to see how Mumbai police will investigate this entire matter, because there is been
Paras, and Mumbai has seen incidents of this, of this nature in the last 2 years. So quite a concern for people of Mumbai. Of course, investigation is underway. We'll get back to you as soon as we have more updates on this. Thank you, Paras, for joining us with those details.
All right, so all eyes, Vasudha, on Union Budget 2026. It will be presented for the 9th time on the trot by Nirmala Sitharaman, who has surpassed her own records in that sense. This year's budget presentation, very, very unique.
Absolutely, and this is happening on a Sunday, which makes it all the more interesting. This time, the Finance Minister is expected to speak in great detail, Padmaja, about Part B. This year, the budget speech will place a strong emphasis on both short-term and long-term goals. The economic survey places India on a very sweet spot, but yes, it also talks about global fragilities. Hence, this budget, the Indian Budget 2026, is also likely to offer the vision, the roadmap for showcasing India's local strengths on the global stage. Also will project India's current strengths and future potential.
All right, in fact, let's listen in to what the Prime Minister himself had to say about the state of the economy. What are the expectations from the budget? And remember, this comes at a time when you have got volatility across the world. Thanks to Donald Trump, the American president, people literally don't know what could hit them tomorrow. One never knows, because he is wielding the tariffs like some kind of personal arm,
Absolutely.
Like he tells countries, I think I'm going to slap 50% tariffs on you. And in that situation, for a country to try and predict what the next few months are going to be like, extremely tricky yet extremely crucial. Here's what India is looking at right now.
21वीं सदी का 1/4 हिस्सा बीत चुका है। ये दूसरे चौथाई का प्रारंभ हो रहा है और 2047 विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के लिए ये महत्वपूर्ण 25 वर्ष का दौर आरंभ हो रहा है और ये दूसरे क्वार्टर का, इस शताब्दी की दूसरे क्वार्टर का ये पहला बजट आ रहा है। इस सरकार की ये पहचान रही है रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म एंड ट्रांसफॉर्म। और अब तो हम रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर चल पड़े हैं, बहुत तेजी से चल पड़े हैं। और मैं संसद के भी सभी साथियों का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि इस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस को गति देने में वे भी अपनी सकारात्मक शक्ति को लगा रहे हैं और उसके कारण रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस को भी लगातार गति मिल रही है। साथियों, इस वर्ष का प्रारंभ बहुत ही पॉजिटिव नोट के साथ शुरू हुआ है। आत्मविश्वास भरा हिंदुस्तान आज विश्व के लिए आशा की किरण भी बना है, आकर्षण का केंद्र भी बना है। इस क्वार्टर के प्रारंभ में ही भारत और यूरोपियन यूनियन का फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट आने वाली दिशाएं कितनी उज्जवल है, भारत के युवाओं का भविष्य कितना उज्जवल है, उसकी एक झलक है।
Well, Padmaja, there have been many positives this year. There has been good monsoon, and also growth rate is expected to be around 6.8 to 7.2%, which is actually much better than what the projections were last year. So clearly, India is in a sweet spot. The budget is going to, take note of all of this. But of course, there will be a balancing act between fiscal consolidation and reforms, is what we've been told. But most importantly, domestic issues. How should the government look at making the common man's life better is also something that the government...
And at the same time, also about making their own political fortunes and the direction of their own political party better. Because again, a crucial year in terms of elections.
Yeah.
And last year we had seen a huge focus was on Bihar. So many measures that had been announced in the budget there. This time you've got 4 states, 1 UT going to elections, very crucial states as well. The stamp of that, the electoral stamp is also, so you've got to, on the one hand, balance what's happening globally, and on the other, domestic compulsions and political messaging as well.
Absolutely. And while we talk about MSMEs, last time there was also a guarantee scheme that was issued for them. There was much focus on jobs, and this time that is likely to continue. But yes, special focus on exports, because that is a sector that has been impacted greatly by tariffs. But like Padmaja said, last time a Bihar package was announced that also led to a lot of political criticism. So we'll have to wait and see if the government is cautious about that. Tejshri, my colleague, joins us from outside the finance minister's residence. We also have Vijay Gopal joining us from Chennai, and we have Manogya joining us from Kolkata. Thank you all of you for being part of this. Tejshri, to you first. Usually there's a tradition, the finance minister leaves from her house, she goes to North Block, she goes to finance ministry, she also pays a visit to the president's residence, she pays a visit to the president, and then of course the cabinet meeting takes place, the cabinet approves the budget and the budget gets presented. When is the finance minister expected to leave from her residence?
Well, Vasudha, 2 to 3 different things. First of all, today when Nirmala Sitharaman is going to leave from her residence, 15 Safdarjung Road, from where we are reporting right now, what we are expecting is it will be 8:30 a.m. when she will be leaving from her residence, and she will be first time going towards Kartavya Bhavan, because till date the finance minister used to go to North Block, and then the finance minister used to go to the president's house. But now this will be the first time when Nirmala Sitharaman as a finance minister will be first going to to the Kartavya Bhavan, which is the office of the Finance Ministry. Then from there she will be going to the President, to the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and finally from there, after completing all the formalities, she will be heading towards the Parliament. Now I would also like to show you the visuals as to what is happening over here just outside the residence of Finance Minister, and also let us talk about what will be different this time when Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, will be presenting the budget. Number one, as we discussed, it is being presented on Sunday. Number two, the part A of the budget, which usually first focused on the aspirations, visions and aim of India's economy, those all important parts will be included in part B. This is a quite significant change that we are going to witness. Apart from that, all eyes for common man, for the Aam Aadmi of India will definitely be on the tax, and of course the tax slab. Last year we saw that how it was still 12.75 lakhs.
Now, attention, Vasudha, just to put you on hold for a second, because we are putting out images of the Finance Minister year on year. And remember, she brought back, instead of the leather briefcase, she brought back the Bahi Khata. If we can just quickly go back to those images. And that is also one of the enduring, images of the budget now. So traditionally, what used to have that briefcase that was held up by past finance ministers, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman went back to the Bahi Khata, and some talk also happens of the saris that she wears. She's worn a Kantha one year, she's worn a Mangalgiri sari, if I'm not mistaken, one year. Let's see what happens this year. Is it going to be, with a hat tip to Tamil Nadu, to Assam? I don't know. Maybe something about Bengal or something completely different. But let's also get in Manugya at this point. We were talking about part B of the budget, and that is going to be significant because it's not just about what has been achieved, but also the long-term goals that are now going to be elaborated upon, Manugya. More specifically, is this intended to be a message for countrymen who are wondering if the global volatility is going to affect our country as well? Why this historic move this time around?
Well, Padmaja, I'm joined by some beautiful ladies and intelligent too, and they will be answering these questions on what do they expect. These are millennium mams of Kolkata, very, very famous, and let me tell you that they know business like nobody's business. But tell me, Shraddha, what are you expecting with the global tariffs coming in, and do you feel that Bengal will have a special place this time? Ye dil mange more?
Yes, this time is election time, Anogya. So definitely Bengal is looking for something more. So on the tax ground, middle class and salaried taxpayers are looking for higher redemptions and higher standard deductions. From a woman point of view, I would like to just highlight one thing. Education has been one thing which government hasn't touched since years. So they should do something in education which will help the future of the country.
Well, and UGC coming in place, it becomes even more important. But what do you see, and how do you see the international global tariffs on the country?
So with our recent EU deal, which is basically called the mother of all the deals, it is definitely a great economic handshake, and it do bring in a lot of economies of scale to us in all these sectors like manufacturing, IT, and mainly the textile. So we do see a lot of growth sector in the manufacturing and making it India and our consumption story.
So made in India would be then, and what do, as a woman, do you feel we should get something more, a bias that remains? Lakshmi ji hai na hum log to.
Of course, Manogya, we are the better half of the nation, the entrepreneur sect that brings our nation right on the face of the world. And I have always been telling you and that capex is one thing which our government should really focus on in all the budgets, and this time especially on digital capex. AI infra is the next big thing. It is the backbone of any growing economy. So I think AI infra is one thing which our finance minister should really look upon, creating more GCCs, data centers, giving SOPs to AI startups, giving them tax incentives so that they get a equal playing field. So that is my ask for the budget.
There's a mega event happening in Delhi very soon, next month, where there will be AI representatives, people who are in that forum from across the world. But how do you see agriculture? That's the backbone of the country. And when you talk about taxes, how do you see that changing this time?
So if you look at agriculture, this, like you rightly said, there is a large population with a very small, contribution to GDP. So this is something that we need to look at in terms of how do we kind of reverse the trend. Manufacturing has had a lot of, impetus on that. We've looked at custom now, like you say, how do we look at customs duty? We have to also rationalize that to make us competitive on the world stage. We look at when we look at this kind of situation, we'll look at some kind of increase in duties to actually protect our home base and our strength, which is of course again agriculture, which we've done with the EU FTA treaty. We have shown that we will go, we will protect something which is so important to the nation. So we will have to look at some kind of schemes which will actually help increase the yields in agriculture, as well as make agriculture a little bit more glamorous, where people then come back and start considering agriculture as an area which they can build their future on.
So give me an idea on what do you feel, what should be the immediate effect on the consumer products this time?
Looking at again inflation, they have the government has actually looked at bringing it down, and they have
So very interesting from women here, and Padmaja, we'll get you more during the day on what people think, and especially the Lakshmi ji thinks for a Lakshmi ji presenting the budget this time.
That's right. Thank you, Manogya, for joining us. Let me go across to Vijay Gopal now. Vijay Gopal joins us from another poll-bound state, this time from Tamil Nadu. Vijay, in Tamil Nadu, people, we spoke to DMK ministers also. Most of them seem to be expecting that there could be some special packages for Tamil Nadu, considering that polls are going to happen. And more importantly, the economic survey also talks about the ease of doing business that some states like Tamil Nadu have deployed to ensure that investments flow in quickly and are expedited. What is the expectation from the government there and also from people?
Well, sir, that's right. We are going to face elections in 2 months. And you remember, for past 3-4 months, there has been a huge narrative trying to set by DMK saying that there is a fiscal step motherly treatment in terms of allocating funds to Tamil Nadu. And even DMK criticized the union government in terms of there is a disappropriation gap in between what Tamil Nadu gives and what contributes and what it received. For example, take 2024 election, just before that, there was a massive narrative set by DMK. We pay 1 rupee for the nation, but in turn they are receiving only 29 paisa. So this is going to be very important budget. We have a group of people here. Let's ask them from them. So then first to you, what's your expectation on this budget? And we have elections also in 2 months. What's your expectation?
We have a huge expectation on the railway projects, because in Tamil Nadu, the railway project is not progressing. For new lines and the doubling projects, we need around 5,000 crores. Then only the land acquisition can be done. And many projects are in abeyance. That has to be removed. Then only the spending can happen. Previous years, they allocated some funds, but it's not happening because of abeyance. That has to be removed. And same way, station development is also very crucial. Tambaram station needs alone 900 crore allocation. Recently, it has been approved by the railway ministry. So we need an allocation for Tambaram railway station and the metro projects also.
Metro is very important point, right? Because there has been a huge campaign from DMK saying that the union government is not giving permission to Madurai and Coimbatore metro, and there are still pending metro project for Chennai also.
Yes, the Coimbatore and Madurai metro projects, the statement, it was population was an important criteria given, but we see that is not important criteria, because states, some towns with lesser population also got approval of metro. So it's high time they should approve the Coimbatore and Madurai. And same way in Chennai, very crucial, airport to Kilambakam, 150,000 people are traveling, so they need metro.
And also, what about tax redemption? What was the expectation on that?
See, I would look at a major tax reform. See, the market is volatile, right? Like, be it business or salaried individuals. So what happens is, when I earn high, okay, I'm able to pay tax, okay, but the market is volatile, and then 2 years down the lane, say I'm jobless or the business goes down for various reasons, right? So what happens, like, the taxpayer is left to suffer, okay? So I would like to see a reformation where it can be a rolling tax methodology, where
so you're expecting rolling tax methodology in terms of tax reform. So what's about infrastructure projects, Chennai, for such cities, Chennai and other cities, metropolitan cities?
See, we need a more number of public health centers in the rural and urban locations, and as well as in the metros and urbans, and we need a better infrastructure and as well as facilities in the general hospitals. So that's more important, I feel it.
Okay, so what's your expectations in terms of water resources like you guys?
இந்த பட்ஜெட்டில் என்னோட எதிர்பார்ப்பு வந்து நீர் மேலாண்மைக்கு வந்து சிறப்பு திட்டங்களை உருவாக்கி அதுக்கு வந்து சிறப்பு நிதி ஒதுக்கணும். அதாவது ஒரு நாட்டோட பொருளா.
Okay, so here people are sharing their opinion saying that from metro project, railway project and also tax reformation, and a person also spoke about more expectation on water resource department also.
All right, stay with us. We'll request all of our colleagues to stay with us because through the day, as the budget highlights come in, we'll keep coming back to you for the latest reactions as well. But what is it that makes the budget this time around very unique? We have spoken at length, of course, about how Part B of the budget is also going to be given a lot of prominence this time around. But there are other features as well. So let's quickly take you through some of the major things that are going to set the budget of 2026 apart, other than the fact, of course, that it's happening on Sunday, which means that the government is working, the markets are open, and of course, we are working to have you glued to NDTV through the day. Part B of the budget takes center stage. Unlike the past, there's going to be detailed focus on Part B, which is going to dwell on what the future roadmap is like. What is the long-term vision? It's not just the short-term goals, but the long-term vision is also going to be elaborated upon. Let's quickly go through this so that we can tell our viewers what is expected now. Immediate priorities and future goals are outlined together, like I said, in Part B. Along with that, the roadmap for the next century, economic vision as we enter the second quarter of the 21st century. In addition to this, of course, local to global push, showcasing India's local strengths on a global stage. Remember, especially after the tariffs have kicked in, the 50% tariffs slapped by Donald Trump, the Prime Minister from multiple stages has spoken on Swadeshi, vocal for local. Of course, that has been a mantra for the last decade, but now even more importance given to it. Present power, future potential. It highlights the current capabilities and the growth potential. So where we are right now and what are our future capabilities where we can get what is our growth potential. All of this is going to make the budget this time around very, very unique. Kailash Adhikari, MD of Sri Adhikari Brothers and economist, joins us along with Professor Amirullah Khan, also an economist. We have Ankush Saherwal, founder and CEO of Co-Rover AI, and Bharat GPT also joining us. But I want to first ask you, Kailash Adhikari, main expectations from the budget today, the fact that it comes at a very critical time for India.
Absolutely, Padmaja. Good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Firstly, it's a great moment for all Indians, as well as Honorable Finance Minister, who's presenting the 9th consecutive budget. It is no mean feat. Now, Padmaja, if you see the economic survey, which was tabled about a few days ago, and wherein the Indian economy was expected to expand by 6.8 to 7.2% in financial year 27, which was not the case about a few months ago when we were discussing about an estimate of 6.4%. So this is supported by strong macro fundamentals and a series of regulatory reforms where we know that the geopolitical tensions and the tariff war that India is supposed to face. Having said that, this budget will definitely focus on certain sectors, defense being the very key sector for this year. So I am actually looking out for what kind of allocation is being done towards defense, looking at the geopolitical environment. Along with that, your traditional sectors of railways, infrastructure, mainly urban infrastructure, manufacturing, automobiles, as well as electronics and MSMEs has been the push of this government, Padmaja, for a really long time. Renewable energy, and at the same time artificial intelligence, because in each and every field and sector we are seeing that the growth of machine learning and AI is growing, and the government is not oblivious to this, absolutely. So what kind of allocation is being done towards that? Along with that, there are other sectors which require the key focus, which is education, healthcare, tourism, agriculture, as well as logistics, because now that plays a very important role, and what kind of infrastructure in terms of rail and road connectivity for logistics.
Important point, especially, the focus on urban infrastructure, because the Prime Minister has been speaking about civic governance. We need smart cities as India gets more and more urbanized. Let me go to Mr. Mahajan now. Mr. Mahajan, there's also a lot that was announced in the budget last year when it comes to the National Manufacturing Mission. When you look back, What do you think, how much of that has been achieved? Yes, there's going to be a lot of focus on export because while we had the GST reforms in terms of rate rationalization or for that matter even the tax cuts, there is a certain sense that though the economy is growing, there seems to be some concerns with regard to the fact that the demand has not been stimulated as one would have expected. What is your expectation on that front?
See, good morning. Let me start with the understanding we all are working on Sunday. So if you'll see, the government wants us to start working on Sundays, and long term, the future of India is that we should start working more. It's a great time for us. If you'll see, 2025 is the year for middle class. Whether it's a tax cuts, GST cut, it was for middle class, and to strengthen the middle class spending and savings. So now this year is going to be for the MSMEs and the exports. We will see India going global in everywhere, whether it's a digital payments, whether it's a service, it's a manufacturing. We are going to do a great, and that's what the agenda is going to be for the government in this budget. And
Fine.
if you'll see the way we are growing, it is unbeatable. So mother of all deal we have seen with EU, and now the next is US and India deal, which might happen in 3 months or 6 months, whatever it is. But we are positioned very, very strongly. It's time for all of us to start hard working. Sunday is the, Modi ji, whatever he does,
In Shehzad Poonawalla here, BJP spokesperson. Shehzad, the government
but
has...
First, let's confirm with Shehzad Poonawalla. Does the government now want us to start working on Sundays? Because I think that early morning from Rohit Mahajan has worried a lot of us, Shehzad Poonawalla. Yeah. Mr. Mahajan thinks it's a great thing. I'm not sure about the rest of us. Are you now going to make us work 7 days a week, Shehzad Poonawalla?
I don't agree with that. Please say no.
Padmaja, when you are serving the people, then there is no off day. But when you take it as a 9-to-5 job, then like Rahul Gandhi, you want more vacations and less work. So it depends whether you're in service mode or whether you're in corporate.
Focus on budget.
No. Since you brought up the issue of holidays, and when you say holidays, the first name that comes to my mind is Rahul Gandhi. But having said that, this government takes no days off because building this country brick by brick is a 24/7 by 365 day job, and last 11 years we've been doing exactly that. And if you see, to come to what will be in the budget, we first have to see what has been tabled in the economic survey. And as far as the economic survey is concerned, there are 3 or 4 very big indicators. One, that we remain the fastest growing large economy in the world. We have very good growth prospects in the medium to long term. Second, that we are in a Goldilocks moment wherein we are having historic low inflation. Third, we have not abandoned the path of fiscal consolidation, and we have resisted going down the path of populism. That means Modi ji has made good economics also to be good politics, and we don't consider our economic decisions based on political decisions alone. And fourth, we have seen that there is a strong comeback of private consumption. And fifth, this government story has been about investing high in infrastructure and in capex. And therefore, let me give you a small mantra, which I think will be the mantra of this budget too, which has been the mantra for the last so many budgets. It's going to be a Gita budget. Now, Padmaja, many people will get offended by the word Gita, but let me explain what Gita stands for. Gita means G for growth, I for infrastructure, T for technology investments, and A for Atmanirbhar Bharat. So this is going to be something that we are going to focus on. It's going to be a budget that accelerates growth. At the same time, in the last 10-11 years, we've given historic relief to the middle class, whether it's the cuts in direct taxes, whether it's the GST relief. Then it's going to be it's going to push forward the infrastructure story. We've invested about 11 lakh crores in capital expenditure. We've given a big boost to that. Technology has been something that has been a game changer. The public delivery of services through technology so that there is no leakage and ensuring better transparency and accountability, whether it's your Jandan account,
when you talk about this increase in capital expenditure, is the government also under pressure to ensure that investments start flowing in faster? Because you talked about capex. Would you also say that the budget will focus on improving the FDI index of India?
Well, see, by and large, the story of India has been a positive one, and you can't take out and see things in silos. There might be, you can say, occasional bumps or blips in the entire story, but that does not mean that the story in itself has undergone some kind of a damage, etc. Because the fact is that we've just signed an Indo-EU FTA. Now, why would somebody sign the mother of all deals if they did not see prospects in India? We have signed 8 FTAs in the last 2-3 years, and this means that the India story is a robust story. There might be occasional cut down in inflows of FDI or FPI, that may be due to various reasons. But having said that, overall the FDI, whether it's the foreign exchange reserves, India is having at a high historic record, and therefore I think what we are seeing is a story that is going to be taken forward. And lastly, let me focus on Atmanirbhar Bharat also. The fact of the matter is that we have to now ensure that defense exports increase, our exports on many other things increase, so therefore we are focusing on our manufacturing sector, and that is also something that is going to go ahead in a big way.
Okay, we've got the first few political reactions which have started coming in. We have Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi saying markets wobble not because India is weak, but because uncertainty thrives where vision is absent. A forward-looking budget must empower job creators, not just a headline chase. Professor Amirullah Khan, caution or spending? Which direction do you think the government is going to go in?
Yeah, thanks so much. If the economic survey is going to be an indicator, then obviously there is going to be some emphasis on spending in certain directions that the survey really points out and does a fairly good job of doing that. It's also going to, it appears as if it is going to look at increasing the sources of demand, which the survey itself points out have been tepid for some time. And unless we unleash new sources of demand, especially in certain geographical areas, then we are not going to be able to sustain the growth that the survey says we are all set to. Overall, I think and I hope that to your original question of what one broadly expects this budget to do is that it consolidates what has been happening over the last few years. It stays away from making grand announcements and these words that we hear very often of master strokes and historical announcements and big slogans. The budget is really about ensuring continuity, and particularly, as you pointed out yourself, it's about working in a country or working for a country that is facing some real trouble from external factors. And those are the completely uncertain tariffs that are going on, the export growth that has actually been not just
like
stable,
amongst all
but
sectors, I think defense will also be one of those sectors where there'll be a lot of focus on, considering that we have just seen what happened with Operation Sindoor, and also because there are global headwinds and conflicts.
Exactly. And when these conflicts are looming, what is the focus on defense going to be like, and what has it been like over the last several years? Let's look at what the spending has been like by India over the last several years. And that really gives you an idea. You've got from 2.9 lakh crores, you've got it at 4.9 lakh crores. Will that go up substantially in this budget, given what we have seen happening last year? And this as spending as a percentage of GDP. We're doing a comparison here between Pakistan and China. So while China has it right now at 1.7% as a percentage of GDP, India has it at 2.3 and Pakistan has it at 2.7. Is this figure also likely to increase? That's going to be a key question. And, we'll keep talking about this through the day, whether it is about spending on infrastructure, spending on defense, what are the targets, what is the elbow room that the government has at present. That is going to be a key focus area through the day. Time now for a very, very quick break. We'll come back with much more on the other side. Ankush Saherwal and Rohit Mahajan request you to please stay with us for just a while longer. Back in a minute.
आपको यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे।
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
Other opposition parties. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions.
Expert advice. The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine and France. In
Welcome back. We at NDTV are all set for the Indian Budget 2026 to be presented. Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, is expected to leave from her residence soon and she will start speaking at 11 a.m. And Padmaja, the emphasis this time is on also projecting India's growth story and also economic vision for future years. But yes, the economic survey has already come out and it has talked about India being a sweet spot in an increasingly fragile world. V. Anant Nageshwaran, the CEA, spoke on this and this is what he said.
We have factored in the tariff uncertainty and yet we have gone ahead and projected the medium-term growth rate of 7%. So we are quite confident of achieving this number on the back of the domestic reforms and the various free trade agreements we have been signing, which will all become operational in the next 10 to 12 months with the different countries and regions, and also the enthusiasm with which states and the union government are pursuing economic reforms at this stage. So these factors put together, and of course the very healthy state of the Indian financial system at the moment, all these factors have given us the confidence to be able to elevate and upgrade India's potential growth from 6.5% to 7%.
Sir, as you rightly pointed out, and during your briefing also, a series of FTA has been signed by India, and the recent one is with European Union, and that is going to open access to the larger market. We are talking about 27 countries. The survey did mention about the India-US deal as well, hoping to be closed soon this year itself. What led to that confidence in the survey? Is this are you being optimistic about it, or is there any rationale behind it?
No, we are expressing the hope that it will be done. So we don't have any crystal ball, nor are we saying we attach a particular probability to it. It's a hope that we have expressed. But our forecasts are not dependent on any of these things materializing. They are independent of that. If these things materialize, then we will become even more comfortable about our growth numbers.
All right, thanks very much, Ankur Sabharwal, founder and CEO of Core Over AI, continues to be with us. Your initial expectations, lot of hope, especially after the economic survey. The consensus seems to be that things are looking good for India despite what is happening all around the world. Do you think that is going to be the story continuing into 2026 as well?
Absolutely. I think the kind of opportunity which we have, I think the whole world has now, I think once in lifetime, I think it's even beyond that. I think once in 4 centuries, I think it is said, I've not seen, we were the richest around 400 years ago. I think this is an opportunity we can reclaim that. All other sectors, defense, agriculture, healthcare, I am probably not the expert, and I think government would take the measures considering the expectations of businesses and citizens, and also manage the physical deficit. But I think the kind of opportunity we have on AI, 2 aspects. One is we as a technology provider in AI, and also the consumers. If we consume AI well, from the government side, from the businesses, and from the consumer side, I think we'll be able to leverage AI and benefit every sector possible in mankind. I think
Uncle,
all the numbers.
Government spending on AI for its own needs increase this time, because that seems to also be a probability, the use of AI in government's own schemes, programs and working.
Yeah, so I think we yet have to see that. Yes, we see the early signs of consumption. It's huge push by the way from the government to help us technology companies create AI platforms. India AI mission, it's a great success. But I think now we have some technology. We'll continue building the technology, but on the consumption side, I think the more probably the grants and the benefits instead of giving to us, besides giving to us technology companies, if they are given to the consumers and the businesses adopt, I think we will see a major turnaround in all aspects.
All right, Ankush Sabharwal, thanks very much for speaking to us right here on NDTV. What is the focus on AI in other crucial sectors going forward? Stay tuned for all of that and much, much more. We have to head into a very quick break now, and it's going to be in about 3 hours, 15 minutes from now that you will have the budget speech starting in Parliament. Don't go anywhere. We're back in a minute.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
M3M presents NDTV Masterstroke Art Awards. An odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
I have always had this inclination towards art, and if we don't collaborate and bring those artists forward, give them a platform, who else will?
Honoring the masters who define our cultural landscape, M3M presents NDTV Masterstroke Art Awards on the NDTV network.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. The line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफ टाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी victory, मेरी history, मेरी glory. So come and witness Yo-Yo Honey sing. This is my story.
NDTV 24/7, total domination in Davos. The world's biggest voices first. Iconic visionary Bill Gates. World Bank President Ajay Banga. IMF Chief Kristalina Georgieva. IBM CEO and President Arvind Krishna. India's AI Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. NDTV is India's voice in the world. First interview with Maharashtra Chief Minister. First interview with Andhra Chief Minister. First interview with Assam Chief Minister. India's first ground event in Davos. NDTV puts India on the global stage. Davos, domination, no debate.
इनको यहाँ से जाना ही होगा.
जय मां दुर्गा. आज क्यों रोए?
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has raised the common threat of terrorism in the deliberations as part of the India-Arab Foreign Ministers meeting underway in New Delhi. He has said that there needs to be zero tolerance when it comes to actions against terror, and he has said that action against terror must be universal.
And it's very, very critical because this meeting is attended by 19 members of the Arab League, including Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Kuwait and Qatar, and is the only second such meeting since the inaugural one was organized in 2016. And this is being held against the backdrop of key security challenges, especially in West Asia and the geopolitical churn that is happening at present. But yet again, a very, very strident statement against terror, where the External Affairs Minister made it clear that cross-border terror is unacceptable and the world must unite against.
Well, Padmaja, there's so much talk about global headwinds there, but yes, let's also listen into what Dr. Jaishankar said.
Contemplating this multitude of challenges, our shared interests warrant strengthening forces of stability, of peace, and of prosperity. A common threat in both our regions to these objectives is that of terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. Cross-border terrorism is particularly unacceptable because it violates the basic principles of international relations and diplomacy. Societies targeted by terrorism have the right to defend themselves and will understandably exercise it. It is essential that we strengthen international cooperation to combat what is a global scourge. Zero tolerance for terrorism must be an uncompromising universal norm.
And how much of this we will see echoed in the budget today is also going to be significant. The 9th consecutive budget to be presented by Nirmala Sitharaman in just about 3 hours from now. 11 a.m. is when the budget will be presented. But what are the key factors that will shape this year's budget? You'll find out right here on NDTV.
It's my wish, Padmaja, to have the common woman at the center of the budget, because I hope the Finance Minister also talks about increasing women's workforce and also looks at addressing concerns of common people. I'm sure she'll try doing that. Yes, we'll be back in just a bit.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
All right, team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide, and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma, and I am your Automate.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV.
ये फ्री ट्रेड फॉर एम्बिशियस भारत है.
The budget for Viksit Bharat. The roadmap for 2047.
सरकार की ये पहचान रही है रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म एंड ट्रांसफॉर्म.
From reforms to results.
योजना फाइलों तक नहीं, लाइफ तक पहुंचाने का प्रयास करता है.
Putting growth engine in top gear. Budget 2026, the growth agenda.
Good morning and welcome. Thanks very much for joining us here on The Breakfast Show. It's budget day, that's right. It's a Sunday, Vasudha, and yet here we are with the markets open, the government working, us working here and bringing the very latest to you. I'm Padmaja Joshi.
I'm Vasudha Venugopal, and Padmaja, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is all set to present her 9th straight budget today. She is expected to leave from her residence soon. She'll meet her colleagues, and yes, we're told that the cabinet has to approve the budget before it gets presented. So she's expected to start talking around 11 a.m. is what we understand. But most importantly, this budget is also going to showcase India's growth story and also economic vision for the future.
All of that and much more over the next few hours with NDTV. Let's get you started with the headlines.
Union budget set to break a 75-year tradition. Sources tell NDTV Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is expected to use Part B of a speech to also talk about a detailed vision for India's economic future.
Finance Minister's big break from a 75-year-old budget tradition. A detailed look at what lies ahead. What are India's long-term goals? Let's also take a look at some of the other stories that are making headlines today.
Sunetra Pawar's oath-taking has reset power play in the Pawar family. Sunetra Pawar has signalled continuity, but question remains on the NCP factions merger.
Firing reported outside Bollywood director Rohit Shetty's house. Unknown assailants fired 5 rounds outside his house. The police say the motive so far is unclear.
Ishan Kishan's explosive 100 and Arshdeep Singh's wicket haul seal the deal for India as they win T20 series against New Zealand with a 46-run win in the final match.
The skipper will be pretty happy with the all-round effort. Some questions to be answered, but to be fair,
just an outstanding innings period. Goes again.
Look at the GIF.
Deep.
no problems. And the skipper will be pretty happy with the all-round effort. Some questions to be answered, but to be fair,
Just an outstanding innings period.
Well, Union Budget 2026 is all set to be presented today by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who will be surpassing her own record as well as several other finance ministers of the past. She's all set to present her 9th consecutive budget today, and there will be a lot of focus on what she says because she's also going to present the economic vision for the country's future.
Well, it'll be very unique among all of the budgets which have come in the last 75 years. This time, the finance minister is expected to speak in great detail in Part B as well. We will talk about that in detail, but what's going to happen is that the budget speech will be showcasing India's current strengths as well as future potential, Vasudha.
That's right, Padmaja, and there are several sectors that are likely to feature in the finance minister's budget speech today. Defense, of course, because considering that we have just undergone Operation Sindoor, and there have been several cases of global conflicts that have come up. Global headwinds are underway, and more importantly, there's also this question of rules-based order in this world getting disrupted. So there's going to be a lot of focus on defense, is what we've been told. But more importantly, Padmaja, also focus on exports, boosting India's trade, and also showing this message to the world that India is prepared to safeguard its own interests.
You know, and it's very interesting because every time in the budget you have got two options. Either at a time when there is uncertainty globally, you hunker down, you say, you know, we are lining our own nest right now just in case things outside get very problematic. Or you become aggressive and you say, right now we do not have too much of private investment, so we will ensure that spending takes place. So the government then spends, you create jobs, you have a lot of capital expenditure, you boost infrastructure, you create jobs over there. So it's that very, that balancing act that has to be done. Never a job which is enviable. So it's an unenviable position every time that the finance minister finds herself in. But that part B that we spoke about, how this is going to be a break from tradition this time to try and outline the long-term vision, why this budget in 2026 is going to be unique this time around. Let's take you through some of those points as well. This time, Part B of the budget is especially going to be in focus. Why is that? What does it mean? We will tell you all of that. So the finance minister is to speak in detail on taxation proposals. That's what Part B is largely going to dwell on. The speech is going to focus on economic vision and priorities of the government. At this time, the government will also be showcasing India's strengths on a global stage, and that is why this Part B becomes very important. She's expected to draw attention, or rather this part of her speech is expected to draw attention from economists worldwide. When you are making a break from tradition, naturally there is going to be focus on that, because this reflects India's economic vision for the next 25 years. So it's not just about riding over what is happening in 2026. The problems that India could be facing in 2026, or the challenges, not so much the problems, the challenges, Vasudha, that our country could face this year, but it is about the vision for the next 25 years. Again and again, the Prime Minister says it's 24/7 for 2047, and now the budget speech is also going to highlight how you are going to get to that target in 2047. Listen to the Prime Minister.
21वीं सदी का एक चौथाई हिस्सा बीत चुका है। ये दूसरे चौथाई का प्रारंभ हो रहा है और 2047 विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के लिए ये महत्वपूर्ण 25 वर्ष का दौर आरंभ हो रहा है और ये दूसरे क्वार्टर का, इस शताब्दी की दूसरे क्वार्टर का ये पहला बजट आ रहा है। इस सरकार की ये पहचान रही है रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म एंड ट्रांसफॉर्म, और अब तो हम रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर चल पड़े हैं, बहुत तेजी से चल पड़े हैं। और मैं संसद के भी सभी साथियों का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि इस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस को गति देने में वे भी अपनी सकारात्मक शक्ति को लगा रहे हैं और उसके कारण रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस को भी लगातार गति मिल रही है। साथियों, ये 20 वर्ष का प्रारंभ बहुत ही पॉजिटिव नोट के साथ शुरू हुआ है। आत्मविश्वास भरा हिंदुस्तान आज विश्व के लिए आशा की किरण भी बना है, आकर्षण का केंद्र भी बना है। इस क्वार्टर के प्रारंभ में ही भारत और यूरोपियन यूनियन का फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट आने वाली दिशाएं कितनी उज्जवल है, भारत के युवाओं का भविष्य कितना उज्जवल है, उसकी एक झलक है।
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi there, Padmaja, giving us a glimpse of what to expect from Budget 2026. And while we did talk about global headwinds, there are also domestic concerns here. India also needs to boost not just investment, but also needs to stimulate demand and consumption. And I think that is something that will also ensure that our reforms get expedited. And there is some sense of continuity in what started some years ago, specifically last year with those GST rate rationalization and also the tax cuts. The finance minister is expected to leave from a residence very soon.
But Vasudha, since you've spoken so much on policy, what really is the wriggle room for what kind of reforms this time around? What possibly could they bring, because they've had like a major GST reform last year. That was the highlight, I think, this entire GST Mahotsav that the government did. They did the tax cut. That was huge, especially for the middle class, which always feels that, there's nothing in the budget ever for us. What could be the highlight this time?
Well, I think there could be some with respect to the long-term capital tax, with respect to expediting foreign investment into India. So that, of course, capital expenditure, infrastructure, last time it was about 11.5 crores. So this time, I think it's going to be increased. And yes, there could be a specific focus on urban governance, is what we've been told, because the finance minister has been repeatedly talking about how our cities need to be, equipped to handle growing population. About, by 2026, we'll have about 40% of India staying in cities. So we need the cities to be equipped to handle that kind of urbanization.
You have the Smart Cities project already, but you constantly need to buttress the kind of funds that you put into your cities. Just had quite a result in Mumbai, so now you're there in the municipal corporation as well. So the state of the cities needs to be bettered with constant concerns about pollution, overcrowding, traffic snarls. So we'll come to that in a second, but all of our colleagues also joining us right now. Tejshri Purandare joining us from outside the Nirmala Sitharaman's residence. Shreya Ghosh joining us from outside the Finance Ministry. Ishika Verma is also with us along with Shreyasi Day. But to you first, Tejshri, very soon now the Finance Minister is going to be leaving?
Well, absolutely. Just in 10 minutes from now, Finance Minister will be leaving from her residence, 15 Safdarjung Road. Quickly, we'll be showing you the visuals as to what is happening over here. The security has been beefed up, and in just some time from now, what we are being told, that security has been put up at place so that Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister, to present her budget for the 9th consecutive time in the Parliament, will be leaving in some time from now. Definitely, focus will also be on all the sector, including MSME, including semiconductors, artificial intelligence, and of course, today will be the first. This year will be the first time after Operation Sindoor when the budget will be presented, and perhaps that is why major focus will also be on defence sector as well. Not forgetting about the election states, people from Assam, people from West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, and other election states will definitely be going on what is special for them as far as the budget is concerned. Back to you.
Thank you, Teshri, for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you as soon as we see the Finance Minister leaving. There's been a lot of focus on what she's going to wear and what she's going to talk about. Well, the Bahi Khata is on. The Halwa ceremony has already been done. But yes, there's also politics at play. Remember, Padmaja, last time when the budget came out, there's a lot of political criticism from the opposition that the budget was a Bihar budget. There was a specific package. And Bihar also deserved it because of floods and everything. And then it was also followed by the NDA's grand win in Bihar. This time, important states of Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Assam and, of course, West Bengal are going to polls.
And in fact, two of those states, not only electorally very, very critical, but also states where you do not have the BJP in government, Kerala as well. Yeah. So they have got huge expectations, and this has been the familiar refrain, Shreyasi, that opposition rule states, you know, they make representations before the centre and they say at the last moment we always get shortchanged, all the money is funneled towards, you know, so many of them have complaints about GST dues as well. The government has obviously clarified on a lot of that. But in Kolkata, what are the expectations of the state and more importantly of the people who are with you? Shreyasi.
Okay, we'll go to Shreya Ghosh now, who's outside the Finance Ministry. Shreya, we just spoke to Tejshri. The Finance Minister is expected to leave soon. What kind of preparations are underway at the Finance Ministry? Because from here, she, of course, goes to the cabinet. What do you see around you?
Well, Vasudha, I'm at the new Kartavya Bhavan, the new Finance Ministry office, and at around 8:45, we will be expecting Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to arrive here with her budget
Who is
team.
This person bottom left,
along with
and Shreyasi was written here. Shreyasi was written in the.
They will be leaving to. They will be leaving to the Rashtrapati Bhavan and will be seeking blessings from the.
No, but correct name should be.
She will be handing over a copy of the budget to Draupadi Murmu, and after a photo op there, they will be heading straight to the Parliament, and there, of course, a Union Cabinet meeting will take place, and at around 11 o'clock, the Finance Minister will be delivering her budget speech, her 9th budget presentation, and this time it is going to be historic because a group of 30 students will be witnessing the live budget presentation from the Lok Sabha gallery, and after the budget presentation there will be an interactive discussion with the Finance Minister herself. And of course, apart from that, we know that this is going to be a historic 9th budget because of two reasons. One, of course, it's happening on a Sunday, a non-working day, and second, because Finance Minister is going to highlight our domestic strengths, our current capabilities, and signaling, you know,
the speech Shreya is going to be really awaited today and also going to be keenly looked at because she is going to address not just present of India, but also the way economic vision of India is shaping up for future preparedness. Padmaja, help us understand what are the sectors that are likely to be highlighted in the Finance Minister's budget speech today, and also do you see an increase in defence sector spending considering that we just saw Operation Sindoor and there are also global conflicts?
Absolutely. That is going to be one of the main areas in all likelihood where you're going to see a major spend. But just to help our viewers understand where is the money coming from, because it's not like, you know, it's unlimited for any government. There has to be a very tight leash on the amount of spending that you do. So in the balancing of that, where does the money come from and where does it go? Let's take a look at India's wallet, which is in the hands of the finance minister right now. So where does the rupee actually come in? Where is all of your money coming in? From 24% it's from borrowing and other liabilities. 9% is from non-tax receipts. You've got 4% from customs, 18% from GST, 17% from corporation tax, 5% excise duties, and 22% is coming from your income tax. So this really makes up the entire pie, Vasudha, of where the influx of money is from. But where does it go to? Where does this rupee go to? Where does the large spending happen? Right now, as things stand, you've got 20%, a large chunk goes only in interest payment. And in fact, the largest chunk is the share of state share of taxes and duties. That's the constant tussle that happens where the states say, give us our share, we are being shortchanged by the center. The largest chunk is reserved for that. 8% finance commission and other transfers, 16% central sector schemes, another very important part. 8% currently goes into defense, 6% subsidy, and 8% centrally sponsored schemes. So that's as far as all of your spending is concerned. Will there be any rejig? What really is the room that the government has in changing any of this? Will defense go up substantially? Will you have more money put into centrally sponsored schemes in an election year? All of that is really going to be key this time around, Vasudha.
Thank you, Padmaja. That's very interesting. We're also joined by BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla. Shehzad, one of the important highlights of the economic survey was that India shouldn't be squeamish about Swadeshi. Okay, MOS Finance Ministry, Mr. Pankaj Chaudhary is leaving from his residence for Kartavya Bhavan. All roads lead to Kartavya Bhavan today. This is the office of the new Finance Ministry, and he has just left. He's just leaving from his residence. We're bringing you those visuals there, those visuals of Pankaj Chaudhary, MOS Finance. Ishika, my colleague, is right there. Ishika, tell us, over to you. What do you see around you, and what is the expectation today?
So as you are rightly seeing here right now in our live frame, that MOS Pankaj Chaudhary is leaving from his residence as of now, and in fact he is going to Kartavya Bhavan, because this is in fact a budget where if we talk about different sectors of the economy, all of them have high hopes. Will this budget bring more relief for in fact the middle class like the last year's budget brought? That is also something that the people are looking forward for. Apart from that, in fact, certainly, if we look at, the global conflicts that are going on, especially with the India-US relationship, that also remains at the core of it. So that is something that the entire world will be watching. Apart from that, if we talk about India's infrastructure, especially, with the focus on the artificial intelligence and technology, that sector is looking for a good amount of fund allocation. So will that be done or not? That also remains to be seen. So the MOS Finance has just left from his residence. He's going to Kartavya Bhavan. Over to you.
Pankaj Chaudhary, by the way, while he is the MOS Finance, is also the new BJP president in Uttar Pradesh, a state that is headed for elections. So two very big responsibilities in the finance ministry and now the state president of the BJP as well. So balancing two things, both of which very, very high intensity. Shehzad Poonawalla, national spokesperson of the BJP, continues to be with us. Shehzad Poonawalla, a big task ahead. All eyes are going to be on the center. Three good things that this budget will have for the people watching you right now. Let's start the morning with a sweetener.
Well, you see, Padmaja, let me just put it in this way, that we don't live in a normal global situation anymore. Today, tariffs are being weaponized. We are living in an area of fragmented supply chains. And therefore, even though we have high growth, low inflation, banks are in a very healthy position, that in itself is not a promise for macroeconomic rewards. And therefore, what are the learnings that we have? The learnings that we should have is that we need to be Atmanirbhar. We need to have that are reliable. we need to have diversified markets for our exports, and we need to ensure that there is a reform process that continues where we don't live in an era of regulation but an era of enabling businesses and enabling manufacturing in this country. And therefore what I think will happen and will continue to happen is that the reforms express is going to catch even more speed. So see, there will be more changes in ease of doing business so that we can boost not only domestic production and thereby consumption, but also ensure that we can now be competitive in a global market where we need to find diversified markets for our goods, because sometimes tariffs and trades may be weaponized. So therefore we need to be in that mold or in that situation. And therefore what I think will happen
that
in the last
economic survey also highlighted, it said that Indian corporates are not really investing in India. There is no appetite to invest in India, and that Swadeshi is inevitable. And there was a comparison drawn to corporates in post-war Japan, America and several other countries, even Germany. And the fact that Swadeshi can be a defense mechanism is not something that Indian corporates are willing to understand. How do you think this budget will look at addressing that concern?
See, I would think it has to be strategic indispensability and disciplined Swadeshi. We need to align both of these things. There are certain critical sectors where we need to have complete indigenization, we need to be Atmanirbhar, and that is the need of the hour, especially given how supply chains in the world can behave. And therefore that is something that we need to focus on. And for that we need to enable the environment here in such a way that the domestic producers are incentivized to actually produce in that and to invest more. And I think that will be something that we will be doing. Don't look at just the reform process as part of the budget document, but look at it as an entire year's exercise, where there will be many key sectors where there will be reforms so that there's an enabling environment. In the last few years, if you see the reforms expressed, whether it's the GST, whether it's the direct tax reform to boost consumption in the country, domestic consumption, whether it is the reforms done in terms of digital infrastructure that has been created, whether it's the IBC, it's a whole range of reforms that are taking place. And that reforms express is going to be very critical to ensure that in a volatile global situation, we remain competitive and we can then do more FTAs and find diversified markets in friendly options and friendly countries that are willing to do a win-win business deal with us.
Well, the MOS Finance has already reached the Finance Ministry. Mr. Kanishk Agarwal, artificial intelligence expert and CTO at the Judge Group, is also with us along with Kailash Adhikari. Mr. Agarwal, what do you make of the government's push this time? We hear a lot of talk about reforms, that we are going to continue to make the ease and speed of doing business one of our ongoing projects in India, as it were.
So I think there are a few areas where the government really has to focus. I think we were talking about CapEx earlier in the program. So the CapEx push has clearly delivered from roads, railways, logistics, and visible that an industry requires. But I think you should now focus on the returns on these CapEx, right? From an asset monetization perspective, PPP models, and creating those more industrial clusters around infrastructure. The schemes around India Semiconductor Missions and India AI Mission, has created those DLI and PLI schemes. I think the incentive for innovation is required, from the government standpoint. I think the next phase is not about sweating the assets, but it is about building them. MSME are the heart of the nation, right? And they don't need more schemes. I think they need more simpler rules. From a GST perspective, there are delayed payments that are there, from an export foreign policy as well. I think it's impacting them. So AI is the next productivity leap. I think from electricity perspective, which was a century ago, I think it is required that data, R&D, and access to the right compute is important for us. So that is, I think, the focus should be there. I think it can help us.
This is a very important point, Mr. Adhikari. There is a section of experts who also believe that, with all these tariff issues coming up. Okay, Tejshri joins us now from outside the Finance Minister's residence. Tejshri, what's happening there? Pankaj Chaudhary, the MOS, has already reached Finance Ministry. What's happening outside Finance Minister's residence?
Well, absolutely, Pankaj. The MOS Finance has already reached at Kartavya Bhavan, and just few seconds back, Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, has left from her residence. These are the visuals that we are giving you just outside the residence of Nirmala Sitharaman, who has just left for Kartavya Bhavan to present the 9th consecutive budget. There now she will be going at Kartavya Bhavan, post that she will be going to Rashtrapati Bhavan, and finally to Sansad Bhavan, that's the Parliament, to present her budget speech. Quite an iconic speech will be this time today, because number of things in the line as far as the expectations are concerned. What we are also expecting is that if we talk about the fiscal deficit, that's expecting to below the lines of 4.4% as well. Apart from that, focus will definitely be on the Gen Z, the youngsters, because they comprise of 65% of India's population. So what is there for the startups as far as the youngsters are concerned? The sectors of artificial intelligence, apart from that, as we spoke on MSMEs, the artificial intelligence, semiconductors, these all will be focal points. Apart from that, what will also be there in agriculture sector, in education sector, these all will also be the focus point.
Absolutely. So common people will also be the focus of this budget. Mr. Adhikari, I was asking you, a section of experts, global experts, also believe that this is the time for India to be adventurous when it comes to economic reforms, considering that there are disruptions in the rules-based order. Help us understand, is it time for India to do that, considering that fiscal consolidation is also very important?
Absolutely. Earlier in the broadcast, Padmaja, you presented a very nice picture in front of the audiences about where does the actually rupee come from. And, a major part of that actually comes from your tax receipts. Last year in the budget, the government really gave a push to the salaried class, wherein in the new regime up to 12.75 lakhs was completely non-taxable. Now that definitely takes a slight hit on the tax receipts. So at the same time, where the government focuses on increasing the public spending, in key areas, as Mr. Poonawalla also said, and that is the core focus of the government. But at the same time, the government needs to be little cautious also, because boosting the recovery in consumption and letting the private investment to drive growth in the economy are the two main levers which I understand. At the same time, capital expenditure in certain key areas which we are talking about in the light of the current events in defense, at the same time technology, healthcare, education, urban infrastructure, which even the Honorable Prime Minister is completely pushing for, because that actually creates a lot of jobs which the peripheral economy also benefits. In the light of the current EU FTA trade agreement, where the textile sector, which is now close to providing employment to 6 to 7 million people, that is going to boost. The kind of deal that we have cracked with the EU in terms of the levy of imports and on what exports from India will also be levied. So that completely has a balance of convenience in India's favor. But at the same time, where we are thinking and we are expecting the government to spend a lot, we have to be cautious about the fact that, all this spending comes from the tax receipts. At the same time, where the government is boosting consumption in the hands of the people by increasing their disposable income, we have to be cautious that the spending and the capital expenditure, the government needs to be cautious about also.
All right, Dr. Sujit Paul, Group CEO of Zota Healthcare, also is with us now. Caution or spending? Which way would you lean when looking at the budget this time? Dr. Paul.
Thank you so much. From a healthcare perspective, there would be a significant push on spending that I feel, because there is one area that will have a very strong AI focus, as our Honorable Prime Minister had given a hint earlier. We will definitely see a push on AI movement in healthcare. We have already seen how India have really fought hard on the tariffs, and there is where the entire movement towards ensuring that Sector B and Sector C towns are being focused into primary, tertiary and secondary healthcare to make India healthcare strong at large. Whilst I would have been more happy if government mandates the usage of high quality, affordable generic medicines, but I'm not too sure whether they would make it a mandate. But once that mandate comes, I think that's the next kranti that will come in India towards ensuring that every Indian can afford high quality generic medicine, and there will be a
just
shift.
a second, sorry
that
to
would happen.
interrupt you, but I think we're getting these first images of the finance minister. Yes, there she is. Nirmala Sitharaman has just reached the finance ministry, and Shreya Ghosh is joining us live from outside there. I think we could get trolled for this, but a lot of focus always remains, Shreya, on what the finance minister is wearing, because she's made it a point to also make a statement with the lovely handloom saris that she comes in. But she's there at the finance ministry. Shreya, over to you.
Traditional budget budget pouch, the digital budget, she will be posing here at around 8:45, and from here she will be heading towards Rashtrapati Bhavan, where she will be giving a budget copy to through Draupadi Murmu, the president of our country, and will be seeking her blessings, and there will be a photo opportunity there. And after that, her convoy will be departing to the parliament, where a union cabinet meeting will take place, and then she will be delivering her speech at 11 a.m. sharp. And as the nation tunes in, anticipation centers on what the budget holds for the citizens, especially the youth, the women, farmers. The
milestone for the finance minister, because she's an independent finance minister of India. It's a huge post for a woman in India to have somebody who doesn't come from a political family. Yes, she's entered the finance ministry, and of course she'll be attending the cabinet meeting today for the budget to get approved first. Let me also go across to Mr. Harish Karamchandani.
Very often, Vasudha, getting a lot of flack,
Yes,
over
absolutely.
the last almost a decade that she has presented budgets one after the other, and taking over at a very difficult time after, when you had the passing of Mr. Arun Jaitley going away. Then you have Nirmala Sitharaman presenting the budgets. There were difficult times, and sometimes getting a lot of very unnecessary flack of not really doing much, only being a puppet. But despite that, a personal milestone for her.
Absolutely, and she's been quite graceful about all the trolling, and she's been quite consistent with the fact that, her achievements are the government's achievements. So she's not really taken a lot of this personal limelight.
And
to
without
herself.
being flashy, because, the expectation is that, come out and make some shock and awe announcements, and every time there has to be a master stroke. But being very stolid, said, we need to basically just ensure that we are in a secure position. Absolutely. And my job is cut out. I have to deliver on what my asks are. And she's going about her business without overly being flashy or, out there.
Absolutely. We also have Mr. Harish Karamchandani of Hyphen Foods with us. Mr. Karamchandani, when it comes to the consumer and his needs or her needs, what do you expect from the budget today?
Okay, so as far as food processing is concerned, consumers are, looking forward to, there is shift in consumption patterns, looking to, the economy growing and also urbanization happening, nuclear families, working women, and so on and so forth. So there necessarily needs to be a boost in consumption, and that's what the consumer is also looking forward for. So if, a good step was rationalization of the GST rates, which in fact is going to increase consumption. At the same time, if the necessary fillip can be given to the food processing sector, this will further help reduce, wastages, and also at the same time make, food products more affordable for the customers. And at the same time, I would say it also helps in a big way the agriculture sector, because as you know, food processing is directly linked to, farmer incomes. The more procurement of agri-produce from the farmers, that, will benefit the farmers.
All right, Ruta Chatterjee, Director of OBT and Lakshmi Group and co-chair of FICCI's National Committee on Ease of Doing Business, and that really is the operative part. What do you, Mr. Chatterjee, want from the government for ease of doing business? Further ease of
This is a very important budget. I think this is after 1991, where we have such significant headwinds through which this budget is being read. At the same time, we have a booming economy, and that is our best defense in this global environment. So the government has to push the economic growth, especially the consumption, which is 60% of the economy. I think the GST reforms has started that journey, but how to create consumption to strengthen Indian economy. And for those sectors such as furniture, which are highly export dependent, facing headwinds of the tariff, I think the EU trade deal was amazing. But allowing SEZs to sell domestically, making sure that domestic brands strengthen and go global, those are the expectations from the budget.
Shehzad Poonawalla, this is also, like Padmaja and I were speaking, this is also a personal milestone for the finance minister. She has really carried India's economy, in a very dignified way, taking a lot of flack for slowdown once in a while. Help us understand politically what does this mean for the finance minister and also for the BJP, because it has a woman finance minister leading the country today.
The most important thing is that we have a very competent finance minister. The gender, of course, many people will look at that, but the fact is that she is the right person for the job, and therefore she's delivered without any big headlines. She has managed that the 11th position economy is today in 5th and 4th position, on the way to becoming the 3rd largest economy. We have been delivering the highest growth rates for a large economy. The IMF has also testified to that. We have kept inflation at a record low. I think it's about 2 or 3%. This month it must be about 4%, but otherwise it's been in the range of 1 to 2% in the last few months. And that gives us additional space for not only having more public expenditure, but also boosting private consumption, which we've done by cutting direct taxes. We've given a huge relief on GST, so people can spend more, and we have that elbow room because it does not, it does not lead to high inflation because of that. Now, having said that, what we need to do is, of course, on the one hand, give more money in the hands of people, which continues, because it's not just about giving tax cuts. It's also about the additional way we put money in people's hands. For instance, somebody was mentioning about mandating generic medicines. We have Jan Aushadhi Kendra, which makes it simpler and cheaper for people to buy generic drugs as opposed to expensive drugs, which are branded drugs. We've given them a relief on the Ayushman Bharat. We are expanding that network, and then we are giving more relief in terms of other places where they can save money and then spend it on things like education or other things that they need for their aspirational living. For instance, building toilets in their house or giving them tap water connection. These things help in saving money, saving costs on health expenditure, and therefore that's more money in their hands. Having done that, what we also need to do now is that we need to ensure that there are diversified markets for our goods. And therefore, what is going to be important is that how we are going to structure many more deals to come forward. India-EU FTA is one example by which a lot of our labor-intensive markets, sectors are going to get a huge market there. Fisheries, for instance, are going to get a huge market in Europe now. And similarly, we'll be structuring that. But that necessarily does not become part of the budget document. It is an ongoing process.
Rutu Chatterjee, I think that is also going to be key. Diversified markets.
Absolutely. And that includes export markets and domestic markets. So what we need to do is, while we have a strong and large labor force, we have to create brands. It cannot be just B2B business from Indian companies selling to foreign brands. We have to have Indian brands going global. As our labor cost increases, it has to be design, technology, branding, and other strengths that ensure that India has an opportunity today of a large domestic consumption market. Build on that consumption market, and the budget has to find ways to help Indian brands scale globally, which includes, the best thing that you can do is, increase Indian consumption. And then that becomes the home market. And then, we are not only dependent on large B2B markets globally in this environment with high tariffs and protectionism.
Right. Let me go to Kanishk Agarwal now. Kanishk Agarwal, when you talk about setting up this AI ecosystem, and when tech giants keep asking for more push from the government side when it comes to budgetary allocation for AI, one question that always emerges is that where are you going to get talent for that? Because that's going to be a sustained process, right? So how are you going to ask for more AI investments when India is still working on talent on that count?
So from a talent perspective, I think India already has a lot of talent. I think what we lack is an affordable compute and large-scale digital infrastructure. So from an AI perspective, I think it has the next productivity leap, and I think it's important that a lot of investment goes into it. I think from a skill gap perspective, I think there is a skill mismatch that is there. So there is no outcome linked skilling where funding is tied to actual employment for the people. So there are people that want to be in AI, they want to be in semiconductor, they want to be in different fields. But do they have the right skills to build and get employed in that? So I think the budget should focus on, right from certificates to employability, that, how these people can be employed at a ground level and be a part of the ecosystem, be it in different fields. So I think that is the key.
Shehzad Poonawalla, how much of a challenge is it to try and balance the interests, or rather the concerns of the business community and your own political concerns in an election year?
No, first of all, we have to stop thinking in the traditional way that good economics makes for bad politics. The fact of the matter is that this government, if one highlight can be drawn over the last 10 years, 11 years, is that we have not compromised our economic interests just because politically it is convenient to do something else. There have been often times where, as a party, I believe,
money in the hands of people just before elections, there is a strain on the budget, right? There is a strain on the finances of the state. If you say, I'm going to give 2,500 rupees, I'm going to give 2,000 rupees, and are we going to see a repeat of that across the states that are going to elections this time, for example?
Let me, it's a very myopic view when it is seen in that way. That's not how it works, actually. If you see, right from 2001 onwards, ever since Prime Minister had become Chief Minister of Gujarat, or we had a Shivraj Singh Chauhan taking over in 2005, or we had other Chief Ministers, the process of empowerment of certain sections which needed that boost. There was female feticide. We needed to strengthen the fact that the sex ratio needed to become positive in terms of females. We did a number of initiatives, and one part of that initiative is to give a kind of a incentive to certain sections of women so that they can spend it on their living, on their education, on their traveling and other expenses, which, by the way, also helps in boosting consumption. So to look at it as some kind of freebie is not the right way to look at it. Let me give you an example. There are two models of giving free power. One is a model that many give by putting the pressure on discoms, which are already in big losses. The other way is to now incentivize people to have Surya Ghar Yojana, so it is not a burden on the taxpayer or on the environment, and you get free electricity through the Surya Ghar Yojana by putting a solar panel, and you're also able to sell that electricity into the grid and earn money. So there are two ways of doing it.
I think Pankaj Chaudhary has just spoken and said, and 2047 is going to be the target of this budget. We are going to see what we hope to achieve over the next 25 years. The MOS Finance has said that the focus of the budget today is going to be 2047, and the goals of the next 25 years are going to define what we do this time around, Vasudha.
That's a very important thing. Let's ask this question to Professor Amir Ullah Khan. Mr. Khan, the fact that Viksit Bharat is going to be the focus of this budget, the fact that, we are at a sweet spot, okay, Mr. Adhikari, the fact that, our growth is projected to be around 6.8 to 7.2%, but it's still not what Viksit Bharat would demand. What kind of growth rate do you think India should be working at right now, and what kind of what kind of reforms does India need right now to get that 2047 Viksit Bharat in some ways, in place?
Since we are talking about Viksit Bharat or 2047, I believe it's a journey. So anyone does not have a magic wand in their hand. So all the right steps which the government is taking right now in terms of each and every sector, that will lead to Viksit Bharat in a slow and steady manner, because each and every building block, each and every year has to be treated as a building block towards achieving that. Be it a personal income tax or be it sectors which require that kind of hard push. Now there is a request from various sections of the society where the gig workers are there, that not to be treated as welfare but to be treated as a part of the economic welfare. So now if the government really focuses on all the sectors, it is not each and every sector has their own expectations, and the government does its best in taking into account what the best it can do, looking at its own wallet. But looking at the fact that we are now a $4 trillion economy, from here, even if we grow at 6.8 to 7%, in about few years' time, we'll be at a $10 trillion economy. And that is no mean feat for India to achieve. And we are actually poised to be that, and we are right on that track. So if you ask me about Viksit Bharat 2047, I think India is right on track, and we are at the center of spotlight for that when it comes to the entire world also as a whole.
Okay, let's listen in fact to what Pankaj Chaudhary told us just a while ago.
देखिए, पिछले 11 सालों से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो उनके नेतृत्व में जो बजट पेश हुआ, देश की जनता के आकांक्षाओं पे और देश को आगे बढ़ाने वाला बजट था। और आज का बजट जो पेश हो रहा है 2047 के विकसित भारत को ध्यान में रख करके बजट आएगा।
The question also is what is, the idea of Viksit Bharat? Is it even possible, Vasudha, to try and plan that far ahead? Because everything cannot be controlled by you. How do you ensure that all your goals are achievable over the next 25 years, considering how things are changing so fluidly outside of us?
Absolutely. And I think that's what the government is cognizant of, Padmaja, which is why three important moves were put in place last year. One is, of course, the tax cut, which Nirmala Sitharaman announced, then the GST rate rationalization, and the labour code that came into force. Let me ask this question to Shehzad. Shehzad, the fact that these three important moves took place last year, how do you think this is going to be in some ways expedited? How is the reform that's going to get announced today or in the later part of the year going to in some ways amplify the impact of the reforms that have already been done?
You see, what has been the core agenda of our reform process or reform express? One sector has been to make doing business easier. So therefore, you do away with the regulations. Padmaja was asking me about politics versus economics. We brought in GST in 2017. It was very foolhardy to do it because Gujarat elections were just round the corner and no sensible politician would have said कि ये करना है. But we took that risk. We bit the bullet. We subsumed the taxes and we got in one nation, one tax, GST 1.2 at that point of time. We didn't think about the political dividends. In fact, maybe we even got little affected by it. But we put that in place and that made it easier. And today we are now in a situation where GST has really boosted up how much the states also get and how much the country is also getting in terms of taxes, and is also able to make one market for all our goods. Secondly, then we have gone for the direct tax reform, which means that more money is left in the hands of the people. No other budget you would have thought. Last year I remember the discussion, people are saying 10 lakh tak relief mil jaye, and then lo and behold you got relief up to 12 lakhs. So Nirmala Sitharaman exceeded the expectations. So common man was given more money in his hand so he can end up spending more. Thirdly, we have given the without leakage welfare should be delivered. First, we used to give 20 lakh, 30 lakh crores into the pockets of people, but out of that 15, 16 lakh crores was taken away by one Lutera Panja. Rajiv Gandhi has only said it. But today when we are giving even 15 lakh crore or 20 lakh crore, that entire amount is going into the hands of the beneficiary, and therefore the beneficiary is then able to spend that money in the higher consumption. If you see the patterns of consumption, now more money is being spent not just on food, on other items as well. So that again boosts up the domestic consumption. So this has been the trajectory of the reforms. Now the fourth set of reforms that we need to do is that we need to enable the systems that we can have globally strong brands that can compete in the world, and they can compete in America also, they can compete in Europe also, they can compete in Middle East also, they can compete in Far East also. So we need to now create that enabling atmosphere for our businesses to go global and they can find a market for their products wherever in the world.
What will you do today to ensure that you create that enabling environment?
I'll tell you, for instance, because AI is the buzzword, what have we done? We have started centers of excellence. We are now investing in AI missions. But apart from that, part of it is about skills. Now that skills part doesn't come in budget. It comes in national education program, where we have now moved on from rote learning or memory learning to skill-based learning or skill application and aptitude to be developed. So that is part of the national new education policy. So not everything can be envisioned in a budget document. It is rather a statement of intent. And today, don't look at it as allocation, look at it as ambition. Our budgets is not about allocation, it is about unlocking ambition of India. That is how you should look at the budgets.
Let me go across to
Modi government.
Karamchandani. Mr. Karamchandani, the fact that agriculture has been mindfully kept out of a lot of negotiations, although 8 FTAs have been signed in the last last few years actually. What is the hope and expectation when it comes to processed food or agri products specifically concerning the budget today?
You see, in a lot of fruits and vegetables in the agricultural sector, in a lot of fruits and vegetables, India is, number 1, number 2 in terms of overall production. But at the same time, the farmers' incomes is not, rising as our economy is growing. And hence, it has thoughtfully been kept out of all these FTAs so that Indian farmers are being protected. Because what is required for Indian farmers is storage and processing infrastructure wherein, wastages can be reduced. And further, what is now needed is that because we have such large production, value-added products, which not only can be consumed within India, looking at the huge, population we have, which can be a large consumer base for us, but at the same time, we can also do a lot of value addition and export to the world. So which is where, the focus of the Indian government is to, also emphasize on boosting exports. And that's the reason within these FTAs, agricultural products have been, kept aside. They have been protected.
But Harish Karamchandani, when the government talks about creating an enabling atmosphere, an enabling environment for its local brands, what do you want from the government to ensure that that happens?
So first of all, especially for the food sector, for the food processing sector, the consumption locally needs to be boosted. Wherein if I have to talk about the processed food, there is a lot of myth around consumption of processed food. So if that myth can be broken, what happens is that there are a lot of products which are made without any preservatives. It is just, some, like, for example, we are into frozen food. So freezing is the technology which is used in enhancing the shelf life. So if those myths can be broken by means of creating more awareness, education, and which is where, the local consumption also can be increased. And that thereby automatically will reduce, I would say, wastages. Because, when you prepare fresh food, using fresh fruits and vegetables, it results into a lot of wastages as well.
Right. Let me go across to Mr. Kanishk Agarwal. Yeah. Kanishk, help us understand when it comes to intelligence-first infrastructure, something that gets talked about quite many times now. Where is India in the context of AI? Because we've seen countries like Taiwan doing really well when it comes to AI. But when it comes to India, we are there. We're investing a lot, but we're still not there. In the league of US or China or other countries. What should India be doing, and what kind of allocation are you looking forward to?
Yeah, so I think there is an elevated strategic focus on AI, definitely from the government. We have seen good, stronger policy and funding focus. But from overall perspective, I think the India AI mission initiatives, that is the compute infrastructure, the innovation centers, the data sets platforms, the startups, we want more startups to come in this space, and the skill development. So this will drive adoption across the sectors. I think there is a call from our side, to enhance the digital infrastructure and the incentives to scale the AI adoption in logistics, manufacturing, healthcare, and services. So if you look into the MSMEs, they do not have the working capital and others. So they need to have the money to invest in AI and other digital ecosystem. Also, we are looking for some locally relevant AI models and the data access, so that we have these public data sets available and we can develop more AI models to be tailored to India's linguistic and cultural diversity. And obviously, a lot of liquidity, for R&D investments that is needed.
All right. In fact, earlier our colleague Gauri also spoke to Ajay Banga. What are his expectations from the budget? How does he look at the economic survey, the numbers that came from there? Here's what we found.
Biggest things that came out of the economic survey today, sir, which talked about the state of the economy, which talked about, the kind of growth rates that it is projecting. It's about 6.5% to 7% on a base where you've already seen about 7.3% of growth rate. So you're talking about a higher growth trajectory for India. As someone who understands that has that 30,000 feet view of both the world economy and the Indian economy. How do you see these growth rates, and also what you think could be the potential challenges that we sort of need to keep in mind?
Yeah. Well, the world economy did better than people thought in the last year and a half. And I think part of that is the US did better than people expected. But the other two countries that did better than the math that was done earlier were India and China. And India had the highest growth rate of any of those three at 7.5% odd. We're actually, as the bank, we're quite constructive about India's future growth rates. And the reason for that is that combination of things I talked about. The investment that's going into infrastructure, more needs to be done, but don't discount the impact of what has been done. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And so there's, like logistics, for example, there's work to be done on smoothing the flow of logistics. There's work to be done on bringing down the cost of logistics as a percentage.
Yeah.
But India has made huge progress. And I think that's a big start there. There's more to be done.
14%, we need to bring it down to single digits.
Although some have
Absolutely.
calculated that the 14 is not right. And the actual number is lower because the manner in which that calculation happens. But yes, it's not, it is still in double digits. It needs to come down to the high single digits to be truly competitive as a base. The second part is the skilling and education part. You have the raw talent, you have the numbers. Can we convert that talent and numbers into a productive workforce that powers India's growth in the coming period? And I think you can't do that without both education and healthcare. They have to be delivered together.
All right, so in just a while from now, Nirmala Sitharaman is going to be presenting her 9th consecutive budget on the trot, which means that this is going to be a personal milestone for her as well. Both she and MOS Finance, Pankaj Chaudhary, have reached Kartavya Bhavan. Any moment now, we are expecting the Finance Minister to walk out with that Bahi Khata, something that has been a signature. The Halwa ceremony has happened, the Bahi Khata is in place now, and this is going to be that traditional moment where the Finance Minister poses with the Bahi Khata, the finance documents, her speech right outside of her ministry.
That's right, Padmaja. In fact, every budget is seen as a balancing act. We'll have to wait and see how the finance minister, presenting her 9th consecutive budget today, balances not just fiscal consolidation, but also this urge to spend more, and also, spending, and more importantly, the larger questions on welfare, and if it's going to be a political budget, because 4 important states are going to go for a political
budget, and you have to balance out all of that. One, you have got the expectation of, some concessions, and everyone has it, right? Like, from the middle class to, I think, the highest income group, everyone expects that the budget is going to at least get them some kind of a sweetener. So that's point number one. Then you have got how to make India resilient. So far, according to the economic survey, we have been a bright spot. We have managed to weather the storm so far, because with Donald Trump, you never know how bad the storm is going to get. And let's cut straight across as we are counting down to Budget 2026 to CII. Joining us from there, Vishnu Shom and Rahul Kamal.
So it's for the first time in 27 years that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, or any Finance Minister at all, is up working on a Sunday delivering the budget. It was in 1999 that Yashwant Sinha did this last, and here we are at the Le Méridien in Delhi with at the headquarters of the CI, some really sharp brains tracking macroeconomics. Joining Vishnu and I this morning. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to introduce you to our guests, starting with the one and only Dr. Atin Roy, super sharp number cruncher. You'll also hear from Harsh Madhusudan Gupta, not just on the macro perspective with the markets, but also how people within the government are looking at this budget. Now in his new capacity within the Congress party, also super sharp economic brain. And we've got Radhika Kapoor, economist at the ILO. So thank you all very much for joining us. There are a couple of data points I want to show to kick things off this morning and to put things in perspective. One, of course, is to do with India's growth. On this dashboard that we've created, India appearing at this moment amongst the fastest growing economies in the world. The budget, the economic survey which was presented projects a 6.8 to 7.2% growth rate for financial year 27, which is interesting because if you look at some of the other major geographies of the world, India seems to be growing far faster. China at 4.5, the United States at 2.4, the UK at 1.3, Europe at 1.3, and Japan at 0.7. The other thing really to look at is how the rupee has been performing. And this again is one of the things we want to look at this morning. If you look at how other currencies have depreciated this year, the rupee seems to have come down much more, 5.5%, almost touching 92, thanks to RBI interventions, still away from that psychologically important mark just before the budget. But the euro's actually appreciated against the dollar, as has the pound, so has the yuan, whereas it's the rupee that's actually come down much more than the others. If you look at the rupee versus other currencies, relative to, say, the yen, the dollar, it's actually been coming down. So these are some of the aspects, Dr. Ratin Roy, that the finance minister would be looking at. Basis what we know in the public domain at this moment, what would you want viewers on NDTV to be looking out for in terms of what do you think is most likely to happen during this union budget? Dr. Roy.
Well, I can't predict what's likely to happen, but I can say that nothing much normally happens in a budget. It's only I think there's a former chief economic advisor whose record I found quite underwhelming, who once described it as Bahi Khata. In this respect, he was right. It's an accounting framework. From that, you can get some clues as to the macro fiscal framework. However, this year, your channel has reported that the finance minister is going to upend the mode of presentation of the budget. And that part B, which...
What does that essentially mean?
Part A is the Bahi Khata. What happened to the taxes? What are the tax announcements? What they're going to spend on? That usual, dirge of schemes that she announces while we all take a break. Part B is actually the area which is the most interesting, which gives you the government sort of policy stance. This year, she, according to your channel, she has upended that, and she's going to start with Part B. I find that immensely significant. Whether I criticize this or not, this actually means that I'd say for the first time since the 2016 budget, you are going to see policy taken very seriously in this budget, and I'm really, really looking forward to a medium-term roadmap, not 2047. Everyone's an expert in 2047. 2030. That is especially important because if you look at the chief economic advisor's economic survey, he actually predicts a very modest 7% trend rate of growth. That is not something that is acceptable if we are going to reach this Viksit Bharat business. So we would need to raise that rate of growth, we would need reforms, and my expectation, or rather my hope, is that the kind of reforms I like, which we discussed today, will be what will be presented in Parliament.
Harsh, what's the thinking at this time within the government, amongst those who are making the budget, because they're clearly focusing a lot on trying to remove the cholesterol of regulation, a lot of focus on deregulation. Will we see some of that play out in the next couple of hours?
Thank you, Rahul. I'm not privy to the thinking, but my sense is it's going to be a very important budget for a change. I agree with Dr. Roy that mostly budgets are housekeeping, accounting exercises. But a few major changes are happening this time. I think first and foremost, the mode of presentation, the focus on the medium to long term. The second is, one of the parts of the midterm is changing from fiscal deficit to GDP to debt to GDP. So that's a new glide path of consolidation on the fisc. And I think very important is in a couple of weeks, we'll get the new CPI series. In 3 weeks, we'll get the new GDP series. And it's interesting because a lot of the numbers in the budget which assume the GDP, nominal GDP to be denominator, would be upended to some extent. They may all look much better by 5-10%. I don't know, we can only guess on 27th February. So after this budget, as opposed to after 1 month, we might see that there is more fiscal space available to the government than is today penciled in. So a lot is happening in this month and in this budget. In that sense, it's a bit thoda hatke budget hai.
Vishnu.
Rahul, I think what's important in this particular budget is that in as much as you and I and everybody over here would want to look out for, let us say, tax. Am I going to have a little bit more at the end of the day? Am I going to have a little bit less at the end of the day? Several areas, which the government would typically target. That part B, and we were referring to this later on, is likely to be a statement of intention of where India stands in a time which is geopolitically extremely divided and sharp. So it's not just 2047 and our aspirations of becoming a developed nation, but also dealing with fundamental changes all around us. A part of that has to do with trade, with tariffs, but also where we position ourselves. And I think, Radhika, that's a key point now. The fact that not just our own economic survey, but also the IMF, they've revised our GDP numbers upwards, despite the fact that we've got these huge sanctions, tariffs from the United States, is an indicator of the resilience of the economy. We need to consolidate that. How is that likely to be a key part of what we see?
Absolutely, Vishnu. I think you're spot on. What's going to be critical and what we're going to look out for in this budget is this consolidation that you're referring to. You showed the GDP numbers, and we've performed reasonably well if you look at the real GDP growth rates. But if you actually look at the national...
Half a second, we've got images live now on our screen at Kartavya Bhavan. You can see the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, over there with her core team.
This is the 9th time she's presenting the budget in succession.
It's an e-budget.
So Morarji Desai and Mr. Chidambaram have done it 10 times each, but that wasn't in one go. So very soon, if she stays at it, Nirmala Sitharaman would hold the record for presenting the maximum number of budgets by anyone at all. She's already hit that number in succession. She's been, Radhika, very low-key, less flamboyant, say, than the likes of a Chidambaram or an Arun Jaitley or a Pranab Mukherjee, but very diligent. How have you seen her evolve in the last 9 years as finance minister?
One thing that stands out before I go back to what I was talking to Vishnu is that she's been a finance minister at a time when we have seen so much global volatility. I mean, right from the time of COVID, the post-COVID recovery, and now, of course, we live in a world where uncertainty is the only certainty. So I think in that, indeed, I would say she's been very diligent. She has stayed on the path of fiscal consolidation, cleaning up, bringing up items which were off budget onto the balance sheet, transparency in the fiscal accounts. And of course, there's been this constant focus on structural reforms to actually boost the fundamentals of the economy. And that's what I want to go back to in the question that you raised, that in terms of consolidating growth, if you look at the national account statistics, the most recently released ones, and you look at what were the drivers of growth, the principal drivers of growth were consumption. And of course, that's been supported by public capex. And CMI data tells us that private capex has also started picking up. But what is it that in fact drove that consumption? It's principally a lot of, the tax cuts, be it the income tax restructuring that we saw last year, be it the GST rationalization we saw, monetary easing, so on and so forth. Now, those are all cyclical factors. We don't know how long their effect is going to last. It's going to be 2-3 quarters. The question is whether they're going to be sustained or not. And if that has to be sustained, then demand has to be boosted more structurally.
So you're looking at that as a vision.
Absolutely.
Right? And a road, a highway.
That's critical in the long run, because it's only when investors see that demand is sustained, it's more long-term, will actually private investment pick up. And so then that gets to the question of not just boosting growth, but making sure that that growth is job-rich, it's employment-intensive, it enhances labor incomes and boosts demand.
So let's spend some time on that, because if you look at the quarterly GDP growth numbers, the last numbers that we have available have the Indian economy growing at 8.2%, whereas so far, the projection is for the economy to end up this fiscal at 7.4%. Now, given how conservative Prasenjit, the chief economic advisor, has been in his previous economic survey and going forward, given the turbulence that we're seeing globally, this by no stretch of imagination is a bad performance.
I think that if you had also got the nominal GDP chart, it would have shown a slightly different direction of change in the economy. And I think that has got to do with what was mentioned earlier, that you see the IMF has, while it has revised India's GDP estimates upwards, it has also flagged very serious deficiencies in the Indian GDP estimates. I think we should take it seriously. The reason why this new GDP series and new inflation series is going to come is because there are defects in the way the GDP and the inflation rate especially is being calculated. So even with a falling nominal GDP, you are having a growth in real GDP because the inflation numbers are not very reliable, I would say. So that is one factor we should keep in mind. The second point is that I completely agree that we are in for very serious, turbulent times, I would say. And much of the damage that the weaponization of tariff policies by the Trump administration, much of the damage is yet to come. So there has been a lot of front loading of exports all over the world. It is not only that India's GDP has been revised upwards. Even the American US GDP has been revised upwards to the great surprise of many. And that is because of what is coming. People are foreseeing a lot of.
Sure, I hear you. One of the other things we want to focus on is on the fact that foreign portfolio investors have been pulling a lot of money out of India. And I want to spend time with Dr. Atin Roy on this. I'll just show the data set to our viewers. One of the big advantages the Indian economy had was that foreign portfolio investors were bringing serious money into India. If you see, for financial year 26, the flows have actually been negative $3.9 billion. Even in the previous fiscal, it was just $2.7 billion. And FDI as well hasn't been as robust as it has been in the past, even for a country like India. Now, how concerned would you be with foreign portfolio investment numbers being in the negative, Dr. Roy? And is that something you think the finance minister should try and aggressively address in this budget, or it's beyond her control and therefore what can she potentially do? Ratin Roy.
Okay, I think your viewers would love her to do something because they all like this mutual funds, IEA, SIP, etc. So we have put the stock market aside, which I think is a very peripheral part of the Indian economy today. If you look at those numbers carefully, we are still net positive. Every time there's a downturn, except in 1 year, it's in single digits. Every time there's an upturn, it's in double digits. So if you take the sort of medium-term view of this, then foreign portfolio investment in the aggregate since FY14 has been going up. It is volatile, as is the nature of market investments. By definition, FPIs are short-term flows. And therefore, I'm not so concerned. It will undoubtedly hit the stock market. There's no doubt about it.
I don't really agree with Dr. Roy, with all due respect to him, because this is of concern. The fact that there's no major AI play in India in terms of the stock market, and therefore a lot of foreign portfolio investors preferring to invest in China, in the United States, elsewhere, Harsh, where they find those plays. We've also seen government tinker with taxation impacting FPIs. Do you think the finance minister should, because Dr. Roy says, yes, it impacts those watching, because
it's not going to impact growth.
Sure.
Except at the margin. It is only going to impact the stock markets and stock market valuations for now. If that persists for a few years, no. And foreign direct investment is a different business. In my view, we have always underperformed on that. It's highly regionally concentrated. The trends are becoming positively. If you could put that on, please. The foreign direct investment number behind you. This is beginning to concern me, this sort of flatlining that is happening in foreign direct investment and increasing volatility. I don't like that 64 number, and I'm worried it might go down further, especially because the world is so volatile. But on FPI, I'm sorry your viewers might take a hit on their mutual funds, but I don't care.
Okay, can I just jump in for half a second? We've got footage now on your screens of the finance minister on her way to Parliament, so it's going to all take place in a little while from now, so stay tuned to that. But I just wanted to bring in one important point, and Harshi, if you might want to come in on this. One of the biggest problems and opportunities at the same time that we've seen is private sector investment. Unfortunately, private sector investment has been typically low. Whatever we are doing is being back-ended by the government and the private sector in terms of investment. So as we look forward, and if this is a visionary sort of budget looking ahead, how critical is it that this problem is addressed? Because they've attempted to address it, they've failed in the last couple of budgets. It remains government-driven investment, capex investment.
Vishnu, as Radhika was saying, CMI data shows actually there's an uptick in private capex. And in fact, even on the financial data, if you look, except for the first couple of quarters of this fiscal year, listed companies' capex has been increasing in double digits for the last 2-3 years. So this is slightly an outdated narrative that private sector capex has not come back yet. What is absolutely true is it can come back in a much bigger way.
Right.
For example, the RBI numbers and capacity utilization are lower. Debt to equity of Indian listed companies is lower. So clearly there's a lot of deleveraging that has happened, which can bounce back. And quickly on the FDI and FPI numbers, I agree with what Rahul is saying, that India has been missing out on the FII flows last 12 to 18 months. Partially valuations, partially no AI play. However, last year the emerging market cycle came back, much reminiscent of 2003 kind of macro backdrop with the dollar falling. And in that case, those cycles generally last for a few years. It's not a one-off. When that happens, India is more likely to join the party. So the India's valuations have corrected compared to other EMs. It's a matter of times. I think taxes always help. But I would not expect any major rationalization. If it happens, it's a great surprise, because the government can't be seen to be reactive every year. To increase LTCG 1 year, then the markets fall, and then cut it the next year. And the whole rationalization last year was to be consistent across asset classes. So even if there is some easing, it has to be across asset classes. Otherwise, they go against their own stated rationale. And finally, FDI numbers are good. That was not for the full fiscal year.
Till November.
That till November. They're not for the full fiscal year, but nonetheless, net FDI numbers have been coming down close to zero because outbound FDI has been increasing and repatriations by foreign companies is increasing. One last point on FPI. It's actually a surprising factor. It's a backhanded compliment. The Indian markets are so liquid that it's easy to sell here and invest in relatively less liquid other emerging markets. So that also allows foreign investors to come back in a big way. Because right now it's easy to sell here.
We just want for a moment to cut across live to NDTV Profit and show our viewers how the markets are opening this morning on budget day. Let's just go across to NDTV Profit.
Screen very, very quickly. The Nifty Metal Index should come up on your screen. Small caps are down 0.6%. Metals are down 3.7%. No surprise here. Let's get the heat map up on the screen. You'll probably see some metal names here as well. Hindalco down 5%. Tata Steel, JSW. By the way, the steel stocks are not that badly impacted. But by virtue of the fact that the tide is lower, all boats are lower along with it. Adani Enterprises in the same camp as well. Eternal about 1% lower. Adani Ports, Infi, Coal India are amongst the others. So metal stands out as the worst performing index. More red than green. What is in the green? Sun Pharma, good results. The acquisition overhang remains, but the results are good and the street is rewarding that. Bajaj Auto again on results. BEL, HDFC Bank, SBI Life and ICICI are amongst the others. Tamanna.
I think you're going to see, Neeraj, maybe a bit of weak volumes in the beginning. Not everyone maybe is up this Sunday, or maybe they'll tune in a little later. But nevertheless, flat to negative start on the indices. I want to pull up the Nifty contributors before we get to the broader markets. This morning, I'm wearing green in the hope and anticipation that the budget and the markets will have a positive outcome. HDFC Bank pulling up the market. Sun Pharma, ICICI Bank. I think private bank space is something you need to look at very carefully on the losing side, as Neeraj has recapped all of the steel stocks coming in. Let me pull up the small cap and the mid cap indices for you and just take a quick look at what's happening with the broader markets. The mid cap 150 actually even deeper in the red. The small cap 250 nearly a percentage points down. We'll pull up the look at the advanced decline as soon as that data is available. We'll show it to you as well. But right now I want to take, okay, there you have it, and it's not looking that great as far as the Nifty is concerned, but on the NSE it's even Steven, not that badly skewed to the negative. Let me pull up the sectoral heat map and just give you a sense of what's happening there. No prizes for guessing that metals will be the worst hits index, 4.5% in the red. We should pull up those internals. And remember, this is the crack which has happened globally. The screen is largely red. India defense is what is working. Okay, there you have it. Hind copper 16%. I mean, sunk is the only word I can use for it. Hind zinc 10%. Vedanta about 8.5%. Their OFS could not have come at a better time, I must say. Nalco, Hindalco, all of them. APL Apollo is the only one. I actually want to go back to the sectoral heat map for a second if we can, because while you had metals doing terribly, all through the time, you have only pharma doing okay. And I want to look at what's happening to Nifty Defense. There you have it. This is the budget bet, and we've been saying this all along, that India will have to get more self-sufficient on defense, and this is maybe where the spends will come in from. I'm going to pull up individual stocks and see what's happening there. We already spoke about Sun Pharma, but let's take a look at how Sun Pharma is faring and continuing to fare this morning if we can. We also want to look at BSE. Remember, BSE, CDSL is the other one to watch up there. Okay, Sun Pharma looking pretty good over there. Sun Pharma 3.5% up. Meanwhile, I just want to take a look at BSE, CDSL. They have a nod.
Yeah, so the market's opening relatively flat. Also, the stockbrokers and the market operators are not very used to working on a Sunday morning.
Is it a bit early though? I mean, have they sort of gone negative in their thinking a bit early?
Two trends are very obvious. The market is expecting defense expenditure or allocation to rise a bit. You can see that in stocks.
No, but that's something that happens every budget, and we then match a 1962 levels.
I think you're the wrong person for me to speak about this. I'm sure you could remember well,
Vishnu. It remains an annual disappointment.
No, but can I say that's if I show you the defense number numbers as a percentage of the GDP. Forget looking at this as a whole. It's not necessarily growing. In the mid-80s, our spending as a percentage of the GDP was much higher than it has been. So I'll show you two data sets. One is just the expenditure that we're incurring, where you're seeing the budget estimates of 4.9 lakh crore rupees. But if you look at this, more importantly, as a percentage of the GDP, in China it's about 1.7 on a much larger base. In India it's been flatlining, 2.3%. It's actually come down from 2.6 to 2.3% as a percentage of our GDP. Pakistan spends a bit more.
But the numbers are lower than that.
And the problem here is that you've got serious challenges. As we saw during Operation Sindoor with Pakistan, with China, this requires to be much more, Vishnu.
You know what the big problem over here, Rahul, is that the capex number in this is even smaller.
Sure.
The fact of the matter is we run a defense industry, by which I mean all the bureaucrats, all the ministries, all the DPSUs, which all the pension amounts, which account for very often substantially larger than the capex number that you need. Therefore, unless there is a significant change and the capex as a percentage of the overall defense budget goes up, we remain in trouble. And I think the point with China is absolutely critical. And yes, they have a much bigger base. And therefore, if they are higher still, then it gives you an idea of where we are versus them. And the other big problem which happens, and you might want to jump in on this, is that even when there is a budget which is allotted for capital expenditure, in the last several budgets, it comes back to the center, and we've been unable to. We have been unable to spend money which is allotted.
The culture is so bad that when I came, first budget I was involved with when I was at NIPFP in 2013, I was a bit shocked at the very generous capex. And they said, sir, ye cushion hai budget mein. They will not spend it, they can never spend it. We don't want generals eating our head. So we just give them what they ask and say, jao, spend kar sakte to karo. And that culture still pertains. So until we get a break here, where we actually managed to do what Rajiv Gandhi did in the mid-80s, and actually spend, I don't care imports, domestics, but just spend the capex, get in the equipment, then we will have a change in this culture. Otherwise, we'll go on.
Prasenjit is disagreeing with what you're saying.
I strongly disagree. I think that this has actually, Vishnu is making a very important point, and I think it has got to do with the larger question of this failure of Make in India. See, even if you look at Operation Sindoor, all the hardware that were, making the headlines, all of them were imported hardware, be the fighter jets, the defense, missile defense system that we have. What has...
Not all of them, that's not fair.
Most of them, all the critical ones, your Sukhois, your...
No, but the BrahMos was made in India, several radar systems are made in India.
See, right? If you're talking about capex, the point is that how much of our defense, especially the strategic equipment, is being indigenously built.
No, but I think the important point is it has to be, and I agree with you, is that it has to be capability first.
Capability
so therefore,
first.
If our armed forces want a capability, that should be the focus, not just Atmanirbharta versus outside.
Look at the China's, China is way behind India if you compare it with GDP. But most of the Chinese military hardware is indigenously developed. They are competing with the superpower on their own terms. So, but we are unable to do it because we are dependent on, and you can't have a Swadeshi, kind of Atmanirbhar Bharat with being dependent on arms imports from other countries.
But the direction is right in terms of defense indigenization. You're absolutely right. We need to do more. But compared to 10 years ago, 15 years ago, the percentage of indigenous capex, the no import lists are much higher.
Much higher.
Very, very quickly on the market reaction, I think it's very obvious that the metals are down a lot. And that's because of Kevin Walsh being the new Fed governor being appointed. He's assumed to be a bit more conservative or conventional or hawkish than the other Kevin Hassett or whoever was up in line. And therefore, we are seeing a big...
So explain the crash in the bullion markets that we saw over the past 48 hours and what do you think is likely to happen next?
Basically, now Donald Trump has taken a step back from appointing an ultra dove. The market's a bit reassured that it's not a complete inflation or debasement trade going forward. He's more of a conventional Fed institutional guy. And in that sense, the insane rally that we saw in precious metals and some industrial metals last 2-3 months seems to have taken a step back saying, okay, wait a second, we are not going to have...
Dr. Rathinor, your take on this, because people typically associate gold and silver as metals you can invest in. You're not expecting wild volatility. First there's a massive upsurge and then this huge historic crash. where do you think this goes from here? Because that's typically not expected in a historic crash of this nature. What is it signifying and what are its implications for a country like India?
But I think Harsh is right. You see, there's a difference between investing gold as an investment in a portfolio and when gold becomes a safe haven investment of last resort. It's happened about 4 or 5 times in the last 100 years. And inevitably, when the safe haven is not as necessary as it was yesterday, the price of gold and metals falls. And that is what you're seeing now. It will find its sort of supply-demand level eventually, and India plays a big part in that because we have this insatiable demand for gold. We're addicted to it like crystal meth. And
people over-leveraged in gold and in silver. Was this a correction which was bound to happen?
It's a safe haven because when you're worried that the stock market is going to crash,
that's where you put in
currencies are volatile. You can't play the foreign exchange markets. You will move into bullion. That's what's happened. That's been the big driver of this bullion rise, and now that's correcting. I don't know whether it's happening. I mean, if people are correcting because they think this character is not going to be as volatile as the previous one, then I would hedge my bets on that. I'm keeping my money in gold.
And the other thing we want to spend some time on is inflation. Inflation this is being called a Goldilocks period where you've got good growth numbers and you've got low inflation. But there is a slight disconnect, and I want to get Radhika to talk a bit about this. I'm looking at consumer price index. Consumer price index for December 2025 at just 1.3%. October it was even less at 0.3. These are historic numbers, not just consumer price index. This is also the wholesale price index coming up on your screen now. Here as well, relative to the past, just 0.83, which essentially means inflation is lower, but you ask viewers, consumers, those watching at this moment, that's not necessarily how they feel about it. Yeah. Why this disconnect?
Well, I think that's really the question of the difference between the real and the nominal wages. Eventually, inflation is low, and like I said in the beginning, much of that has to do with the GST rationalization that we saw, and that of course made them go out and spend. But real wage growth has been relatively sluggish. Until real wage growth actually picks up, which again, going back to my original point, is they have higher incomes, labor income shares rise, that's actually not going to make people feel more comfortable about the situation.
I think there's also a lot of Chinese overcapacity, which has led to dumping because, once the US markets became slightly less open for the Chinese, the logical point was to dump in ASEAN, India, to some extent Europe and Middle East. So the Chinese are now talking of an anti-involution campaign that will reduce their overcapacity, but we'll believe that when we see that. So that's one big reason for the WPI. So the WPI is big part in the deflator which goes between the real GDP and the nominal GDP. So which is why people may feel inflation is higher more on the consumer or service prices, but on the wholesale prices, the numbers are much more sanguine, although not that sanguine also because very negative WPI is not good for nominal GDP. Again, we'll find the real numbers or the change numbers on 12th February. So we can hold our judgment back for couple more weeks.
One point we haven't referred to, and I think this is critical, is the fiscal deficit itself. The fact that we've been meeting our targets, right? The target for the financial year 2025 was met at 4.8%. We are on track for 4.4% in the financial year 2026. Is this not one of the most important positive markers, as we get ahead into this budget? So we've got that up on the screen.
Let's just explain this in terms of where things stand at the moment. The fiscal deficit estimate in the union budget is 4.4%. It's actually been coming down. If you see, soon after COVID, it kind of bounces to 9.2, then starts coming down. So she's been actually, Dr. Atin Roy, very fiscally conservative. To her credit, unlike a few reckless governments and finance ministers in the past, this finance minister and this budget team and this government has been very careful. What do you think is the most likely projection going forward? From what you've picked up so far, how do you think the finance minister is looking at this? Because the FRBM Act says the aim of the union government is actually to reduce fiscal deficit to 3% of GDP. That's where we have to go directionally. Dr. Roy.
Well, I think that the finance ministry has done an excellent job in bringing the fiscal deficit down because I also disagree with that it's been even more difficult than you would think. I don't agree with the chief economic advisor's assessment that tax buoyancy has gone up. It's not. Non-tax revenues have gone up, but that's a fudge.
Basically, no, but tax to GDP now is now comparable to peer economies where it's actually much lower.
Always comparable to, it depends on the peers you choose.
Okay.
It's gone from 8.5 to 9 point something, early 9s. That's frankly not much buoyancy. If our GDP has been growing as we are saying it is now. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is, despite that not happening, despite disinvestment being an abysmal failure, and despite non-tax revenue being a bit of jugglery, which is...
So you're speaking about disinvestment, I can show that to our viewers.
Yeah, it's a joke.
The estimate was 47,000 crore rupees, out of which so far we've achieved only 15.6% of it. Our targets are also coming down, our realization also on disinvestment.
But targets are coming down, thank God. Thank God.
No, but realization is just 15.6% of a very low target.
We do not have the analytical capability to disinvest, despite having perhaps the most competent disinvestment secretary I've seen in recent times.
Okay, can I just jump in for half a second? Yeah. We've got images from Rashtrapati Bhavan. The finance minister and her team are about to meet the president. But I have a little nugget over here, Rahul, which might, we may want, as we see the finance minister, she's wearing a hand-woven Kanjivaram silk sari, which honors Tamil Nadu's age-old weaving legacy. Right?
Don't forget there's an election in Tamil Nadu in a few weeks from now.
It's a purple-coloured Kanjivaram with light golden brown checks and a coffee brown border with threadwork. This continues her effort at championing weavers across the country and handlooms. And I think this is a very clear, deliberate effort at projecting that.
Did you do such a detailed analysis with Chidambaram Veshti also?
I would suggest this is a lot more elaborate than that.
Okay, so let's spend some time on disinvestment. Harsh, the fact is this is a government that's shown under pressure, they can get things done. The India-EU trade deal for one, the GST reforms for another. For some reason, disinvestment doesn't seem to be the Prime Minister's stated philosophy is government has no business of being in business, except that when they have the opportunity, they aren't moving on that.
I think disinvestment has been one of the disappointing areas of the government in the sense that...
Why is it not a priority at this moment?
I think what the now Cabinet Secretary had said a year ago, that they want to reorganize how they look at all the public assets, and instead of looking at the flow variables, they want to look at the stock variables, like a domestic sovereign wealth fund. But that is still a work in progress, according to me. So, see, with a buoyant stock market, at least till recently, to not be able to get PSUs to even 51% through an OFS route, through a simple market sale, that is a bit bewildering, and I think that is one of the places where we've not gotten as much revenue as we could have. So it's this is a disappointing number.
Radhika Kapoor, what do you make of this? We see these images of the finance minister meeting President Murmu right ahead of the union budget. What do you make of the fact that for some reason they have lost their appetite on disinvestment? In the first term, they were talking big, delivering less. Now they're not even talking, forget the delivery, on disinvestment.
Well, I think that's realistic, right? I mean, you know, what is the point of setting unrealistically high targets, and that has an implication on your fiscal math, and then not being able to achieve it. So I think it's, you know, being very transparent.
I think it's a question of conviction. When they said we'll get Air India done, it was tough, but they found a way of getting it done. The question is, where has that conviction gone? That is what baffles me, frankly.
IDBI is about to happen. IDBI Bank should be privatized in the next 1 month.
No, but they can do much more, Harsh.
But they can do much more, absolutely. And without privatizing, they can at least take it to 51%. That's not even ideologically that controversial.
You see, I've been repeatedly saying no country can do disinvestment on a note sheet. Okay,
sorry?
Note sheet pe disinvestment nahi hota hai. You can't sit in some bhavan, open a file saying LIC ko disinvestment karunga, joint secretary in charge will be focal point, then go have discussions. You're always behind the markets who are trying to sort of game you all the time. Then you're terrified that you will be gamed and therefore the price at which you sell something will be questioned. For years, people have been saying, create a proper disinvestment commission, transfer the assets there, and make this a, you know, a community, private, public driven process with transparent, professional people doing the job.
No, but if this government can't get it done, when will we have a government that can actually get it done?
Oh, well, I live in hope.
Yes, Prasenjit.
I think that the reason why the disinvestment is not because of the intent. I think it is because of the state of the private corporate sector. Because disinvest in a case of disinvestment, the government is the seller of equities or, you know, maybe entire companies. But you also have to find a buyer. So as we were discussing, you know, the biggest disappointment under this entire 10-11 year period is the state of private investment in our country. So it is because of that that I think the finance minister would have been happier to be even more fiscally conservative and bring down the fiscal deficit to even lower levels. But she is compelled to step up public investment out of budgetary expenditure because the private investment has not taken off. The economic survey complained about it explicitly.
No, but many economic surveys and many finance ministers have been complaining about this. Harsh Madhusudan Gupta, I want to look at, you know, where capacity utilization stands at the moment, and also take up the issue of when you potentially see this change. This is capacity utilization. It's important because when capacity utilization gets towards the higher end of the 70s range is when typically you would expect new capacity building to begin. Now this has been in the late 70s, 77.7 in March 25, 74.8 in September 25, and about 77, 78 right now. So this is really poised for a virtuous investment cycle to start. But I've been saying this sitting here for several years now.
No, Rahul, you're absolutely right. There is slack in the economy. There is, compared to what the potential growth rate should be, monetary, fiscal, I would argue in the last 1.5 years, more monetary in terms of real rate. So if you do a seasonal adjustment here, you can see we are stagnated around the mid-70s. And you're absolutely right, only when this number nudges up to the high 70s is when you see a real boom in private capex over and above what is happening. So I think the 125 basis point of rate cuts we've seen in RBI last year, which takes time to filter through, the CRR rate cuts, the income tax cuts, the GST cuts, so they don't immediately start delivering.
No, but we've been waiting for a long time.
But the latest numbers on nominal GDP and on the bank credit numbers have gone back to double digits. I do expect this to happen this coming fiscal year, but
so if I can just come in on this, the capacity utilization, investment is not going to happen till the private sector sees demand in the economy. And all these things which were, temporary, one-off things, they're likely to subside in a few quarters. So unless we go back to boosting demand structurally, like I said. So on the domestic side, of course, it's going to be a lot about job creation. We're going to see a lot of focus, my sense is, on labor-intensive manufacturing in particular. That's also something that's been laid out in the economic survey. But on demand, the other side is the external demand, the export. And I think there we are actually uniquely positioned with all these flurry of FTA deals that we have signed that actually opens up the external market. But just because we've signed those FTAs doesn't mean that we'll actually be able to realize those benefits till we put in place the right enabling conditions.
No, in fact, I spoke to to Piyush Goyal, the minister, yesterday, and I asked him a very basic point. You've got this great deal now which is taking place with the EU. We've struck a deal with the UAE, with New Zealand, with the United Kingdom, but it only translates to something beneficial for, let's say, the middle class if there is taxes which are fixed at the lower level. It's not just the customs duty which comes down. So will that actually be realized? Because all governments will look to ensure that their losses are minimized, right? So if we are talking about free trade agreements, isn't that something that also needs to be done?
Absolutely. And I think that, one of the things that I'm going to be looking at with great interest in the budget, what comes, very clearly within the ambit of the budget, beyond these discussions on economic strategy and so on, is actually going to be what happens to the import duty structure. Because if you want to be able to realize the gains of these FTAs, particularly for the labor-intensive manufacturing sector, you're going to have to correct the inverted duty structure.
Sure.
You will have to lower import duties so that you can produce competitively. Because then again, there are many other countries like Bangladesh and Vietnam which also have duty-free access to the same market.
But in the case of the EU, that's going to be fixed now. So Bangladeshi shirts sort of loading up the European market because of their status as a low-performing economy, that will now be checked. So that's one sector which would actually have an immediate benefit.
Once the graduation happens, which we don't know when it will happen.
The government has recently reversed
2027,
quality
right?
control orders, the QCOs, a lot of these non-tariff barriers, just to add to Radhika's point, to allow us to integrate better on these labor-intensive exports. And the duty inversion, the inputs have to be cheaper so that the outputs can be cheaper as well.
Rahul, shall we talk a little bit about AI at some stage, because it's going to be a big focal area.
And you've seen this new tool that's doing the rounds about AI for Reddit, where you got agents talking. My feed is exploding, Harsh Madhusudan Gupta, where questions are being asked around whether AGI is finally here, agents with no human in the loop scenario, talking to each other, doing all kinds of crazy things. And we got the big AI summit in a couple of weeks from now, right here in the capital. All the global AI, many of the global AI leaders coming.
Focused so much on AI. I never expected it to focus as much as it did on AI and potential job creation. And the real worry, and it's something that, Rahul, you've been tracking very closely, the impact of AI on job creation in the future. you ask anybody this, we go to Davos every year, we ask the big questions that how many jobs are going to go, and no, people need to reskill. But I think there is a real concern that in a country like India, AI will take jobs. And do you not expect that, Prasenjit, let me ask you this, that this needs to be a key area that's addressed?
Yeah, of course it is. And I think that in India we have a double problem because in any case, the employment growth has not kept up with GDP growth. And as she was saying that, the real wages of the bulk of the labor force, they have been either stagnant and in some cases they have been declining. So they have not benefited, and they have not benefited out of this high growth because the employment situation has not changed.
Yeah.
On the top of it, I think that on the services export side, India has a cause of worry.
Yeah.
Because much of this AI hype, I would say, especially in the United States, what is happening, especially in this year, I think a lot of people think that it is a bubble. It is soon going to burst. And India will be one of the worst affected countries because India's services exports, in contrast to goods export, has done well this year because they have benefited from this AI-driven investment.
Sure, you had a point?
Clearly,
Yeah. See, I think whenever new technologies come in, there is always a kind of a neo-Luddite response that they'll take away jobs. But most technologies end up complementing human capital as opposed to substituting human capital. Of course, some jobs will be taken away, but in the end, AI is an enabler for a large talent base in India, which obviously has a low cost base compared to the world. Also, very quickly, I'll simply add that I don't believe that real wages have been stagnant or falling for a large portion. I mean, we don't have good enough data on the median sense. We have the mean data, as in the average. If you look at the HCS, the Household Consumption Expenditure Surveys, the 2023-4-1, 22-21-1. So I think this is also a bit of a narrative that real wages have been falling for a large
the economic survey said this.
No.
I'm sure you don't know better than the government.
The growth rate has slowed, not the absolute amount.
Okay, so Nasir Salim joins us, managing partner at Flexi Capital. Arnab Basu is the Chief Industries Officer at PwC. I'll start with Nasir to give our viewers a sense of your principal expectations from this union budget.
Good morning. Great to be back on NDTV, Rahul and Vishnu. So, clearly, as far as we track markets, Vishnu, very closely. And at Flexi Capital, what we're expecting is three broad things, at least this year. Number one, this massive exodus of FPI, money moving out. We are expecting certain announcements there, possibly a FPI single, not a clearance, but a friendly window, which talks about how we can get in to make sure that they don't move money out the way they are moving. There's been a massive exodus. Number two, clearly as far as taxation is concerned, we're looking at certain recalibration on taxation as far as long-term and short-term capital gains are concerned on equity and equity-oriented schemes. I think the talk about in the industry was reducing long-term capital gain from 12.5 to 10%, which incidentally, I must say, also kind of brings in the narrative of FII money being more sticky in India. The third quick one is, of course, is on this entire discussion on manufacturing and PLI. I think sectors we continue to see the centerpiece of the the budget discussion will be around, hopefully around manufacturing, incentives on PLI to continue, and on capex. Rahul, I think capex continues to be at 3.2% of the GDP for FY26. We see more money going into urban development, railways, and defense. Our clear vision is that defense we could add about 10 to 15% of numbers as far as capex, the bucket is concerned on defense expenditure, which also, by the way, aids production and employment opportunities across.
What about job creation?
So again, clearly, Vishnu, as far as job creation is concerned, we feel that it still needs to, come down to actual underlying numbers. Still, very, very clearly, we haven't seen execution on the ground. We continue to be stagnating as far as employment numbers are concerned. But of course, the push continues to be for employment generation.
The government's been working in the past several months on trying to improve regulation in the MSME sector. Arnab Basu, while the committees, the Rajiv Gauba committee and a lot of the work that they've been doing has been building up, do we see the government in this budget announce its intention to actually push this through?
So our expectation is that this budget would be a lot about the execution focus and to push it through. And also, if you think of it, when you talk of capex across the sectors, I think the focus also has to be a lot on OPEX, because otherwise we get into this build, neglect, rebuild cycles, in many of the sectors. And also I think a lot around the accessibility. Now, whether you talk about healthcare, you talk about insurance, there were loads of announcements in the last budget. But if you think of the insurance penetration now, where are we? If you think of accessibility of healthcare, where are we? I think there would be a lot of focus on the execution side, so that becomes a reality.
Okay, I want to spend a moment on exports and get Dr. Ratin Roy to explain to our viewers on the impact the trade deal that we've just signed with the EU, as and when it actually gets implemented, has on India's exports going forward. In a medium-term cycle, do you see these trade deals, because Piyush Goyal in that interview that Vishnu did talks about this being $1 trillion opportunity. Do you think it actually is that, or is that more hyperbole?
Forget the $1 trillion. Gazillion dollar opportunity, $billion dollar opportunity. The point is this.
It's $27 trillion between India and the EU combined, ultimately.
All right, maybe it will be 40. That doesn't matter. The question is, can we export more? Then
Sure.
whatever it ends up with, ends up with. There are two ways we could export more. One is, if the free trade deal does what we economists call grey area dynamic effects, which is that because we have to compete in a market which is tough on standards, tough on the quality of production, we actually improve our Achilles heel, which is productivity. If the Indian economy, as a result of these free trade deals, is able to produce things cheaper and more productively than we were doing, and second, is able to transfer some of that to the people who produce these things, then that's a win-win situation for everybody. That is one. The second is on price. When EU import duties come down, then we are able to bargain better in terms of selling them stuff compared to countries that are more productive than us, like Vietnam. You want an explanation, so I'm giving you a textbook explanation, right? Those are the two benefits of free trade deals. Now, if someone wants to go and forecast how much that benefit will quantify to, good luck.
Okay,
I'm
the
not a
finance
politician.
minister is in Parliament now. So the speech is at 11 o'clock, so there's still a little bit of time left, but there she is. And she usually sort of showcases that tablet of hers where she's going to be presenting the budget from on a couple of occasions. So so there she is. It's an electronic budget. There's no papers or whatever it is. It's been like this now for quite a few budgets. But this is interesting. This is that big moment that we've all been waiting for. A
She's
lot
so
of people
calm.
say that.
She's actually grown into the role. She's not. When she just started out, you could see a certain amount of anxiety quite naturally written on her face. Now she's just looking very calm. She's done this 9 times earlier. She's heading towards her all-time record. Harsh, she's looking very, very calm and totally in control.
Absolutely. I think it's you can kind of analyze that she knows what she's doing, and I think despite a lot of naysayers from all sides of the political coalition, few people would cavil that she's done an excellent job, given the economic and political constraints. So I think even Dr. Roy was saying that the fiscal consolidation has been an excellent achievement, and that's not easy for the finance minister to pull off, because you are the Dr. No for all other ministries.
And just so that I can repeat this for our viewers who may have sort of tuned in now, possibly with an eye to the elections, though if she heard me saying that, she'd get very upset. She is wearing a hand-woven Kanjivaram silk sari. It honors Tamil Nadu's age-old weaving legacy. I have a whole lot about what she's wearing today, and I would suggest that it is something that she's done in the past as well, encourage weavers across the country, that entire industry. But just for the benefit of our viewers, there's always a message, and that appears to be one of them.
Yeah, the chief economic advisor is wearing a lovely red scarf.
And I'm sure there'll be much for the textile and the apparel sector.
There would be. Let's
in
see
the
how
budget
much
as well.
mention there is in the budget.
Let's spend a moment talking about the government's priorities on social spends and where the money has been going. I'll take a look at the GRAMG, what used to be Manrega. We take a look at how GRAMG expenditure in thousands of crores has been moving. It went up to a peak of about 112,000 crores in FY21. Since then, it's been coming down to 104 crores in the last fiscal, 71,000 crore rupees spent till January 30 FY26. If you look at the daily wages from G Ramji, so you look at two things. One, that so far the daily wage is about 267, so it was 253 rupees last year, 267, and the number of days people are getting employment also just about 50 last year. So far till January 30 it's been 38.9, but it's actually been flatlining at 50. In the switch from Manrega, Radhika, to G Ramji, and in the way that these figures are presenting the story, how do you think the government is looking at this rural employment mission?
So I think, we've just in the process of making that transition from Manrega to the new scheme. So I think it'll be interesting to see what the budgetary allocation is going to be, because from being a demand-driven program, this is now being shifted to a supply-driven program. So, and also there is a lot of, initially it was entirely funded by the center, and now the states are going to be bearing a part of that cost, the 60-40 burden. So I would be very interested in seeing how that shows up in the budgetary numbers. But I think one thing I want to highlight, because you showed the wages over here. To my mind, the most important part of a program like Manrega is that it serves as a social safety net. Also in a country where you have a very large informal sector, the wages which are set up by programs like Narega actually serve as a floor for minimum wages.
Yeah.
So essentially, if you want to boost the bargaining power of labor, when you have a labor surplus economy which has a very large informal sector, one way of doing that is actually through raising wages in public works programs.
But I just had a little data point, Rahul, which is interesting. When you're talking about G Ramji, the Rural Development Ministry has actually appealed to the Finance Ministry this year to boost the overall outlay to 1.51 lakh crores. That's a 72% hike.
No,
now,
but let's see if that happens or not.
Prasanjit. If I can just on that point. So, I know that there is a lot of political discussion around this transition, and I'm sure Prasanjit will comment on that. But I would just say that, one thing would be that if you could think about increasing those minimum wages, because currently the minimum wages which were under Manrega were actually outside the ambit of the Minimum Wages Act. They were actually set on a separate schedule. So now, if those can actually be lifted, that can play a very big part in boosting the bargaining power of India's informal labor.
Manrega was 86,000 crores last year.
Last year, 86,000.
It's now, what they're looking for is 1.51 lakh crores.
Yeah,
so
the
scheme is different, but the outlay they want way higher.
Yeah, so I would like to say that I think the ministry is absolutely right, because this scheme actually talks about increasing the number of days of guaranteed work, which, as you showed, that it has actually been falling. The number of days people have got work, it has actually been falling.
No, it's been flatlining.
Well, flatlining and falling. This year it has fallen very sharply.
January 30th.
I know, but January means it's 2 more months. It won't even touch the, or even if it touches, the guarantees for 100 days, you are not even being able to give 50 days of guaranteed employment. Now the law has increased it by 25 more days. But the design has changed to a supply-driven one. So I can assure that minister that the finance minister is not going to oblige him. And the point is, you see, that is what, while trying to consolidate, bring about fiscal consolidation, and also to maintain high level of public investment, because private investment is not coming, the government is cutting down on welfare expenditure and pushing the state government.
No, but in some cases
their budget book is looking better. Ms. Sitharaman's budget book is looking better, but the welfare spending has to be done, otherwise poor people can't survive.
No, but
so you're pushing the state governments to do this cash handouts. Their fisc is going out of the window, and your fisc is looking better.
Let me give you a
so you are getting accolades, and you are blaming the state governments for being
That's one way of looking
populist.
at it. The other way of looking at this, Harsh Madhusudan Gupta, is that unlike governments in the past, this government is not constantly increasing by giving one discipline and one crocine allocations across schemes. They're doubling down. They're going for a saturation impact. For example, this is Ayushman Bharat, and Ayushman Bharat, the amounts may not be very big, but the allocations have been going up. In other cases, they've cut back as well. So instead of just increasing by a couple of crores everywhere, what do you think is the priority likely to be in this budget when it comes to social spend?
Two important words here are saturation and consolidation. So you have fewer schemes, but then you take that scheme, you saturate it. Once you're done, for example, an earlier chart showed expenditure on toilets went up and now it's down for the last few years because it's mostly done the job in rural areas for the time being, right? So you can see it went up.
These are the toilets
COVID.
being built. So it went up in FY18 and since has been coming down.
Similarly
That's the point
on electricity, similarly on drinking water.
Sure.
See on NREGA, I think I partially actually agree with Prashantjeet in the sense that it's gone, the welfare spending is gone onto the state fisc, but it's important to segregate capacity building, hard assets and welfare. It's always better to do welfare through a direct income scheme for poor women, etc., as opposed to spending on MNREGA where in the night secretly a JCB comes, it does the actual work, and then the Sarpanch takes the money and gives. I've actually worked on the ground in NREGA in Rajasthan and UP. So my point is a lot of the assets get done through GCB.
You've got one labor economist and one person with a former communist background sitting next to you. You watch where you go. There may be a punch coming your way. You mark
I
it
should be really
strategist.
careful right now. But it's true that a lot of it is a make work scheme, and it's always better to do that transparently through an income scheme. Do the asset creation via capex heavy machines, because instead of shovels you can use spoons and you can create more jobs. So that's MNREGA is conceptually a problematic scheme unless you have an emergency like COVID was.
Let me come in for a second if you don't mind. Look, he's of course right that if it was true, although Keynes would disagree with you, but if it was true that all it was doing was digging holes, but this digging holes trope is, I think, overblown. If you ask the Ministry of Environment and Forests, they have been the biggest beneficiaries of NREGA. Because of the earthworks that have been created, because of the bundings that have been created. So there's a lot of good stuff that's happened in NREGA. The JCB trope, I'm sure, is true.
No, but how effective are the spends? You have to look at that as well.
The earthworks have made it.
Some of it in some schemes may be effective. 100 rupees are being spent, how many are being spent in about 5
I think, this is in a huge country like India. There's no question of, I'm sure that his experience in field surveys, they are true. So in a country like India, where you're spending trillions of rupees on welfare schemes, and given the defective way our administration operates, there are leakages, there are bypassing of rules and so on. So I'm not contesting that. My point is there are two things. One, you are contradicting yourself when you are saying that you favor cash transfer, but you are saying that you favor, on the other hand, you want asset creation schemes. So through NREGA, you were actually creating assets. You are building rural roads, you are digging ponds, you are making minor irrigation projects, including environmental, watershed management, social forestry,
which will continue
and so
to
on.
happen. Now it's a supply side scheme.
No, and now you have destroyed. You have destroyed what the NREGA was meant for. It was meant for as a legal entitlement for people. I am a poor person. The state has a responsibility. If I have nowhere else to go, I don't die of starvation. I have an entitlement. I can go and demand work. You have destroyed that.
Okay.
And let us not forget that when the pandemic came, given India's large pool of unemployment, large pool of poor people, it was NREGA which actually helped them to survive.
The pandemic is over now.
No. Thanks to this government, they pumped in a lot of money.
No, but let's now look at what happens now.
Now they're dismantling the entire scheme itself.
So let us look at where G-Ram ji and the allocations.
So many crores.
Hold on, a second. You have a point to make, Ratin,
All
on
I'm
this.
saying is, don't forget, this government is doing a lot of transfers. I don't like them because it shows a major economic failure. If our extreme poverty rate is in single digits because we subsidize 800 billion people's food. That's not all the poor in India. Most people in India are subsidized for food. That is why we don't have extreme poverty. So those are the most serious issues in terms of the fact that a lot of government spending, in my view, both in the states and the center, is going to compensating people for failure to develop their lives. So sorry, you didn't develop.
So failure to generate employment. So we go back to the same story. You can't generate employment through this growth. So what do? You either have to run programs like NREGA, or you have to hand out cash to people.
So there's no point squabbling about which to do. The point is, there's a collective
So
failure.
let us debate on the pattern of growth that we are having.
Can I just go across to Ridhima Bhatnagar? She's been speaking to a whole bunch of bullion traders. Given the huge volatility in the bullion market that we've seen over the past about 48 hours, Ridhima, what are bullion traders expecting from the finance minister, if at all?
So we are at the Dalal Street, and you're right in saying that there was a big crash in gold and silver which happened a couple of days back, and the people are still the investors are still catching the whole volatility in the environment, and the budget is expected to not do much for the investors this time, because the previous time, if you remember, there were GST cuts and reforms done for the investors. So this time around, the street is a little lull, and any sort of uptick from the government about be it bullion or be it other things like defense is expected to see a capex increase by 15%. So that could really move the markets up going forward. And also the investors are expecting that there could be a cut in the long-term capital gains tax, which the investors have been expecting from the government, so that there's ease of trading. And also the government is expected to ease the rules of rationalization of taxation for the foreign investors, the portfolio investors, so that we can have more investment in the Indian equity markets. And also other sectors which could see a pickup today are manufacturing, infrastructure. Major boom could be seen in that. And the street market experts say that the government will follow consolidation and will make sure that the debt to GDP ratio remains low, and fiscal prudence is being followed through.
Okay, Ridhima, we'll come back to you in just a while. I wanted to go back to Nasser for one key point. A couple of budgets back, we were talking about gross non-performing assets in the banking sector. It was one of the biggest headlines. We had banks which were falling. We had lakhs of crores of money disappearing for small-time individuals. That is not the case. In fact, if you look at the gross non-performing assets number, it's fallen to a multi-decade low of 2.2% of September. So it's a big win for us, isn't it?
Absolutely, Vishnu. I must tell you, in the last few years, there's been a massive good collection as far as non-performing assets have really reduced over the years. I think also because, we brought in the Banking Act, which ensured that money was not just, given out to everybody.
Yeah.
A lot of controls have come in there. And I think banks need to be supporting this entire capex push, right?
Mm-hmm.
Today we see more PSU banks going and giving out more money, followed by private sector banks. I think, traditionally, each time when we look at the banking platforms, private sector banks usually are more skeptical giving out money, because the reasons best known. There are a lot of leakages in the system. But now in the last few years, we've seen a lot of participation in PSU banks, I must tell you. And also in terms of consortium financing. So when a PSU comes in and gives you large chunks of money, you also see a lot of private banks coming in and participating in that. So I think that's a good story there. But to your point, to the previous point on gold and silver, because that's something that we track very closely. I think one of the expectations is of reduction of import duty on both the metals. And if that happens, because there's been a lot of demand from the jewelers, we interact with them a lot, and they keep coming back and saying that can we reduce import duty on gold? Now that could be an expectation. Obviously, what has gained a lot of popularity, I must tell you, Vishnu and Rahul, is that ETFs in India have now become very, very popular. We have a lot of digital money participating in gold and silver. And I think one of the major impacts there is that if we can reduce long-term capital gains, which I again repeatedly said in my prior point, was from 12.5 to 10%. If that happens, Vishnu, that's again a big expectation again from at least the bullion people and the industry.
I think another area as far as banks and, or if you'd like to take this particular point, bank credit growing just under 15%. Again, that's a huge area that sort of pushes us towards the growth numbers we seek. How important is that?
See, I think it's a very important metric to be monitored. And I think the expectation is much more, right? And I think you also have to see the quality of the growth. I think sometimes what we forget is that in India with the numbers, we only look at the broad numbers. What is the access to capital for MSMEs? I think that has to be seen. The big numbers can always be done because of the big industries getting access to capital. So I think that would become a very, very important thing for the FM to focus on, that what is the quality of capital going and who is the recipient. Do they actually need it, or it is somebody else who is getting that benefit.
R. Mukundan joins us. He heads up Tata Chemicals, also the president designate at CII. You've been having a lot of conversations with the budget makers in the build-up to the budget. From what you've gathered in terms of the government's priorities, how do you think this budget is likely to be different from the last couple of budgets that the finance minister has presented? Mr. Mukundan.
So, thank you, Rahul. I think fundamentally this budget is going to drive home and build forward. One of the areas which government has been focused on is the external front in terms of linkages through FTAs and other elements. And I think to support that, what we also need is a next round of reforms or easing in terms of the, let's say, the customs and that part of the indirect taxes. So I think that's something which government will certainly focus on. But I think there'll be continued focus, in my view, on manufacturing, continued focus on MSME, continued focus on making sure that the sectors which are growing fast are well supported, and that would be like things like GCC, electronics, you pick them. Government is a slew of sectors they want to support. So I think it'll be very targeted. I think that's the way I see this. This budget is going to have, it has constraints in terms of finances, in terms of adhering to the growth numbers, but they will address it through very targeted approach.
You know, one of the things we haven't spoken of much so far, and is one of the big elephants in the budget making room, are the global headwinds the finance minister faces, Dr. Atin Roy, as she prepares this budget. The uncertainty around tariffs, the mercurial nature of American President Donald Trump, and the impact this has on the global markets. To what extent do they impact the thinking of budget makers preparing these documents?
Well, I wouldn't know, but I would be very encouraged by the fact that I don't work with this government at all, but they did reach out to me when the tariffs happened, and my message was reassuring that we can handle this if we do it smart. And they did do it smart. So this should really encourage the finance minister to stay the course and understand that Mr. Trump's ability to debilitate our economy with these tariffs, as he seems to think is possible, ain't gonna happen.
Right.
All we have to do is steady our nerve and make sure that we do the kind of things encouraged. I'll give you an example in a minute. The kind of things that our state governments have been doing. This government has not tried to take credit, unlike many other things it has done, for stuff that state governments do. So maybe because it's an NDA partner. Telugu Desam government, Andhra got a big hit. Shrimps were massacred because that's our biggest market. Within 2 months, they changed quality control standards. Nara Lokesh went to Australia and signed a shrimp export agreement in 60 days. The Americans panicked. Now they're doing third country buying of shrimp. So if you leave the private sector alone and give them support where they need it, I think you'd be able to surmount the tariff crisis very easily. Volatility, I think, is above her pay grade.
I just want to.
That's a prime minister level issue.
I just want to add. I just want to add 2 points to that, Rahul. See, this entire tariff debate, right? I think I'm hoping that the government will announce that today in the budget. Is that this entire targeted tariff rebate and relief scheme? That is something which is the need of the hour, right? In addition to that, I think the export credit guarantee schemes that can come in to help some of these major hit exporters. I think that is what is required, is the need of the hour today. We've been talking about this issue now for the last 9 months or so. Do we have a proactive plan? I think today we need to have a separate bucket of funds allocated to these two important tariff-related sectors, whether it's gems, jewelry, textiles, they've all been hit really bad. And I think the point that all of you have been alluding to is on MSME. I must tell you, they are the engines of growth in this country. Believe it or not, exactly. This entire, you asked me a question on employment. I think that's where we need to be putting all our resources and ensuring that the entire system. We spoke about banks also right now, private sector banks and some of the larger PSUs. Shadow system of banking, which is NBFC today. They also need to be ensured. They need to ensure that money is flowing into MSME for their borrowing costs.
Okay,
right? I have a very quick thing to add for the budget. One unfortunate thing the government has done, this is very government of India type, joint secretary type thinking, is they have put a timeline that your tariff relief, all the stuff you're saying, will come till December 31. Then they extend it to March 31. I mean, just, be brave. Just say that we will have these reliefs as long as it takes, as long as the geopolitical situation merits this.
No, but I think there's an important point. Again, just going back to what Piyush Goyal told me yesterday, he is in no hurry to push through the deal with America. It'll happen when it happens. And he says that we do not negotiate this on any timeline given to us by anyone.
Great, then keep the tariff. Don't keep commuting the tariffs.
I think that reflects what we were all talking about.
Let's get an opposition perspective in on this.
There is a certain belief that we can actually hold on despite the American pressure.
Salman Soz joins us. He's a development economist, member of the Congress Party. Mr. Soz, welcome. Given the headwinds that the economy faces globally at this moment, the economic survey projects growth numbers between 6.8 and 7.2. Many here on the panel arguing that given the trouble the rest of the world is in terms of growth, the Indian economy under this government and this finance minister isn't doing too badly.
Well, that is what seems like to be the headline number. But I think we all know, and maybe we don't all say it on TV unless we are in the opposition, that looks can be deceptive. I was listening to some of the comments that were made, and I disagree with a couple of your guests who said that this government should focus on manufacturing and MSMEs, because they should, that is what they've done. They basically destroyed these areas. Manufacturing as a share of GDP is now lower than it has ever been, maybe since the 1960s. MSMEs are destroyed. Your Bombay Stock Exchange small caps have lost 20% valuation since 2024. So I think we should be a little more, when people come on TV, if you don't speak up, you will keep getting the same BS that we've been getting. I keep reading. Every time I look up, somebody's written about green shoots. Green shoots we can see green shoots in investments. Nobody talks about why private sector investment has been so weak for so long. This government has had a huge mandate since 2014. And today we are in a situation, and we should talk about budgets. If you look at the big budget numbers, fiscal deficit. Oh, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, what a genius! She's going to maintain this budget deficit at 4.4%. Then you look up stories, and then you say, "Oh my God, how are they doing this?" And I'll tell you how they're doing it. Because you're not spending funds in key ministries. Ministry of Jal Shakti, 9% spent up to December. And then you have Delhi, where 2 million people have no water. What are we talking about? What amazing, what is this economy? 8% growth, 7% growth. Meanwhile, your FDI is running negative, net FDI is running negative. Your rupee is falling, is the worst performing currency in Asia. We talk about the Indian rupee going down about 6% in the last year against the dollar. Against the euro, we're down 20%. So I would urge everybody, of course, when the government does something, for example, in 2021-22, Nirmala Sitharaman was the minister, and she moved some of the off-budget kind of items, and they made the budget more transparent. That's good. So we should recognize good things, and I support that. But at the same time, if you look at the deficit numbers from those days when India was part of the Fragile Five versus where we are today, it's very similar. Very similar. If you look at our total debt as a share of GDP, in fact, it's higher. So I think we should all ask a few more questions.
We've got a contrarian view. Go ahead. You had a point to make?
I feel that to say that the Indian economy is effectively dead, which is what Salman is saying, goes against all geo-economic expressions of FTAs being signed as recently as last week. So, I suppose the reality is somewhere in the middle. The simple fact is the Indian GDP is growing at around 8% in real terms. We can quibble about nominal and real. We'll get to know the numbers in a month, as I said, so we don't have to wait that much. Donald Trump said the Indian economy is a dead economy. Rahul Gandhi said it's a dead economy. Clearly, it's not. Mr. Salman is talking about small caps. They had an excellent 5-year CAGR. So you can begin September 2024 and then say they've collapsed by 20-25 percentage points. Well, what about they all went up 2x or 3x before that for 3-4 years? So we can start any time selectively, but we can't say that fiscal consolidation is weak and also spending is not happening. So you have to pick a lane in that way. You can't play it both
Spend a
ways.
moment with Mr. Mukundan on private investment and this concern that people in government have that private investment hasn't taken off at the speed and in the spirit in which it should have. Now, of course, industry says, they'll cite certain instances, some big headline project numbers, but the fact is, as an aggregate, given how the economy is at this moment, given capacity utilization, CAPEX should be much more than it is. How do you look and respond to that?
So Rahul, I came prepared only with one item for this meeting, on private sector capex, because I knew that we can agree on every item, but the only item on which you would want to engage with private sector is on the capex we are spending. So here are the numbers. I'm going to read them out.
Sure.
New projects 9.3 lakh crores, 8% and 18% increase growth over year on year. These are gross numbers. 92% of all new investment, 10.1 lakh crores have been private sector capex. So again, very, very sharp growth. 30% growth in capex over last 5 years. 26-27, 2,600 private sector capex which have been completed, 16 lakh crore. And let me say 1,700 projects are getting completed, 9 lakh crores. 900 private sector projects are getting completed, 7 lakh crores. 11 large projects, when I say large, it's greater than 20,000 crore, amount to 475,000 crore, which is getting completed mainly in the area of electronics, solar and steel and one chemical project. So clearly we've identified where the growth is happening. So really the point about private sector capex was a valid statement maybe 2 years ago, but then having laid the ground, government did the hard work in terms of pushing the infrastructure, making sure things were in order. I think now private sector is stepping up and we are only going to see very, very positive momentum.
What's your sense of the report card of the private sector when it comes to investing more and spending more?
Well, I think they're being perfectly sensible and not investing more because there's no demand. When you have a demand shortfall, you can't expect the private sector to invest. These are all lakh crore numbers, and I would like to point out, this is all kinds of capex. Capex can also mean financial investment. We don't know whether this is fixed capital formation or not, which is real investment that increases output. If I had some numbers as to how much...
I have list of projects, by the way. When I say the list of projects...
Can you tell me what the output growth will be from these projects?
Fundamentally, let me highlight...
And in this financial year,
we can discuss... we can discuss this, but broadly speaking, we have actually, because of this point from the government side, we've actually gone back to members and listed them out and come out with this whole list. And this is specific projects state by state. Chhattisgarh has got a highest level of investment. Let me again say, contrary to belief, I think Tamil Nadu and Gujarat have similar investment of about 5 lakh crore, 4.5 lakh crore. So we've not done this on a very gross basis. We've gone very specific. And we are willing to put this table, and I can share this data with you.
I would love to see the table. I'd love to see when the output comes out. But the point is that this time, in terms of contribution to GDP, private investment is very low. And
no, but you can't force private investment. You can't as government, you can say this is where I will spend.
That point is absolutely valid. When you said you can't force private investment, and also your point about, till capacity utilization reaches a figure you want start, I think we reached a figure of 75-80% only 2 years ago. So now the next wave of capex is coming. And for this capex to stick, there's also a whole list of stalled projects. By the way, we got a list of about 200,000 crore of stalled projects in various places. We got to unlock them. There are specific measures government can undertake, project by project, and they are beginning to monitor now. There's a central ministerial monitoring of these projects, which is now giving them a push to move forward.
Mr. Salman Soz wants to come in on this. Mr. Soz, the fact is you can't force the private sector to invest in the sectors that Mr. Mukundan mentions, where they see growth in the future, where they see demand in the future. That's where companies like his and others are going out investing. ये कोई डंडे से थोड़ी कि आप invest करो.
No, of course. I mean, why would we want companies to invest if there is? Demand is weak. Pratin is right. And by the way, if you look at the latest inflation data, it's hovering around zero, maybe even negative. I hope it's a temporary blip. I hope we don't slip into a Japan-like situation. But the thing is, of course, that means if the demand has been weak, private sector companies basically made huge profits and they kept them. Good for them. I'm glad for them. They're going to enjoy life, and now they will start investing a little bit. All that is good. But we really have to kind of, that's why I say we should ask tough, not just ask tougher questions, just reasonable. What is going to happen? Just to look at the macro picture now. What's happening with this economy? You are basically your divisible pool of funds. Because we're talking about the budget. Let's talk about the budget. Because today is budget day. Let's talk about the budget. Your divisible pool has shrunk because your government takes up a lot of money through cesses and surcharges. It's 40% more than it used to be under UPA. And that is after it was doubled by this government. That means states are getting a smaller share than the Finance Commission would recommend. Now,
but Salman, can you hear me?
Just finish. Let me finish. When you take Manrega and you repeal it, you put more money for the states to spend. You will not have as much spending. You will have weaker demand. You'll have deflationary pressures, and then your private sector investment will be further tepid. That is what is going to happen. Wait and watch.
Okay, all right. But just in terms of any response that you may have, Salman, to what Mr. Mukundan is saying, pointing out that private sector investment, contrary to opinion, is actually gone up. Now, we can argue that it's not where it needs to be, but he's spoken about specific states where there is investment in terms of projects as well. In fact, is there anything further you'd like to add to that?
No, we have the data, we can share it. And I think I'm happy to send it to anyone who has a view on the private sector capex, and we can engage. I think the key thing for private sector investment is, one is the market demand. The second one, I think, is creating the right environment. Some states have created the right environment, have been engaging with the companies to come in, and they are finding the investments are coming in. And thirdly, I think we see a huge opportunity. I think the way the private sector views India is India is an ocean of stability in a sea of turbulence. And I think we need to, and this is a big market. And if you take the long-term view, many of these projects are being done not for today, but for 20, 25 years.
Prasenjit Bose has a question for you.
Yeah, I won't contest the numbers that you are giving. Would like to, engage with it, as you said. But I have a slightly different question. If you take a longer-term view, now clearly, if you look at the UPA era, and I think he would agree with me, Soz would agree with me there, that it was the private sector which really took the lead in the capex process. And and when that happens, you don't need only numbers, you just need to see around. See how Delhi was transformed around the time of the Commonwealth Games. Look at the Delhi airport, the Mumbai airport, and all of that infrastructure investments. This government has been in power for over a decade now. Why is it the case that the capex cycle, and now the government has started officially complaining about the fact that despite very deep corporate tax cuts and many other incentives, the corporate sector has not lived up to its share of responsibility in terms of
So firstly,
investment.
I think you keep shifting the goalposts. So
No.
I cannot respond.
Let
Let me address what I mean by shifting the goalposts.
Let him respond.
Let me respond. So fundamentally, you spoke about Delhi's infrastructure. Correct. I think that's a government spending, and it's not a private sector spending. Private sector has a role in it. And if you look at what Bombay has done in last, let's say, 1 year, with the coastal road, with metro, all the actions, I think these have been done by the government, and they're going to do even more. They opened a new airport. That's a bottleneck there. So I think infrastructure, certainly government needs to continue to spend, because two key factor costs for private sector. These are two key costs. One is the power, and the second one is logistics. Both have to be brought down to competitive levels, worldwide competitive levels. The second piece, in my view, is that I think as the capacity utilization has increased, companies have gone in. And thirdly, I think the environment for private sector is now more prudent. You look at what happened during that era. I lived through that era. 30 years we've been in this. And at that time, there was a massive overinvestment. Banks had a huge credit crisis. There were defaults happening. But this time, the capex cycle, banks are in great health. You also don't want to wreck your financial system when spending your capex. You want to do everything in a prudent way. So I think my view of the budget formation is that we should stay the course. We should internally reform. We should make sure that the factor costs for all manufacturing, other sectors are addressed in a way that we can look long term. And India is a steady ship. We don't want to rock this too much. So I think stay the course, do the sense, because what we can do in a volatile world, we can only address internally.
Okay,
and that's
Radhika
what's
wants to
happening.
make a point.
So I just wanted to come in very quickly on the sectoral breakdown that you gave of the private capex. And it would be interesting to actually reflect on the role of PLI in this, because a lot of the sectors that you mentioned are actually under the production-linked incentive scheme. And so then to the larger question of whether the government can actually force the private sector
No, but
to
why
invest.
is that a bad thing? That's the whole point of having
It's a
PLIs.
great thing. That's what I'm saying. And so if that is indeed the case, that the production-linked incentive scheme is being successful in incentivizing the private sector to invest, given that there is some uncertainty about demand, both domestically and externally, and there is Chinese overcapacity, I think we can expect to see more PLI-like announcements in the budget and more targeted sectoral approaches in terms of industrial policy. I mean, it seems to me then that industrial policy might start to have to work.
Since you're speaking about PLI scheme, the last point I'd make on this is that, we know electronics has been a great success. What we've recommended to government is to build forward. I again say, I think each budget has to build forward from where we are. Once you have a success, the next level of success in electronics is going to be components. If you look at ecosystem worldwide, most component and big assembly units are within about 10 kilometers of each other. So we need large-scale industrial electronic parks. We need to get the component suppliers to come in and invest. So I think this is something which we can do. There are only 20 big component suppliers. We don't have to reach to 100 people. And there are Indian companies which are happy to partner. So I think we have to look ahead and say which are the sectors which has got a capacity to grow and push ahead in a coordinated way.
Okay, I think we're going to let
I had
Mr.
a brief
Mukundan
point
go.
to make, but the chart has gone.
All
this is very well, but you will note that gross fixed capital formation, which is where the rubber hits the road, is today lower than it was before COVID by 3 percentage points.
No, but it's higher than it was for the past couple of years.
Past couple of years, yes, but much lower than it was before COVID. So there's a lot of it, long way to go. And why is that happening? People keep mentioning airports. Bombay Airport, it was formulated when I was 30 years old. Okay, I'm double that age now. And then just inaugurated it halfway. Now, what will happen then is that you're investing, let's say, a certain amount of money. It's not going to show up in GFCF till it is actually inaugurated. So again, the story behind low capital investment in the country is also a story of low productivity. And this is something the private sector needs to pay much more attention to than it is doing now.
We're getting some reactions from those involved in the process of making the budget. The Minister of State for Finance, Pankaj Chaudhary, speaking. Let's just get a word in and see what the budget makers are saying.
देखिए, पिछले 11 सालों से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो उनके नेतृत्व में जो बजट पेश हुआ, देश की जनता की आकांक्षाओं पे और देश को आगे बढ़ाने वाला बजट था। और आज का बजट जो पेश हो रहा है 2047 के विकसित भारत को ध्यान में रख करके बजट आएगा।
देखिए, एक ऐतिहासिक बजट होगा और विकसित भारत का एक रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस, प्राइम मिनिस्टर का रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ेगा। और भारत का बजट को आज के दिन में विश्व देखता है, पूरा देखता है कि भारत का बजट में क्या होगा। तो सब हम लोग अच्छा से उम्मीद के साथ आज बजट सुनेंगे।
विकसित और आत्मनिर्भर भारत का बजट।
क्या अब की बार वो जो हमारा डूबता हुआ सूक्ष्म, लघु और मध्यम उद्योग कुछ इसके लिए राहत देंगी? क्या जो ईमानदारी से इनकम टैक्स देते हैं उनके स्लैब को बढ़ाएंगी? आर्थिक स्थिति हमारी बद से बदतर हो गई, दुनिया में कोई निवेश करने नहीं आ रहा है। मेरा सबसे बड़ा सवाल यही होगा, क्या पूंजी निवेश हो सके भारत में, भारत के लोग कर सकें, इस पर कोई सकारात्मक कदम उठाएंगे या फिर जिन राज्यों में चुनाव हो रहा है उसी के लिए पॉपुलर बजट आएगा?
What the finance minister has to tell us, the economic survey projects good economic growth, but our problem very much for the young people of this country is whether that growth is going to be accompanied by jobs. A jobless growth doesn't help anyone. So we are anxious to see what kind of schemes they have in mind to generate more jobs in this country for the young people of India. And apart from that, there will be many things. We in Kerala, with an election coming up, are looking to see what benefits the central government might give our state. A lot of needs in our state. So we'll see. At the moment, frankly, until the budget is presented, it's difficult to talk. So
about how the government's been building out the country's infrastructure story. I'll go back to our dashboard and take a look at capital formation. We'll start from here. Look at the gross capital formation numbers as a percentage of the GDP. This is the point that Ratin Roy was alluding to, that it's lower than it has been in the past. For example, if you go back to the previous government, it was 33.4% in FY13, but it's actually at this moment at about 30%. This is crucial because this is actually investment that is taking place at this moment. It's gone down in the COVID era to about 27.3. Ratin Roy, this is where you wanted to come in and make a comment, right? So now built, and for these GCCs that are being set up, the kind of power capacity India will need in the future needs to move at a far faster pace than it is. You're seeing images there of Prime Minister Modi walking into the new Parliament House for Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to present this budget. But Hashmadhu, this fact that you've got to be building out power capacity at a far faster pace than we're currently being able to do. Elon Musk is talking about generating power in space. On Mother Earth, our numbers are growing, but growing very slowly.
So, Rahul, very quickly on the GFCF, or the
gross capital formation.
The gross fixed capital formation as a percentage of GDP, a large part of it is not private large company capex. It is quite simply real estate capex at a residential level, in small towns, etc. The decade before the noughties, right? So I think a huge part that is discussed less today, because it's the budget day, it's not RBI day, is the real interest rates in this country. So if we are discussing deflator being at 1%, even Salman was said that inflation or GDP, CPI, WPI is close to zero. It may bounce back a bit, but if your repo rate is at 5.25%, your real rate is 2 to 3 percentage points in the positive. In the first decade of the century, it was often negative. So I think this is not a very surprise in that sense, that the private sector is slightly reluctant, even though the numbers are increasing off a low base. That the real estate cycle is not turning. So I think as the trade deals get done, the dollar cycle has started to come down from last year in January. You will see interest rate rationalization in the coming months and quarters. And accordingly, the private sector plus the real estate cycle will pick up again. It's a cycle. It takes a decade strong, decade flat, decade strong, and decade flat.
One of the points which we haven't, or one of the sectors we haven't addressed at all so far, is manufacturing. And the numbers for manufacturing, again in the economic survey, are fairly good. I mean, if you take a look, for example, the sector as a whole is expanding by 8.1%, with high-tech sectors like electronics, which is so critical to a lot of what we are talking about, expanding at almost 35%, motor vehicles at 33.5%. Now that's explosive growth. So again, your thoughts on that as we wait for the budget?
So actually, if you really look at manufacturing as a share of GDP, or the share of the manufacturing sector in total employment, that has remained stagnant, and that's actually been the case since 1991 almost. The share of manufacturing in GDP has fluctuated somewhere between 17 to 18%, and in employment that number is 11 to 12%. So I think just looking at these year-on-year numbers of growth is not sufficient alone. And manufacturing actually,
as a percentage of GDP,
it has to
it's
be
not
seen
enough.
as a percentage of GDP. It hasn't gone up. And why that's important is because of the nature of structural transformation that India has undergone. Remember that 45% of India's workforce is still in the agricultural sector. And if you want to boost growth, one of the key drivers of growth is going to be from the reallocation of labor from a relatively low productivity sector like agriculture to higher productivity sectors like manufacturing.
But you don't find these manufacturing numbers impressive?
Like I'm saying, they're year-on-year growth numbers, whereas to actually assess the performance, you have to look at these as a share of GDP. The other thing I want to point out here is that when you look at the manufacturing numbers, and you yourself alluded to the high-tech sectors, actually we should be seeing more labor-intensive manufacturing. Ironically, contrary to other countries at similar level of development.
But it's not one or the other. I mean, if you've got electronics growing at 35%.
So electronics actually creates a lot of jobs, but a lot of other sectors, like for example, pharma, petrochemical, these are very capital-intensive industries. They don't create employment. I'm not saying that these are sectors that shouldn't be doing well, but given India's comparative advantage as a labor surplus nation, we should actually see labor-intensive manufacturing perform very well.
Not just this,
and actually, the economic survey, if I can just conclude, makes that point quite emphatically. The importance of labor-intensive manufacturing, not only as a driver of growth and job creation, but also strategically for currency stability and for lowering the cost of stability. And the importance of export-driven labor-intensive manufacturing.
The key point that I think she's making, and I completely agree with it, that for a year or two, the growth numbers may seem to be impressive. But on a long-term basis, if you look at this entire Make in India story and what happened to that initiative, I think that speaks for itself. The point about a sustainable manufacturing-driven growth process, which India has been trying to attain for a very long time, I think that during the UPA era, with this PPP in infrastructure and with export push, to some extent it appeared as if to be taking off, but then this NPA crisis and bad loans crisis and all came and took hold, and the global financial crisis and so on. So it's a different story. This government, I think that while we are debating and often praising the impressive macroeconomic numbers, I think the biggest failure of this government has been to have that Make in India dream come true. That you have to have sustainable manufacturing exports and export surpluses.
No, but can I just say that the entire dream of Make in India can only come if there is a certain level of technology infusion and you've got maturity and an industrial ecosystem to back it.
Yeah, so
the entire model, for example, of Atmanirbharta is key to the defense sector, perhaps more as rhetoric than any other sector.
Absolutely.
It's just not possible to do it
so
overnight.
you have to invest in R&D.
Correct. So
you have to build your higher education system, your scientific research. So that's the whole point.
My only point to you is that Atmanirbharta is essential, but it cannot happen overnight.
No.
It's something which can take it'll take a long period of time. Look at what China's been doing.
Absolutely.
Right across the board.
They have attracted
it's
FDI
25 years plus that they've actually done it.
So Vishnu, I am agreeing with you. So I am saying that look at the macro numbers of China on a long-term basis. First of all, their investment rate was almost 40%, their saving and investment rate.
Yes.
We are still a consumption-driven growth process and we are celebrating it. Where is our investment rate? And both the public, this entire public versus private debate in terms of investment for a large economy like India is a meaningless debate. The government has to invest, the private sector has to invest, and we have to invest more and more.
Priyanka Gandhi is speaking at this moment. Let's just listen in to what she said.
I don't have much expectation, but let's see what this is. I don't have much expectation, but let's see what this is.
You know, I want to spend a moment looking at GST collections. The government introduced a slew of GST reductions. Let's take a look at how that's impacted monthly collections. This is GST monthly collection at 1.8 lakh crores in November 25. The peak has been 2.4 lakh crores. Ratin Roy, has this been now factored in? Are you still expecting as GST collection, as these GST cuts settle in, is this now going to be a relative flat line, or do you see some kind of an uptick taking place here?
These are actually very good numbers. If you take the larger view, then you'd say that the model GST collection is something like 1.8 crores every year. And that is as true after the cuts in GST as before the cuts in GST. Which means, again, the Indian economy is extremely resilient to these sorts of cuts because there's a lot of elasticity there. So cutting GST and meant that demand for many things has gone up. So the net GST collection is a function of demand going up versus the rate going down, and that is roughly neutral, which is why the CE said in the economic survey
just use this
GST tracks nominal growth, and it is tracking nominal growth here. Not to worry, it's always done that. There's a lot more we can do to increase GST collections, but that is more in the realm of institutional reform. But otherwise, given the level of institutions we have and our collection efficiencies, this is good performance.
Let's take a look at the tax to GDP ratio. What you want as a country is for the tax being collected by the government as a percentage of the GDP to be going up. That's now at 12%. Radhika Kapoor, your thoughts or formulations on what the finance minister could potentially look at to try and increase the tax to GDP ratio? It's higher than it has been in the past. What more can the finance minister do to try and increase it?
Well, I would say do not try and increase it first.
Don't try and increase it.
You're getting 7% growth. You have very high levels of unemployment. You have just given a tax cut of 1 lakh rupees. Why have you given that?
No.
My first job paid me 3,500 rupees a month in 1988. I paid tax. Why? Because with 5 or 6 years salary, if you had EMIs then, I could have bought a flat in Vasant Kunj. Today, the poor fellow earns 80,000 rupees a month in my first job. He doesn't pay tax because he or she cannot even afford to buy a house. People complain they go and drink blue tokai coffee. What the hell else will they do? There is no hope for them. So therefore, I don't think we should torture people, especially young people, who are getting jobs at the worst possible starting entry rates now, by asking them to pay income tax. Jitna hai, utna chodo.
Radhika, you
I mean, also just to add to what Ratin is saying, I mean, I don't think there would be much scope for also, you don't have too many tools to actually increase that at this point. I mean, I don't think she's going to restructure income tax. I don't think there's no scope for GST announcements in the budget. The other is looking at import duties. We're actually hoping for a reduction and a rationalization of import duties to incentivize export-oriented manufacturing in particular. So I don't expect to see much change in this.
Tax code comes into implementation from the 1st of April this year. How do you see that impacting the lives of those who are watching? The attempt is to try and rationalize, make it easier, bring it all together. To what extent do you think the government at this moment seems on target to be able to achieve that?
See, I think there are two parts of it. One part of what we are trying to do as a nation is trying to see how we increase domestic consumption even more, right? And I agree that we should not be increasing taxes any further. I think we probably need to get it down a bit now. Right? And I agree with that, if you look at the tax to GDP ratio, it should ideally be somewhere between 10.5 to 11.5. Going to 12, that's actually quite high. So we don't expect that to go up at all.
I have a slightly different point of view here. Because I would like to ask this question to Professor Roy especially. That income tax, I think that last budget itself has announced what it is going to do in this budget. So you got your relief as far as income tax is concerned. It's a well-deserved relief. Because when we are talking about direct taxes to GDP, I think that we are not talking about the elephant in the room. That is, the income tax collections have been surpassing corporate tax collections for almost the entire post-COVID period. So the revenue mobilization strategy in the post-COVID period has relied on income tax collections, not on corporate tax collections. Now, the last economic survey, which came out just before the Lok Sabha elections, it explicitly said that the corporate sector has not responded positively in terms of investment to the very deep corporate tax cuts. So when you are saying that there is no scope of raising the tax GDP ratio, I think that the corporate taxation, there's a lot of talk about this nudge theory nowadays. I think that we should talk in terms of employment-linked taxation policies.
Wait. You can't have it both ways. You want the private sector to increase investment.
Exactly.
They are not increasing investment, I agree with you.
So then what do you do?
They have understood very well that you don't need to invest to increase profits. Nothing the government can do about that. It requires a much more structural change. But now, if you raise corporate taxes, they'll say we won't invest because we raise my tax.
Okay, so can
So then what kind of is this policy efficient? You have cut taxes, you have lost revenues because of that, which could have been spent on increasing your infra spend and so on. And now you're complaining that it has not worked. But still, now you can't raise it again.
But the solution for that is not going back to increasing the tax.
The solution is maybe we can look at a taxation structure which rewards employment generation. Some kind of an employment-linked...
there already is one.
There isn't one.
Okay,
it is not working. Our corporate taxation does not reward employment generation.
Okay, I want to bring in now Rajiv Memani, President at CII, heads up Ernst & Young in India. Mr. Memani, welcome. You've been part of several consultations with government in the build-up to this budget. We heard from sources in the government that they're going to be laying a lot more emphasis on Part B of the budget this year. How are you reading that? What would you like our viewers to look out for the most?
Yeah, no, thanks, Rahul. I don't know where they are going to put emphasis on, honestly, but I think if you just look at where things overall, the macroeconomics are strong, GDP is strong. We have our tax revenue growth has not been that good, and we have a very uncertain geopolitical, geoeconomic environment. So honestly, in terms of tax reliefs or other things, I don't anticipate much. I think whatever government had to give, I think they've given.
Sure.
So I think where government, if they focus on Part B, I hope they focus much more on certainty, on dispute resolution, and areas like that, which gives more certainty from a tax standpoint.
In all the
dispute
meetings that
resolution.
you've had with your own members at CI, what are the key pain points that you're picking up which you'd like the government to address proactively?
I think in terms of taxes, people are not up. I mean, one area where people are looking at relief, and CI has been actively requesting for that, is looking at accelerated depreciation, given what's happening around the world. I think a lot of focus, honestly, has been on, there is the number of tax disputes, litigations, those numbers are going up. I mean, we have pendencies which are running into 8-9 years. Especially
so the government's been talking about single window clearance.
But that's, I was focusing on tax. So, CIT appeals, there is a massive bulk up that's happened. APAs have done, but the pile up is much more. Advance ruling is not there. On customs duty, there are a lot of pending litigation. So is there a way that we can have an amnesty scheme? So at least you draw clean and start fresh. The number of tariff disputes, number of heads that we have. So it's much more around that than specific tax relief.
So Rajiv, would it be correct for me to say that this is unlikely to be a big bang budget where we see some massive reforms? It's more about holding, because we are facing a difficult environment at one level.
Yeah, I think you need buffers in this kind of environment. So I do believe that if you look at big bang from tax numbers and everything, they've done that. I think GST relief that was given has already been given. Personal tax relief that had to be given has already been given. Our tax rates are pretty competitive right now. So I think if you look at big bang reforms, they need to be probably much more in the areas of ease of doing business. How do we unlock our factors, cost of, how do we reduce, make ourselves more competitive from an economy standpoint? Which are the industries, which are the list of 50, 100 industries that we really want to focus on? They're not going to announce in the budget, but as long as they can give a timeline, and what are, if we will be allowed, technology transfers, or if we are looking at, PLIs or incentive schemes for specific products, those sectors that are really pulling ahead, like electronics manufacturing and others, can we ensure that we support them further, build the value chains, build the clusters? So you may call them big bang or small bang, whatever bang it is, but there is enough to look at. And on the banking side, on the PSU banks, if they can raise the FDI limit from 20% to 49%, I think the economic survey articulated this very well, that we have a issue on our currency. Our current account deficit is almost on merchandise is almost $280 to $90 billion, which is 7% of GDP. Outside of UK, there is no other developed country in the world. UK said goodbye to manufacturing long back. Even US has a better this thing. So I think we need to focus really hard on trying to make manufacturing competitive and put a path forward for that.
What are your members making of the trade deal that Minister Goyal and the government have signed with EU?
Very positive. It opens up a market which is roughly 20 trillion in terms of GDP. And the second thing is, in terms of EU imports, that's almost 3 trillion. India's share is minuscule. So especially for labor-intensive sectors, for technology transfers, even for engineering, manufacturing, I think it will give a boost to manufacturing even in India. I know lots of EU companies will look at setting up bases. They also want to diversify their risk from one or two geographic locations around the world. So I think that's very positive. I think the key now is to ensure that we go through the implementation, work very closely with the EU to see that that thing gets implemented.
We were having a raging debate around private investment and the need for animal spirits to be seen in the animal spirit fashion that we require. It's been spoken of. How strong are your animal spirits at the moment?
No, my animal spirits. I don't. India. Okay. No, I think Indian. If you look at the overall sentiment, it's very positive in India. I mean, companies have done well. Balance sheets are strong. Bank balance sheets are strong. But we are in a very uncertain global world. So when someone looks at setting up manufacturing capacity, he has to look at what is the surplus capacity that's available in China. What is the demand situation not only in India, but what's the demand situation outside? What's the custom duty tariff structure that we are looking at? So I think, and the entire industry framework is changing from advanced manufacturing, semiconductors, electronics manufacturing, nuclear that's coming in. Thermal power is suddenly back. So to rebuild those capacities and everything, it takes time. So I think industry is very bullish, balance sheets are very strong, and I think there is a lot of, I just heard the tail end of the debate. Actually, private investments is not that bad. Till 25 end, it was picking up. 25 March, if you look at all the numbers, it was really picking up. Then we had the US tariff issue, we had the Trump effect coming. I think people just stepped back for 3 to 6 months to understand what's happening around the world.
But just on
and
the
I
Trump,
think it's picking up back again.
Just on the Trump effect, we seem to have ridden it out in the sense that our GDP numbers, there was even a revision in Davos of the World Economic Forum, it went back up. The economic survey says we are doing well. We seem to have factored it in. How long can we continue factoring it in till we actually have a deal?
No, but can I just disagree? Because the likes of Ratin Roy make the point that this is settling at 7.7%.
Yeah.
The government's argument and the promise was double-digit growth. Now, very conveniently, the whole economic apparatus seems to have settled somewhere a little above or a little below 7, which for a country, given our trajectory in the economic... No, but that's not good enough for the idea of Viksit Bharat by 2047.
Rahul, I mean, I'm not an economist, but I think what the government can control is the real growth, real GDP growth. Nominal GDP growth is a factor of macroeconomic factors around inflation and other things.
तो real की बात कर रहे हैं 7%.
Huh?
Real growth is 7%.
So that's what I'm saying. So real GDP growth of 7% is actually very good. You have to look at it in the context. We are an economy which has 20 to 30% impact on what's happening outside India as well. You look at the global GDP numbers, what's happening around the world. I mean, all the other economic assumptions, if you looked at what was happening at the beginning of the year to what's happening now, has come down. India is amongst the few economies, whereas from 6.2, 6.3%, we are talking about 7.3, 7.4% GDP growth. So I think we need to celebrate this. It's I think
you need to raise your ambitions. Because we are not going to get Viksit Bharat at 7%.
No. I think
it's an arithmetic.
China had 3 to 4 decades of
Let Chandrajit Banerjee respond to this. I know he is very passionate about the argument, Mr. Banerjee. Chandrajit Banerjee runs CII. The argument being made is that is India settling in at 7%, which as of now looks good relative to what's happening globally, but is far from where we need to be growing if we are actually serious about becoming Viksit Bharat by 2047. Chandrajit Banerjee, welcome.
So I think it's good that we are growing at 7+% this year as per estimates, and going to be settling down with, or rather estimating a 7%. That's good. There's nothing wrong with that. But yes, we have the potential of 8. We have the potential of even a double-digit growth. And I wish that we can, and I'm sure that going forward, we shall see steps being taken which can facilitate that. There are potentials in the states of India. There are reforms which can be done. There are global turbulence today, and this is the right time when we can bring in a lot of reforms, even in the front of our, say, for instance, the customs duty, the 3 tiers tariff structure that we talk about. All of this open us up to competitiveness, but Indian industry is strong, I believe, and I believe that the Indian states have a lot more to do, and if we can make land easier, if we can make discoms and power sector easier, all of this, there is of course a potential to grow more, and we should capture that. No, but there is no doubt about that.
A point which I was trying to figure out, the entire US tariff thing, we seem to have managed to handle ourselves quite well. But to what extent is it impacting GDP growth?
So I don't think US tariff structure and this needs to be a discussion, because even with or without, I mean, US tariff structure, of course, I hope at some point in time things settle down. But I strongly believe that when we are looking at our own self, forget the US tariff structure, etc., we have to have a competitive tariff structure where we have raw materials at a particular tariff, we have a finished products at a particular tariff.
0.5% GDP impact has taken place as a result of American tariffs or not?
As a result of American tariff, but we Indian companies are resilient enough. They have found territories in the other parts of the world. We have seen other, exports of ours being redirected. I think we have the opportunity. There are opportunities for every headwinds. There is an opportunity. Indian companies are competitive, and Indian policy making and Indian companies can go in hand for a much
10 minutes left.
At a macro level, let me just endorse that. Export values have been as predicted.
Right.
GDP growth, therefore, has not been affected by declining export values.
Okay.
Nothing has happened to imports except in gems and jewelry, where imports have gone down because of the import-intensive industry. And so we are absolutely fine in terms of GDP impact on tariffs. There has been no impact on GDP.
Chandrajit Banerjee, respond to the debate we were having about private investment and the criticism being leveled by many in the opposition, some in the government as well, that the private sector needs to do more. I know you've been looking at sectors where this investment is currently beginning to take place. How do you respond to the assertion by those in government that given the tax cuts that have happened, the GST cuts that have happened, they were expecting for the private sector to do more?
2 years back, when I was sitting with you in another room, I was sort of very defensive to that particular argument of yours. But today, I would think if you see the block of last 1 year, just the last 1 year, 90+% in our data of the new capex has been by the private sector. If you see the last 1 year, 2,600 odd companies in different states of India, but the catch is here. It's not equal across all states.
Of course.
There are certain states which are doing very well, and that is private sector capex. So private sector capex have picked up potential much more.
Is there something you can see? But you're both reading of the same script, so of course.
Data. I think there's a lot of muscle memory around private investment is not happening. But anyway.
No, the point that I want you to make is when it comes to reforms, what are the reforms that you think, realistically speaking, given all the committees that the government has working on deregulation, what are the realistic reforms that you can expect which you think can help the economy grow faster?
So Rajdeep, a lot has been done. Sorry, a lot has been. I was just jumping from one channel.
No problem.
A lot has been done in terms of reforms. In the last 5 months, from what I understand, almost 450 different reforms have been changed and amended. I think there are 2 committees of the government that are working very seriously. State governments are competing with each other from a reform standpoint. If I have to pick up, as per you, first is I would say we have to get the electricity sector, power sector, much more impactful. So I think privatization of distribution is very important. We have almost 2 lakh to 2.5 lakh crores of losses every year. We have 6.5 lakh crores of accumulated losses. We have cross-subsidization that's happening. Even if you are setting up a captive project, you have to pay very high open access charges. I think we need to privatize the distribution sector so that for the commercial sector, at least, the costs come down. And if you have to subsidize some sections of the society, then you pass that subsidy directly rather than in a convoluted fashion. So I think that would be one. The second is mining is very, very important for India from a competitive standpoint. Today we are sitting on one of the largest coal reserves, but we are still importing coal. We have one of the largest iron ore reserves. We have to, then there are other, rare earth, other metal, other minerals. We have to bauxite. We have to find a way that we unlock that at speed. So the clearances that are required, the auction process that is required, first you take environmental clearance, then you take forest clearance, then you take water clearance. We have to find that rather than taking 4 to 5 years, that the clearance process happens in 1 to 2 years' time for mining sector. So I think those are core sectors that will have a big impact on the overall competitiveness of Indian industry. The third is around, if we can on the land side, get more land available. If you're looking at the clusters, parks, industrial parks, how do we get that available? If people are sitting on PSUs are sitting, whether on mining deposits or lots of land, I think we have to find a way.
Prasenjit is itching to come in, yes.
Yeah, this last point, I think I would completely agree. But you see, the other things in terms of, I'm not saying that the power distribution system in India is ideal and there's so much room for improvement and so on. But how does, the reason why the most of the states do not have, I come from a state where the only perhaps metropolitan city in our country which has had a private sector power to Kolkata, the CESC, and it is among the most profitable companies in the power companies in the country. The point is that we also have the highest tariffs, in Kolkata. So that's the issue with power distribution privatization. My point is, how does any of this help manufacturing exports? And I think that, the debate we were having here, which the economic survey actually officially complains, that the reason why Indian economy, despite being, having good macro numbers, still the rupee is depreciating. still the net FDI is on a declining trend, and FPI is showing volatility and so on, is because we have not been able to generate sustainable manufacturing export surpluses. And I'm quoting from the economic survey, manufacturing matters. So services only doesn't help. Manufacturing matters.
I think
why has the Make in India initiative failed? And what would be your suggestion from the industry point of view for the finance minister, for the government, and also for the opposition, that what is it that
but
we should
has
do
Make in
collectively?
India failed necessarily?
Both
Chandrajit Banerjee and Mr. Memani want to respond. Chandrajit Banerjee already has mic up, so let him go first.
I think that manufacturing sector is critical. We need to grow from our teens to the 20s quickly. Therefore, because we are talking in the context of the budget in a few minutes, I think there is a need for the missing middle to be supported. The mid-sized companies, the smaller companies, one would really look forward to seeing a sort of a capital support scheme for the mid-sized company. That's very essential. The availability of capital when you are investing in manufacturing is required by the mid-sized companies, which will support the larger companies. And secondly, the ease for the small and Rajiv was talking about this entire process of decriminalization, which needs to be done, and that really affects the small and the mid-sized companies, which are an integral part of the growth of manufacturing, which is essential.
Radhika.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in quickly. We've been having this discussion, which is really going to be at the heart of a lot of what we'll see in the budget, also about improving the competitiveness of manufacturing. We've heard a lot around that, but I think one key element I want to add there is actually the employability of labor, because industry is always complaining about the lack of skilled labor, and that you might have a very educated workforce, but they're not in fact job ready. So while we talk about investments in physical capital, I think human capital formation is also critical to enhancing the competitiveness of the manufacturing sector to become manufacturing powerhouses. So I'm hoping that we'll see greater focus on that as well, and also in the context of the discussion on AI and its impact on skilling.
No, but that, Mr. Memani, becomes much tougher at a time when the likes of Elon Musk and the others are focusing so much on robotics, humanoids, automated factories, where the work is being done, productivity is high, but labor and humans have no part to play in it.
No, I think AI does pose a challenge, as was being mentioned, but that doesn't undermine the fact that we have to be skilling at a very, very rapid rate. I mean, there are lots of jobs, whether it's just, if you ask manufacturing companies today, whether they get enough welders, whether they get enough people for, if they have a construction site, they're short by 2,000, 3,000 people. It's not attractive enough for a lot of people, given the subsidies and relief that they're getting, to move on to the manufacturing side and to be on the site workers. So there are lots of things, plumbers, carpenters, hospitals. I think we need to, that creates
So you're better off becoming a plumber than a coder?
No, it's not that. Everything is required. We have a 1.4 billion people, Rajdeep. We can't just say make everyone a coder. So I think that coding will happen, and that will happen through private sector will have to take a big lead in that. Government has to push skilling. I know lots of private sector companies and others are looking at, and I think India will benefit from the AI movement that's happening, because India is the use case capital today of the world. If you look at
Parliament proceedings have started. We'll be going across to the budget any moment now. There it is, live on our screen right now. We've got it live on our screens. Let's
माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी, item number one.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table a copy each of the following papers, Hindi and English versions, under Article 281 of the Constitution, Report for 2026 to 2031, Volume 1, Main Report of the 16th Finance Commission. 2. Report for 2026-2031, Volume 2, Annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3. Explanatory memorandum as to the action taken on the recommendations contained in the above report.
Item number 2, माननीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन जी.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth, and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty and disruption. Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin Part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's Semiconductor Mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduction import dependency and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high-altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period. For the labor-intensive textile sector, I propose an integrated program with 5 subparts. 1. The National Fiber Scheme for self-reliance in natural fibers such as silk, wool and jute, man-made fibers and new age fibers. Textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional clusters with capital support for machinery, technology upgradation and common testing and certification centers. 3. The National Handloom and Handicraft Program to integrate and strengthen existing schemes and ensure targeted support for weavers and artisans. Tex Eco Initiative to promote globally competitive and sustainable textiles and apparels. Samarth 2.0 to modernize the upgrade the textile skilling ecosystem through collaboration with industry and academic institutions. Further, I propose to set up mega textile parks in challenge mode. They can also focus on bringing value addition to technical textiles. I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, One District, One Product ODOP initiative and also our rural youth. India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences. Rejuvenation of legacy industrial clusters. I propose to introduce a scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters to improve their cost competitiveness and efficiency through infrastructure and technology upgradation. Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a three-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. Liquidity support. With TREDS, more than 7 lakh crore has been made available to MSMEs. To leverage its full potential, I propose 4 measures. 1. Mandate TREDS as the transaction settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. 2. Introduce a credit guarantee support mechanism through CGTMSE for invoice discounting on TREDS platform. 3. Link GEM with TREDS for sharing information with financiers about government purchases from MSMEs, encouraging cheaper and quicker financing. 4. Introduce TREDS receivables as asset-backed securities, helping develop a secondary market, enhancing liquidity and settlement of transactions. Professional support. Government will facilitate professional institutions such as the ICAI, ICSI, ICMAI to design short-term modular courses and practical tools to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. These accredited para-professionals will help MSMEs meet compliance requirements at affordable costs. Infrastructure. During this past decade, our government has undertaken several initiatives for large-scale enhancement of public infrastructure, including through new financing instruments such as Infrastructure Investment Trust (InvITs) and Real Estate Investment Trust (REITs), and institutions like NIIF and NABFID. We shall continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, that is Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, which have expanded to become growth centers. Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers regarding risks during infrastructure development and construction phase, I propose to set up an infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudentially calibrated partial credit guarantee to lenders. Over the years, REITs have emerged as a successful instrument for asset monetization. I propose to accelerate recycling of significant real estate assets of the CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated REITs. To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth, innovation and opportunities. We shall now focus on Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and even temple towns which need modern infrastructure and basic amenities. This budget aims to further amplify the potential of cities to deliver the economic power of agglomerations by mapping city economic regions based on their specific growth drivers. An allocation of 5,000 crore per CER over 5 years is proposed for implementing their plans through a challenge mode with a reform cum result based financing mechanism. In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri. Financial sector. The Indian banking sector today is characterized by strong balance sheet, historic highs in profitability, improved asset quality and coverage exceeding 98% of villages in the country. At this juncture, we are well placed to futuristically evaluate the measures needed to continue on the path of reform-led growth of this sector. I propose setting up a high-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat. High-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat to comprehensively review the sector and align it with India's next phase of growth while safeguarding financial stability, inclusion and consumer protection. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. I propose to introduce a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices. I also propose to introduce total return swaps on corporate bonds. Municipal bonds. To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore. The current scheme under Amrit which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crores only, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns. That will also continue to support the smaller and medium towns. Ease of doing business. Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the Portfolio Investment Scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10%, with overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered Education to Employment and Enterprises Standing Committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. A strong care system covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of NSQF aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness, yoga, and operation of medical assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. Hubs for medical value tourism. To promote India as a hub for medical tourism services, I propose to launch a scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that combine medical, educational and research facilities. They will have Ayush centers, medical value tourism facilitation centers, and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care and rehabilitation. These hubs will provide diverse opportunities, job opportunities for health professionals, including doctors and AHPs. Ancient Indian yoga, already respected in several parts of the world, was given a mass global recognition when Honorable Prime Minister took it to the UN. Post-COVID, Ayurveda gained a similar global acceptance and recognition. Exporting quality Ayurveda products helps farmers who grow the herbs and youth who process the products. To meet growing global demand, a few more steps are being taken. I propose to 1. Set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. 2. Upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem and make available more skilled personnel. 3. Upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar to bolster evidence-based research, training and awareness for traditional medicine. Animal husbandry. Livestock contributes to close to 16% of farm income, including of poor and marginal households. To scale up availability of veterinary professionals by more than 20,000, I propose to roll out a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for establishment of veterinary and para-veterinary colleges, veterinary hospitals, diagnostic laboratories, and breeding facilities in private sector. Collaboration between Indian and foreign institutions will also be facilitated. Orange economy. India's animation, visual effects, gaming and comics sector, AVGC sector, is a growing industry projected to require 2 million professionals by 2030. I propose to support the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, Mumbai, in setting up AVGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools all over the country and 500 colleges. The Indian design industry is expanding rapidly, and yet there is a shortage of Indian designers. I propose to establish, through Challenge Route, a new National Institute of Design to boost design education and development in the eastern region of India. Education. Our government will support states through challenge route in creating 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistics corridors. These planned academic zones will host multiple universities, colleges and research institutions, skill centers and residential complexes. In higher education, STEM institutions, prolonged hours of study and laboratory work pose some challenges for girl students. Through VGF, Viability Gap Funding and capital support, one girls' hostel will be established in every district. To promote astrophysics and astronomy via immersive experiences. 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope and the Cosmos 2 Planetarium. Tourism. The tourism sector has the potential to play a large role in the employment generation, forex earnings and expanding the local economy. I propose to set up a National Institute of Hospitality by upgrading the existing National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It will function as a bridge between academia, industry and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a standardized, high-quality 12-week training course in hybrid mode in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Management. A national destination digital knowledge grid will be established to digitally document all places of significance, cultural, spiritual and heritage. This initiative will create a new ecosystem of jobs for local researchers, historians, content creators and technology partners. India has the potential and opportunity to offer world-class trekking and hiking experience. We will develop ecologically sustainable mountain trails in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand and Jammu Kashmir. Also in Araku Valley in the Eastern Ghats and Podigai Malai in the Western Ghats. Turtle trails along key nesting sites in the coastal areas of Odisha, Karnataka and Kerala. And 3 bird watching trails along the Pulikat Lake in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. It's on the border. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we established the International Big Cat Alliance in 2024. This year, India is hosting the first ever Global Big Cat Summit, where heads of governments and ministers from 95 range countries will deliberate on collective strategies for conservation. Heritage and culture tourism. I propose to develop 15 archaeological sites, including Lothal, Dolavira, Rakhi Gadi, Adichanallur, Saranath, Hastinapur and Leh Palace into vibrant experiential cultural destinations. Excavated landscapes will be open to the public through curated walkways. Immersive storytelling skills and technologies will be introduced to help conservation labs, interpretation centers and guides. The sports sector provides multiple means of employment, skilling and job opportunities. Taking forward the systematic nurturing of sports talent which is set in motion through the Khelo India program earlier, I propose to launch a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. The mission will facilitate an integrated talent development pathway supported by training centers which are foundational, intermediate and elite levels. B. Systematic development of coaches and support staff. C. Integration of sports science and technology. D. Competitions and leagues to promote sports culture and provide platforms. And E. Development of sports infrastructure for training and competition. Our third Kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas towards Vikasit Bharat. This requires targeted efforts for 1. Increasing farmer incomes through productivity enhancement and entrepreneurship, with special attention to small and marginal farmers. B. Empowering Divyangjan through access to livelihood opportunities, training and high quality assistive devices. C. Empowering the vulnerable to access mental health and trauma care. D. Focus on the Purvodaya states and the Northeast region to accelerate development and employment opportunities. Fisheries. We will undertake initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and Amrit Sarovars. 2. Strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas and enable market linkages involving startups and women-led groups together with fish farmer producer organizations. Animal husbandry. To provide quality employment opportunities in rural and peri-urban areas, we will support the animal husbandry sector in entrepreneurship development through A. A credit-linked subsidy program. B. Scaling up and modernization of livestock enterprises. C. Enhanced creation of livestock, dairy and poultry. I'll read that again. Enhanced creation of livestock, dairy and poultry focused integrated value chains. And D. Encourage creation of livestock farmer producer organizations. High value agriculture. To diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes and create new employment opportunities, we will support high value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in northeast and nuts such as almonds, walnuts and pine nuts in our hilly regions. These all of them will be supported. India is the world's largest producer of coconuts. About 30 million people, including nearly 10 million farmers, depend on coconuts for their livelihood. To further enhance competitiveness in coconut production, I propose a coconut promotion scheme to increase production and enhance productivity through various interventions, including replacing and non-productive trees with new saplings or plants or varieties in major coconut growing states. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030. Sandalwood. Sandalwood is closely linked to India's social and cultural heritage. Our government will partner with state governments to promote focused cultivation and post-harvest processing to restore the glory of the Indian sandalwood ecosystem, to rejuvenate old, low-yielding orchards and expand high-density cultivation of walnuts, almonds, and pine nuts, we will support a dedicated program to enhance farmer incomes and in bringing value addition by engaging youth. Bharat Vistar, that is virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. She Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Self-help entrepreneur, She Marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments. Empowering Divyangjan. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan. We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana. Timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, Alimco, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try and purchase assistive products. Reaffirming our commitment to mental health and trauma care. There are no national institutes for mental health care in North India. We will therefore set up a NIMHANS 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and in Tezpur as regional apex institutions. Emergencies expose families, particularly the poor and vulnerable, to unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. On Purvodaya states and northeastern regions. Purvodaya, I propose the development of an integrated East Coast industrial corridor with a well-connected node at Durgapur, creation of 5 tourism destinations in 5 Purvodaya states, and the provision of 4,000 e-buses. Buddhist sites in northeastern region. The northeastern region is a civilizational confluence of Theravada and Mahayana or Vajrayana traditions. I propose to launch a scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram and Tripura. The scheme will cover preservation of temples and monasteries, pilgrimage interpretation centers, connectivity and pilgrim amenities. 16th Finance Commission. On 17th November 2025, the 16th Finance Commission submitted its report to the President. As mandated under Article 281 of the Constitution, The government is to lay the report along with the explanatory memorandum on the action taken report on the recommendations of the Commission in Parliament, which, Sir, Honourable Speaker, you have allowed me to do at the commencement of this session. The government has accepted the recommendation of the Commission to retain the vertical share of devolution at 41%. As recommended by the Commission, I have provided 1.4 lakh crores of rupees to the states for the year 2026-2027 as Finance Commission grants. These include rural and urban local body and disaster management grants. Fiscal consolidation. Government has been delivering on our fiscal commitments consistently without compromising on social needs. To strive towards accepted standards of fiscal management in Budget 25-26, I had indicated that the central government would target reaching a debt to GDP ratio of 50 plus or minus 1% by 2030-31. In line with this, the debt to GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 26-27. compared to 56.1% of GDP in RE 25-26. A declining debt to GDP ratio will gradually free up resources for priority sector lending and expenditure by reducing the outgo on interest payments. One of the main operational instruments for debt targeting is the fiscal deficit. I am happy to inform this august House that I fulfilled my commitment made in 2021-2022 to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 25-26. In RE 25-26, the fiscal deficit has been estimated at par with BE of 2025-26 at 4.4% of GDP. In line with the new fiscal prudence path of debt consolidation, the fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP. The revised estimates of the non-net receipts are 34 lakh crore rupees, of which the centre's net tax receipts are 26.7 lakh crore. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 49.6 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 11 lakh crores. Budget estimates 2026 to 2027. Coming to 26-27, the non-debt receipts and the total expenditure are estimated as 36.5 lakh crore and 53.5 lakh crore respectively. The centre's net tax receipts are estimated at 28.7 lakh crore rupees. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.7 lakh crore rupees. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 17.2 lakh crore rupees. I'll now move to Part B. Part B, direct taxes. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now present my proposals on direct taxes. New Income Tax Act. In July 2024, I announced a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. This was completed in a record time, and the Income Tax Act 2025 will come into effect from 1st April 2026. The simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Ease of living. I propose that any interest awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal to a natural person will be exempt from income tax, and any TDS on this account will be done away with. I propose to reduce TCS rate on the sale of overseas tour program package from the current 5% and 20% to 2% without any stipulation of amount. I propose to reduce TCS rate for pursuing education and for medical purposes under the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, popularly known as LRS, from 5% to 2%. Supply of manpower services is proposed to be specifically brought within the ambit of payment to contractors for the purpose of TDS to avoid ambiguity. Thus, TDS on these services will be at the rate of either 1% or 2% only. I propose a scheme for small taxpayers wherein a rule-based automated process will enable obtaining a lower or nil deduction certificate instead of filing an application with the assessing officer. For the ease of taxpayer holding securities in multiple companies, I propose to enable depositories to accept Form 15G or Form 15H from the investor and provide it directly to various relevant companies. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to up to 31st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. TDS on sale of immovable property by a non-resident is proposed to be deducted and deposited through resident buyers and his or her PAN-based challan instead of requiring a TAN, which is a temporary accounting number. To address practical issues of small taxpayers like students, young professionals, tech employees, relocated NRIs, and such others, I propose to introduce a one-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for these taxpayers to disclose income or assets below a certain size. This scheme would be applicable for two categories of taxpayers, namely A, who did not disclose their overseas income or assets, and B, who disclosed their overseas income and or paid due tax but could not declare the asset acquired. For category A, the limit of undisclosed income or asset is proposed to be up to 1 crore rupees. They need to pay 30% of fair market value of asset or 30% of undisclosed income as tax and 30% as additional income tax in lieu of penalty, and would thereby get immunity from prosecution. For category B, asset value is proposed to be up to 5 crore rupees. Here, immunity from both penalty and prosecution will be available with a payment of fee of 1 lakh rupees. Rationalizing penalty and prosecution. Multiplicity of proceedings are hindrance to the ease of doing business. I propose to integrate assessment and penalty proceedings by way of a common order for both. There will be no interest liability on the taxpayer on the penalty amount for the period of appeal before the first appellate authority, irrespective of the outcome of appeal process. Further, quantum of prepayment is being reduced from 20% to 10% and will continue to be calculated only on core tax demand. As an additional measure for reducing litigation, I propose to allow taxpayers to update their returns even after reassessment proceedings have been initiated, and an additional 10% tax rate over and above the rate applicable for the relevant year. The assessing officer will then use only this updated return in his proceedings. There is already a framework for immunity from penalty and prosecution in the cases of underreporting. I propose to apply this framework for immunity to misreporting too. However, in such a case, the taxpayer will need to pay 100% of the tax amount as an additional income tax over and above the tax and interest due. Penalties for certain technical defaults, such as failure to get accounts audited, non-furnishing of transfer pricing audit report, and default in furnishing statement for financial transactions are proposed to be converted into fee. I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offence. Non-production of books of account and documents and requirement of TDS payment where payment is made in kind are being decriminalized. Further, minor offences will attract fine only. The remaining prosecutions will be graded commensurate with the quantum of offence. They will entail only simple imprisonment with maximum imprisonment reduced to 2 years and power to courts to convert even those into fines. There is no penalty. There is no penalty presently for non-disclosure of non-immovable foreign assets with aggregate value less than 20 lakh rupees. I propose to also provide them with immunity from prosecution with retrospective effect from 1/10/2024. Cooperatives. Deduction is already allowed to a primary cooperative society engaged in supplying milk, oilseeds, fruits or vegetables raised or grown by its members. I propose to extend this deduction to also include supply of cattle feed and cotton seed produced by its members. I propose to allow inter-cooperative society dividend income as deduction under the new tax regime to the extent it is further distributed to its members. I further propose to allow exemption for a period of 3 years to dividend income received by a notified national cooperative federation on their investments made in companies up to 31/1/2026. This exemption would be allowed only for dividends further distributed to its member cooperatives. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite interconnected with each other. All these services are proposed to be clubbed under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavour to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. To harness the efficiency of just-in-time logistics for electronic manufacturing, I propose to provide safe harbor to non-residents for component warehousing in a bonded warehouse at a profit margin of 2% of the invoice value. The resultant tax of about 0.7% will be much lower than in competing jurisdictions. To provide fillip to toll manufacturing in India, I propose to provide exemption from income tax for 5 years to any non-resident who provides capital goods, equipment or tooling to any toll manufacturer in a bonded zone. To encourage vast pool of global talent to work in India for a longer period of time, I propose to provide exemption to global, non-India sourced income of a non-resident expert for a stay period of 5 years under notified schemes. I propose to provide exemption from minimum alternate tax, the MAT, to all non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis. Tax administration. I propose to constitute a joint committee of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Central Board of Direct Taxes for incorporating the requirements of income computation and disclosure standards, the ICDS, in the Indian Accounting Standards Ind AS itself. Separate accounting requirement based on ICDS will be done away with from the tax year 27-28. To support Prime Minister Modi's vision of homegrown accounting and advisory firms to become global leaders, I propose to rationalize the definition of accountant for the purposes of safe harbor rules. Other tax proposals. Change in taxation of buyback was brought in to address the improper use of buyback route by promoters. In the interest of minority shareholders, I propose to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains. However, to disincentivize misuse of tax arbitrage, promoters will pay an additional buyback tax. This will make effective tax 22% for corporate promoters. For non-corporate promoters, the effective tax will be 30%. TCS rate for sellers of specific goods, namely alcoholic liquor, scrap and minerals, will be rationalized to 2%, and that on Tendu leaves will be reduced from 5% to 2%. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. We reformed the taxation landscape for corporates in 2019 by providing them a simplified regime with lower tax rate so that they could productively focus on business rather than on claim of deductions and exemptions. To encourage companies to shift to the new regime, set-off of brought forward MAT credit, minimum alternate tax credit, is proposed to be allowed to companies only in the new regime. Set-off using available MAT credit is proposed to be allowed to an extent of 1/4 of the tax liability in the new regime. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, so there will be no further credit accumulation from 1st April 2026. In line with this change, the rate of final tax is being reduced to 14% from the current MAT rate of 15%. The brought forward MAT credit of taxpayers accumulated till 30th March 2026 will continue to be available to them for set-off as above. Indirect taxes. I shall now take up proposals related to indirect taxes. My proposals for customs and central excise aim to further simplify the tariff structure, support domestic manufacturing, promote export competitiveness, and correct inversion in duty. To continue weeding out long continuing customs duty exemptions, I propose to remove certain exemptions on items which are being manufactured in India or where the imports are negligible. Similarly, to further simplify the process of ascertaining the rate of duty applicable on a particular item, I propose to incorporate certain effective rates in various customs notifications to the tariff schedule itself. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. Promotion of exports of marine, leather and textile products. I propose to increase the limit for duty-free imports of specified inputs used for processing seafoods for export from the current 1% to 3% of FOB value of the previous year's export turnover. I also propose to allow duty-free imports of specified inputs, which is currently available for exports of leather or synthetic footwear, to exports of shoe uppers as well. I propose to extend the time period for export of final product from the existing 6 months to 1 year for exporters of leather or textile garments, leather or synthetic footwear and other leather products. Energy transition and security. I propose to extend the basic customs duty exemption given to capital goods used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for batteries to those used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for battery energy storage systems also. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on import of sodium antimonate for use in manufacture of solar glass. Nuclear power. I propose to extend the existing basic customs duty exemption on imports of goods required for nuclear power projects till the year 2035 and expand it for all nuclear plants irrespective of their capacity. Critical minerals. It is proposed to provide basic customs duty exemption to the import of capital goods required for the processing of critical minerals in India. Biogas blended CNG. I propose to exclude the entire value of biogas while calculating the central excise duty payable on biogas blended CNG. Civil and defense aviation. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on components and parts required for the manufacture of civilian, training and other aircrafts. It is proposed to exempt basic customs duty on raw materials imported for the manufacture of parts of aircraft to be used in maintenance, repair or overall requirements by units in the defense sector. Electronics. To deepen value addition in the consumer electronics sector, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on specified parts used in the manufacture of microwave ovens. Special economic zone. To address the concerns arising about utilization of capacity by manufacturing units in the special economic zones due to global trade disruptions, I propose as a special one-time measure to facilitate sales by eligible manufacturing units in SEZs to the domestic tariff area at concessional rates of duty. The quantity of such sales will be limited to a prescribed proportion of their exports. Necessary regulatory changes will be undertaken to operationalize the measures while ensuring level playing field for the units working in the DTA. Ease of living. To rationalize the customs duty structure for goods imported for personal use, I propose to reduce the tariff rate on all dutiable goods imported for personal use from 20% to 10%. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on 17 drugs or medicines. I propose also to add 7 more rare diseases for the purposes of exempting import duties on personal imports of drugs, medicines and food for special medical purposes used in their treatment. Customs process. India's role and share in the global trade is poised for a major leap in line with our ambition and journey towards Viksit Bharat. In this regard, I propose many measures for custom processes to have minimal intervention for smoother and faster movement of goods and greater certainty to the trade. Trust-based systems. I propose to enhance duty deferral period for Tier 2 and Tier 3 authorized economic operators, known as AEOs, from 15 days to 30 days. I propose to provide eligible manufacturer importers the same duty deferral facility. This should encourage them to get themselves accredited as a full-fledged Tier 3 AEO in due course. To provide greater certainty and for better business planning, I propose to extend validity period of advance ruling binding on customs from the present 3 years to 5 years. In the spirit of the whole of government approach, government agencies will be encouraged to leverage AEO accreditation for preferential treatment in clearing their cargo. Regular importers with trusted long-standing supply chains will be recognized in the risk system so that the need for verification of their cargo every time can be minimized. Export cargo using electronic sealing. Export cargo using electronic sealing will be provided through clearance from the factory premises to the ship. For import of goods not needing any compliance, filing of bill of entry by a trusted importer and arrival of goods will automatically notify customs for completing their clearance formalities. This will enable goods to be released immediately on arrival. The customs warehouse framework will be transformed into a warehouse operator-centric system with a self-declarations, electronic tracking and risk-based audit. These reforms will move away from the current system of officer-dependent approvals and reduce transaction delays and compliance costs. Ease of doing business. Approvals required for cargo clearance from various government agencies will be seamlessly processed through a single and interconnected digital window by the end of the financial year. Processes involved in clearance of food, drugs, plant and animal and wildlife products, accounting for about 70% of interdicted cargo, will be operationalized on this system by April 2026 itself. For goods not having any compliance requirement, clearance will be done by customs immediately after online registration is completed by the importer, subject to the payment of duty. Customs integrated system will be rolled out in 2 years as a single integrated and scalable platform for all customs processes. Utilization of non-intrusive scanning with advanced imaging and AI technology for risk assessment will be expanded in a phased manner with the objective to scan every container across all the major ports. New export opportunities to support Indian fishermen to fully harness the economic value of marine resources beyond our territorial waters. The following measures will be taken. A. Fish catch by an Indian fishing vessel in exclusive economic zone or on the high seas will be made free of duty. Landing of such fish on foreign port will be treated as export of goods. Safeguards will be put in place to prevent misuse during fish catch, transit or transshipment. To support aspirations of India's small businesses, artisans and startups to access global markets through e-commerce, I am pleased to announce complete removal of the current value cap of 10 lakh rupees per consignment on courier exports. In addition, handling of rejected and returned consignments will be improved with effective use of technology for identifying such consignments. I propose to revise provisions governing baggage clearance during international travel to address genuine concerns of passengers. The revised rules will enhance duty-free allowances in line with the present-day travel realities and provide clarity in temporary carriage of goods brought in or taken out. There are honest taxpayers who are willing to settle disputes by paying all their dues, but they get deterred due to negative connotation associated with penalty. They will now be able to close cases by paying an additional amount in lieu of penalty. Honorable Speaker, sir, with this I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind. One and a half hours.
आइटम नंबर 3 माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी.
Item number 2, sir.
3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the following statements under Section 3, 1 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act of 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 4, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी.
Sir, with your permission, I move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2026.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए. जो सदस्य इस पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है. माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पुनर्स्थापित करें.
Sir, I introduce the bill.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की कॉपी पब्लिकेशन काउंटर पर ली जाती है। बजट भाषण और बजट से संबंधित दस्तावेज आपके मोबाइल फोन और मेंबर पोर्टल्स पर ही उपलब्ध है। सभा की कार्रवाई कल सोमवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2026 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Reacting negatively, but let's try and get a sense of what this budget means for our viewers and the signal that the finance minister is seeking to send. I'll get Ratin Roy with his hot take on what we've just heard from the finance minister.
Well, I haven't seen the actual numbers yet. She's been remarkably, unlike last year, remarkably shy about telling us even what the nominal GDP growth figure she's taking is. That being said, I'm relieved. It's a boring budget, and I'm a public economist. A boring budget is a good budget. She's met her fiscal deficit targets. You don't have to worry about public debt, viewers. Every public debt target maps onto a unique fiscal deficit target, so you can keep using fiscal deficit. She met her target last year. She has modestly reduced the fiscal deficit further this year. There isn't much tax buoyancy. I suspect there will be expenditure control to achieve this fiscal deficit target. So on the macro front, things are fine. The only new thing I noticed about the budget, otherwise all this announcing this scheme and that scheme, and Purvanchal, Purvodaya, this happens every year, everyone forgets. I challenge anyone on this panel to remember one thing of that sort that was announced 2 years ago. Nobody remembers, it's all optics, everyone does it. But one thing she has done which is unique, as to my knowledge, there's no chartered accountant here. She's announced 2 tax exemptions, one of which is for 10 years and the other one is for 22 years. That is remarkably forward thinking. If she'd done it for more things, I'd be very relieved. I can't remember what exactly they were for. I think rare earths or minerals.
No, data centers till 2040.
AI, that is excellent. If only we could do that for everything we do, tariffs, tax, etc. But she's made a good beginning there. For the rest, I don't have much to say.
The markets are down about 1,030 points, and the securities transaction tax on futures being increased. How much money is she likely to mop up?
So I think some revenue increase will be there because these are transaction taxes, unlike capital gains taxes. But I'm not quite sure if it's worth the sentiment hit. The market is down 1 percentage point. There was something there for capital markets in the form of buyback taxes being reduced for minority or non-promoter shareholders, but promoter shareholders will pay something on top of that. So there has been a reduction on the buyback tax side, but nothing on the dividend tax side, nothing on LTCG or STCG. And the STT increase is obviously what the market is responding to. So I think this was an error of commission.
Radhika, what are you making of the manner in which the budget speech was read? Because she's not told you how much defense is going up by or the schemes. So it's very differently presented. What's the messaging through the manner in which the budget's been presented, you think?
So it's actually quite interesting, Rahul, because as Ratin mentioned, while she gave the fiscal deficit target, and of course we're moving from the deficit to the debt as a fiscal anchor, we really don't know what nominal GDP growth estimates have gone into that calculation, and so where that growth is exactly going to come from. So there are really no big headlines in that sense. But as I was listening to part A of the speech, there were a lot of details. But my sense is that there has been a lot of focus on job creation. She's really picked up on a lot of very labor-intensive sectors. She's got textiles, she's got toys, footwear, she had MSMEs, there are a lot of details. Tourism is being seen as a big, there's a focus on also enhancing agricultural productivity. Another area we don't talk about often in India, but she mentioned, and I think that's quite noteworthy, is the care economy. They've spoken a lot about investment in the care economy, and that actually also creates a lot of employment for women. The other thing is that there was an underlying theme about how you can actually create more employment for women and boost female labor force participation rate, which has been something that the government has actively been working on, because bringing more women into the workforce is also a driver of GDP. So things like, even having a hostel in every district for women, all that helps in bringing women out, addressing some of the social barriers they face in engaging in economic activity. And of course, I think on the MSME side, which are the engines of job growth, and which I think is important because, again, I keep harping on this labor-intensive sector because it's so important for job creation. creation. But if you look at the firm size distribution in labor intensive sectors, it's dominated by MSMEs. And they're addressing barriers on credit. Like she talked about strengthening trades, she talked about the Mitra, she talked about integrating them in global value chain and the exemptions. So these are small things, and it would be interesting to see how they actually play out to boost job creation and therefore spur demand in the economy.
I just want to go through 2 or 3 points which struck me as being important, and we'll bring in our panelists who've joined us as well at this stage. The capex spend is estimated at 11 lakh crores. So this was one hard number that appears to have gone up. There's a lot which a tax consultant or a chartered accountant would actually be able to see or figure out based on what we've seen. The new Income Tax Act comes into effect. So that's something that is important. There is a proposal to rationalize the prosecution framework as far as taxes are concerned. There's a lot under taxes which has happened. All IT services to be clubbed under a single category with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5%. Threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services to be enhanced. Would you agree that a lot of this actually is tax-based? Tax compliance, simplifying the tax structure, and ensuring that prosecution doesn't necessarily happen?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is around ease of taxation. If you see the timelines being extended, the different categories being talked about. Also, I think the decriminalization and focus on penalties rather than imprisonment. That's a very progressive thing. I think the other thing which in the budget we should be also looking at is the focus on MSMEs, access to capital, the focus on manufacturing, the right areas around that. I think when we look at the budget, I think the focus was a lot on employment generation rather than just trying to talk about the...
But the big headline at this moment, make no mistake, is the fact that the markets are now down almost 2 percentage points. A, the negative impact of securities transaction tax being increased, and B, the fact that long-term capital gain, there was an expectation that maybe that would be reduced. That hasn't happened. So all of this, Harsh, really bad for your business?
I think we'll be fine going forward, but for today, obviously, it's an issue. I think maybe...
You have to tell us what you're really thinking. Can't give us the sanitized version when you're so badly off.
I think the STT was a misstep because, as you rightly mentioned, the revenue uptake is not worth the damage to the sentiments. Because the market was expecting something on the capital gain side. If that was not possible to be given, perhaps this could also have been postponed. The buyback tax is a progressive measure, but that again, there is an exception for the promoters. So it only goes so far. I think going forward, the eyes from the market's point of view will be RBI's decision. So what the next MPC meeting does, and on the India-US trade deal, because right now this was a big expectation which is not panned out from the budget's point of view.
Prasenjit Bose, were you impressed with the focus that the government's laying on MSMEs and trying to protect and bolster them?
Well, I think it was indicated in the economic survey itself, because once the problem has been diagnosed, I think what the government is trying to do through this budget is, while not accepting the failure of Make in India, they are basically trying to give another push, Make in India push, to MSMEs and exports. I hope it works. But what I am slightly skeptical of is the fact that, first of all, this entire 1.5 hour long speech, this is entirely focused on a very narrow segment of the economy. So where is anything about agriculture? Where is anything about the outside the formal sector of the economy? There is a huge informal economy in our country, and if we do not take the numbers, the inflation numbers or the GDP numbers at face value, I think the living standards of the people are an issue, with the real wages not increasing or declining for a large segment of the population. I think that this is this budget's main problem is that it is just too narrow. The focus is not broad-based in terms of the entire population, and it is putting too much, almost all the eggs in the basket of tax concessions, duty cuts to revive exports and especially manufacturing.
There is one important thing which we missed out on, an outlay of 40,000 crores to capitalize on the momentum of the semiconductor mission. That is so critical to so many parts of our economy. So that's certainly something that's gone up. But if I can just bring you in and ask you, how would you actually look at the budget? The markets are 1,300 points down, the Sensex, right? They obviously expected a lot more. How would you assess this budget?
See, as an industrialist, I don't think the barometer or budget is the stock market on that day, to be very honest with you. And I don't agree that this budget doesn't have a lot of things for industry. It has a lot for industry. I don't think the industry was expecting tax cuts and all that.
Right.
And I didn't expect capital gain tax also. I never came in the room with that expectation. And the reason is very clear. Okay? They have done a lot already in the last few budgets. This budget was always supposed to be of a reform agenda. And we have seen the tax reform bit come out quite clearly in this budget. And I think industry welcomes it. I believe tax certainty is more important than tax cut today.
Right.
What industry requires is a clear idea how I will proceed, how litigation will proceed. Idea of decriminalization is great idea. Idea of ensuring that what I call the TDS, TCS is simplified, which is great. I also really like the fact that certain key industries where we require support have been given. For example, AI has been given, semiconductors, as you rightly say, has been given, data centers have been given. They are encouraging. They are encouraging nuclear private sector participation in nuclear energy. Now look at agri. You cannot say that nothing has been given to agri. Look at the fact that value-added crops like coconut, nuts. Now in India, we are importing nuts. And I sometimes feel why we can grow all the nuts. So I think that is something very important they have done. Marine, which is in my mind very important part of the export. Even the FTA also talks of the European FTA talks of a priority sector in this, what you call first advantage in this. So that has been talked about. So overall, a very responsible budget, a budget for the common man. Also a budget, if you ask me honestly, I'll just take a small thing, Divyan, for example. That word was taken 3 times. I think that is what is required.
Okay, one of the big announcements in the budget was that there will be a tax cut for those offering cloud services to data centers. Now, given the fact that across the world, there's a big clamor to try and bring data centers into particular geographies. Ratin Roy, do you think that might actually move money and decisions around where these data centers get set up? The fact that there's a tax holiday till 2047?
I think so. I think it's a very important step she's taken. Because if tax was an impediment to setting up data centers in India, now no one can say it is. I plan to go back to the south because we are at the cutting edge of this. I don't see them coming to UP or Bihar. And encourage now the state governments to go and get those data centers on the ground this year because now we have everything we need from the central government. I wanted to make a point, if I may, on the tax. I have a question now. Do you think that this is a tax, it's the engineering and the plumbing reforms? Have they begun now, and is that likely to be the focus of the government for the next few years? Because I'm at the moment in a dispute where the tax department is asking me, I've given them the birth certificate of my mother, I'm their only child. My mother's dead, and her money was transferred to me. She's saying, no, prove that she's financially dead. I'm yet to understand this. So you have to give the finance minister this. She's working against a very powerful, very entrenched bureaucracy that is used to having their way and undertaking, questions, tax assessments, using their own discretion, the bureaucracy.
And it's going to be a simplified form.
And I think she's trying her best, and we should support
spoke about that.
Yeah.
No, but the fact also is, Harsh, that about, the recent SEBI study shows that 90% day traders are actually losing money on the transactions that you're doing. On top of that, you go and impose an additional tax on securities transaction tax. What's the message? I mean, if you look at the bloodbath, the graphic on your screen is very illustrative. You just see how the markets tank because it's a very negative announcement. It's very small upside, if at all, for the government.
I think the broader motivation is to reduce
day trading.
Reduce trading or what is seen as speculation in day trading or day of expiry trading in futures and options. I think that has been the government's point of view. Even in the last budget and last economic survey, SEBI has been moving in that direction. I think it's the broader context of where the market was today and whether this could have been done later or it could have been paired with something on the capital gain side. That is what is probably worrying the market more than this step in isolation.
You think, Ratin, it's a good idea to try and push people away from daily trading, speculation? Is it something that the government should really be looking at trying to achieve?
See, I started my life as a stockbroker and I gave it up within a year and a half. I found it quite boring personally. My belief is if you're stupid enough to come to the stock market without deep pockets, you're going to be gamed. So I don't think the government should prevent people from being gamed. You may try and educate the investor, but if people are greedy, they're going to lose money. And day traders are greedy. They expect returns to come, by purely intervening in the market. They listen to wrong advice. So I don't think the government should play mummy to them. Let them lose some money.
A lot
of
weekly expiries, just for the viewers' sake, has been reduced. So now we are going back to monthly options. A lot of taxes have been increased. This is not the only one. So a lot of steps have been taken and already volumes are down. So this is only step 2
No,
or
my
3.
question is it an objective the government should be seeking to achieve?
My personal view is my personal.
No, because look at what Ratin is saying as well. You lose money, you learn your lesson, you back off.
No, I think that first of all, if you look at what has happened over the past, especially post-COVID phase, the number of people, especially the younger generation, people who are entering the workforce, their attitude towards the market has changed very dramatically. Now, I am not saying that that entirely is bad thing, but a lot of it is froth, and a lot of it is what Professor Roy just said, is pure speculation. Now, we should promote investments, the government should be promoting investments which actually generate jobs, not, this kind of activity which has no impact on the real economy and which, just produces gamblers and punters.
Can I just make one quick point? At this time, Rahul, we would usually be looking at what's going to cost more, what's going to cost less. Yes. And our entire team has been internally trying to look at this, still at a macro level, to ask what are we going to pay more for. There is no immediate implication based on what Nirmala Sitharaman has said today on what's going to cost more and what's going to cost less. It would be there in the fine print, but there's nothing obvious.
A lot of import duty cuts have taken place.
For example, on nuclear power plants till 2035, customs duties have come down, critical minerals customs duties have come down, biogas blended CNG custom duties are down, and components of civilian and defense aircraft custom duties are down. So they're trying to focus on critical sectors that they believe are strategic for them and reduce customs duties there.
But no implication for the common person. This food item is going to go down. This dairy product is going to go down.
Would all this lead to an export surplus or an import surplus? That is the million-dollar question, that if ultimately you are reducing customs duties, it will help the industry where all those things go into input as inputs. But whether that leads to a surge in exports, that's the critical question.
So can I just summarize this by saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, taxes more or less remain the same. It's simpler now to pay your taxes, and your cost of living for the moment is essentially the same.
I agree, and that is what industry wants. See, GST was the big piece that has been announced.
Yes.
Income tax, honestly speaking, we are at a lower level than many other countries. Let us be clear. Now, what this budget does is that certain sectors where government believes they need, in my mind, more simplification could have still happened. In fact, if you ask me where this left, I was expecting more to happen. I was thinking of complete decriminalization. It does not happen. They have still kept the penalty, the criminal process provisions. And I was expecting more, that we call dispute resolution mechanisms to come in terms of settlement, mediation, resolution committees. That is what is required. That is required to unlock what I call capital, private capital, which is required. And people are slightly afraid. Why should an Indian invest abroad and not in India? So I was expecting that to an extent will happen. But we need more of that. That's what I'm saying. And to answer your question, this budget was not about getting a shampoo price down. That was in the GST. And on the custom fund also, I was not expecting, because we actually wanted to make in India for the world. So we don't want to reduce that also in the first place.
So life goes on as normal. There is nothing here.
I think the biggest thing is there is no burden on you. Earlier, for 10 years, I was asked, what were you expecting? I would say, my God, my taxes increased. The good news is no increase has happened.
No, so what is being done clearly is an effort being made to try and incentivize manufacturing in the aviation sector in India, because you've got customs duties on raw materials for manufacturing parts, maintenance, repair coming down. Incentives for indigenization of sleep plane manufacturing have been introduced. Customs duty exemption on components, parts of manufacturing of civilian training aircrafts and other aircraft. Do you think this is likely to work, Harsh? The fact that you've given significant incentives to try and encourage manufacturing of different kinds of aircraft within India?
So I think industrial and trade policy requires to be very granular and nuanced. So if you're giving incentives, there are certain things where you actually have to reduce the import duties, and certain things, I agree with you fully, where the final product import duties have to go up. So duty inversion have to go. So I'm sure this has been probably discussed with the specific industry in question and only done then. So I don't think any and every duty cut is problematic for Indian manufacturing. A lot of it is actually very, very helpful.
No, but I can actually offer a bit of an answer on this. Apart from Hindustan Aeronautics, it's several companies like Lockheed Martin or Boeing or Airbus which have tied up with Indian partners and are manufacturing for a global supply chain over here. So therefore, if the cost of inputs and components comes down, it would certainly help them. That helps our economy, employment in this country. It increases manufacture of components and assemblies for the international aviation market. But whether this actually results in Indian manufacturers building planes, I'm not sure. And can I just also suggest, this seaplane thing has always been a red herring. Seaplanes have failed in the Indian aviation scene. It's not been seen to be commercially viable.
No, but even in terms of manufacturing, the component is generally step 2. Look what happened with electronics, right? We first did PLI for basic assembly of cell phones.
Yeah.
Right now, as you yourself said, we are doing components PLI. So once the assembly is there, then the ecosystem around it goes there. And then instead of a tariff, sometimes you can do a PLI. So you can do both tariff and a subsidy. So I think first is to get that manufacturing into India. The next step would be to
just as
help.
a piece of trivia, this is the third shortest budget speech. In 2020 it was 2 hours 42 minutes, 2019 was 2 hours 15 minutes. This one was just 1 hour 24 minutes. So it's her third shortest budget speech, and also indicating that it's business as usual. There's a signal of continuity, and she doesn't want to go on and on, as it were. She's kind of made her point. Now you deal with it. The markets are tanking, although there's been a bit of a recovery since. There's been a bit of a recovery since. But that's the way. She doesn't want to get into the details like she did when she spoke almost twice as much as she's done today, Radhika.
I just wanted to come in, on this issue about the reduction in the customs duty. I think, yes, there is the long-term objective of improving manufacturing competitiveness, but also we have to look at this in the short term. Because on 1st January, EU's GSP preferences were removed, which means that until the trade agreement comes into effect, domestic manufacturers will have to face the full EU import duty. And at the same time, while exports might have appeared to be resilient last year, there was a lot of front-loading of exports as well. So this is going to be a very difficult year for exports. So a lot of these, what seem very nuanced, very micro, perhaps very non-interesting details, are perhaps done keeping in mind what the exports industry is going to go through this year.
Let's get a word in from Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General CII. Welcome back, Mr. Banerjee. What's your assessment and reading of what we've heard from the Finance Minister?
I think the initial reaction would be, while we are looking at the fine prints, it's remained on the course of fiscal prudence. It's remained on the course. When you look at the fiscal, when you look at the debt to GDP ratio, all of that are very, very critical to have the fundamentals going strongly. Second, I think it is also focused a lot on urban centers, which we had talked about earlier. I think that's a very good thing to happen, because and sectors which are employment oriented, employment generating, both in the services as well as manufacturing. Quite a bit on the mid-sized companies that we had talked about as far as manufacturing was concerned. That was good. So one can go on, but then there are little things for everyone, including from high tech to.
But were you expecting more big bang reforms?
Reforms are there. Actually, if you really look at, reforms are spread across many areas. Reforms are also there. If you really look at it from the point of view of reforms, if you look at the banking sector, there is this high-level committee which has been formed. We need large banks. We need consolidation there. So one looks at that to be a very positive development. One looks at also even decriminalization on the tax part of it. There are many small areas of stuff. We were probably not seeing that much coming up in the bold, but it talk about now implementation is an issue in terms of disinvestment. We hope that one achieves a figure which was mentioned.
She's left all the details away. Usually she'd announce a disinvestment, targets, defense spending. She's left all.
Good to see the
she wants everyone to read her budget document.
And that macro level presentation of which way we are heading is critical. I think the budget really needs to go into those details about, yes, whether the health is fine, prudence is there, and whether we will be able to navigate through the type of storms that we are looking in the headwinds. Skilling was very important. Look at the healthcare sector. I think that was a critical thing to have been focused upon. Very, very important. And I think ease of living is something that she really talked about and focused upon. And I think the logistics is another issue. We were talking about cost of doing business. When you are seeing logistics focus in the budget in terms of the freight corridors, and I think that's going to be another critical area to look upon. So all in all, I would think there are many things for spread across. And I think that's very interesting. It's a very different way it was presented.
Ratin Roy, if the government says that the fiscal deficit will come down from 4.4, which we said and we achieved this year, to 4.3, is that good enough or is that not ambitious enough?
That's perfect.
Why?
That's absolutely perfect, because what it does is two things at once. There is no need now to make non-inframarginal changes in the fiscal deficit. The 3% target has value because our financial savings are low, and if the centre and the states take over 6% of GDP, borrowing from our financial savings, we don't borrow abroad for public debt, that only leaves 3% to the private sector. So this is to give space to the private sector. That being said, the private sector is not investing. As I said to your guest, raise your game. If you raise your game, I can say we lower the fiscal deficit to 3.9. But if government is going to do all the heavy lifting, then it should keep the fiscal deficit more or less constant. I think what she's done is absolutely right, because reducing it slightly sends a signal that yes, we can. Now, I want to make two comments. One is, this is the first budget speech in a short while, in a long time. I'm listening to people from industry have come, maybe more will come. They're not saying game-changing. I'm very comforted by that, because game-changing can't happen every year. So perhaps you should make this a practice and say game-changing only when the game changes. Second, there is a disappointment, I'm getting it now, from the international policy community. Not a big disappointment. They were expecting a framework for reforms. And this sort of scattershot, as you're rightly saying, reform signals, is something that will disappoint them, because the biggest thing, I think, in their view, holding back India is a reforms framework for progress ahead. That is not there in the budget. I don't believe it's the place to do it. But nevertheless, it's the only economic policy document we have. The economic survey didn't do it. So there is disappointment. You talked about reforms, but there's no framework.
Laying out a very clear reform framework, that where is it that we are going from here, should have been laid out in the budget, is the argument that Dr. Roy makes.
I think if you really look at the macro picture, it really talks about that India is not doing anything which is knee-jerk, excepting for, it's not doing anything knee-jerk, but focusing on a path which is futuristic in terms of I still would like to give emphasis on fiscal prudence. I would still like to give focus on making factors of investment easier. I would even look at, even if you look at the taxation part of it, there are much in terms of decriminalization, small offences being just put into financially rather than putting into a decriminalization offensing. So I think there are many areas that we had one had talked about in terms of making it easier to do business, easier to live, easier to transact with India. Those are, I think, those focus. India has to be on track. India has to be on track and not take those offensive sort of positions which it didn't take. And I think that's very,
okay,
very
we've
clear.
got a guest. If you just hold on for 1 second, we've got Vivek Gupta, partner at Deloitte, who joins us at this stage. Thanks very much for being with us. You know, the markets have not reacted well at all to this budget. It's down now 1.03%. It was down more than 2% at one stage. If you were to look at this budget, would you say ease of doing business, ease of taxation, simplifying tax structures, removing penalties is what the focus of this? And would you call it a holding budget in a sense, and by no means a big bang budget?
Actually, I think the one thing that has not been talked about is the whole focus on structural stability. I call this budget not just as a holding budget. I call this budget as a crowding in capital into high growth India budget. And I'll tell you 2 or 3 reasons why I say that. One, by indicating fiscal prudence, you are structurally reducing cost of capital of the economy as a whole, therefore helping investments. So that is one big thing that has been done. On the tax side, reforms around penalties, reforms around prosecution, reforms around decriminalizing means, again, that ease of doing business is enhanced. See also the change on, for example, on buyback taxation. I think it's a very intelligent change, helps small shareholders, helps listed equities, and so on and so forth. See the change made where Indian diaspora can now get in capital back into listed equities and the enhancement of limits there, providing a mid-path route between FDI and FPI. Again, very intelligently done to get an investment into the country. The entire plethora of changes made around IT companies will help GCCs vastly, give them tax certainty, and that's a sector which is very strong in India in any way. So with these 2 or 3 measures, tax decriminalization, getting Indian diaspora to invest, structurally indicating a very disciplined budget, and then doing stuff around GCCs, I call this not just as a holding budget. I would say it's a crowd in capital into high growth India budget.
It's also something that's helped the common taxpayer. I mean, 2 points over here. An extension of time available to revise returns with the payment of a nominal fee, and to allow taxpayers to update returns even after reassessment proceedings have been completed with 10% tax. So again, encouraging people to pay. What she is proposing is nominal. We don't know the rates. But again, the opportunity to pay tax has gone up. Vivek?
That's right. That's right. Building a culture of compliance, right? Even the whole measure, and I'm yet to see the fine print, but even the whole measure around foreign students, etc., within certain threshold limits, being able to declare foreign assets, calling penalties fines or fees, making them deductible and making them also automatic, reducing the deposits required for litigation from 20% to 10%. Some of these fine prints haven't really been sort of talked about too much, but overall accent on simplification and compliance.
Tax aspect, and perhaps you'd like to come in on this. To provide a tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services by setting up data centers in India, this is huge.
This is huge.
Break it down for us.
So I think there are 2 parts of it, right? One part is that if you have already heard of some of the data center investments which are coming in and which have been announced.
Google and
Microsoft and many other hyperscalers, right? We think that will actually continue a lot. And, I think this was being also talked about by Mr. Goel that, we would probably expect that to double in the coming days because of the tax holiday, right? The other expected, focus on critical power and nuclear power, because all these data centers can't run without power, right? I think that's also something which they're focused on. And I think when they're looking at how they have looked at it has to be exported back, at the same time, how you look at, the data center services to be given, inside the country. I think that's also a very nice balance which they have been able to get in there.
Also semiconductors, the fact that the government is now putting in 40,000 crores, to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on the momentum of the semiconductor mission. We keep talking about resilient supply chains, also manufacturing semiconductors and building our fabs over here. But we cannot have a futuristic electronics industry or manufacturing with that state unless we get semiconductors sorted, right? With or without China's help. Again, how would you look at the semiconductor mission?
I think ISM 2.0, putting in 40,000 crores is an excellent decision. As I was saying, industrial policy is not just about tariffs, it's also about incentivizing key strategic sectors, and semiconductors is obviously one of them. Gradually, we'll go to the 2-3 nanometer kind of semiconductors manufacturing by 2030 or so. So now semiconductors, putting in more power reforms, as you were mentioning, getting in more investments in cloud. Remember, there was a conditionality there that it has to be geared towards Indian users. For those. So we'll have to read the fine print. But there is an element, I believe, of strategic autonomy there as well while getting in investments. So we'll see the fine print when we see that. This is extremely important to create the new AI economy because models are getting commoditized, as important as they are. But you cannot commoditize the semiconductor part, you cannot commoditize the solar electricity grid part.
See, also she spoke about when
the Finance Commission, the fact that the recommendations of the Finance Commission have been accepted, the share of devolution stands at 41%. And a provision of 1.4 lakh crore rupees to the states for FY27, which is what the Finance Commission grants had recommended. We don't have the fine print yet, but that was supposed to have the potential of becoming a political hot potato. How do you think she's playing it?
Well, it may, because you see, from the point of view of the southern states, this is all tied up with delimitation.
Correct.
So if the southern states have a grouse that they are essentially getting very little of the resources that they put into the center, and that is happening because A, the vertical devolution for all states gives the vast majority of the money to the center, while the heavy lifting has to be done by the states in terms of actual development expenditure, and B, that the horizontal devolution, the biggest weight in the formula is the inverse of per capita GSDP, some version. I was chief economist at 13th, I had mine, but essentially that. That means the poorer you are, the more money you get. What she has signaled is the vertical devolution stays where it is. So you're not expecting all states to get more money. Now, if the horizontal devolution does not change and give significantly more money to the southern states, the peninsular states, there's going to be a political firestorm coming.
I think one part on the Finance Commission which is very important, we don't know the fine print, but the last one, 15th Finance Commission spoke about having a non-lapsable fund for the defense budget, which was not accepted.
There's no mention of the word defense in anything over here.
So I had tried that. I was very careful.
But can I just say that generally speaking, there is not, in the last several budgets, no direct mention of the defense budget in what, it's always, so we'll have to see what if capital expenditure goes up. That's all that it boils down to.
No, but even capital expenditure.
But I was just saying that the non-lapsable part, if we can do in the 16th, we'll have to see what Dr.
Extremely
Panagari.
bad fiscal practice. It is, you cannot partition.
There is an appropriations act. There is a legal issue there.
It's a very good thing they didn't do it. You can't tie the government's hand and say.
But at the same time, the defense ministry does need, for indigenization purpose, some flexibility to think beyond 1-year horizons in terms of capex.
You see, the way it gets done in the defense ministry in terms of spends is because all of the services get an enhanced allotment now for quote-unquote emergency procurement. That money goes like this.
So there's a lot of focus.
And so orders take place there. It's the traditional way of getting orders done for defense, which takes forever. There's an L1 system of ours, right? And a whole lot of other things which are painfully slow.
So the president of CIA, Rajiv Memani, now joins us. Mr. Memani, what is your best sense of the manner in which the finance minister presented her budget and the message she's seeking to communicate? There's a lot of what you typically expect with the budget, not made public, at least in her speech, and a lot of focus on Part B, which again is different from what we've seen in previous years.
Yeah, and thanks Rahul. I think you're right. I think there was a lot of emphasis on Part A also. I think the way they laid out, the 7 focus areas that we discussed about, the focus on MSMEs and this 10,000 crore fund that's been created, the focus on infrastructure, at least 1.5 lakh, and some areas, and the high-speed rail, I think, is a good one because 80 to 90% of the value addition happens in India, and so I think the economic activity that it creates within India is positive. I think on the municipal bonds, I think a lot of focus on the cities and trying to see how you can create, whatever 5,000 crores for cities above 5 lakhs. So they'll create a competitive process through that. So I would say a lot of focus on tourism, cities, the services sector.
Also a new semiconductor mission 2.0 and a focus on rare earth chemicals. So she's trying to ensure that some of these new age sectors are taken care of.
Yeah, and what was interesting was that if you actually see, unlike in the previous years where a lot of these focus translated much more into incentives, this time it was much more around the ecosystem build-up and skills. So I think it looks like it's more, whether it was tourism, whether it was the other areas, I think that was I think positive. On financial on the financial sector also, I think the realization at least that now for the Viksit Bharat, a lot of things have to change, and hopefully this high-level committee gets set up quickly and they have good participation, and the changes that are required to be made on the banking side, I think that are made. On the Part B, I think a lot of focus on simplification, as we discussed, whether it was the penalty reduction and some of the nitty-gritties on TCS and others, which were niggling people unnecessarily because the TCS rates were very, very high. I think buyback tax has been a big ask for a lot of people. And I think amongst all the sectors, if I just have to do a blind test of one which seems to have got the maximum benefit, I would say it will be electronics manufacturing. I think they had lots of issues on, if they got capital goods, if a subcontractor got capital goods just for some time, whether that will get taxed or not and everything. So they've clarified safe harbors. And the other thing is the safe harbor for IT, widening the definition of IT services and having a safe harbor of 15.5%. So earlier that limit was 300 crores, I think, which they've raised to 2,000 crores. And if you looked at most of the APAs, they were getting done at 14, 15, 16%. So they've given that at 15.5%. The one that I think came as a positive surprise was data centers. I was not expecting that they would.
Do you think just that tax relief holiday till 2047 brings in more data centers into India?
Yeah, I think it gives one relief because the massive cap. I honestly feel that 22 years is a long time, so we should read the fine print whether it is 15 years within 22 years, because it's a very long time. I mean, I've never seen a relief being given for 22 years.
No, but will it?
Yeah, it will
impact investment decisions.
It will impact because it reduces your, most of these data centers are set up with a fixed return. So, the return is whatever, 12%, 13% dollar return. So I think it makes it much more impactful. Therefore, more companies, it makes India more competitive. So I think more companies will look at setting up data centers and others. So I think it's a positive sign, and it should encourage much more. Plus, they've also provided a safe harbor to say that if you're providing data center services to a related entity, then up to 15%, at a transfer pricing of 15%, you can claim tax benefit on that. So I would say on the data center, I was surprised that.
Let's get a word in on Kunal Bahl as well. Set up Snapdeal, now runs the startup division of CII. Kunal, welcome. Do you think that this tax holiday till 2047, and even Ratin Roy and Rajiv Mani both making the point, it's quite unusual to have such a long tax holiday. Do you think that brings in more data centers into India and impacts the decisions of those setting up these data centers and the focus the government is laying here?
Thanks for having me, Rahul. Look, actually, on budget day, we tend to talk a lot about that day's announcements, but actually, whether it's the data center announcement or the biopharma manufacturing or the semiconductor, if you look back the last 3-4 years, this seems like a concerted effort towards building blocks for a larger building. We've seen the 1 lakh crore RDI fund being announced, the 1,000 crore space tech fund being announced all over the last couple of years. So today's announcements are probably more bricks in the same building. And whether it's 15 years or 22 years, we'll find out the details. But is it a step in the right direction? It absolutely is. And I think all these infrastructure moves are very, very important for the India of 2047.
Government capex is up about 9% to 12.2 lakh crore rupees. Radhika, do you think that's a fair increase in government spend? Because some people seem to be suggesting that the government could have been potentially more aggressive in how much it's wanting to spend on capacity expansion.
Well, if you look at the amount last year, it's an increase of about 11%. And I think we weren't expecting to see a dramatically large increase in that number. I think the question is what that number is as a percentage of nominal GDP. I suspect it's going to remain the same as last year. And I think that's kind of fine because we need that sustained public capex. But at the same time, it's important that it doesn't crowd out private investment. So I think that, in terms of the number, I'm fine. But what I'd be more interested in seeing is what is the disaggregated allocation of that public capital expenditure, which are the sectors it's exactly going to. Is it, just capital intensive projects with long gestation periods? Or how much of it is actually going to translate into improved productive capacity of the economy in the immediate short and medium term? So the devil is in the details, and we don't have those yet.
We've got a couple of reactions. These are the first reactions from the opposition, from the Congress party coming in. Let's listen in.
लेकिन सर अभी पार्लियामेंट को यूज करेंगे लेकिन सर अभी पार्लियामेंट को यूज करेंगे
बताओ यार, डिटेल्स तो बहुत कम मिले ना। जैसे कि 3-4 हेडलाइन थे, लेकिन जब हम इंतजार कर रहे थे कि ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ आयुर्वेदा कहाँ आएगी, हमारे केरला में चाहिए हमें। हमारे तो बहुत लंबी ट्रेडिशन आयुर्वेदा के, लेकिन केरला का नाम नहीं सुना। फिशर कोकोनट तो शायद केरला ही हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि मेरे ख्याल में भारत का सबसे ज़्यादा बड़ा केरला कोकोनट प्रोड्यूसिंग स्टेट तो केरला ही है। तो वो तो होना चाहिए। वैसे भी फिशरीज में हमें कुछ बेनिफिट होना चाहिए। लेकिन जब शिप रिपेयर के बारे में बोला और वाराणसी और पटना के बारे में बोला, केरला के बारे में कुछ नहीं सुन सका, तो ये सब हमें ज़रा सा आश्चर्यजनक है। लेकिन ये भी कहूँ कि शायद डिटेल्स बजट डॉक्यूमेंट में होंगे, पढ़ा नहीं, अब तक सिर्फ भाषण सुने हैं। भाषण में तो बहुत कम डिटेल्स है जो हमें ज़रूरी है।
बजट में कोई खास नहीं है। प्रधानमंत्री और नड्डा जी सिर्फ ताली बजा रहे थे और बीजेपी का एमपी का भी समझ नहीं आ रही थी क्या मैडम क्या बोल रही है। मीन्स ये सिर्फ डायरेक्शनलेस बजट है और कोई कॉन्क्रीट ये नहीं है। दोबारा एक ही सपना दिखाने वाली बात ही कर रहे थे और कब तक के सपना दिखाते रहेंगे। एक बजट में ही सपना दिखा रहे, हकीकत में कुछ हो ही नहीं रही है।
ये हाल रहा तो लोहे पर पीतल चढ़ा करके जेवर बनाने पड़ेंगे। और ये बजट गरीब के समझ के बाहर है। जो बुनियादी चीजें हैं, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, आप सोचिए उत्तर प्रदेश का हाल आपने सुना होगा, देखा होगा। पोस्टमार्टम होना है किसका और पोस्टमार्टम के लिए ले किसको जा रहे हैं? ओटी में जाना किसको था, ले किसको जा रहे हैं? ये तो स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था का हाल है। और शिक्षा का हालत ये है कि बिना शिक्षा के हम विकसित भारत कैसे बनाएंगे? विकसित भारत का सपना अगर देखना है तो शिक्षा क्षेत्र में हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा बजट देना पड़ेगा।
One of the interesting things we are picking up is the massive increase in defense spending. Capital outlay for the defense sector up about 22%, going up to 2.19 lakh crore rupees. The defense budget stands at 7.8 lakh crore rupees. The big jump is in aircraft and aero engines from 48,000 crores to about 63,000 crores, but 21% increase. Vishnu, potentially indicating that they're planning to make some big announcements on weapon purchases.
Yeah, no, and there are two of them. One is the Rafale deal, which is in the range of above $35 billion, and one for at least 6 made in India submarines. That will be in the range of approximately $7 billion. Obviously, it's not a one-time payment, not at all. But they are creating space for this because it's the biggest defense budget hike I have seen in many, I don't remember something, it's about 21%.
No, but this also happens on the back of Operation Sindoor, showing the need to spend on buying new defense equipment.
But that 21% hike actually does, we'll have to wait to see which amount of that is capex. I would suggest a significant amount for the first time. So this is welcome news.
This is the capital outlay. So 21%
I think 21% is the overall hike, but we've got a breakup of that. Of that, the capital hike as opposed to last time has gone up, right? The financial year 26-27 capital outlay is up 21.8
That's what I'm saying.
To 2.19. So that's a very big hike.
Okay, everyone's picking up some fine print. So since Rajiv Memani needs to leave, I'm going to get him to just, because you're getting lots of messages from your big team taking you through the fine print. So give us some of what you're picking up from the fine print which wasn't there in what the finance minister said.
No, nothing that much in the fine print. I think obviously gift benefit has been the tax exemption, which was for 10 years. I think that's been extended to 20 years. Again, defense spending is strong. I was just just absorbing the budget speech in itself and the exact numbers. That's what I was looking at. But again, on the overall, I would say on the MSME side also, which we have, and the infrastructure side, one is this REIT and InvIT, and we'll have to understand more how will they use some of the PSU assets and government real estate assets into REIT and InvITs. I think that unlocks a lot of value. If they're doing that, I haven't seen any disinvestment numbers, but in terms of asset monetization, I think this could be an interesting way of looking at asset
monetization. We'll let Rajiv Memani leave for the time being. He'll come back later, but Ratin Roy?
Yeah, I have some data now, which is quite interesting.
Yes.
So other than non-tax revenue, if you're looking at last year's performance, BE compared to RE, tax revenue, every other revenue source is down. And every expenditure source is also down, which essentially something, by the way, is not unique.
No, it's
this
not
has happened
unique.
for the last 8 or 9 years. The government of India has been prudent by shrinking its total spending. Most people don't get this as a percentage of GDP. That's why I don't like this lakh crore nonsense. Defense budget, very interesting. There's a huge shortfall in the capital X RE compared to the BE, which means they weren't able to spend the money. So now they have made it
proposed to spend it.
I really hope they can spend it.
No, but there's another detail over here. But
if
go
I
ahead.
can just add to this, because you see this happened last year as well, and that is why when we are the budget numbers which the finance minister is announcing, we are saying that this year she is saying 12.2 lakh crore she's going to, that's the public capex. For the last 2 years, the public capex, including this year, the public capex they are falling short by a huge margin. So these numbers don't have any credibility. And once the capital outlay falls short in 1 year, you are rolling over to the next year.
By 3%.
Yeah, so that's yes. Not a, so what happens is that your revenue is not, your revenue shortfall is also, because you have to keep your fiscal deficit within a range. It can't be brought down further because your private investment is not happening in that manner. And you can't increase it because your debt will go up. So this budget ultimately is all about playing safe. And you are showing a degree of complacency.
Let Mr. Mukundan come in on that.
Can I call it fiscal prudence?
That more
I
of
think
the
that's
same.
also positive.
He's calling it a play-safe budget. Let Mr. Mukundan come in with his take on the budget.
I really think what I said in the morning is what has been delivered. I said build forward. This is not a time for big bang, because fundamentally he calls it playing safe, but I say build forward is much sharper definition. And I also said in the morning, you're not going to come at one suite of, but it's going to be very targeted. It's going to be very specific sectors. If you look at where she's focused on biopharma, semiconductor, rare earth, chemical parks, high-tech tool room, construction equipment, container manufacturing. I mean, each one of them is very sharply targeted. And on the capex point, I just wanted to tell you the spending which you're talking about, we have stopped doing annual expenditure numbers. In capital, what happens the moment it slips into next year? So normally what you do is a rolling average, so that you take a 3-year, 4-year rolling average, which is really the way you should look at it. Some years will be lumpy, some years will be down, because some projects have taken a bit of time. So I think we should give that much of a sort of a credit, go through these numbers in a much more detail to understand where it is coming from. I think the key point which we've been highlighting is on MSME. I think this point about linking TREDS with GEMS, use of TREDS to give credit to MSMEs, the credit guarantee for MSME, I think we have not actually focused on how much it's going to work towards bringing up the health of MSME, which is a big issue. And in terms of the 7 sectors she's laid down for economic growth, she focused on 3 areas. Economic growth, the second one was how do we sort of accelerate and raise aspirations of people at the people level, which is what all this whole skilling, medical, 1.5 lakh people, caregivers, all that is part of that. And lastly, about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, which is about underprivileged people. Now, when on economic growth, she's picked up 7 areas. MSME is one of them. She also spoke about building scale, and scale in very specific areas. And then about, this is very interesting, I thought it very interesting, because it was about rejuvenation of legacy industrial areas. 200 industrial will be rejuvenated, and I think it's needed, because when you go to some of the old industrial parks, they are not up to the mark in terms of technology. And the whole issue on infrastructure, again, I think 12.2 or number I picked up, I think it's a bigger number than last year. We can say it should have been more, but that's where it is. Lastly, I think one of the areas we've been highlighting is India will urbanize. And we have to bring vibrancy in our urban centers, and the city economic region, as she calls it, CER. It's a new term, but fundamentally it's about making cities a more viable, more vibrant places. And also part about financing, about the municipal bonds, 1,000 crore. I think it's excellent. I think in many ways.
See, the debate is, those are all very pious intentions, all of them. I am giving you one simple example. What is wrong with it? Now, when you commit 11 lakh crore, 12 lakh crore, and then you end up, by the end of the next budget, you end up spending 1 lakh crore, 2 lakh crore less, then what happens is...
It's not 10-20%.
No, wait.
It's only 3%.
No. Wait. You compare it with what happens. This is happening year after year. So what happens? I'll give you a concrete example. Suddenly now there are going to be 7 high-speed railway projects. By the way, Kolkata is left out. For Delhi, Kolkata is the busiest corridor. It is left out. But anyway, Varanasi gets two projects. But fine. Where is the first high-speed rail project today? And why? When was it announced, this bullet train? When was it announced? Till date, we have not seen the first bullet train in India.
No.
And 5 more projects are being announced. So, fine. If you are saying, why are you against the announcement? No, I want hundreds of high-speed rail projects. Just look at where China has gone with high-speed rail projects. Okay. My point is that don't just do these jumlas in the budget. When you are saying you are announcing a project, you complete that project. Let people benefit.
Let him respond.
No, I just think, the word jumla and all, I don't want to get into that. I think fundamentally good thoughts, good words, good deeds. That's what we believe in as private sector, and that's what government also should believe in. I think firstly it starts with thinking about where you want to go, then it's come out in words. But effectively talking about the 7 high-speed corridors and also speaking about the first corridor, obviously we have made land acquisition a very difficult part even for the government. I think it got stuck because I have actually traveled on the construction which has happened, and it is actually fairly impressive. You come to BKC and see this entire terminus which is being built, right in the center of BKC for the first, the high-speed rail. It's completely new. So I think I would say the work is happening. And I understand where you're coming from. We all want things to happen faster than they are, which is really what industry is also saying. From ease of doing business, we need to go to speed of doing business. And for speed of doing business, you need to remove many of the irritants. And if you look at exports, what has she done? Entire touch-free digital custom clearance. That's a game changer. We have been highlighting this. Why should anything be done on that basis? So each one of these are going to help us to improve the speed of transacting and speed of transacting.
At some level, it's a measure of the stability and the confidence of the government that despite we being just a few weeks away from elections in Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Assam and Kerala, the usual temptation of having schemes for election-bound states has been left out. No public announcement of that at least. Rajiv Gowda joins us from the Congress party. Professor Gowda, you think the government is sitting pretty because usually just a few weeks ahead of announcement of polls, peak election season, Kerala this, Assam this, West Bengal this, Tamil Nadu this, she's avoided that temptation this time.
Well, that's such a relief, but it's probably a lack of imagination. Think about the bigger picture, Rahul. Essentially, this is a time when the Indian economy is facing a crisis with the amount of money being taken out both by Indians and by investors. What kinds of measures could have sent the right signals to allow for a reversal of this pattern? I don't see anything on that scale, etc. The other thing, if you look at the economic survey, it highlighted the urgent need to work on India's urban agenda. Now here we only have 5,000 crores that is allocated for urban-related developments. Many of the programs like Amrit or smart cities, etc., none of them have really had any significant impact on changing the infrastructure in urban India. So what you needed from these kinds of investments from the government is to crowd in private sector investment as well, which is something that continues to fall behind. Right? Instead, we don't see enough imagination there. Also, in terms of creating the kinds of initial investments that would then get much more private investment to follow through. So these sorts of glaring challenges, I see those with this budget. And then, of course, while the same standard dialogues are pushed out about youth and farmers and the poor, I'll have to look at the details of the budget to see what actually has happened in those directions, because there's certainly not anything there in her speech. And and when nearly half the country is trying to survive on agriculture, the kinds of investments in agricultural research, infrastructure, etc., no word on that except for about replanting lost coconut trees. So, I mean, really, this is, I think the government has somehow lost its way and really needs to take a step back and regroup. And as Ratin was pointing out earlier, we need to look at the actual realities. How much do they announce in the budget? How much do they actually spend? How much do they actually earn? All those assumptions are really something that we will get to know and verify as the day goes along.
But the markets, since we spoke last, Harsh, seem to have recovered quite a bit. They're almost down 1,800 odd points, now about 500 odd points down.
No, I think the other points about like people of Indian origin can invest bigger amounts, the buyback tax. I think F&O obviously applies more to the capital market derivative segments, so brokers, exchanges. But I think the broader picture of fiscal stability, macro stability is weighing in. I think it's now over to RBI. 4th to 6th February is the MPC meeting. One very quick point I would say, see, the budgeted estimate for CapEx in FY26 was 11.2 lakh crores. We ended up spending 10.97 lakh crores.
Correct.
So it's only a 2% shortfall. And now from that 2% shortfall, there has been an 11% increase. So it's not true that 1 or 2 lakh crores are not being spent. Those numbers are inaccurate. I think going forward, the most important part is the budget is forgettable, and that's a good thing. Mostly the budget is forgettable. We move on because the big stuff happened with GST, the deregulation commissions under the current cabinet secretary and a former cabinet secretary are in place. And then we have the monetary policy and we have trade agreements. So if we have forgotten this day after a week, it's not such a bad outcome after all.
Mr. Basa, how is the semiconductor mission so far coming along? They've announced a Semiconductor Mission 2.0, also laying a lot of emphasis on full stack design work happening in India. What is your assessment of the first phase of what we've seen on semiconductors?
So I think the first phase has seen the right kind of moves. Also, I would see the investments have gone in as expected. And if you look at the semiconductor ecosystem, there's a lot of focus around the ecosystem also, because you need the talent ecosystem. It's not just enough to say that I would like to have design capabilities. You need designers to come in back from many of the other countries to build a career in India. And for that, the ecosystem is required. And if you look at some of the other things which they're trying to do, you have to also support it with the rare earth piece. You also have to support it with what you're doing on the overall engineering skills program. When we are talking of some of these skill building issues, I think it's very critical for, the wave 1 and of course for the electronics piece for the wave 2 as well. And I think the other thing which you should also look at is, we have been talking about these CapEx programs. Now, if you think of what they have talked about, restructuring of power finance and REC, that can have the potential to unlock deep, capital pools which can go into some of the other sectors which would be talked of. And I think those can be really game changers for it. So I again think that, yes, the budget has a lot of it for a lot of sectors, but it's not really unrelated. If you look at all of them, they're somehow being related, whether it is, the focus of longevity to health, whether it is the semiconductor and the rare earth, or the, import of high-tech tools, the infra equipment which is coming in. All of those are very related, things. And I think when you're looking at the skilling program is not just about one particular sector. She has talked about design, she has talked about, gaming, she has talked about, also skilling in astrophysics, astronomy. So it's a very, very, broad-based skilling program.
But on the political front, the government clearly has some rough weather to deal with Donald Trump, who's announced that India will be cutting back on Russia and cutting back on Iran and buying from Venezuela. So a lot of these hush policy announcements apparently made by the Indian government being made publicly by Donald Trump. And he just keeps doing it again and again.
Well, we live in a world where we live in, so, where the dominant power has given up its own adherence to the so-called rules-based order. But again, coming back to this budget and how those, the fact that Venezuela oil would be sold to India and India is gradually buying less Russian oil shows that we are going towards some kind of trade agreement with the US. Is it being done in great fraternal spirit? No, but it's better than not having a deal. And it's a good follow-on to the EU deal, because now we are also negotiating from a point of strength, which is what Piyush Goyal mentioned to Vishnu yesterday, that we are not negotiating from any deadline. So yes, it's
Ratin, what's your best sense of what Trump makes of when Piyush Goyal and the Indian government and the EU get into a trade deal? How is he decoding this from what you can tell?
If I go by Truth Social, he doesn't decode, he reacts. So, decoding would be a massive increase in intelligence of the US president, which is at the moment unfortunately not available. So he will react in the way he usually does. He has looked at the deal. He has made one churlish comment in it already.
Scott Bessent has, in fact. Scott Bessent has multiple times.
Scott Bessent has made a churlish comment, but I think we are doing absolutely the right thing for a change. I've been very unhappy with Indian foreign policy for a while because we've been talking too much. All this Indic and Vedic and go forward and do this or hum great hai. Now we have shut up, and that's a very good thing. And the way we are dealing with Trump is just right. Keep quiet and do what you have to do, and you'll be good. I want to make a very quick, again, data point on the thing. Disinvestment for the 10th straight year in a row, they have missed their modest target and they've raised it again. Long term, that means you cannot expect the government of India to raise revenues through disinvestment. Taxes are maxed out, so we are now a revenue-constrained economy. There is not going to be any money going forward to expand the size and scope of government in any significant way. I personally think that's not a bad thing. I don't think we should be expanding government beyond where it is. But now we have maxed out all our sources. So, and a bit of good news again, committed expenditure, which is expenditure the government has to make on GST compensation, on wages and salaries and stuff like that, that has come down slightly this year for the first time. That means the government's fiscal headroom has gone up a bit, and that's again a good thing. Finally and ominously, Finance Commission grants to the states have gone down by 15% this year, and that is not a good thing politically at all. It will make the southern states really mad.
Can I also just say, I've got a few more data points on the defense budget going up. A part of it has gone up from 48,000 crores to 63,000 crores. That is aircraft and aero engines. Now, aero engines are the holy grail of defense manufacturing. We have failed to do this for decades. We are now in an advanced deal with General Electric and are negotiating with Safran of France as well. This is for profound technology transfer, which feeds into our Atmanirbhar ambitions. So that has been outlined. So a key part of this defense deal is that there are three components. One for aircraft, which is possibly the Rafale deal. One for submarines, as I understand it, and it mentions aero engines. So that is where this negotiation will carry forward into a proper deal.
Sunil Mathur now joins us, CEO Managing Director at Siemens Limited. Mr. Mathur, you know, your reading of the budget and the focus that's been made on cities and trying to make India urban in a way that sees ease of living.
Yes, I mean, the reality is our big cities are bursting at the seams already. They are high cost, they are terrible on logistics, and they're difficult to attract talent for. And therefore, following models around the world, the only alternatives that we do have for an inclusive development is to move manufacturing out of the cities into the more rural regions. But that will require these rural regions to be upgraded in their infrastructure. And they will need roads, highways, access, they will need electricity, they will need upskilling of talent over there. And I think this is a step in the right direction. It's a long journey. But unless we start spending on these rural regions, creating these economic zones, so to speak, and developing these regions, we will actually be limiting ourselves if we do all our manufacturing in the large cities, in the metro cities. So I think it's a step in the right direction.
Radhika Kapoor, one of the efforts being made was to boost medical tourism by reducing taxes on medical tourism. To what extent do you think, I mean, it's obviously net positive for healthcare companies, but to what extent do you think it actually brings in a lot more people into India for healthcare treatments?
Well, I think they're definitely looking at health tourism as an important source of growth, as an important source of job creation. So I think this is a net positive over here. But I think, you have to have the right enabling ecosystem to actually facilitate that. So she also talked a lot about skilling in the health sector and having these qualified health professionals. There was a term she used for it. I'm forgetting APHIs. So unless that enabling ecosystem that provides quality services at competitive prices is created, these things don't actually fructify and translate into the desired gains. And on skilling, I do want to come back to the point that you had made earlier. I think it's quite interesting. They haven't talked just about skilling, but actually the transition from education to employment. And so that it's not just enough to educate people, but to make them employable, to make them job ready. There's also a panel which has been set up to look at the impact of AI on employment. And I think that's another big thing, because that will give a sense of, what are the sectors where jobs are going to be created, particularly for the youth. They started at the beginning by talking about how the youth were going to be a focus of the budget. And we know that the impact of AI, particularly when it comes to generative AI, has not been on entry-level jobs. So the jobs that the youth get when they enter the labor market. So I think those are how they're going to pan out and develop is one thing, but as statements of intent, I think these are very important issues because they are structural challenges. The other thing, also, I think it appears now that there's been an increase in allocation of in Narega. So if you look at
it's not a very major increase.
30,000
crores.
Yeah,
that's pretty big. That's a 25% increase.
No. Wait,
and it's counterintuitive because they were not.
No. It is now split. So you can't kind of add the Viramji and the Narega.
Why not?
Huh?
Why can't I?
No, because the nature of the scheme has changed. Earlier it was entirely a demand.
There's 1,22,000 crores for employment guarantee scheme. We can agree on that. That's a big rise.
No, not guarantee. You can't use the word guarantee.
Employment generating scheme.
So ultimately, how much you are spending, that is a different question.
Okay, gentlemen, just hold on for 1 second. We've got Shrivar Kheruka, the co-chairperson of FICCI, joining us at this stage. Mr. Kheruka, thank you very much for being with us. Glass half empty or glass half full? How would you look at this budget?
Well, from a manufacturing perspective, I think it's a good budget. There's a lot of emphasis on Make in India, on Atmanirbharta, and I do believe that in areas such as electronic manufacturing, in areas such as rare earth mining and manufacturing, there are good outlays which have been kind of budgeted for, and I do believe those are absolute needs for the country to become self-reliant. So I'm quite excited about the budget and also the emphasis on manufacturing in particular.
Okay, I see Dr. Naresh Trehan is walking in, one of India's best-known healthcare experts. A lot of focus on medical tourism. To what extent do you think that starts showing results, and by when? And do you see more people coming in for healthcare treatments to hospitals like yours?
So it's well known that India has the opportunity to offer the highest end of healthcare available anywhere in the world at a fraction of the cost. So it's not the misconception that it is poor medicine at cheap cost. It's high quality medicine at affordable costs. That's one. But the full potential has not been exploited so far because there is chaos on the ground. We are not organized. We don't represent the value of the quality of care that we have. But the government is trying many efforts now to put it out in the international space. So the groundwork is done, and the fact that some of the things that were mentioned in the budget today are very encouraging, including the fact that we have the huge potential of a Ayurveda along with modern medicine, of which is already creating a lot of traction for India, and we can actually ride this wave much higher, maybe double or triple the number of people and the value that we derive.
And what did you make of the emphasis laid on biopharma?
No, that's a very important factor that was addressed today, because so far the pharmaceutical industry, which has been, like we proudly say, is the pharmacy to the world, has been basically copycat drugs. So this allocation, this Biopharma Shakti mission that we talked about with 10,000 crore allocation, will encourage to do research, develop our own biologics and biosimilars, so that we can actually provide medicines of the frontier kind at a fraction of the cost that is available from the world. So I think it was a very important statement.
Dr. Trehan, there's also been a focus on mental health institutions.
Right.
There are none which exist in North India. One is being set up there. There are, I believe, one in Tezpur as well. And these were very specific points which were mentioned. So that's again welcome news for the health sector.
It is, no question, because this was one of the ignored sectors in North India especially. The South, Hyderabad and all these places, Bangalore and all, already have mental institutions. We didn't have any except for the old variety in Agra. So there is a lot of work to be done in North India, especially with the stresses of society today, and along with that, the stress of environment. The air quality and all that is adding a lot of stress to our population.
I think one of the things where I was a bit disappointed, I would say, on the healthcare side is that there was a lot being talked about medical tourism. There was also, if you look at the previous budgets, it was all about access and affordability. But we didn't hear too much about the digital health infrastructure. Just like we are saying, if you look at overall India's growth, digital public infrastructure and the fintech industry and how it has taken off, on the medical side, we didn't hear that much on the digital health infrastructure, which I was expecting.
But can I just say, because I've got the points on health with me, apart from what Dr. Trehan referred to, there's a lot which was actually announced. Existing institutions for allied health professionals to be upgraded, 1.5 lakh caregivers to be trained in a coming year, right? That's huge. Hubs for medical value tourism to be created, 5 regional medical hubs. As was mentioned by Dr. Trehan, Ayush centers are coming up. Hubs to provide diverse job opportunities for medical service providers. This is actually one of the areas where we've seen more
than that. What was mentioned was that there would be a committee formed that looks at education, skilling, and employment.
Right.
So this whole stack becomes very meaningful because they were disconnected. So if you are going to start the programming at schools, skill development soon after that, and then because there's a huge need not only for India but for the world. Yes. And like they said that, like she said that there will be 1.5 lakh caregivers required, not only to serve the Indians but the whole world is hungry for them. Yes. Because there is an aging population. We are the only ones in the world who have a young population with requirement for skills that can be actually leveraged for the world.
The one thing that's becoming a political issue is leaders of pole-bound states, the likes of, say, Mamata Banerjee, Kanimori, all of them attacking the government, saying that "Hamare state ko kuch nahi diya." And that was, usually what we see, Dr. Roy, right before an election, in the pole-bound states, they have these announcements which economists like you don't like. But she's shunned that. Naturally, she'll come under political attack as a consequence of staying away from that kind of populism.
Well, they're underestimating the Prime Minister. I'm not necessarily a fan of what he does. He's never announced SOPs in a budget. They announced just before the election, sometimes in contravention of ethical rules, like in Bihar. Maharashtra, my own state, he did it just before the election. Bihar, he did it. Second, he's also pragmatic. You go to Tamil Nadu and you start announcing SOPs, they're not going to be impressed. So you're not going to win like huge amounts of brownie points. And Bengal, I want to be very polite about Bengal, considering my Bengal. I mean, I think there the rough and tumble of elections is what determines election victories and defeats. I don't think particular SOPs otherwise determine. It's very red in tooth and claw. So quite rightly, there was no need to take that economic angle in this budget, given the nature of the states.
And you can do it later, Harsh.
And in any case, if they wanted to do it, they do it 1 month before.
10,000 rupee transfer happened just a few days before polls were announced.
The budget. It happens just before the election. So it catches eyeballs. That's electoral.
But naturally, the opposition will.
So long as that's within the model code of conduct. I mean, that's how elections are run. But I'm actually quite happy that more of the welfare spending is going on the state balance sheet as opposed to the union balance sheet, because they are more targeted. They're more easier to identify people who deserve that. Often they are women of a particular below a certain cutoff. So I think this is the fact that the union government in the last decade has focused much more on capex and much more of the welfare schemes have gone to the state governments is actually overall an excellent development. And there is some research that there is nutritional benefit to some of these cash subsidies, in-kind subsidies.
Yep.
So sometimes we have a tendency to dismiss all of these welfare schemes very lightly, but there is a real benefit to that on the ground as well.
So the other thing that was included was the care for the elderly and geriatrics. Very important, because the aging population, while we have the demographic dividend, but we are also rapidly aging, and when we talk about 3%, 4% of the population is going to enter, that it still adds up to millions. So this has been not addressed well so far, but we all need to. The providers, the government, the financiers, we all need to, because there is a huge need for it and there is opportunity to develop these services.
Now, what about devolution of funds to the states? Has there been any big change in that?
It's constant. It's constant.
So there's no change in that. It's flat.
Vertically it's the same.
No, it's given. The report is out.
No.
It's just been tabled.
This year, is it included? This year they have maintained the...
No, this fiscal she has incorporated the
You take your
41%
mic,
devolution.
Prosenjit.
Yeah.
That she's done.
Let me just check the...
Please.
So this idea of setting up rare earth corridors in states like Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing, a lot of this are areas where countries like China have made substantial progress, and now India belatedly trying to catch up. Is it like in semiconductors we are catching up in certain, for example, once some of these fabs start coming up from next year onwards, we're nowhere close to being world class, but at least we are catching up. Can we do the same in rare earths as well, Dr. Roy?
Of course we can. Of course we can, but also semiconductors, I'm a little worried because I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
I'm really not interested in 2047, it bores me. By 2030, will our output of semiconductors significantly increase? If your answer is yes, then we have done a good job, because then it means over a 5 to 7 year period, we have become a player. I think there is no reason. I've studied the China rare earths problem, and of course, the Bhavans didn't listen. And I said, please look at this, it is very, very important. Better late than never, but if in a 7 year window we can make an impact on rare earths that is significant, and we have chosen the right places. I don't know about Orissa, But Tamil Nadu, Andhra, they're smart people. They, you can work fast there.
Okay,
So I'm quite optimistic.
We've got Amitabh Kant with us as well. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. Some would say it's a holding budget. Some would say it's got a little bit for everything. The markets haven't sort of responded positively to this budget. The Sensex is sort of going up and down, but more down. How would you look at this budget? How would you characterize it?
Well, these are very difficult times right now. Geopolitically, the world is very fragmented, and therefore, this is a very responsible budget, which brings down fiscal deficit to 4.3%, which brings down the debt to GDP ratio to 55.6%, which is still, despite that, lays a lot of emphasis on infrastructure, takes the spend up to 12.2 lakh crores, which in reality is 4.4% of your effective infra spend will be 4.4% of your GDP, and there's a huge focus on manufacturing. So I think it's a it provides continuity to the vision of Viksit Bharat, and it's a greatly responsible budget during very complex times globally. But I think, to my mind, the smartest move in this entire budget is the move to exempt data centers from tax, 100% tax, to 2047. If you look around the world, 75% of the total investment being made in the world is being made in AI and artificial intelligence and data centers. So if you are able to do this, you are able to drive AI, computing power, cloud infrastructure, data centers all to India. This is a big, big move, to my mind. It can have a path-breaking impact because the data is all here, talent is all here. If you listen to the and this will be
as we lay emphasis on data centers, their argument has been that you have to equally lay emphasis on power creation, because these are hugely power consuming sectors, and therefore you're laying emphasis on data centers, giving these tax holidays, but no talk about equal emphasis being laid on new power capacity being created.
So let me put this in a perspective, Rahul. First of all, India is the only country which has one grid across the country. Europe doesn't have it. America doesn't have it. No other country in the world today has about 260 gigawatt of renewable energy. And therefore, you can link up renewable energy, you can link up grid to the data centers. It can be a remarkable process. You need to, of course, spend more money in terms of smartening the grid, etc. But India is ideally posed for it. Let's not be pessimistic. On the energy side, one grid across the country, only India has it.
Okay, the semiconductor mission is also something that's critical to everything that we are talking about, 40,000 crores to capitalize on the momentum of the semiconductor mission. So is that something that just had to be done, number one? And number two, we are talking about critical earths and, mining in India, that obviously feeds into the semiconductor mission. But India continues to import from China. In fact, one of the grounds we had premised for an improvement in ties is that they give us critical minerals, and they have said yes to that.
See, worldwide, the processing of critical minerals is right now being done in China. It's not about availability of critical minerals, it's about the processing technology. India needs to master processing technology. We may have rare earth like lithium, etc. in Kerala, Orissa, Tamil Nadu, etc., but we need to master processing technology. Second thing, what China does is it increases the cost, it increases the tariffs on raw materials, brings down the prices of the end product, and ensures that nobody else manufactures it. Therefore, it will require a huge amount of government backing for the next 15 years, much like what we've done in data centers to make India the master of processing of critical minerals. But there's a huge emphasis on lithium, iron cell, critical minerals, and on nuclear power in this budget, which are all cutting-edge areas of growth. So this budget really takes the leap of technological leapfrogging in many ways. It also focuses on some job-creating sectors which have been hit by Trumpian tariffs, like marine, like leather, textiles, etc., so that our jobs are not impacted in a big way. And thirdly, I would say that there's a huge emphasis in terms of cities, because creating these, providing 5,000 crores to cities for these economic regions and linking them, calling them growth connectors, and linking seven high-speed rail corridors. That, to my mind, will again be path-breaking in the long run.
Sure. Can I just
please
respond? You see, we were just discussing the center state issue, and this is where the problem lies. If you look at the Finance Commission recommendations, they have just held it at the same level. So she has just done what the Finance Commission has recommended. So there is no change. But the real problem is, and that is where the capital outlay becomes very significant. Whereas its own capital expenditure, there is a shortfall, as he correctly mentioned, it's a minor shortfall. But in terms of grants in aid for creation of capital assets by states, there the shortfall is huge. It is enormous. It is over, almost over 1 lakh crore.
Yeah.
It's over 20%. So that is the problem. When you are saying that it is good that the states are being asked to do welfare and the government is rationalizing on that and focusing on capex, but the state governments also need to spend on capital expenditure. And you are absolutely right, because the state governments are responsible for far many things which are closer to the lives and livelihoods of the people on a day-to-day basis. If you are falling short on capital outlays for the states, and I'm sure that is not something that the Finance Commission is prodding them to do, they are doing it because they are not being able to generate revenues to share with the states adequately. So I think that is where I am the main critic on my critique remains that this is a very complacent budget. The government thinks as if the way we are going is fine and this is going to
okay, let's get a response
to it. On the revenue side and constraint, I mentioned it at the beginning. We will have a new GDP number on 27th February. So the 55.6% FY27 union debt to GDP is a target as per current GDP estimates. If that number goes up by 5%, 7%, 8%, mechanically your 55.6% overnight becomes 52%, 53%. Remember, the target is 50% plus minus 1% by 31st March 2031. So the government then has enough fiscal space to not only not consolidate, but slightly be expansive in its fiscal policy as well. So again, we'll get to know this within 4 weeks. And that could be one trigger for more devolution to states as well.
This is, you're saying nominal GDP will be higher than we are estimating now.
I think it's
then
very
inflation would have been higher.
I think it's very much possible that the
then
GDP...
inflation would have been higher. So that's
No. The GDP rebasing that is going to be announced on 27th February...
That's real GDP.
No, I'm taking a nominal GDP as well.
You don't rebase nominal GDP. It is what it is. You rebase real GDP. So if it's nominal GDP, and if that's going to be higher by some miracle, it's possible they'll do that by going from real GDP up. Then your inflation is much higher than you expected.
No. A lot of things. It's not just not necessarily inflation. Let me just answer both.
Of course,
it's in both real GDP and nominal GDP. It's not necessarily that nominal GDP went up only because of deflator.
But there's no base question with nominal GDP. It is what it is.
No, I'm saying when the real GDP goes up, even the same deflator, mechanically the nominal GDP also goes up.
No. You have nominal GDP first. Then you apply a base effect to it, you deflate it, and you get a real GDP number. When you change the deflator and the base,
many things are going to change. It is not only about
nominal GDP will not change on 27th February.
Nominal GDP is not an estimate. It is what it is. It's a calculation. You see. So only real GDP changes.
And it is not only the base year that is going to change, it is also the method in which we are calculating the deflator. So a lot of things will change.
Double deflators are coming.
The estimation of the services sector will change.
I could be wrong, but my sense is this time the nominal GDP will also be increased. Let's see.
Okay, the short point I wanted to make is that even if one takes your point to be correct, that we may actually end up finding even higher GDP numbers after the revision. The point is that you are saying that then the government would have with the same fiscal deficit target, it will have more funds to spare. No, but
that percentage of GDP.
Yeah, but if the entire strategy is based upon rebasing numbers,
I'm not saying that's what it's based on.
Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen, hold on for 1 second.
You are talking about a 1 lakh crore
Prosajit, one second, hold on. I thought what I would do for the benefit of our viewers just tuning in, as we get into the real micro details, is to outline 5 areas where there have been significant changes. It's a somewhat unusual budget in the way it was presented. We aren't, for example, talking about tax rates that you and I are going to be paying. We're looking at tax in a very different format. However, the areas where Nirmala Sitharaman has really made a mark is capex. That's gone up to 11 lakh crores. Capital expenditure critical for the India growth story. The semiconductor mission has seen an investment of 40,000 crore rupees. So again, that's an area which, tied into the rare earths policy of the government, is very important. That's critical for manufacture. It is critical for electronics as well. Health found very detailed mention. There was a detailed mention of health when it came to setting up new centers, when it came to biologics, the pharmacy industry in India, as it were, and several other areas, improving the efficiency of health facilities across the country in areas of excellence. Defense saw something quite remarkable. I say remarkable because I've never seen a jump of approximately 21% in the defense budget. She didn't talk about it, but we've got the details now, and that includes what seems to be an allotment for massive capital expenditure towards new aircraft, submarines, and possibly aero engines. And finally, taxation. And I would suggest that part B of what Nirmala Sitharaman actually referred to had a great deal when it came to cutting down on punitive measures for tax vendors, making it simple, giving even those who have divergences or differences in opinion on how much tax they should pay some more time to actually go ahead and file their taxes. Several areas have got benefits as well. So these are broadly the areas. Would you agree? 5 areas, Ratin, that
Absolutely.
were the highlights for me.
I agree.
Right. But we still don't know what's going to cost more and what's going to cost less.
Yeah, we are slowly getting an idea of the overall fiscal strategy of the government, which is compared to the BE, revenue GDP ratio down. The government has, again, I like fiscal numbers to be clean, responded correctly and has cut expenditure. On that, I want to say that this capital asset creation business, you're only partly right, Dr. Bose. Partly it is what you say, the government exercising economy. Partly the states have to take it up. Bihar doesn't take up its creation of capital asset schemes. Tamil Nadu always, bypasses it. So, but you're partly right. Partly it has been a real cut. But partly it is taking advantage of the fact that all the relatively poorer states.
There are the divergence between the states. Even if you.
आज का बजट ऐतिहासिक है। इसमें देश की नारी शक्ति का सशक्त प्रतिबिंब झलकता है। महिला वित्त मंत्री के रूप में निर्मला जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार देश का बजट प्रस्तुत करके नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। ये बजट अपार अवसरों का राजमार्ग है। ये बजट वर्तमान के सपनों को साकार करता है और भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की नींव को सशक्त करता है। ये बजट 2047 के विकसित भारत की हमारी ऊंची उड़ान का मजबूत आधार है। साथियों, आज भारत जिस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है, इस बजट से उसे नई ऊर्जा, नई गति मिलेगी। जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं, वो एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए भारत के साहसिक, टैलेंटेड युवाओं को उड़ने के लिए खुला आसमान देते हैं। ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है। साथियों, ये बजट भारत की वैश्विक भूमिका को नए सिरे से सशक्त करता है। भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं। ये करोड़ों देशवासियों का संकल्प है। दुनिया के एक ट्रस्टेड डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टनर और ट्रस्टेड क्वालिटी सप्लायर के रूप में भारत की भूमिका लगातार बढ़ रही है। हाल में जो बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेड डील्स भारत ने की है, मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, उसका मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट भारत के युवाओं को मिले, भारत के लघु और मध्यम उद्योग वालों को मिले। इस दिशा में बजट में बड़े बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, इस बजट में मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को नई रफ्तार के लिए महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस बजट में नई उभरती इंडस्ट्रीज यानी सनराइज सेक्टर्स को जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायोफार्मा शक्ति मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन 2.0, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्कीम, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है वह उन्हें लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की नई ताकत देगा। साथियों, बजट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने के लिए कई बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, देश भर में वाटरवेज का विस्तार, हाई स्पीड रेल कॉरिडोर, टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों के विकास पर विशेष ध्यान और शहरों को मजबूत आर्थिक आधार देने के लिए म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स को बढ़ावा। ये सारे कदम विकसित भारत की यात्रा की गति को और तेज करेंगे। साथियों, किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी उसके नागरिक होते हैं। बीते वर्षों में हमारी सरकार ने देश के नागरिकों के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश किया है। हमारा प्रयास स्किल, स्केल और सस्टेनेबिलिटी को निरंतर बल देने का रहा है। जैसा कि आज पार्लियामेंट में निर्मला जी ने कहा है, यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं उससे अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे। भारत को दुनिया का डेटा सेंटर हब बनाने के लिए टैक्स में बड़ी छूट की घोषणा भी की गई है। मैं भारत के युवाओं को विशेष तौर पर इस बजट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को बड़ा बूस्ट मिलेगा। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस बजट में टूरिज्म और विशेषकर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत के अलग अलग राज्यों को ताकतवर बनाकर संतुलित विकास की नींव भी इस बजट में मजबूत की गई है। साथियों, हमारे देश में 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा महिलाएं सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी हैं और बड़ा सफल अभियान रहा है। महिलाओं द्वारा निर्मित, महिलाओं द्वारा संचालित सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स का आधुनिक इकोसिस्टम बने, बजट में इसे प्राथमिकता दी गई है। कोशिश यही है कि हर घर लक्ष्मी जी पधारे। हर जिले में छात्राओं के लिए नए हॉस्टल बनाने का अभियान भी शिक्षा को सुलभ बनाएगा। साथियों, भारत की कृषि, डेयरी सेक्टर, फिशरीज, इन्हें हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। इस बजट में भी नारियल, काजू, कोको और चंदन की पैदावार से जुड़े किसानों के लिए अनेक अहम कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत विस्तार एआई, इस टूल से किसानों को उनकी भाषा में जानकारी मिलने से उन्हें बहुत मदद मिलेगी। फिशरीज और पशुपालन में उद्यमिता, उसको बढ़ावा देने से गांव में ही रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के और ज्यादा अवसर बनेंगे। साथियों, ये बजट एम्बिशियस भी है और ये बजट देश की एस्पिरेशन को भी एड्रेस करता है। मैं एक बार फिर निर्मला जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक बजट के लिए, संवेदनशील बजट के लिए, गांव, गरीब, किसान का कल्याण करने वाले बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
There, speaking about the key points in the budget, he's called it a path-breaking set of reforms which have been announced by the finance minister. He says it's a budget which is focused on giving talented youngsters an opportunity. He said that the fiscal deficit was under control. He focused on Atmanirbharta. He also referred to the mother of all deals, which of course is the deal with the European Union. You can take a look at the markets. They've not reacted well. It's once again, it's gone down sharply to about 930 down, has the Sensex. We are joined by a very special guest, Jayant Sinha, with us. Thanks very much for being with us. How would you look at this budget? Would you say that it is something that nurtures path-breaking reforms like the Prime Minister said? Is there enough of management of, for example, the fiscal deficit? Are we firmly on that growth trajectory the Prime Minister has spoken about?
Yes, to all of the questions you have asked. This is an excellent budget, and it's a budget that once again reaffirms that India is a safe haven in a very turbulent world. It emphasizes stability and growth, and it really focuses once again on capital expenditures, which is the way in which we can boost our economy, strengthen our economy, prepare it for the future. And importantly, it also increases defense expenditures by 20%. Now, that's obviously very important for us from a national security point of view, but it is also an economic multiplier because as we build out our defense industry, as we resupply our armed forces, as we build out an export hub for defense industries, that also helps us tremendously from an economic perspective as well. And then finally, I will say that the key sunrise sectors, artificial intelligence, semiconductors, biopharma, all of these have got a strong boost through the budget as well. So once again, an excellent budget positions India really, really well for the future.
No, I agree with you entirely on that defense bit, something I track closely because it's an ecosystem which is being set up. So in other words, if there is an investment in the defense sector, the budget goes up, then you see tens of thousands of jobs. And many of these are MSMEs which come into the picture, new skills, so skill redevelopment, skill enhancement, which actually comes into this. And from a long-term perspective, that's very, very good indeed. But the markets, Mr. Sinha, haven't quite reacted to the budget very positively. I know the markets have their own dynamic. In your opinion, what were they actually waiting for or looking for?
I think they got largely everything that they were looking for. Of course, the somewhat negative surprise had to deal with the STT increases, which from a tax perspective have been quite substantial. 150% increase in one area and then 50% in the other area. And that's been a negative surprise for the market. So it'll take the market a little bit of time to absorb that. But I'm sure they'll get beyond that. And again, think for the long term, what drives markets over a substantial period of time is almost always, earnings growth. And because of the support provided to so many sectors through this budget, the longer term projections, earnings growth, and the revenues increase that our companies will get us past this short term reaction to the increases in STT taxes.
A final question to you, is there anything that you would like to have seen more of in the budget which is perhaps missing?
I would have liked to have seen three areas getting more emphasis. Number one, obviously, I would like to have us accelerate our disinvestment program. That has gone up to 80,000 crores in this budget. It would have been good to have gotten something specific there as to what is intended. For example, the disinvestment of IDBI Bank. So that's one area. Second area I would have liked to have seen more emphasis on is on sustainability, particularly with air pollution. What can be done there to improve the situation? And third, I think it's very important for us to continue to mobilize large-scale capital for investment, particularly private sector investment. And here again, there are various steps that could have been taken through AIFs and through support boost for the economy.
All right, Jayant, thanks very much for being with us. I'm joined now by Mr. B. Thiagarajan, Chairperson of the CII Trade Fairs Council. Thanks very much for being with us. And Mr. Nirmala Sitharaman, Co-Chairperson of the CII Trade and Policy Council. Mr. Sitharaman, let me come to you first. It's a similar question. What would you have liked to have seen in the budget beyond what we have?
I would say that...
And don't be diplomatic.
No, I would say the specifics on disinvestment, because, a lot of schemes have been announced, 5,000 crores for this, 10,000 crores from the, and we've seen that tax collections have been sort of tepid this year.
Yeah.
So we would like to see more details on that. But otherwise, overall, I would say it's a budget which has something for everyone.
And that's what you had expected?
That's what I was
expecting. You didn't expect a big bang budget this time at all?
No, I think that we have reached days where, we've crossed the days where we wanted big bangs. We now need our pain areas as industry addressed in several areas, whether it's process reforms, whether it's initiatives to promote exports, whether it's initiatives for supply chain de-risking, and all of it have been addressed.
managing taxation in so many ways, to me, was perhaps one of the biggest takeaways. It affects, the common citizen, it impacts industry as well, the entire process of simplification, trying to ensure that, legal penalties are minimized. Is that a big takeaway for you from an industry standpoint?
I won't say it is a big takeaway. First of all, the beginning was that we were not expecting anything big bang at all. We wanted the budget to be consistent, stable, providing for long-term growth. Niti Aayog CEO, Mr. BVR Subramaniam, keep telling this. We are the fourth largest economy. We will become third largest economy. Do we look like one?
Yeah.
And for that, many building blocks are there. If you look at it, that is the building block that this budget provides.
Stable. So it's a building block to something much larger.
That is right. And in CI, we are very clear about that.
In fact, you mentioned Mr. BVR Subramaniam, CEO of the Niti Aayog. He's with us now. Thanks, Mr. Subramaniam, very much for being with us. This budget has been described as a building block, one that sort of eventually takes us towards our 2047 dreams. Is that how you actually see this? Because at one level, some would say it wasn't terribly exciting, but there was a lot of work to be done, which is what this budget perhaps addressed. Mr. Subramaniam, go ahead.
I've lost you. I've lost you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, we'll come. All right, great. A lot of people would suggest that this wasn't a very exciting budget, but another way of looking at it is that it performed a certain role towards getting us to where we want, with our 2047 sort of goal being center. Would you agree that that's what this budget is essentially all about?
So I couldn't hear you clearly. I presume you're asking about the overall direction of the budget about Viksit Bharat and where does it take you there. So let me tell you my own interpretation. The budget should be seen as a package deal to be seen and read along with the previous two budgets. The budget 2 years ago had a lot of focus on jobs and employment and skilling. Last year's budget had a lot of focus on manufacturing. The initiatives there are still being rolled out. This budget adds another layer. Its big focus is on services, and I think that's something which a lot of people are not capturing. The second focus is on continuing whatever initiatives there are in manufacturing and adding a few more. And the third, of course, is the focus on city-urban infrastructure and removing whatever pain points are there as far as taxation, manufacturing, and other areas are concerned. I think that is that. So, if you'd like, I'd like to elaborate on the services point, which a lot of people don't seem to be getting.
Yes, please go ahead.
Is that okay? Yeah. So now, why I'm calling it a services budget is because you see the number of initiatives that are there. Firstly, the FM has announced a standing committee on services. Now, that's a very important thing because services is not handled by any single ministry or department in government. It's probably spread over 40. This is the first time that the government is looking at services, not something which serves India, but serves the rest of the world. She's given a very clear target. We want to be having 10% of global services output in India and wants to make India a global services hub. And then look at the range of initiatives that are there. We are talking about 5 medical hubs. Medical hubs are for actually medical tourism and serving medical services to the rest of the world. There's an announcement of 5 university cities. There are nothing but educational hubs. We'll have a whole range of institutions and basically internationalize Indian education. Then there are a lot of initiatives in tourism, Ayush. They talk in 3 Indian institutes of Ayurveda. The other is the orange economy, where particularly they focus on the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies in Mumbai, along with 15,000 schools and 500 colleges to have labs for promoting the creative economy. And a lot of tax reform is focused on the service sector. A lot of decriminalization on the direct taxes. The safe harbor rules, the adjustments, is actually focusing on the GCCs. And that's a big success story of India for the last 3 years. Big employment generator, 1,600 GCCs, 2 million people employed there. And then the big play on data centers. Zero tax till 2047 for data centers is a very big step. So all these put together, I think, is a big play on services. There are a whole host of other ones which feed into it. So that's one. And in manufacturing, we are building on what was announced. We had the National Manufacturing Mission and a whole host of other initiatives last time. The NMM is about to be, launched any time in the next couple of days. And then here, we have added new elements. We got the National Biopharma Mission. We have the expansion of the electronic component scheme. It was a super hit, oversubscribed. 20,000 crores been expanded to 40,000 crores. Semicon 2.0 has been announced. You talked about 3 chemical parks. There's a talk about...
Just pause this for a second to respond to the concern raised by some of the pundits earlier in the studio, saying that a 22-year tax holiday is not common, and the extent to which you think giving this tax holiday to those providing cloud services actually brings more of these data centers into the Indian geography.
So, we are a very strong IT power. We are the second most prepared economy as far as, analysis is concerned on AI. Given that, I think India should become, and I think that's the general belief, a major center for providing data and other related services which emanate out of data centers, which is fundamentally AI-related stuff. So this is a big play. You've had the IT sector, which was very successful. We had an equally successful GCC sector. This is about actually getting data centers to India, a very long tax holiday. How did the IT sector grow in India? It was the massive tax holiday they got for 25 years, both directly as well as through the SEZs. I mean, the Infosys headquarters is an SEZ even today, and they're still benefiting, a lot of them, from tax holidays which began long ago. This is a play which is going to be a big game changer, bring India on par in terms of being attractive for data center investments, and not just data. It's about services emanating from data centers, and I think that's the play that is hidden. And so that's why I see this as a very strong services focus, which has been missing in many, many earlier budgets, because services are always seen as something we do for our own citizens.
The things that's been done is the focus on healthcare. Dr. Sujitra Ella joins us. She runs Bharat Biotech. Ma'am, not just for your company in particular, but for the healthcare sector, the focus on medical tourism, the focus on biopharma, how is that likely to play out over the next 12 months in your view?
Oh, 12 months? I don't think anything will play out for us because, Rahul, that was only when the pandemic happened that we could, we had to bring about, fast-track processes and product development. What this actually now means to us is that for the industry, we have been servicing ourselves phenomenally well. In fact, I would say fantastically well, very high in terms of products and services and vaccines and biotherapeutic molecules, very affordable, competitive, and global quality standards, okay? But I think the crux of the matter right now is that with this kind of impetus coming, this is the first time I've heard in a budget where the biopharma sector has been just single-handedly picked out, and it almost came out in the very first few lines. We need to now catch on to the, to how we look at servicing the global scenario that is out there, which is very different from what we follow in India. The global scenario is very different, especially when it comes to the G20. It is mostly intellectual property driven. It is completely technology controlled, and the IP and the patents, which translate into patents, the IP, is all held by the large corporations that have developed new molecules and therapies and remedies and technologies over decades.
But Mr. Sitharaman, this is something which I think most viewers would appreciate. The fact that whether it is semiconductors, whether it is data centers, biopharma, a lot of extra emphasis to the extent possible laid on emerging technological sectors. Yeah?
Absolutely, and it is important that we now have to rise to that levels of creating our own IP. That is important because when we control the IP, then the product is ours. And then we go to the next levels of pharmacovigilance, we go to the extent of clinical trials, the information that has to be given, this has to be on global standards, which is what we did.
But Dr. Ella, let me just jump in and ask you a few pointed questions, because there have been so many interesting things in healthcare. Tell us how this works to create a network of 1,000 accredited trial sites to bolster biopharma, right? Number one. Number two, to develop our global biopharma hub, a 10,000 crore outlay over about 5 years, right? And focus on a strategy to include biopharma as a focused network. What does this mean for your industry in India and, impacting the world?
Any new molecule discovery, drug development is a long drawn process. It is 5, 10, 15, 20 years. There are molecules that are 30 years in the making. We don't have a vaccine for HIV yet, or for cancer therapies. So, and all these technologies are trial-centric. When I say trial-centric, they are animal trial-centric because we have to bring in safety data first in lab-level animals, which are approved internationally. And then we have the human trial centers, which are nothing but our medical institutions and colleges and research institutions that have the medical facilities, because they need to recruit volunteers for conducting the trials. These are done physical. I don't think AI can replace that at this point of time. Maybe sometime later on in the future we could. But as of now, we don't have a very strong base of such trial centers and sites which are required for international product development, which is very important.
So if we had this during the COVID period, we as in India could have developed and deployed vaccines faster.
No, we did. We still had to go to the same medical institutions. We roped them in because, see, this is again not done overnight. The physicians, the teachers, the professors who are there, the clinical investigators, as we call them, they have to have this interest in creating a team of people that have to assist them in this process, because this is very data extensive. One is administering the product, the vaccine or the drug itself, then watching the volunteer. We don't call them patients, they're called volunteers. Even infants, even children for vaccines, in our case, our vaccines the trials are done in children, 6 months and 3 month old children. So the data is then studied over 2 years of time. So this calls for a very large established formats that have to be put in place in many of our medical colleges.
Kamal Balina joins us. He runs Volvo in India. Outside of everything that happened in the budget, they've just signed the India-EU trade deal, and we know there are a lot of companies, automobile companies out of Europe, very excited about the prospects for what this means for their business. Mr. Bali, do you want to give our viewers a sense of A, your take on the budget, and B, how you see the new India-EU trade deal impact sales of companies like Volvo in India?
Yeah, thank you, Rahul. I think, first of all, on the budget, I'm particularly pleased with the focus on manufacturing. And that's been the root of the problem in our country. Manufacturing has always been 13 to 15% of our GDP, which has anchored them. Like, let's look at Korea, China, Japan. Manufacturing has been typically 22 to 25% of GDP. So we are way, way behind. So what happens is the focus on manufacturing, not only on the sunrise sectors, but also on the legacy sectors, which this budget has talked about. So that's very important. The first outcome of that is creating better quality jobs. If you really want jobs to be created, it's the manufacturing which is going to create jobs. So that's the multiplier. The second multiplier effect is that you correct your current account deficit. You produce more, therefore you will export more. Your exports will be more than imports. You will not have the pressure of current like 92 rupees to $1, what we are currently facing. Even though the rest of the economy or macro fundamentals are so good, whether it's inflation, whether it is growth rate, whether it is rating agencies upping rating on India, all of that is going very, very well. So therefore, manufacturing, focus on manufacturing, and I was surprised. First time in a budget, I hear a finance minister starting with manufacturing, and 7 sectors identified. So that's a very, very good story. There is a number of multiplier effects which I will not talk about.
Mr. Bali, you didn't answer part of Rahul's question.
I'm coming to that.
Please do. Are Volvo cars getting cheaper in India?
Absolutely.
Courtesy the deal with the EU.
No, absolutely. I think the
because he's in the market for a few of them. You know.
No, absolutely. I think this is a very, very big outcome. The EU-India FTA. It's truly the mother of all the deals. Why I say so is because you are actually that EU economy is $20 trillion.
Right.
Out of that, 50% of that is trade, is foreign trade. So which means that you have a chance to look at the $10 trillion of exports, of potential exports market. Currently, we are just about $200 million. We are 2% of that. Look at when your tariffs become from 17 to 0. Today, you're not able to compete with Bangladesh. You're not able to compete with many, many other countries. So I think that the tariff advantage or lack of no tariffs is going to give you a huge, huge opportunity.
No, so by when do your vehicles become cheaper in India?
Yes.
And what should consumers really look out for in terms of not just yours, but the other European manufacturers?
So all manufactured, all luxury vehicles beyond a 25,000 euro limit, which means cars costing 30 lakhs and above, will have quotas, will have about say 5,000, 6,000 quotas, and that to that extent the duty on them will come down from starting from 110% to so 10% or 20%.
CBU, not CKD.
CBU also CKD. There are different, So there are different over a period of time, over the next 5 years. So you can expect a huge reduction, and that's something which Europe is looking forward to. With the growing middle income group in India, I think you will see that the demand for such cars, and if they find that there is enough demand, I think you have another manufacturing opportunity of those cars also being built in India. So to me, it's the focus on manufacturing and the EU-India FTA.
Do you buy this argument, Dr. Roy, that if they sell a lot of Volvo cars, for example, that they will lead to manufacturing in India? The other thing could be that they'd barely be able to exhaust the quota, whatever the quota is, whether it's 5,000 or 7,000. They'd barely, so to that extent, it gives the likes of Mr. Bali an upside in terms of his sales, but not necessarily prompting more manufacturing in India in the way the government would have wanted.
Yeah, obviously, because I don't think India is that well off that, the change in the duty structure is going to result in a large number of Volvos being manufactured here. Nor are we capable of manufacturing Volvos for the rest of the world, Volvos or Mercs or whatever it is. So that's work in progress. The second thing is that it doesn't really matter for our growth. It doesn't matter for not just our growth, let me be clear. It doesn't matter for the UK's growth, how many Volvos and Mercs are sold. It doesn't matter for the US's growth. Bread and butter growth comes from, the bottom 20 to the top 20 to the top 50% in terms of the growth driver. So what would be interesting to see is whether this would result in a movement in the automobile industry in the non-luxury segment as well. That is where I'm hoping to see some
but in the
action.
small segment, the concessions aren't there.
Yeah.
They've kind of blocked it off at a certain 30 lakh rupee cap. So cars cheaper than that don't have these advantages
Yeah, so
of
you
a
do the
reduction.
math that you're talking about 1% of the population there. I'm a macroeconomist. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't move my needle.
No. Let me come to this. The corollary to this is that manufacturing in India will get a leg up. Already, when it comes to trucks, I'm now announcing here, we at Volvo Group have decided to make India the 4th international hub for very heavy duty, top of the end trucks, each truck costing 1.5 crores. So India is going to become the complete manufacturing hub. And the mantra is very, very clear. You have to build in India.
With Eicher Motors. With Eicher Motors.
No, this is totally Volvo. So you have to build in India if you really want to compete in rest of the world. So the strategy is very clear. India for India and India for the world.
How much demand would there be for trucks of that size and at that price point? 1.5 crore rupees.
Very, very high. Very high. Very, very high. It's happening. The project is underway and it will happen.
Let's see my point, Rahul, is that unless this happens, what is the point in having this trade deal? See, ultimately, I think that this is every such trade deal or every such liberalization measure should be tested on this basis, that whether it leads to investment, higher FDI in India, and thereby higher job creation.
But that's what
in
he's
India.
saying, it will happen.
Yeah. So no, but
So it
that's,
is happening.
that's
It's
the whole
happening on
point.
ground.
That's the
As
whole
we
point.
speak, it is
That is
happening.
what we should be most interested in.
I think the good thing about the Indo-EU FTA as opposed to the ASEAN FTA, etc., is much more complementary, the two economies.
That's right.
So we are not exactly competing with fellow Asian producers. In this case, technology transfers, investments, we buy some of their high-end goods, we can sell more low-end kind of mass labor like textile goods. So in that sense, there is, and of course the sensitive areas where agriculture were not included in the deal.
But Radhika Kapoor, it also makes the point that it's usually during a crisis of some kind that we're able to find the political wherewithal to be able to push a deal like this through. Had we not faced these Trump tariff headwinds, maybe it would have been that much tougher to find the negotiating room to cross the finishing line.
I mean, I think absolutely the India-EU trade deal has now been in the making for almost 2 decades.
23 years.
And then that conversation stopped in 2013 and it picked up only very recently in 2022. And I think if there hadn't been an urgency on both sides to diversify their export markets, I completely doubt this would have fructified. I mean, the speed at which it has happened, given the way the conversation has evolved over the last 2 decades, it's absolutely surprising. So, I mean, indeed, it is the case, it is only in times of adversity do we really...
But the larger problem that you're facing, Mr. Bali, which is not just directly linked to this budget, is the likes of Xiaomi, BYD, whether it's in European markets or American markets, are really outpacing a lot of their European automobile rivals. So how are you hoping to deal with that?
No, I think that the value proposition, ultimately it's a matter of value proposition, how you sell. Starting with the brand can get only certain amount of premium. At the end of this, the whole bill of material cost, your manufacturing cost, your conversion cost, the quality standards, you have to compete on them, Rahul. There's no shortcut to that. I mean, you can be a Volvo, you can be anyone. You ultimately have to perform. You have to...
We're seeing now Ford in the United States in talks with Xiaomi. Do you think that is just inevitably the direction in which things will head?
I don't know. I mean, I just cannot comment on the level of the discussion, their objectives. But I'm very happy about India-EU FTA.
No,
I think this is... In the EV space, what does that mean for European car manufacturers in India? Is there anything that encourages imports of EVs at lower prices?
No, I think we will have to see that over a period of time. I think that the focus right now is on vehicles, on a particular, what I believe from the car manufacturers, on a particular level of vehicles.
Right.
They want to test out the Indian market. They want to test the Indian space with a larger target audience to be captured. So I think they are going to do that. But one thing is clear, and I can confirm this to all of you, that it will be later on manufacturing in India for anything. I can confirm on the trucks which we handle. So it will be completely at component level manufacturing in India. And that's the key thing. And that's the major shift which is happening for the first time in our independent history. Because even when in 92 reforms, which were one of the finest reforms we've had in 92, the component level manufacturing never came into play. Right. We were doing aggregates or assemblies, So I think this makes a huge difference.
No, this argument that is made that it boosts manufacturing, do you see that happen? What kind of time period would you lay out, Dr. Roy, to actually see the benefits of increased manufacturing as a result of these trade deals?
Well, these trades will help us increase manufacturing. They will not guarantee it. I mean, then Mr. Baliga is right. I mean, our curse in India is we are one of the lowest productivity economies in the G20. Unless we improve productivity and improve wages, which is what Ford did in America, and then people who work in those factories can buy cars, that's the kind of, I don't like the word development for that reason, prosperity cycle that we need to bring about. And it's all a private sector game. So you can facilitate that as government with a trade deal here or a tax cut there. But ultimately the nub is this. Can we improve productivity? No, take trucks. Volvo is not the first multinational company to making trucks here. Ashok Leyland has multinational origins. Tata has multinational origins. Why? Because this does not depend on the top 1% of the population. You don't need that to sell trucks. Trucks are important logistics. There's a huge logistics market, and Volvo coming is welcome because that will increase productivity in the truck industry. People will hopefully pay them better. I mean, I would love you to pay your workers enough to pay income tax. That's kind of minimum. And if you can do that, then they will go and buy cars. They may not buy Volvos. They'll buy Maruti Suzuki. That is the kind of sweet spot we want to be in. But the key there is we have to be productive. Let me give you an example. You'd agree with me that Apple and Samsung, both Tamil Nadu, great state and all that, are great companies to have blue-collar jobs. The median wage paid in Samsung or Apple is 23,000 rupees.
That's it?
Yeah. We are not competing on productivity. And when you went and talk to them, they say because you're not productive. Your productivity is 1/3 that of Vietnam. Now, if our productivity was same as Vietnam, we could have a split, right?
But why would it be so much lesser than a Vietnam?
Because we are a low productivity country. Our skills are poor.
No, but Professor
our
Roy,
workplace management is poor. We have huge productivity issues in this country.
No, while agreeing with you, I think that this also requires an explanation of how does one increase it. And don't you think that also related to the fact that our investment in R&D, how we skill our workforce, all of these are very important.
All this is true, but the point is this is not government's job.
No.
Society's job.
This is the job of both the private sector and the government. How can you just say that it is not the government job? You look at what is the public expenditure that we are spending on R&D. We don't even discuss it.
Okay.
We don't even discuss it.
But Ratin, to your point on productivity, I mean, productivity moves hand in hand with firm size. So the problem of productivity moves in tandem with the firm size distribution in India. The reason why in Volvo you see that higher productivity is because the firm size is much larger. And in those firms which hire more people, are larger in size, wages are also higher. So it's kind of a chicken and egg problem.
But it's not happening with Samsung and it's not happening with Apple, and that is what is worrying me. Their firm sizes are large, but productivity is low.
No, there's also the issue of
it's the first step
decoupling.
on the ladder. So as they get more trained, because it's a very different culture. We're not used to that armies of blue-collar laborers working in electronics factories. So
But then again, it answers your question, Rahul, then wait another 15 years.
Well, there's also the issue of decoupling between productivity growth and wage growth.
Okay,
That
all of
happens
you
in
hold
either
on for
surplus
one second.
economy.
We've got a few more of our guests joining in. Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani is with us, and Mr. Rajan Navani as well. Dr. Hiranandani, thanks very much for being with us. Are you encouraged by this budget? In fact, we don't have him as yet.
So let's
We've got
ask
Rajan
Rajan,
Navani.
because we've seen focus,
Mr.
Rajan.
Navani, how would you look at this budget? Are you encouraged by what you see? Has it done enough?
Yes, I think, most budgets, everyone looks only for what's going to happen in the year. But I think this budget has clearly set out a very strong growth-oriented agenda. And if it's taken with a 2047 point of view, which is for a long-term growth agenda for India, I think a lot of emphasis has been put on building, infrastructure, mission mode-like innovation ecosystems, committees. A lot has been done, and I think even when you look at technology and the way India will position itself, both deepening Bharat for inclusivity, but also on the global stage, I think it's got a lot of those components that have been covered. Particularly for me, what is exciting is, the entire focus on unlocking not only the young technology, but also the creative talent of India. I think the big emphasis, and the first time the Prime Minister has ever talked of our Honorable Finance Minister and of course our Prime Minister both have mentioned, the conversion of our soft power into an orange economy. So really, how do you unlock economic power from, so many of the creative industries that India has had, typically for many years, but never been able to unlock it. We have, as Jet Synthesis, pioneered the orange economy in India, and we are truly excited about those announcements. Also, when you see the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, which are very unique public-private partnership, and I sit on the board of that
involved in the IICT project. And
Yes,
the fact that it finds a reference in the budget for the first time.
Correct. Rahul, you have been part of that.
Economy and all the.
Yeah. Sorry.
Go on, Rajan.
No, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
No, I was saying.
No, I said you were mentioning, right?
What's happening at IICT and the fact that this finds mention in the finance minister's speech for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. And, as a matter of fact, a lot of good work has already happened you know what's the beauty of this platform? It's a very strong, trusted, collaborative platform between government and industry. 34% with the central ministry, 14% with Maharashtra state, 52% with industry, right? That's the structuring. So I think it's giving a new way of thinking where young, new ideas, new capabilities, new skills. You know, if you see content creation is what the Honorable Finance Minister mentioned, you know, in 15,000 schools, would never have been thought of, you know, earlier, or in 500 colleges. And this is just the beginning. Because, you know, even if you think of AI as some, you know, where a lot of the routine jobs will move out of, where the passions of young people lie, new jobs will get created. And I think this is India's the youngest country. You know, we are the rising generation in the world. So the ability to unlock that creative power, I think, is a big one that has also seen, light in this budget. So yeah, truly excited about many of that.
Nandani, because one of the announcements was that there would be real estate investment trusts set up for central public sector undertakings. Now, how do you see this play out, and what kind of value do you think can potentially, Mr. Nandani, be unlocked with these new REITs?
Hugely, because look at the Bombay Port Trust. The Bombay Port Trust land, just one property of the central government over here, would be at least worth 50,000 crores of rupees in terms of the value which the government would be able to raise. And if you look at an equal funding coming from the private sector for the purposes of development, just the Port Trust, one property in South Mumbai could be 1 lakh crores of development which can take place in a period of 5 years. So the answer is yes, there is a lot of possibility to do so in terms of this sector. The idea was started from actually the road sector, where actually the investment trusts have taken place and quite successful. So I think the multiplier effect of that will be very high. But what was really expected was this year was probably other set of reforms. However, I think the focus is more on the challenge which Trump has brought us to India. And we have focused more on the idea of being Atmanirbhar in terms of it, and hence the focus on industry development and challenges which are there at the international level first, before we really look at the reforms.
This, Ratin Roy, can potentially be a big idea. Unlocking value through real REITs, and the fact that this is probably the least controversial way to do it. It worked beautifully in the roadway sector. Can it be applied in the same way with all the land that our public sector undertakings have?
Absolutely. Absolutely. REITs are the way forward. And there are other things we can do. I mean, the Singapore model for public housing, I've argued for a long time, the biggest constraint in doing affordable housing is land. Government of India, Bharat Sarkar, is India's largest landowner.
Yeah.
So it's not just public sector undertakings. I would also venture to suggest we should also look at military land. There's a chicken farm in Bangalore that is inhibiting the growth of the IT sector between Azim Premji's outfit and the airport.
This is probably less controversial than trying to sell outright. You sell to builder A, builder B. It can become a big mess.
The land. You can give it out. That's why I said Singapore model. You can use a 99-year lease model. You can do many such things. But the one thing you should not do is build public housing and then not let people buy it.
REITs are generally more for office complexes, not for land per se, because land does not have any kind of yield, right? So it's for existing.
All right, can I just...
You've heard the entire budget being presented in the Parliament. So as opening remarks, I'll just highlight some of the points which we want to draw your attention to. But subsequently, of course, we'll answer all your questions. All the secretaries are here with me. So this budget being the first one, as the Honorable Prime Minister said 2 days ago, this being the first one for the second quarter of this century, also leading towards Vikasit Bharat 2047. We are laying the path and giving a push to the economy to maintain the growth momentum. And for that growth momentum or sustained economic growth, which we want to ensure, primarily we are looking at building the ecosystem with structural reforms which will go on. Reforms have been carried out. We are continuing to do the reform activities, so it will continue with an aim to make sure that we create enough environment for improving productivity and making sure employment is generated. Also, technology, 21st century, this century is completely driven by technology. So we will ensure that technology is brought in to benefit the common man, to make sure common man benefits in the sense of ease of doing living, or for his business to prosper, or for farmers for greater productivity, or better logistics, whatever. So technology for benefiting every common man. And above all, with all this, inclusive development. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and that is why you heard me bringing in schemes which have good allocations for bringing better health facilities, creating a cadre of people, not cadre in that sense, but a bulk of people who can come in as health workers, paramedics, and so on, and also making sure we are able to provide dignified opportunities for Divyangjan. Mental health has also received a lot of attention. So these are the side for Vikasit Bharat and making sure Sabka Vikas hoega. But the idea is the advantage and the momentum that we gained since after COVID by increasing public capital expenditure will continue. We've announced that 12.2 lakh crores are coming through public expenditure this time. It is 4.4% of the GDP. I'd like you all to please notice that, which is the highest, at least in the last 10 years. It could even be highest if you were to take data earlier. No increment in capital expenditure, sustained fashion, has happened ever before. This one marking 4.4% of the GDP. Then what are the kind of things which will happen through it? You will have dedicated freight corridors. I've named Dankuni in the east, Surat in the west. Then I've also highlighted that 20 new national waterways, not national highways, national waterways are being planned. And again there, those are going to pass through some of the critical mineral areas. Orissa, where the mineral-rich state, you have the waterways taking it to the port, and the two ports have been identified, Paradip and Dhamra. Similarly, we are also making sure that the coastal cargo movements will be enabled through a cargo route, so that through the coastal area we are able to cut down on cost of movement of goods. City economic regions, developing them is a very big new measure that we are coming up with. And for that, an allocation of 5,000 crore per city economic region. Imagine the amount, 5,000 crores in 5 years, 1,000 crore per year per city is being given, and the emphasis is going to be largely on tier 2, tier 3 cities. And then talking of infrastructure further, with the capital expenditure coming with the big number, you're having also the high-speed rail corridors, 7 of them announced. The destinations are clear, so that they become the bridge for all these economical robust centers. So those are for making sure that the infrastructure and the capital expenditure are getting tied up, and the country benefits from the ripple effects that these can bring in. The 7 strategic and frontier sectors in which we've highlighted that will increase productivity and also have new investments come in and give emphasis for India's own brand on those things is on the biopharma sector. I think that's going to be a big change in the way in which we are looking at giving capacity for those who are able to research, who are able to undertake research and development. So 10,000 crore initiative again over 5 years for domestic biologics and biosimilar production. This is a clear message and backed with enough substance that India's lead in the pharmaceutical sector should be kept intact, but at the same time bring in newer ways of helping the pharma sector, and also because it has an impact on human health. Semiconductor mission had 2 major announcements that will improve the India stack and also the IP related matters. Electronic components manufacturing scheme for 40,000 crores is a major encouragement for electronics to become self-sufficient. We have also announced establishing rare earth corridors so that India can face and be able to meet its own requirements with its materials. So once we identify and are able to explore these minerals and process them, make them available for us, our dependency on external sources for bringing in the rare earths will be lesser. And we've identified the states where we want to establish this rare earth corridors. They are going to be in Orissa, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. So these are very important developments, and they are going to have multiple decadal impact on the Indian economy. Our dependence on magnets and rare earths will be brought down. 3 dedicated chemical parks, again for reducing our import dependence. High-tech tool rooms for research. That will be set up in 2 locations. Very important thing is about the construction equipment being imported. That could be for building tunnels or metros or high energy and also heavy duty equipments which we are relying on imports. We want to manufacture them in India. And that is why I said, how does it affect a common man? It affects because firefighters today have novel, new, big ticket and small, very small firefighting tools and weapons or equipments. We don't have them in this country. That's why if there is a fire accident in some very congested area, our equipments are not able to reach those points. Whereas there are equipments which today are produced abroad, which can navigate those small corridors and go save people's lives. Whether they or huge ones, all of which we want to make sure that we will have production in this country itself, whether they are tunnel boring or anything else, from small to big, we want to bring in those very impactful infrastructure into India. So we'll support domestic manufacturing. Then container manufacturing is another, which we'll support. I think I've gone in detail talking about the textile support in various forms. One very important announcement was made, Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative, which will make sure khadi, handloom, handicrafts will all be brought in, and one district, one product will all be brought in this initiative, and we'll be able to support rural artisans, rural workers, and handloom weavers in those areas. Legacy industrial corridors have got saturated. Manufacturing happening there is now very constricted because they are not able to bring in newer robotics and others. So we want to upgrade these legacy industrial clusters so that they become cost competitive and efficiency comes into these places. Even more important is the champion MSMEs, small and medium industries, entrepreneurs, MSMEs, who are going to be given all the support, and 3-pronged approach is being taken up there. We are giving equity support, we are giving also liquidity support, above all professional support for them, so that MSMEs, the equity support is supported by a 10,000 crore SME fund, growth fund. Above all, we are also topping up the Self-Reliant India Fund with 2,000 crores. So MSMEs should not feel any dearth of resources for equity. Similarly, they shouldn't feel any difficulty for liquidity in their hands, because the TREADS platform will now be treated almost as a backed up, security backed up instrument with which they'll be able to discount and get their monies. For professional support, we're working with the chartered accountant and cost accountant institutes so that they can create corporate mitras who can help these MSMEs in filing their returns, doing their accounts, and so on. Above all, for youth and training, there's so much. You've heard this speech, so I won't want to take your time on it. High-powered education to employment enterprise, standing committees being formed so that they can recommend measures for service sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. Part B concentrated a lot on tax and related concessions that are being offered. More importantly is the process simplification which has been announced. So elaborate measures have been taken. You will be able to also seek clarification if you want. New export opportunities for fishermen who can go into the economic India's zones, high seas, and also assess and access the global markets. The one very touching, and I really was moved by this proposal, is where we have identified 17 drugs or medicines which are going to be basic custom duty exempt, which are important for cancer patients. Similarly, 7 more rare diseases are added to the import exemption list of the import duties. Baggage clearance and personal items which you bring in when you travel are all being given enhanced duty-free allowance. Besides that, there are quite a few direct tax and indirect tax proposals. Decriminalizing the penalty proceedings and support to the IT sector are some of the high points. As an opening remark, I'll conclude here. I'm sure you'll be able to ask questions and seek clarification. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll start this question, taking the questions. First question is 17.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Shishir here from Hindu Business Line. Ma'am, my question is that under the miscellaneous capital receipt, the provision is 80,000 crore rupees. And last year, the provision was 47,000 crore, which has been reduced to 37,000 crore rupees now. Does this mean that there will be more equity monetization this year, or there will be more focus on the asset monetization of CPSEs?
So you've got it rightly. The intent is that we will have a very strong asset monetization plan in place. Last year, ma'am had announced in the budget that there will be a pipeline prepared, which is being done. So we hope to reap the dividends from that.
238.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria, this side from CNBC TV 18. I just wanted to know the rationale behind the hike in STT in futures and options.
So, first of all, I believe some confusion. In fact, the question that you have asked rightly reflects the announcement itself, that the only change made in STT is in the future and options. All the other STT rates remain the same. The primary objective of raising the tax rates on STT has been that it is felt that when you look at the volume of transactions in futures and options, whether you compare it to the size of GDP or size of the underlying securities market, it is largely in the realm of heavy speculation, which results in losses to small, retail, unsophisticated investors. And the government's intention is to discourage speculative tendencies, and the increase in rate is essentially in that direction. So it is meant to essentially handle the systemic risk in derivative markets. Even after this increase, however, the rates of STT will remain modest compared to the volume of the transactions that is happening there. This is the reason.
54.
मैम तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस. मैम आपने पूरा बजट जो है वो न्यू एमर्जिंग सेक्टर पे बड़ा फोकस रखा है. मैम मेरा सवाल आपसे दो हैं यदि आप अलाउ करें. एक, मैम आपने जो एक्साइज ड्यूटी का कैलकुलेशन किया है वो पिछले बजट एस्टिमेट से इस बजट एस्टिमेट में तकरीबन 22% की ग्रोथ देखने को मिली है. दूसरा, मैम जो आपने एमएसएमई के लिए कहा कि जो ट्रांजैक्शंस होंगे उसके लिए आप एक्सचेंज प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज़ करना होगा, तो क्या मैम ये सीपीएसईज के लिए कंपलसरी होगा जो डिस्काउंट ट्रेडिंग की जो बात है? थैंक यू.
I'll take the second question, ma'am. So, हाँ, ये CPSEs के लिए मैंडेटरी होगा कि डिस्काउंटिंग एज वेल एज नॉन डिस्काउंटेड बिल्स दोनों को ही ट्रेड्स पे करना होगा, ताकि वो 45 दिन में भुगतान MSME को कर पाएँ और ये हर तरह से चेक कर लिया गया है कि ये हो सकता है. So we want to make CPSCs as pioneers. We hope, like ma'am has said in her speech also, that other corporates will also follow.
On exercise.
Increased by 22%, sir, from last year B to this year.
Because there is a, from 1st of February, all the tobacco products have come back into excise, and all those revenues will account for the increase of the next year.
209.
Ma'am, Prakash Priyadarshi from ET now. The budget has announced restructuring of PFC and REC. What will this restructuring look like? And does this also mean that these NBFC will be merged going forward?
What is the later part of your question? That these NBFCs are not going to?
Will be merged going forward?
Yeah, I've said we are rationalizing it. You'll get to know as we go forward. We want to streamline it, and therefore we'll be taking some steps. We'll let you know the moment we decide how to go about it.
234.
Hello, ma'am. Harsh Kumar from Business Standard. Ma'am, two questions. One is, you said that a high-level committee will be formed on the banking reforms in order to 2047. Are we going further for any kind of merger or something, since government is continuously saying that we need at least two of the big banks, at least of the top 20 banks. So are we going towards that?
No, first of all, when I say that it's going to be a high-level committee which is going to look into it, the terms of reference will be prepared, and we are looking at committee to go into the entire expanse of the banking sector so that they come up with recommendations which help us to plan for banking for 2047. We need, by the time we become a Vikasit Bharat, 2047 is our goal. We need to understand what are the other steps that we need to take in the banking area, and based on the recommendations, we'll go forward. But we have the Secretary, Department of Financial Services. We'll ask him to also give us, please.
Ma'am, I think you have rightly responded. There are a large number of aspects relating to the banking requirement. For example, the credit to the GDP, commercial credit to the GDP ratio low, and the expansion of the banking network, and what kind of procedures currently we have that is impeding both the deposits as well as credit. All those aspects will be looked at by an expert panel, a committee, and well, we will definitely have TUR, and then also consult the all the stakeholders, and the government will take a view on how to lay strong foundation for 2047 Viksit Bharat.
Ma'am, one more question. 229. Left side, yes.
Ma'am, Premangshu from Ananda Bazar Patrika. Ma'am, have you consciously avoided announcing any bonanza for the poll-bound states? And secondly, can you elaborate on this East Coast corridor, industrial corridor you announced?
See, the industrial corridors are very critical for supply chains. We need a predictable mineral, rare earth and magnet related products to be made available for India's manufacturing, whether it's lithium ion, whether it's automobile sector, whether it's the new age solar. You need these rare earths to be processed and be made available. We have enough raw materials. The coastal areas are rich in these minerals. And therefore, states also felt, I mean, I must credit that the interaction that I had with the finance ministers pre-budget, many states felt that there are rare earths which they can utilize. We then sat up in the budget group that we have, Revenue Secretary, DFL, Secretary DA, and thrashed out, talking with the states. What are the kind of things that we can do so that their capacities too extract these minerals, process them, make them something which the industry can benefit from. So India can be less dependent on imports of these materials. That is where, having spoken to states, we thought it's very important to recognize the corridor and give a policy for it so that industries can invest, private sector can come in, governments, state and center can come together on it. That is where these corridors were announced. And looking at the success of the defense corridor, I can confidently say these rare earth corridors will make that big a difference to the Indian economy. The first question, I think there's enough to cover all the election states. If I do, you will ask me, why have you done it only for the election states? Now I've done it for election and non-election states as well. You want me to spell out what has been done only for the election states? I'm quite happy to do it.
262, front. At the front, please. Here, front side. Front row.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Sapna Das here from CNBC TV 18. Two quick questions. Just wanted to understand the gross borrowing at over 17 lakh odd crore. Would the government look at it as being on the higher side? Just asking that. And within that also, if you look at your net tax revenue stream, of course, B to RE, it's higher. And a lot of concessions have been given away both on direct and indirect taxes. But the trend seems to be a bit flat, around 28 lakh odd crore. So if you could explain to us, how is this entire thing looking? And second, ma'am, in terms of the disinvestment aim, 80,000 crores, would this also include IDBI stake sale sometime in FY27, ma'am? Thank you very much.
So you've covered a number of secretaries all at one go. So on the borrowings, no, we don't think it's on the higher side because the net market borrowings are in the range of 11.73, which is been plus around that number for the last couple of years. The larger number is because we have 5.5 lakh crores which have to be repaid this year. So to that extent, we don't think that it's a large number. We have a plan how to manage this. And according to that plan, which also gets released from time to time, the markets would also know, as well as all of you all.
4. Okay.
So, on the tax stream, because of some concessions that were given this year, there has been some course correction. But if you look at the next year, the direct tax is growing at 11.4%. and continues to be 3.1% of the GDP. The total collection would be 6.9%. The indirect tax excise is growing very healthily because of the base correction, the base which has got added. Customs too is showing a decent buoyancy. So on the tax revenue, I think we are looking up. And even GST, as you would have seen the collection figures today, after rate rationalization, the buoyancy which we had expected, and in this hall we had discussed about it, you can see that coming back on that tax.
Hi, ma'am. Meghna Mittal from Money Control. The fiscal deficit target that you have set for next year from 4.4 to 4.3 is being seen as very, very gradual. Is there a specific reason, or is it because of the global uncertainties as one of the major factors for being such a gradual fiscal consolidation path?
I would have thought you'll appreciate it being gradual. Because particularly fiscal, drastic changes don't go down well. One or the other section gets hurt. We will have to be gradual, but yet keep it well within that band which gives confidence. And to show that we care for fiscal.
We take a very quick break. We return on the other side with more reactions on the budget and the impact this has on the economy in the fiscal ahead. Details coming up on NDTV on the other side of a very quick break. Stay with us.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom,
weekdays at 4 p.m.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
so many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break, live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig, until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
M3M presents NDTV Masterstroke Art Awards. An odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
I have always had this inclination towards art, and if we don't collaborate and bring those artists forward, give them a platform, who else will?
Honoring the masters who define our cultural landscape, M3M presents NDTV Masterstroke Art Awards on the NDTV network.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo Honey Singh, this is my story।
The NDTV Golf Pro-Am, in partnership with PGTI, comes to you from the heart of South Mumbai at the historic Willingdon Sports Club. The city's classic layout provides the ideal canvas as India's finest golfers share the fairways with the country's top corporate leaders, Mumbai style. Watch at these times.
NDTV 24/7, total domination in Davos. The world's biggest voices first. Iconic visionary Bill Gates. World Bank President Ajay Banga. IMF Chief Kristalina Georgieva. IBM CEO and President Arvind Krishna. India's AI Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. NDTV is India's voice in the world. First interview with Maharashtra Chief Minister. First interview with Andhra Chief Minister. First interview with Assam Chief Minister. India's first ground event in Davos. NDTV puts India on the global stage. Davos, domination, no debate.
इनको यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
टीएमसी जावे, बीजेपी आसपे।
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only
Hello and welcome. You're watching this NDTV post-budget special. This is a union budget that lays a lot of emphasis on emergent technologies, lays a lot of emphasis on trying to improve people's ease of living, ease of doing business. To what extent has it succeeded in delivering the message the finance minister wanted in this her 9th budget, record of 9 straight successive budgets? I have a very smart panel joining me here at the CII headquarters in New Delhi. I want to begin by introducing N.K. Singh, well-known economist, chairperson of the 15th Finance Commission. Remember, the 16th Finance Commission report being accepted by the finance minister. We can try and understand from Mr. N.K. Singh what that is likely to mean. We have with us Chandrajit Banerjee, runs CII as his Director General. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. I have Shashwat Goenka. He runs CESC in Kolkata and is looking at how not just young India but corporate India is looking at this budget. I have Nirmala Sitharaman. He's the co-chairperson of the trade policy of CII and managing director at Sanmar Engineering. And R. Mukundan is the president designate of CII and the CEO of Tata Chemicals. I want to start by asking Chandrajit Banerjee for his assessment basis all the members that you've been speaking to about what they like and what they don't like about this unit budget, which is said to be a no-nonsense, keep it steady, forward-looking kind of budget.
One of the things that really came out and everybody likes it, there was no negative shockers, of course, but that's set aside.
Except for the stock markets to some extent.
The stock market, something that nobody wants to talk about because nobody wants to nobody understands how it behaves and when it behaves the way it behaves. But let's leave that aside. But really talking about the positive side of it is we've seen a strong macroeconomic fundamental in the budget, which is very strong. It shows that India is on a strong wicket. If you really see the numbers, if you see the fiscal, you see the glide path, if you see the debt to GDP ratios, these are very strong indicators globally as well as confidence for doing business in and with India. I think that's one thing which has stood out very strongly in the budget. The second part of it is the focus that it has had on, if you really look at the future, the way it's focused on manufacturing and the way it focused on even MSME, the capital support scheme and all of that, the labor-intensive manufacturing, the focus on textiles, been very, very crucial and critical. The third feature, which everybody's talking about, the focus on infrastructure, which is just phenomenal because that really leads to the second-tier cities, the third-tier cities, and that leads to a lot of not only business opportunities but the cost of doing business coming down, etc. But one big, I shouldn't say surprise, but one big ask which has really been fulfilled has been the continued focus on the state capex, the public capex being kept in the way in which will. Last 1 year we have seen the private sector crowding in, and I see this to be a great boost for the private sector to crowd in. And I'll end with one point: is the people focus through not only just skilling, but when you look at education and healthcare focuses, I think there is a lot for India in this budget.
N.K. Singh, you've seen budgets going back decades. This budget seeming very different because there's a election in 4 states. She's not really mentioning any of the schemes for those states, at least publicly. What does that suggest? The government thinks it's sitting pretty and doesn't need to appear to be politically aggressive at the moment?
Oh, well, you should have Rahul listen to this very question, which in the press conference a few minutes ago, Finance Minister was asked. She answered by saying, if you want me to list out what has been done for the states which are going for election, I could happily
No, so I'm making a different point. I'm saying usually before an election, they'll say Bihar this, UP this, West Bengal this. They haven't done that in this election. It's a very conscious choice, of course.
But many of the generic features which she has pointed out would benefit also the states in a substantial way who are going to face elections very shortly. Look at the whole range of issues which she has covered. And I think that therefore it is, if you ask me, quite sanguine that budgets are designed for the growth of the economy as a whole, for inclusive growth, all-round growth, instead of focusing from episodic times. You know, Rahul, of course, that unfortunately we have this relentless cycle of state elections, and that each year if the election cycle breaks the governance cycle, that India would get very poor quality of governance. Hence, I take some pride of having participated as a member of the One Nation, One Day election. And this has now reached an advanced stage. It is with the Parliamentary Select Committee, and that will rationalize over a period of time this constant needling of state election cycles, displacing the focus on governance.
So the big message, Shashwat, really is the focus on all these emerging sectors, the semiconductor mission 2.0, data centers, cloud services getting tax concessions. Do you think this will lead to a spur in these new and emerging technologies?
Absolutely. When you look at today's budget, one core thrust area has been manufacturing in the 7 sub-segments, right, which includes the semiconductor and the electronic space, where 40,000 crores has been laid out. Similarly, like you said, tax concessions, customs concessions in different new emerging sectors for data centers. These are all industries which are important from a growth of economy standpoint. They are important because they will generate huge amounts of employment as well. And for a country as young as ours, employment is going to become an important predictor of success. And we have 65% of our population under the age of 35. And it is for those people to now start actively contributing to the economy, where employment needs to come in. And I think today's budget has addressed multiple sectors which will generate that level of employment. And today's budget also spoke about the gap, or addressing the gap between the needs of work versus the skills that today's the youth have. And how can we use AI to propel economic growth?
Mr. Mukundan, the focus on manufacturing, do you think the budget has done enough to be actually able to spur manufacturing beyond the manufacturing which was being planned earlier?
So there are 3 broad themes in manufacturing. I want to dive each one much deeper. The first one, she spoke about scale. The scale is in broadly 4 areas. I think many of that, I think Shashwat has already highlighted, whether it be rare earth, whether it be chemical parks, whether it be with respect to the solar panels being made, a lithium battery, and also the whole element around textile mega park. But what I found very interesting in this whole building scale is that she used a word called challenge mode. I think we need to dig deep into that. These are not going to be executed in the business as usual. They're going to be business beyond usual. I think this is not going to go to the lowest bidder, or it's probably going to go in some other direction in terms of quality of output and outcome. So that is one part on the scale. The second piece is we have often ignored our legacy industrial parks. These were set up in 1950s, 60s, 70s, and some of the companies are actually based there. They face gross inefficiencies. If you look at the industrial park in Okla or Noida, which was set up in 70s and 80s, the infrastructure lags behind the new ones. The whole issue related to technology has not been injected. So she has spoken about 200 such parks where she's going to sort of inject these two. And the third is, of course, the backbone, which already Chandrajit spoke about, which is the MSME sector. In MSME, again, there's a whole slew of, first one, of course, access to market by linking TREDS with GEMS. Then there's a equity infusion support. Then there's a credit working capital support. So all in all, I think it sort of covers the whole gamut of manufacturing. But I want to go into a different element of manufacturing. She has not just focused on manufacturing alone, but saying green manufacturing. If you look at the whole element of, let's say, sodium antimony for solar panels, if you look at lithium components for lithium battery storage, if you look at nuclear power plant, if you look at biosyn gas, each one of them, when you add all that up, is actually green energy transition. Lastly, for hard to abate sector, which is something which we all have to grapple with if you have to hit our 2070 target, sectors like power sector, the steel sector, chemical sector, they all need to get onto new technology, and there's a thrust on carbon capture and use for the first time in the budget. We have a plant in UK which does carbon capture and use. These are now getting more and more proven. I think getting them under the ambit of what we call as what is doable, I think is a creditable step.
Narayan Sitharaman?
I want to add one more thing, Rahul. I think in addition to that, in every one of the themes, there is technology and AI. And to back that up has been this tax-free exemptions for data centers. So it sort of all ties in a very, very holistic way.
No, do you think, for example, these tax-free holiday for cloud services in data centers helps attract additional investment which wouldn't have come otherwise? And also these corridors that are being built, for example, on rare earths. Now, we're already trying to play catch up. Just the fact that you're making these moves now will we be able to actually catch up in the effort that's being made?
See, if the government has been laying a lot of emphasis the last few months on supply chain de-risking. And yes, you can say one way of looking at it is to say that we are playing catch up, but it's about time we did. You know, we've learned, and therefore the rare earth corridors and all the other policy initiatives announced will definitely go a long way towards helping us build towards the supply chain de-risking. The government has announced 100 products where they really this is part of that overall larger initiative. As Mukundan mentioned, we have to look at this budget holistically. You know, steps taken in one area help across, whether it's, for example, manufacturing. Unless you help the MSME, who's a vital part of the supply chain, only then is the overall manufacturing output going to increase. And it also goes towards many of these companies that are producing today products which are heavily import dependent. So we have to look at the whole thing in totality.
But let me add a bit to this rare earth question which you said, because it's very dear to many of us. If you look at what is holding us back into the next stage of development is the dependency on China. But many of these places where rare earth is found is also the area which you need to protect the environment. If you look at the sands of the beaches of Kerala, you cannot spoil them at the same time say I'll extract. So I think that's why the challenge mode which he spoke about to set this up is going to be not just about who can extract that very cost effectively. It is going to be how are you going to preserve environment.
Sure.
So I think those elements will come. And I think it's the right time to start, because not just India, I think the entire world is looking at an alternative. One neighbor we have. And I think if we get the right support, we've just become the part of the Pax Silicana, if you look at it. All this ties in with the international moves we are making. So we need to give the fiscal support, which is also supported by the global good. And I think we need to move forward.
In the budget also talks about new high speed, that's bullet train rail corridors. Now, Mr. Banerjee, the first one between Mumbai and Surat isn't up and running yet, running horribly behind time. But what we're seeing very clearly is a doubling down. Whether it is from Chennai to Bangalore, etc., all the other corridors being created, we're clearly doubling down. Should we have waited to see how the first one actually plays out before doubling down in this way?
No, I think we need. We are a large country. The requirements are strong. Some of the projects have. The initial. If you really look at the first one and wants to see that as a pilot, sometimes we learn a lot of pluses and minuses from such projects. So I don't think that. How fast or how slow the first one has been should be just the way we go forward. I think when we have seen many projects, when we have spread it across, many of them have taken on fast. It depends on the place. India is the states are all very different. The way things move in different places have been different. And I think that it's a great announcement. It's just not you've seen many corridors. You talked about the rail corridors. Now we are going to use the waterways, and I think these are essential ways of seeing how just not goods and people are transported, but these are really going to add to our cost of doing business in terms of really making us competitive and seeing logistics in the country improve. It is moving. Many parts have moved. We've taken an example where it might not have moved in the manner in which we expect, but then many have moved very fast, and this has really led to the type of growth that we have seen. Very
clearly
solid
doubling
growth.
down. Mr. Sitharaman wants to make a point.
Yeah, because on rail, since you raised the point of rail, I'll again like to come back to this issue of holistic, because the best rail technology is in Europe, and I think this whole partnership.
Not China, not Japan.
No, definitely it's Japan has bullet trains, that's fine, but if you look at the holistic, the signaling, the way the trains are made, the way the coaches are made, and I think this whole India-EU free trade agreement has laid a platform for collaboration. It has laid a platform for partnership. And you will actually see that to many of the infrastructure projects, the technology, the grassroots technology, this component manufacturing, this agreement will support achieving the goal. So we have to look at the totality of it all.
So, Rahul, just to add, I wanted to bring a completely different element to this rail transport piece and the coastal transport. I look at it more from green perspective. If you look at one of the things we track in the company is the railroad ratio. More we transport by rail, the less is the carbon intensity. less is the cost. So I think
by the way, if I may interrupt you, first of all, Rahul, just to put the record straight, along with the Shinkansen doing the present track, as part of the original plan was to have this corridor. That is to say, the Bangalore-Chennai. It was part of the original framework of the Shinkansen connectivity. Now, where I want to make a comment on your suggestion is that the basic feature, which is environmentally very debilitating, is for 30 years we have ducked the basic question of passenger freight cross subsidy. The stuff which is supposed to go by train is going by road. Stuff which is supposed to go by rail, namely passengers, are going by train. When will we come to a state when this distortionary cross subsidy, which is environmentally very debilitating, can be ironed out?
The budget talks a lot about ease of living, ease of doing business. Does it go far enough to actually, Mr. Mukundan, make a material impact on these two fronts? Ease of living for citizens, taxpayers, ease of doing business for companies, particularly the MSMEs that the budget lays a lot of emphasis on?
So in terms of ease of living, we've been highlighting India is going to urbanize. We have to recognize this fact. People are moving into cities. This whole point about city economic region, which is CER, which is another term which is for urbanization, because we want to give it a new brand name, because something has to succeed in a format which we want it to succeed. I think coupled that with the municipal bond, which is 100 crore or 1,000 crore, I think it's a game changer for some of these elements. I think we've got to make our urban centers much more resilient, much more robust, much more modern. I think there's a technology element also she spoke about in our urbanization framework. There's also an element which, in terms of MSME, you spoke about, how do we sort of make the ease of doing business better. One of the things we highlighted in this budget is the linkage with the external sector. So the key focus on customs, custom clearance, the speed of clearance, digitizing entire custom clearance is going to actually make the life easy for exporters as well as for importers. Because if you want to be a big export economy, you also need to open up for imports, because some of the components you may not make, you need to bring here, assemble and send them abroad. So I think we got to look at how do we make logistics more competitive, the paperwork which goes with logistics also more easy and efficient to do.
Okay. Mr. Banerjee, one of the reasons that the budget is coming from criticism from some quarters is the absence of a framework on what the next step of reforms will look like. We know for a fact that there are several committees within the government, like the Rajiv Gauba committee, which are working on deregulation. Would it have been a good idea for the finance minister to lay the vision on what citizens, policymakers, people in the markets and elsewhere should expect from here on?
Two broad points on that. I think the budget lays down the fact that the way we are going, there is a focus that there is a focus going forward on trust. I think when Mukund spoke about ease of living and ease of taxation and the type of space being given to, some of the things that we have seen in the tax front, say for instance, the penal provisions have been sort of modified. We are seeing more and more emphasis towards trust, and I think that's going to be taken forward. So the reforms. The type of reforms, trust-based reforms, the space to the private sector, all of it, I think going forward that private sector is going to create wealth, private sector is going to create employment, is all very well focused. The second part of it is I see a lot being focused upon, and as we move forward, is on how we are going to encourage, say, for instance, technology, indigenization of technology, the focus on research, the focus on long-term. And you talk about long-term, the long-term need for us to move into a much more research orientation and look at future of technologies. I think these are, it talks really about future future of green, future of technology, future of skilling, the way we will move ahead on future of employment, future of healthcare. So I see a path going forward
the
very
economic
strongly.
survey referred a lot to the global headwinds that we face, the uncertainty at the macroeconomic level. The budget is quite quiet on them. I mean, they're doing what they have to without necessarily referencing what's happening outside just the budget papers. For companies and businessmen like yours, are those uncertainties now baked into your investment decisions, or do you think they still loom over the investment horizon?
First, from a budget standpoint, I think the budget is very strong when it comes to looking at becoming self-sufficient, to becoming resilient, to becoming Atmanirbhar. And I think those are the elements that the budget captured well. The economic survey, of course, like you said, spoke about the geopolitical uncertainties, and that is the reality of the world that we today live in. So we have to work to become resilient in our businesses, to make our supply chains resilient of global uncertainties, but at the same time also continue to become globally competitive. And that's the plan that we have built into all of our business plans.
One way of looking at it, NK Singh, is that she's left the noise on the side and just focused on the signal. The other way is that the noise that's happening outside is very material to the signal that you're sending, and on that she's failed in not sending any signal about what she's making of all this uncertainty. How would you read this?
Well, very frankly, I think that, Rahul, you know, that reforms is a very ongoing process.
Sure.
There is no departure, there is no arrival. Take a normal thing, the reform of the fiscal consolidation roadmap. It's an ongoing process. You don't achieve fiscal consolidation in a short term. You don't bring down debt to GDP, considering the stock of debt being so high, in a jiffy. It's a long-term story. As long as there's no reversal to that long-term story. Question of how credibly you reach the end game. That's one. The second is that the budget itself embeds a huge lot of reform path. Just two examples very quickly. First of all, entering an era of not jobless growth, but you would have noticed that the budget for the first time increased the threshold of our potential growth from historical 6.5 or for some years 6.5 to now a threshold of 7%. This 7% is supported with jobs. So we are really taking decisive steps, jobs emanating out of tourism, jobs emanating out of health and healthcare facilities, making India an important health tourism destination. The job creation potential, we know that the capital employment coefficient of tourism is perhaps the maximum. Focusing directly on the job potential emanating from the tourism and from the services sector, then the decisive moves of linking this up with skilling, and skilling which enables you to move towards a part of the global value-added chain. These are very, very important.
But Mr. Sitharaman, a lot of this,
and I totally agree,
is based on the hope that this manufacturing will lead to the creation of new jobs. We're already seeing with humanoids, with robotics, and the cost of these coming down in the way that it is, and more likely over the next 2 or 3 years, that even if new manufacturing facilities get set up, the prospects of humanoids and robotics being used very heavily, which means there may be some job creation, but not at the scale at which a country like India requires.
Well, one still has to look at the relative cost. I feel that it will not be 3 years, what you just mentioned. The second is that the only way to go about it further is also look at the intelligent jobs which get created, and second is grow manufacturing even faster. You go to a town like Coimbatore, for example, and you walk around, you go to the different MSME and SME units. They're expanding at a frenetic pace, and new jobs are getting added. It's fantastic both to see the spirit of entrepreneurship. We were talking about the shackles getting off first in minds, and second, actually the bolts and nuts getting on the ground.
No, but you're saying it will take more than 3 minutes? I'm not 100% sure, Mr. Banerjee, and I'll tell you why. That with the kind of advancements that we're seeing, and Davos was full of several of those advancements. The adoption maybe might be much faster than what we're anticipating at the moment, creating the prospect that you may have more manufacturing, but not necessarily incremental job creation.
I want to put in two pillars. One for technology, manufacturing, AI. That's different. That's required. That's necessary. But where will jobs come from?
Sure.
Jobs are going to come from the mid-sized companies, the small companies. They will also be digitally transformed. But if you really look at the way the textile, skilling project has been talked about, Skilling 2.0 on textiles, is very well framed for the future-ready workforce for textiles. Very job-oriented sector. Similarly, when we look at areas like tourism, where the usage of manpower, which will lead to, I'm talking about the services sector, where jobs will be essential, has been well laid out through the skilling program. So, future-ready manpower for the type of, labor-intensive sectors are going to be critical, and manufacturing plays a role for the small and the mid-sized companies from where jobs are really going to come from. And there are several sectors in the manufacturing space which are job-oriented for the mid-sized and the small companies.
The budget also talks a lot about trying to build skills in AI. And the fact that a lot of emphasis has been made through Minister Vaishnav and the others about trying to build a use case, application use case base in India. Shashwat, as somebody who's tracking a lot of these frontier technologies, how do you see that play out in this fiscal and then beyond?
The underlying theme around AI was that technology is going to become an enabler across everything that the finance minister spoke about, right? And so whether it is setting up institutes, whether it is setting up the university townships that we spoke about, whether it's about higher education, STEM education that the finance minister spoke about, all of this is going to have an underlying AI element to it, right? And technology is going to become that force multiplier for the economy going forward. So I think, in reality, going beyond the budget as well, there is, AI adoption is the only way to kind of grow at exponential speeds. And today we have the demographic power to grow at that speed. And today, like was said earlier as well, the world is looking for a China +1, and India could be positioned very well if we were to harness AI on that.
The economic survey speaks of a 6.8 to 7.2 range of growth for the next fiscal versus 7.4 for this year. Mr. Banerjee, final words before we end. At this moment, are we heading towards the upper range of that range or the lower part of that range?
I think we are poised for a higher trajectory of growth. What we are not probably covered now is the effect of all of it happening over a period of time in the next 2 or 3 years. All of what we have seen in the budget, the FTAs, the demand factors that open up, the investment that comes into India, the export potential of it. If you add or the sigma, all of this is really makes us poised for a. I am optimistic that it is going to be a 7+% growth.
Also, the good thing is, I think Anand Nageshwaran and his team, as also the finance minister, so conservative in their target setting that rather than taking big aggressive numbers, they keep it conservative and like to surprise on the upside, which is a good way of doing it. It reminds me of people who want to talk less and deliver more. Especially given everything that's beyond their control. That's not necessarily a bad approach towards setting these growth numbers. So thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure having you. We'll slip into a break. We'll have a lot more for you on our continuing coverage of the budget for fiscal year 27. Stay with us.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig, until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Master Stroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
M3M presents NDTV Master Stroke Art Awards. An odyssey of creative brilliance, where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV, bringing this subject forward, would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
I have always had this inclination towards art, and if we don't collaborate and bring those artists forward, give them a platform, who else will?
Honoring the masters who define our cultural landscape, M3M presents NDTV Master Stroke Art Awards on the NDTV network.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's 9th consecutive budget, where the focus was on building on India's Goldilocks moments, the correct economic fundamentals leading towards the larger growth roadmap. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. You're watching NDTV's rolling coverage of Budget 2026. Let me get you the big headlines that we are getting for you this hour. First up, Budget 2026 puts AI jobs in focus as Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman targets services-led growth. New panel to be constituted to review the impact of AI on services sector. Defence sector gets a major push. Capital outlay up by almost 22% to 2.19 lakh crore rupees. Total defence budget at upwards of 7.8 lakh crore rupees. Biggest jump from 48,000 crores to 63,000 crore rupees in aircraft and aero engines. Prime Minister Modi hails Budget 2026, calls it futuristic, says the budget this year is setting a roadmap for Viksit Bharat 2047, a developed country by 2047. Equity markets gave a big thumbs down to Budget 2026. Both Sensex and Nifty were in deep red after budget announcements, primarily on account of hike in the STT for FNO, besides the expectation of a capital gains tax cut, which didn't happen. Politics speaks over Budget 2026. Leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, slams the budget, says there's nothing in it to placate the looming global shocks, even as Trinamool chief Mamata Banerjee calls budget a garbage of lies. Almost 90 minutes. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's speech this year, her 9th consecutive as Finance Minister, where she presented Union budget today. The focus this time was clearly on Viksit Bharat 2047, essentially a goal to make India a developed country at the 100th anniversary of its creation. In some of the key announcements that were outlined by the Finance Minister today, it said that the record capital expenditure laid out at 12.2 lakh crore rupees could be the big game changer. Effective capex now is at about 4.4% of the budget. There was also a lot of focus on boosting semiconductors with the Semicon 2.0 scheme being announced. Manufacturing was the other big thrust area in the speech today, with an allocation of 40,000 crore rupees. There's also tax holidays for firms setting up data centers in India till 2047, the longest tax holiday that anyone has in fact seen. In terms of AI preparedness, the budget also allocated for a special AI tool for farmers. Prime Minister Modi hailed the budget, calling it a boost to India's Viksit Bharat journey, and added that it gives a new reform express, a fresh impetus, a fresh push, something that the Prime Minister had mentioned. Take a look at some of the snippets of the Finance Minister's speech.
Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum, to strengthen the confidence of private developers. India's semiconductor mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity.
The Prime Minister hailed the budget, also spoke about the Yuva Shakti being a key backbone and a key feature of the budget this year. Listen in to what the Prime Minister said.
इस बजट में मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को नई रफ्तार के लिए महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस बजट में नई उभरती इंडस्ट्रीज यानी सनराइज सेक्टर्स को जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायोफार्मा शक्ति मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन 2.0, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्कीम, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है वह उन्हें लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की नई ताकत देगा। जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं वो एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए भारत के साहसिक टैलेंटेड युवाओं को उड़ने के लिए खुला आसमान देते हैं। ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है।
All right, listen in to some other reactions coming in from the government, including that of Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. Remember, this is the first budget that's come in after the Trump tariffs were imposed on India of over 50%. The impact of that and India's larger roadmap to take that forward is something that Piyush Goyal, Commerce Minister, mentioned. Listen in.
ये फ्यूचर रेडी भारत का बजट है। ये बजट हम सबको प्रेरित करता है कैसे बहुमुखी रिफॉर्म्स के साथ, और आपने तो देखा ही है कि स्वतंत्रता दिवस के बाद किस तेजी से रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस भारत में आगे बढ़ते जा रही है, चाहे वो जीएसटी को सिंप्लीफाई करना हो, चाहे लेबर कोड्स को नोटिफाई करना हो, डीक्रिमिनलाइज करना हो कानूनों को। 350 से अधिक रिफॉर्म इतने छोटे समय में हुए हैं। और आज का जो बजट है ये इतने व्यापक तौर पे लोगों को प्रेरित करता है।
देखिए, एक ऐतिहासिक बजट होगा और विकसित भारत का एक रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस, प्राइम मिनिस्टर का रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ेगा। और भारत का बजट को आज के दिन में विश्व देखता है, पूरा देखता है कि भारत का बजट में क्या होगा। तो सब हम लोग अच्छा से उम्मीद के साथ आज बजट सुनेंगे। Union Minister for Communication and Donor, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia. So how do you see this time budget? Is it Atmanirbhar? Is it self-reliant for youth, for women?
It's a forward-looking budget, a budget that has been crafted by the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, by the youth of India. As you heard, it's the Viksit Youth dialogue that has led to many points in this budget, and where on the one hand it cements the path of India over the last 12 years, a path to huge economic growth at 7.4%, a path to control on the menace of inflation at 1.7%, a path of ensuring fiscal profligacy by controlling fiscal deficit at 4.4%. Next year's target is 4.3%. At the same time, unleashing animal spirits by a capex expenditure of close to 11.2 lakh crore. Next year's target is 12 lakh crore from a low of 2 lakh crore from 24-14-15. I must thank the Finance Minister for two aspects. One, charting the course for the future, the concentration on the orange economy, audiovisual, gaming, other sectors, semiconductors, AI, tourism, rapid urbanization in India. Along with that, the focus on the Northeast. The fact that we have 5 Buddhist tourist routes that have been planned out, which was submitted by our ministry. Along with that, the urbanization focus with 4,000 e-buses, the concentration on setting up health and education centers. So all in all, a very robust budget, a budget that cements our journey and sets the path for the future of India towards Viksit Bharat 2047.
How do you see the capital expenditure and also the initiative to control the fiscal deficit?
Both very important. Where on the one hand, you're looking at not revenue expenditure, but capital expenditure. What that means is that every rupee invested will give you multiple gains in the future by that capex. And from a low of 2 lakh crores, you're now focusing on 12 lakh crores. That means 6 times in the last 12 years. That's a huge impetus that has been given to that sector. And at the same time, the control on fiscal deficit, because it's important to be able to manage your finances both from a revenue perspective and a fiscal perspective. And the 4.5% target that had been set for 25-26 has been met by achieving 4.4%, and next year we will achieve 4.3%.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कर्तव्य भवन में बना हुआ कर्तव्य पथ पे चलने वाला ये बजट का मैं पूरा स्वागत करता हूँ। जिस प्रकार से माननीय निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार अपना बजट रखा है, ये भारत सरकार की पॉलिसी सस्टेनेबिलिटी और गुड गवर्नेंस का प्रतीक है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो विश्वास जनता के बीच में है, उसको ये बजट पूरी तरह से दर्शाता है। हम लोगों ने देखा कि किस प्रकार से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सबका साथ सबके विकास के जो मूल मंत्र हैं, वो इस बजट के पूरे विस्तार में दिखता है। साथ ही साथ विकसित भारत 2047 के बनाने का जो सपना माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देखा है, उसके लिए भी ये संकल्प से सिद्धि वाला बजट है।
Actions coming in on Union Budget 2026. Leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has hit out at the BJP government over the budget this year. He said that this is youth without jobs, falling manufacturing, investors pulling out capital, household savings are plummeting, farmers in distress, looming global shocks,
all ignored. A budget that refuses course correction and blind to India's real crises. This is what Rahul Gandhi has put out in his critique of the budget. In fact, let's listen in to what exactly the Congress leader said there.
लेकिन सर अभी पार्लियामेंट को यूज करेंगे लेकिन सर अभी पार्लियामेंट को यूज करेंगे.
From the FM, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has hit back on this critique that's come in from the Congress leader. She said that the fundamentals of the economy remain strong, and that has come out even in the economic survey. She said that if you want to criticize me politically, you can do so. But when it comes to facts, you cannot do so, simply because what Rahul Gandhi, essentially what Nirmala Sitharaman is saying, is that the Congress leader is just on a rant and has no facts backing him. In fact, let's play out exactly the rebuttal of the Finance Minister.
With due respects, I don't know what course correction he is referring to. Economy and its fundamentals are strong. Global uncertainty is facing many of our sectors, for whom we have brought in so many different schemes for those small and medium enterprises. And with all this, the fundamentals of the economy remain strong. And that has come out even in the economic survey. So, well, politically you want to criticize, you're welcome, please do it. But if you want to give me the facts on which you're basing your argument, I'm willing to hear and willing to reply to that.
In fact, as far as the budget is concerned, it's triggered a huge political row. Shortly after the finance minister presented her budget, opposition leaders jumped into the fray to attack the centre over this year's budget. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi slammed the budget, calling it one that was blind to people's problems. Flagging issues like unemployment, farm distress, depleting household savings, Rahul Gandhi went on to say that this is a budget that did not provide any concrete solutions. We played out the rebuttal also from the government to exactly what Rahul Gandhi said, but it's not just the Congress. There are others also who've come out and hit out at the budget this year. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor, who recently patched up with Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, also slammed the budget, saying that the budget did not meet the expectations for poll-bound Kerala and lacked mentions as far as employment is concerned. A similar attack was also launched by SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, who said that this is a budget that was beyond the people's comprehension. Priyanka Chaturvedi of the UBT faction of the Shiva Sena also slammed the budget, saying that this was actually something that missed going over key aspects like the impact of tariffs. TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee also hit out, calling the budget baseless with no mentions of West Bengal. And that's really, viewers, the big catch-22. This is a budget where full marks need to be given to the finance minister for not resorting to any freebies, even when there are 5 state elections that are lined up. She didn't resort to any of those political freebies, and listen in to the statements that came in from some of these opposition leaders. Listen in.
मोदी सरकार के पास अब नई आइडिया खत्म हो गई है. ये बजट भारत की कहीं अधिक आर्थिक, सामाजिक और राजनीतिक चुनौतियों के लिए एक सवाल होके बैठा है, और खास करके ये बजट गरीब तबके के लिए इसमें कुछ नहीं है. इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने के लिए भी इनका कोई समाधान, सकारात्मक कोई सलाह या कोई कदम उन्होंने नहीं दिखाया.
मैं कहूँगी डिसअपॉइंटिंग बजट है. उस समय पे जब देश को सबसे ज्यादा दिशा और दशा की जरूरत थी, उस समय पे ये बजट ने हमें डिसअपॉइंट किया है. निफ्टी से लेकर बॉम्बे स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में सारे सेक्टर्स लाल में हैं, तो दिखा सकता है कि जो उनकी अपेक्षा थी उसके अनुसार नहीं हुआ है ये बजट. साथ ही साथ considering the turbulent times we live in, we were hoping for more substantial policy to overcome these challenges. वो भी नहीं दिखा है.
इस 5100 सेकंड में बंगाल का एक बार नाम तक नहीं लिया गया, एक बार भी, मतलब बंगाल मेंशन ही नहीं किया गया। और बंगाल छोड़ दीजिए, जितना भी कम्युनिटीज़ है, चाहे फार्मर हो या देश के युवा हो, किसी के लिए कॉन्क्रीट जो सरकार आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, स्किल इंडिया, टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट का बात करता है, युवकों को रोज़गार कैसे मिलेगा, एम्प्लॉयमेंट कैसे क्रिएट होगा या किस दिशा में एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएट हो सकता है, उसको लेके कॉन्क्रीट कोई चर्चा नहीं है, कोई मेंशन नहीं है इस बजट में। फार्मर्स के लिए कोई फिनेंशियल सिक्योरिटी या इनकम स्टेबलाइज करने का कोई तरीका ताकि किसानों का कुछ मदद मिले, उसका कोई तरीका नहीं है। और कोई भी कम्युनिटी के लिए कोई यहाँ पे सोल्यूशन नहीं है, कोई समाधान नहीं है।
All right, more news coming in, more political reactions coming in, this time from the DMK, which has said that it's not a favor that they are asking, it's their right to a voice. Essentially, the Tamil Nadu government is saying, the DMK is saying that every year Tamil Nadu pays billions of rupees in taxes, yet all it gets in the budget are mere crumbs, ignoring everything from Coimbatore to the Madurai Metro to student education funds is an act of disrespect to people of Tamil Nadu. Remember, earlier in the day, you had the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister saying that states should actually get 50% of the finances, even as the Finance Commission has mentioned 41%, something that the union government has stuck to. But this is the latest political reaction that you're getting from the Tamil Nadu government, the DMK, again another poll-bound state, where the DMK says that people of Tamil Nadu and the state of Tamil Nadu is not getting its due. All right, this is the latest update that we are getting. Remember, earlier in the day, you had the DMK and you had the Tamil Nadu government saying that the central government should actually allocate more revenue to the states to the tune of 50%, something that, of course, even the Finance Commission did not mention. And this right now is a follow-up to those reactions that came in earlier. All right, we have Rishi Shah, who's an economist at the Grant Thornton. We have Dr. Nishant S. Mehta, who's a chartered accountant and global wealth and tax strategist, managing partner of Nishant S. Mehta Company. We have Sana Afri, founder and CEO of Beyond the Loop. Ashutosh Nath, who's a CA at Tradewin, Shantanu Sen Gupta, banking and finance expert, and former HSBC Amro Bank. So you can see it's a powerful lineup, and completing that lineup is Anshuman Magazine, a chairman and CEO of CBRE. Thanks so much, all of you, for taking out the time and joining me. In fact, Mr. Anshuman, let me start this with you. While, of course, we've had some time to now dissect and also get more details as far as what the budget said. You had the finance minister also complete her press conference where she said that this is essentially a budget that takes the government and takes the larger roadmap towards Viksit Bharat 2047. Your reaction? Anshuman Magazine, is my voice reaching you? All right, we'll fix that in just a bit. Rishi Shah, why don't you take that question? The fact that the FM said that this is essentially the roadmap for Viksit Bharat 2047. Anything in the budget data that you've been able to identify since the budget speech ended that you want to now focus on?
I think the whole budget is about 2047 and for delayed gratification. One of the interesting points that the economic survey had made that, we should work towards delayed gratification and work on our fundamentals. And that's what the budget has fundamentally delivered. The last year was all about, reforms on the demand side, wherein you gave a push to income tax, exemption limits. You actually brought down prices via the GST reforms. Now, this year is on the supply side of things, wherein you want to build up your infrastructure, your capital goods sector, your MSMEs, bring in new technologies. So I think it's a very well-made budget. It's actually not populist in any way. And it's looking at a scenario wherein there are uncertainties, but you're still trying to prepare the fundamental, levels of growth that will actually push you ahead for the longer period of time.
Of course, the budget has a long-term view in terms of where do you take the economy, where do you take the country in terms of the aspirations towards 10 trillion, 15 trillion, 30 trillion. But in terms of the nitty-gritties, there are four very important aspects. I think that needs to be identified. Nishant Mehta, let me start with you, which is around the expectation that last year was the year when there were massive tax breaks that came in for the individuals. This year, the focus has been more in terms of the IT services, more in terms of streamlining, ensuring that the regulatory issues that really overpowered the individual individual taxpayers weren't the case. So you need to unmute yourself. Sir, you are on mute. Please unmute yourself, sir.
Okay, hi. So I believe this time the budget is not about giveaways. It is more about flexing the plumbing tax laws, compliances, capital allocation, and reporting. It is a quiet reset and not a headline budget. The last time it was all about giving away the relief and all that. But this time the new tax regime is coming in place from 1/4/2026. So it's a reset and it is not a headline budget. So you won't have too much of tax benefit. But whatever is there is a great budget. I will personally feel it is not about an instant upload. It is about reducing friction in the system, more compliances, and more tax-free and ease of living. And that's the
I'll
reason
tell you
I
what
love
this
the
is, Mr. Mehta. I'm going to slip into a break, but I want all of you to stay with us because our viewers want to know exactly what that fine print of the budget is. We heard the speech. It's now time to decode some of that fine print, most of which, of course, centers around, like our viewers watching this, that when you go and pay your taxes, that now you have a freedom to extend it. There will not be any of those massive clampdowns that were there earlier, and that relaxation is actually a very important message. We're going to dwell on this further. A quick break.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंह। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माय स्टोरी।
NDTV Golf Pro-Am, in partnership with PGTI, comes to you from the heart of South Mumbai at the historic Willingdon Sports Club. The city's classic layout provides the ideal canvas as India's finest golfers share the fairways with the country's top corporate leaders, Mumbai style. Watch at these heights.
NDTV 24/7, total domination in Davos.
the world's biggest voices first. Iconic visionary Bill Gates. World Bank President Ajay Banga. IMF Chief Kristalina Georgieva. IBM CEO and President Arvind Krishna. India's AI Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. NDTV is India's voice in the world. First interview with Maharashtra Chief Minister. First interview with Andhra Chief Minister. First interview with Assam Chief Minister. India's first ground event in Davos. NDTV puts India on the global stage. Davos, domination, no debate.
इनको यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसमे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে.
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice. The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core.
All right, Anshuman Magazine of the CBRE with us on the broadcast. There are two aspects that I want to focus on. Anshuman, to you first, which is around the fact that when you talk about capex, when you talk about the 12.2 lakh crore, you talk about the real estate sector, the expectation is that it kickstarts and starts the larger cycle of investment and growth in the country. Your thoughts on the capex investment and more importantly, anything in the fine print of the budget that you've identified specifically for the real estate sector?
Yeah, absolutely. Any investment going to infrastructure has a multiplier impact.
The budget talked about revival of tier 2, tier 3 cities, towns. That'll make a big difference when the money really goes in there. The entire connectivity of waterways, freight corridors, highways, that's going to make a big difference. There's a risk fund which was announced for developers of infrastructure. I think once we know the details, that could be helpful. But one key and a major announcement, I don't think it has been fully understood. The impact of it is the REIT and InvIT structure for CP SC assets, which really means that the central government's assets can be now monetized under a REIT and InvIT structure. So can you imagine that if you look at Government of India, state governments, central government agencies, PSUs, they're sitting on huge, they're the biggest owners of
land
real
banks.
estate.
They have lakhs of crores of land banks.
Not only land banks, but buildings, offices, warehouses, huge real estate across, be it office, be it industrial. And if those can be monetized and move from a non-productive or use right now to productive, it's going to unleash. And if this model works, it can be used for across India and government thing. And I think that will be a huge needle mover. And especially now, mutual funds will start soon, will be allowed to invest in REIT and InvITs like a equity. So even a lot of the mutual fund money.
Putting it very simply for our viewers, that tapping another possible funding avenue with the REITs that the budget really offers here. How much of that is going to happen in the next financial year? We're going to come back and touch on that. And also on the big banking sector. Shantanu, I'm going to touch upon that as well as to, how do you make Indian banking sector future ready or shock proof really, as that is what the big aspiration is. A quick break, we return with that.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
so many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break, live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
M3M presents NDTV Masterstroke Art Awards. An odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
I have always had this inclination towards art, and if we don't collaborate and bring those artists forward, give them a platform, who else will?
Honoring the masters who define our cultural landscape, M3M presents NDTV Masterstroke Art Awards on the NDTV network.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला। I was not just running, I was flying. सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट। 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू। फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo Yo Honey Singh. This is my story.
The NDTV Golf Pro-Am, in partnership with PGTI, comes to you from the heart of South Mumbai at the historic Willingdon Sports Club.
Viewers, you're watching our rolling coverage of Budget 2026, the first budget that came in the second quarter of this century, something that the Prime Minister mentioned with his opening comments when the budget session started. He also spoke about Reform Express, and that is exactly what this budget has unleashed. We've got a power-packed lineup of guests, and thank you so much, all of you, for being patient. Let me, Shantanu, as I was talking to you before that quick commercial break, which was the focus on the banking sector, something that the government has focused on. The FM has mentioned that. making shock-proof, resilient banking sector is essentially now the key priority.
Yeah, as I was mentioning, clearly the banking sector reflects the strength of the economy. So the economy is in a resilient position, and clearly the path towards fiscal consolidation is certainly a positive for the banking sector. Coming to the sector specifically, three or four things really stand out. The first one being the high-powered committee that has been sort of appointed to do a comprehensive sector review. And this is, taking India to a Viksit Bharat by 2047. So we need to have at least 2 Indian banks in the global 20. So what are the reforms needed, to go there? The consolidation, the scaling, and the global competitiveness of the Indian banks. The second thing is really the steps at deepening the corporate bond market. There's the talk of market-making frameworks and incentives for large municipal bonds. Thirdly, the mandatory trends for public sector enterprises, the credit guarantees and receivable securitization, which really make MSME lending more bankable and attractive to bankers, thus unlocking the supply chain finance. Certainly, the short-term transaction tax or the increase in that is a near-term headwind, and obviously this will have an impact on the market sentiment. But clearly, as I mentioned, the reforms at deepening India's financial structure, especially the corporate and the municipal bond market, and opening up India's banking and financial system to global competition is certainly a big plus.
Absolutely, and that's what, the committee's findings we'll be watching very closely. Though for me personally, the one thing that did stand out is that, 17.2 lakh crore rupees of gross borrowings will have a bit of an impact on the sector as well, and that's something that we're going to wait to watch in terms of what the government's commentary comes in. I'm going to take a very quick break. Sana, I'm going to come to you after this very quick break and talk about the youth factor, something that the FM mentioned, something that the Prime Minister mentioned. So how important has the youth factor been in the budget? I'm going to come back and talk to you after this very short break.
NDTV 24/7, total domination in Davos. The world's biggest voices first. Iconic visionary Bill Gates. World Bank President Ajay Banga. IMF Chief Kristalina Georgieva. IBM CEO and President Arvind Krishna. India's AI Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. NDTV is India's voice in the world. First interview with Maharashtra Chief Minister. First interview with Andhra Chief Minister. First interview with Assam Chief Minister. India's first ground event in Davos. NDTV puts India on the global stage. Davos, domination, no debate.
इनको यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसमे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
I'll now move to Part B. Part B, direct taxes. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now present my proposals on direct taxes. New Income Tax Act. In July 2024, I announced a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. This was completed in a record time, and the Income Tax Act 2025 will come into effect from 1st April 2026. The simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Ease of living. I propose that any interest awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal to a natural person will be exempt from income tax, and any TDS on this account will be done away with. I propose to reduce TCS rate on the sale of overseas tour program package from the current 5% and 20% to 2% without any stipulation of amount. I propose to reduce TCS
Budget 2026 pushing India's big growth agenda with focus being firmly on youth. And viewers, we've got a good lineup of speakers decoding exactly what is there in the budget fine print. And Sana Afri, let me ask that question to you in terms of youth, something that both the Prime Minister mentioned, and in fact the Finance Minister also laid a lot of emphasis on how critical youth are and how important Yuva Shakti is, and all of that being reflected in the budget as well.
Yeah, if you look at the budget through youth lens, the message is quite consistent what both Prime Minister and Finance Minister has been saying. It is youth first reform budget and not an appeasement one. If and when Finance Minister is talking about youth first reforms, we should talk about the numbers. India is aiming for around 10% global share in services around by 2047, and which is where most of the youth jobs will come from. And if we look at the budget also focuses on employable skills, whether it's training 1.5 lakh caregivers, setting up AVGCs, labs in 15,000 schools, I believe, or even, upskilling tourism professionals. The message is definitely clear. Jobs will come from skills, services, and enterprise. So I totally agree that this is one of the youth first reform budget.
All right. On that note, thanks much, all of you, for joining me in this special Budget 2026 broadcast. Viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. We come back on the other side, continue our rolling coverage of Budget 2026. Stay tuned.
From the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
so many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break, live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig, until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Master Stroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
M3M presents NDTV Master Stroke Art Awards. An odyssey of creative brilliance, where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV, bringing this subject forward, would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
I have always had this inclination towards art, and if we don't collaborate and bring those artists forward, give them a platform, who else will?
Honoring the masters who define our cultural landscape, M3M presents NDTV Master Stroke Art Awards on the NDTV network.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude,
we're standing
Very good evening, viewers. You're watching our rolling coverage of Budget 2026. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented her 9th consecutive budget, the budget that has unleashed the big reform express. We're going to tell you all the details in terms of the fine print of Budget 2026, the politics around it, and most importantly, why some of its measures with regards to skilling could actually be the big game changer. But first up, the headlines. Budget 2026 puts AI jobs in focus as Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman targets services-led growth. New panel made to review the impact of artificial intelligence on the services sector. The defense sector gets a big push with capital outlay up almost 22% to 2.19 lakh crore rupees. Total budget now stands at 7.8 lakh crore rupees, up from 6.8 lakh crore rupees last year. The biggest jump is in aircraft and aero engines. Prime Minister Modi hails Budget 2026, calls it futuristic, says the budget this year is the perfect roadmap and lays the foundation for Viksit Bharat 2047. Markets tank give a big thumbs down to Budget 2026 as all equity markets, Sensex and Nifty in the red due to budget announcements related to the STT hike, even as no cuts in long-term capital gains tax were announced. Politics peaks over Budget 2026. Leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, slams the budget, says it's done nothing to placate looming global shocks, even as Mamata Banerjee has called the budget garbage of lies. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman spoke for nearly 90 minutes in her 9th budget speech, where she presented the union budget today. The focus was on Viksit Bharat 2047. The Finance Minister said that the capex this year would be 12.2 lakh crore rupees, up from 11.21 lakh crore rupees, making the effective capex to be at 4.4% of the GDP. That was the big headline number of the budget this year. Also, a focus on boosting semiconductors with the Semicon 2.0 scheme being announced. Manufacturing remains remained a big theme of the budget this year. Allocation of 40,000 crore rupees for the mission. Also tax holidays for firms that are setting up data centers. Essentially futuristic when the Prime Minister was talking, was reflecting on these two aspects. AI being one, biopharma being the other, and data centers where the tax holiday is now up to 2047. That's the futuristic aspect of the budget that the Prime Minister highlighted, even as Reform Express that is being unleashed was the focus. I'm now going to turn attention to the press conference that is currently being held by former Finance Minister, Congress leader P. Chidambaram, and his take of the Congress party's reaction to the budget.
Uncertain outlook for flow of FDI into India and the persistent outflow of FPI for the last several months. 6. The agonizingly slow pace of fiscal consolidation and the continued high fiscal deficit and revenue deficit contrary to the FRBM. 7. The persistent gap between officially announced inflation numbers and the ground reality in terms of bills for household expenditure, education, healthcare, and transport. 8. The closure of lakhs of MSMEs and the struggle to survive of the remaining MSMEs. 9. The precarious employment situation, especially youth unemployment. 10. Growing urbanization and the deteriorating infrastructure in urban areas, municipalities and corporations. Now there are many more. For example, the depreciation of the rupee. None of this was addressed by the Finance Minister today. None. Not one of the challenges were addressed by the Finance Minister. It was therefore not surprising that the applause was perfunctory and most of the audience tuned out in quick time. In fact, I noticed that the telecast by Sansad TV switched off a few times. Even by an accountant's standards, it was a poor account of the management of the finances in 2025-26. Revenue receipts were shot by rupees 78,086 crore. Total expenditure was shot by rupees 1,503 crore. Revenue expenditure was shot by rupees 75,168 crore, and capital expenditure was cut by 1,44,376 crore. This is between the center and the states. Not a word to explain this miserable performance in revenue and expenditure. Actually, the center's capital expenditure has fallen from 3.2% of GDP in 24-25 to 3.1% in 25-26. Capital expenditure has actually fallen in the year that concluded. In revenue expenditure, the cuts have fallen in heads that concern the common people. I'm giving you some examples. Rural development, 53,067 crore is a cut. Urban development, rupees 39,573 crore. Social welfare, rupees 9,999 crore. Agriculture, rupees 6,985 crore. Education, rupees 6,701 crore. Health, rupees 3,686 crore. Funds have been cut in crucial sectors and programs. Expenditure on the much vaunted Jal Jeevan mission, you can't believe this number, was cruelly cut from 67,000 crore to a mere 17,000 crore. 50,000 crore has been cut in one program. In 26-27, it has been boosted in the budget to 67,670 crore, but what credibility does the number have? From 67,000, you cut it to 17,000, and you boosted it back to 67,000 crore. These numbers have no credibility at all. After the months-long exercise, the RE fiscal deficit has adhered to the B at 4.4%. And the projection for 26-27 is that fiscal deficit will fall by a meager 0.1%, from 4.4 to 4.3. The revenue deficit will remain stationary at 1.5%. It's certainly not a bold exercise in fiscal prudence and fiscal consolidation. The most serious criticism of the budget speech is that the finance minister is not tired of adding a number of schemes, programs, missions, institutes, initiatives, funds, committees, hubs, etc. These are not my words. These are words in her.
All right, that was P. Chidambaram, former finance minister, talking about the budget, and his claim was that the numbers don't add up. Shifting focus, cutting across to Prime Minister Modi, who is in Adhampur in Punjab. Let's cut across, listening to the Prime Minister.
करना है, हमें पूरी ताकत लगानी है कि हम अपने प्रोडक्ट की क्वालिटी ज्यादा से ज्यादा बढ़ाएं, ताकि हम उस मार्केट के रूप में स्थायी जगह बना सके, लोगों का दिल जीत सके। क्वालिटी ही भारत में बने प्रोडक्ट की सबसे बड़ी ब्रांडिंग होगी। तभी हम वहां के मार्केट में मजबूत पकड़ बना पाएंगे। साथियों, श्री गुरु रविदास जी ने हमें उपदेश किया है, श्रम कऊ ईसर जानी कई, जऊ पूजही दिन रैन। रविदास तिही ही संसार मह सदा मिलही सुख चैन। अर्थात जो श्रम को ईश्वर मानकर उसकी पूजा करता है, वो हमेशा सुखी रहता है। इसलिए आज देश श्रम की पूजा कर रहा है। आज खेतों में पसीना बहाने वाले किसान के लिए किसान सम्मान निधि मिल रही है। यहां पंजाब के किसानों को भी पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के 6,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक मिले हैं। आज श्रमिक वर्ग को नए कानून बनाकर उसके अधिकार दिलाए जा रहे हैं। हमारी सरकार गुरु रविदास जी के विचारों को निरंतर आगे बढ़ा रही है। जैसे अब संत रविदास जयंती का राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर आयोजन होने लगा है। कई राज्यों ने इसे आधिकारिक मान्यता दी है।
All right, that is Prime Minister Modi in Adhampur in Punjab, where he has inaugurated the Adhampur airport, which has now been renamed after Sant Ravidas. Shifting focus now back to the big story that we are tracking on the show. Rolling coverage of Budget 2026 continues. P. Chidambaram, the former finance minister, has come out with a scathing critique. The Congress party has come out with a scathing critique of the numbers, saying that the fiscal numbers don't add up. Let's get in an important guest joining us on the broadcast, Vineet Nair, who is a former chairman of HCL, and he's in fact the founder chairman of Sampark Foundation, former CEO of HCL Tech, someone who in fact wears multiple hats. Mr. Nair, thank you so much for speaking to us on NDTV. And while, since you wear multiple hats, there are multiple aspects of the budget that I want to bring into your focus. But first and foremost, I want to start with the big theme this year about being futuristic, the budget being futuristic, which is about biopharma, which is about semiconductor mission, which is about artificial intelligence, all of that. And I think that could really be a big aspect of the budget. Okay, all right. Before we get in, Vineet Nair, I'm told... let's get in some of the other panelists on the broadcast. Vishwas Pathak, representing the BJP, Lokesh Jindal, who's a political analyst and an economist, Prasad Unni Krishnan, who is a partner at Grant Thornton. Anuj Bali will also be joining us, another tax expert. Rutul Shah, who's another tax expert. So we have a bunch of tax experts with us on the broadcast, even as many would say that the fundamental aspiration that many had was this year that there will be some more tax cuts. It didn't happen. Rutul Shah, your first thoughts on some of those tax measures that came out, not so much for the individual taxpayers, but of course for companies? Unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah. I think if we look at individuals, there are quite a few things which have not gone wrong. And I would say the budget, if you look at overall, I see 3 Gs. The government has focused on 3 Gs: growth, governance, and global play. Government has really played out on all these aspects. So far as taxes are concerned, buyback has again been rationalized. Corporate promoters and individual promoters on the buyback as dividends, but on the individual, again, the rates have been reduced to capital gains. There is no, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, finish your point.
Yes. There are other provisions on MAT, litigation is rationalized, penalty and assessment provisions have also been simplified, TCS is simplified. So I see while the last year the basic exemption limits were raised, I don't see anything on the negative side on the tax side. I see all the positives on the tax side.
I'm going to ask you this one question, which I think is very important from a sentiment point of view, from a messaging point of view. The fact that, so many times in the past that you had the potential of the tax man initiating criminal proceedings, and that has now been, addressed with the FM saying and assuring that that won't be the case. How important that is for the larger message sentiment to taxpayers?
That is very, very important. If we look at the decriminalization, the government has been constantly decriminalizing the tax consequences and irregularities. irregularities. And I think the fundamental theme the government is driving towards is that be compliant and be prepared to pay interest, penalties, etc. But at the same time, the government also wants to be rational. There is no point in criminalizing somebody who's bearing the financial consequences. So I think decriminalizing would give a lot of confidence to
so that message, that sentiment is very important. I'm told now Vineet Nair is with us and that line is patched. Mr. Nair, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Great. Thanks much for speaking to us. As I was telling our viewers a short while back, you wear multiple hats, former CEO of HCL and also, of course, co-founder of Sampark. I'm going to start by asking you about the themes that, many believe is one of the hallmarks of the budget this year, which is around AI, which is around biopharma, which is around the tax holidays given to data centers. How significant those announcements are and the larger message that the government is sending with that push?
I think let's first understand that we are actually as a country on a crossroad. I think the growth is given the fact that the country is on a good trajectory of growth. But the 2 big challenges in front of us is employability, the fact that our youth should participate in the growth in jobs. And secondly is this AI, whether it is an opportunity or it will bust the IT dream. Those are the two big challenges. And I think that is what the budget is trying to do in this, set the direction that number one, people come first. That's what people centricity is important. Education linked to employment is important. But I think the two big points she has made, which is very encouraging, is the fact that technology is going to be the center of the solution to the two challenges which are identified. And AI, I'm glad she said that we really don't know everything about AI, and therefore we need to go in and understand the impact of AI, whether it's going to be positive and negative, and make sure it works positively for us. So I think from a point of view that the budget put technology and uncertainty around AI in the center and put the structure of how we're going to approach it to try and convert that into an opportunity instead of a threat, I thought that was very encouraging.
And the fact that there's a committee that has been set up to evaluate the impact of AI on the services sector, I think that is very reassuring, given the chatter around the fact that that AI will be too much of a disruptor for the services sector. I want to ask from you, sir, in terms of the tax holidays for the data centers till 2047, that's unprecedented. How big a catalyst will that be, and how big a hub do you think that could make India as far as data centers is concerned?
I think you have to look at it from 2 points of view. One, I think that's a great idea, because if you see how did the Indian IT industry really come about, it came about when it got a tax holiday. And because of the tax holiday, we set up STPIs, we set up SEZs, and we could roll back the cash into new development. And that's how these huge campuses came in. And therefore, that emphasis towards creating tax holidays for data center is fantastic. But I think you missed the point, which is very interesting, which is happening here, is the fact that the transfer price regime, what she talked about is the fact that, Indian IT is really struggling, that the competition out there is transformational, there is a lot of change, and they have to put their heads and mind together to fight the battle to get to the 10% she was talking about from a services point of view. And in that fight, services is going to be right in the spotlight. So when she removed all that tax burden on transfer prices and got that clarity, I think Indian IT will feel a lot more relieved that they have to focus less on back office litigation and more on creating competitiveness. So yes, the data center story is a very positive story, and Indian IT has already proven that if you give a tax holiday, there is growth, but also the back office is very nice.
Which brings me to ask you about the work you presently do as the co-founder of Sampark Foundation. Learning outcomes is a key aspect of what you focus on. This year, the budget has focused on skilling. It focuses on jobs. It focuses on ensuring that the 12 million plus who are added to our workforce every year do get the right skills in an AI era. Your thoughts on some of those measures and some of those schemes that the government has laid out?
So thanks for asking that. And for the last decade or so, I've been working in education. We work with about 2 lakh schools across 8 states. And the truth of the matter is, despite the funding increasing in education over the last 8 decades or 5 decades, the learning outcome has only dropped. For the first time, we see technology as an ability to be able to reverse that dropping learning outcomes and for us to get back into the positive learning outcome. The point she made is that if education is not proper, the employment will not be proper. So therefore, she is attacking the increase in budgets on education and also linking technology with education and linking education with the employment. I think that triode she drew was very, very interesting. I truly believe education is the largest challenge this country has, because we are not producing employable youth. We are producing unemployable youth. So even if we solve the problem of the fact that we have employment because of the emphasis on infrastructure and emphasis on industry, the question is our education system ready to create employable youth? And that is what she's addressing. And the only way to address it is through technology, through AI. And that is what Sampark Foundation has been doing for all these years, is leveraging AI to transform the way education is delivered. Can we cut down the time it takes to teach a concept? Can we accelerate learning? If something takes 12 years, can we do it in 3 years? Can we, the learning loss which happens over a period of time, can we reduce that by 50%? I think that is going to be the critical success factor of India. India has the people, but it doesn't have the technology to make them the best in class in the world. If we crack that, I think we are unstoppable.
So, final question to you, Mr. Nair. In terms of the big X factor in this budget, what, according to you, was that big X factor? Because, we are talking about a country that is now the economy that is now 4th largest. We are set to, in fact, become the 3rd largest. We have aspirations to be 10 trillion and so on and so forth. What, according to you, was that big X factor that takes us on that journey?
I think the big X factor for me was the recognition of the problem. The recognition of two big problems. Recognition of the fact that we need to create employable youth, or we need to create employment, and that is linked to education. And therefore, that recognition of that chapter. And the second recognition that AI is not necessarily an opportunity, it is a challenge, so we need to invest to convert that into an opportunity. To me, those two big things set the direction for the next 5 years.
All right, sir, we're going to leave it there. Thanks much for speaking to us on NDTV. And on that note, viewers, let's now get you that big exclusive conversation that's flashing at the bottom of your screens. Key opposition leader, a prominent voice from the Congress party, Shashi Tharoor, in conversation with my colleague Vishnu Som.
All right, well, it's a budget which isn't a big bang budget in that sense, but the government suggests that it is a budget with a real eye to the future, that continuity was the need of the hour at a time when there are so many geopolitical challenges. Joining us for his views on the budget, senior Congress leader Shashi Tharoor. Thanks, Mr. Tharoor, very much for being with us. So I thought what I'd do is go through various points of the budget and, get your reaction to them. Now, one of the points is the record infrastructure spend, right? The capex has gone up approximately 9% to 12.2 lakh crores. So the focus on infrastructure-led development, the government says, remains a huge priority. How do you look at that? Mr. Tharoor, can you hear me? All right, we'll come back to Shashi Tharoor in just a moment once we get the line through with him. For the moment, it's back to the studio and we'll connect with Mr. Tharoor. We've just got a few problems over there and come back in just a few moments.
The audio line needs to be fixed, but viewers, we have a power-packed lineup of guests here as well in terms of some of the focus areas that this budget has been really outlining. We have Vishwas Pathak, we have Lokesh Jindal, and of course Prasad Unnikrishnan as well. And we're going to come to those in just a bit. For our viewers tuning in right now, the big story, the big headline number that we've been talking about through the day, through this special budget broadcast has been about two. One, the fact that capex this year will be 12.2 lakh crore rupees. It's a huge bump up from last year, which was 11.21 lakh crore rupees. And remember, capex is essentially that one big figure that kickstarts the growth cycle, so to say. So that's the first big headline number that we've been talking about. And the second key headline number then is about the macro numbers, the 4.3% fiscal deficit, indicating that the government is fiscally prudent. Even in a year where there are elections, 5 crucial elections, the government has chosen the path of fiscal prudence instead of choosing to be extremely profligate. Those are the two very important numbers that essentially tell you which way the direction is of the government in terms of the economy. I believe that audio line has been fixed with Shashi Tharoor. Let's go back to Vishnu.
All right, Gauri, thanks very much. We've got Mr. Shashi Tharoor back on the line with us. Thanks very much for being with us. I thought we'd go point by point in some of the key aspects of the budget. So let's first look at what the government points out is a record infrastructure spend. CapEx has gone up 9% to 12.2 lakh crores for the financial year 2027. So infrastructure-led growth, they say, is a priority, and that remains. How do you look at that?
Well, I think we've got to really look at the numbers beneath that. I mean, what does this consist of? For example, we've heard them talk about MSMEs, right? They're going to create these champion MSMEs. But if you look at the economic survey released the previous day, it talks about credit risk as the biggest challenge, pointing to a 30 lakh crore credit gap, concentrated lending, limited progress on cash flow-based credit. So how on earth, with these structural constraints, can you truly expect to see MSME growth and formalization? So you really have to worry about what the government has in mind. They can give big banner headline numbers, but I'm not quite sure I see where the substance is going to be when you actually get into the
Three
nitty-gritty.
cities as city economic regions, as an example, is how presumably this capex would be targeting, or
Well,
what this capex would be targeting.
I'd like to see more detail than that. I mean, I have a lot of cities in my state, in Kerala. Is there a city economic region in Kerala? If so, how is it defined? What sort of projects are coming in? The budget document is very skimpy on these details.
The next point, tax simplification and the new act. A large part of Part B of what the finance minister spoke about had to do with ensuring that it's easier to pay taxes, that legal action would not be taken in many cases. There's always a settlement process. And in a sense, it encourages people and companies to go out and pay their taxes. It's a simpler process. Would you welcome this?
It's a simpler process if you have the money in your pocket to pay the taxes. The big worry we have is the middle classes have had a terrific income squeeze in recent years. They have to rely on debt to meet expenditures. Salaries have not grown at a significant pace. And the truth is that people don't have money enough left over for health, life insurance premiums, emergency expenses, once the EMI payments and the household staples are taken care of in any typical month. So the fact is that there is a real crisis, for example, of credit card debt. There are real challenges we're facing when it comes to the fact that a lot of consumption in India is taking place on borrowed money. There's some ridiculous 2.9 lakh crore in dues and 10.5 crores in credit cards in use. I mean, it's just astonishing in our country at this point where debt has become a normal way of spending. So the taxation system may be simpler, but it doesn't actually put money in the pockets of the Aam Aadmi. And yes, corporations are doing perhaps all right or better. Some things have been done to make life easier for them, and that's important if they generate growth. But is it trickling down to the ordinary Indian taxpayer? The answer is probably no. And then from the point of view of all this tax language in Part B, what is going on with devolution of finances? They have refused to change the figure from last year. Kerala, for example, which has seen its share of the tax pool declining from 3.93 just in the previous Finance Commission to 1.93 now, we are looking at a particularly dismal situation when it comes to having enough money to spend in the state. So, I mean, the taxes, again, you can have a headline saying simple taxes. Again, look at the reality in the lives of the ordinary people and the lives of the states.
Fiscal consolidation. The government, the finance minister says she's met her target. They've targeted a fiscal deficit of 4.3%. That's down from 4.4% the previous year. And the long-term goal is to bring the debt to GDP ratio down by approximately 50%, plus minus 1%. Again, it is an area where statistically... Okay, go ahead.
No, statistically she's fine, except for one thing. I've been serving long enough in this parliament to remember her predecessor, Arun Jaitley, talking about bringing the fiscal deficit down to 3.5%. We've had to scale the numbers up considerably since the late Arun Jaitley passed on. And it's now, you're expecting us to applaud and celebrate 4.4 and 4.3, whereas the target 10 years ago was supposed to be 3.5.
The defense budget, we face challenges to the north, to the west. It's gone up by a record margin. Would you again welcome this? Or do you feel that it's not enough? Or do you feel that we need to have spent the money elsewhere?
No, I've been arguing that it's a matter of great concern. If you remember my last couple of budget speeches in Parliament, I pointed out to the fact that defense allocations are becoming lesser as a percentage of GDP in the past. So the fact that it's gone up significantly in this year's allocations, I'm very impressed. But at the same time, the defense capital expenditure being raised is important in terms of the stronger emphasis on capability building relative to revenue costs. But if you look at nuts and bolts stuff, there's a reduction in allocations to the Air Force's requirements. There's a reduction in allocations to aircraft engines. So it's not as if it's all good news, but it does seem as if they have finally corrected the declining trend in defense expenditure. Perhaps after Operation Sindoor, they've realized we need much more money in defense. And I think that's something we can all support. It's just that they shouldn't have cut where they have cut.
I understand your focus on job creation. I understand your focus on the need for every last citizen to have more in their pocket. When it comes to job creation, healthcare and biopharma are important. Biopharma generates jobs, and healthcare obviously is important for all of us. The minister is focused on cutting customs duty on 17 critical drugs, including those for cancer and rare diseases. A, do you welcome that? B, the focus on biopharma Shakti, as she referred to it. It's good for our industry, and again, it's an employer. Is this something that's positive?
Yes, it potentially is relatively positive, but the fact is that it does look like crucial sectors in the health, education, agriculture, social welfare areas have nonetheless been cut. Education in particular has taken quite a blow. And if you look at the SC, ST, OBC scholarships, they have really been slashed. So there is a real concern here. The other problem is how the budget is promising to create a new cadres while refusing to care for the existing ones. So we have over 10 lakh ASHA workers. In fact, there are 30,000 of them in Kerala. They're holding up India's public health system, and these workers are being treated still as volunteers, paid a meager honorarium of some couple of thousand rupees a month. I mean, literally 2,000 to 4,000 is the average scale, supplemented by irregular task-based incentives. They have no minimum wage, no pension, no job security. So you can talk about creating a new set of caregivers. When will you take care of the existing ones?
A final question, and you know this as well as anybody, we live in a very difficult geopolitical reality now. We have a fairly tumultuous equation with the United States. We have signed a very positive trade deal, I would suggest, with the European Union. Given the fact that we face potential shocks all around us, do you not see this budget as being one of continuity and therefore one that's realistic to the challenges we face externally?
Yeah, I'm not one of those persons who says that everything that is wrong and that nothing good can be seen. Continuity, some stabilization, some of these are the terms I want to see coming out of it. Mind you, we all know the Sensex has reacted very badly to the budget, and that can't be good news at the whole. As an MP from Kerala, I'm deeply concerned about the neglect of my state, which is something that truly troubles me. And I think that's even more astonishing in an election year. It looks like, given that the ruling party doesn't seem to have much hope in Kerala, they've just decided to neglect it altogether. And to my mind, this is really unfortunate because a budget is meant to serve the entire nation and is meant to serve all states. And I think the government has been embarrassingly selective in its choices. It's also, frankly, been underwhelming in its performance. Even some of the things you were praising, like fiscal deficit control, has come at the expense of significant expenditures by cutting expenditures in crucial sectors, including capex. So we can't really cheer the fiscal deficit in its own right out of context. So I do want to say there may be good things, as you pointed out, Vishnu, but there are a lot of things that are disappointing as well. And for the bigger part, I'm afraid the disappointment outweighs the case for applauding either stabilization or responsibility or continuity. Those are vague terms.
Sure.
They actually also continue injustices in the Aam Aadmi's pocket. Yeah.
A final question. Several states going to the polls say that there's nothing in the budget for them. Now, you were talking about Kerala. Do you believe that, allocations have deliberately gone down to your state with elections just around the corner? And Pinari Vijayan says the move is to take minerals from Kerala. How would you react to that?
Well, that's something I've advocated. In fact, I did an article on NDTV.com at the beginning of the year, pointing out the extraordinary amount of rare earths and other minerals in the sands of Kerala that are remaining unexploited while we are importing all of these things. So that's something that I'm quite willing to welcome. But I do want very, very much to point out that last year at this time, we remember how many SOPs were offered to Bihar, how often Bihar was mentioned in the budget, with the full knowledge that election was looming in that state. Here, there are 5 states where elections are looming, one would have thought the government cared enough, but perhaps they don't see their own chances in those states highly enough, and so they don't particularly bother about catering to our needs. I mean, this is not right, and I think it's really disappointing. We are importing so much, for example, of our pharmaceuticals, our active pharmaceutical ingredients used in the kind of generic drugs we produce to serve as a pharmacy to the world, and there's no real solution to that. Our dependence on China has been increasing in so many areas. Where are the targeted schemes to reduce our dependence on areas like active pharmaceutical ingredients and other things? There's too many omissions here to be entirely happy about all of this. I myself was chairman of the Standing Committee on Chemicals and Fertilizers at one point, and we had talked about the fact that these NIPERs, the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Education and Research, ought to be expanded into the south. Now, the government has announced that there will be new NIPERs. Nothing has been said about putting them in the south, even though the existing NIPERs are all in the north. I mean, we really need to do something serious about actually reaching out with a budget that benefits all Indians in all parts of the country, in all states.
All right, Shashi Tharoor, quite critical of various aspects of the budget, not all of them. But thanks very much for sharing your thoughts on, it's an important budget. Let's see where it leads us. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you. All the best.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंह। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माय स्टोरी।
The NDTV Golf Pro-Am, in partnership with PGTI, comes to you from the heart of South Mumbai at the historic Willingdon Sports Club. The city's classic layout provides the ideal canvas as India's finest golfers share the fairways with the country's top corporate leaders, Mumbai style. Watch at these kites.
NDTV 24/7, total domination in Davos. The world's biggest voices first. Iconic visionary Bill Gates. World Bank President Ajay Banga. IMF Chief Kristalina Georgieva. IBM CEO and President Arvind Krishna. India's AI Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. NDTV is India's voice in the world. First interview with Maharashtra Chief Minister. First interview with Andhra Chief Minister. First interview with Assam Chief Minister. India's first ground event in Davos. NDTV puts India on the global stage. Davos, domination, no debate.
इनको यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे।
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
Mumbai are bringing our first India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets on Live Your City by Fever.
Other opposition parties.
More political reactions coming in on Union Budget 2026. Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has said that this is harsh discrimination and neglect of Kerala. She said that he has gone on to say that Nirmala Sitharaman has consciously chosen to forget the fact that Kerala is also part of India's map. This is what the big charge has been. Grants that stood at 2.2 lakh crore rupees in 2021 have now been reduced to 1.4 lakh crore rupees. The serious issue is that by denying grants, there is in principle no real increase in the total share Kerala receives from the centre. The centre's move to appropriate Kerala's mineral wealth is also extremely dangerous. This is what Pinarayi Vijayan has said, Kerala Chief Minister, who says that centre's move to hand over mineral resources to private monopolies is perilous, and the budget has completely disappointed the tourism and education centres. That's the reaction coming in from yet another opposition-led government, this time in Kerala, which goes to polls in a few months from now. On that note, a quick break. We return on the other side with our mega budget coverage. NDTV's editor-in-chief Rahul Kawal, who takes this entire broadcast forward.
right, team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide, and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma, and I am your Automate.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
M3M presents NDTV Masterstroke Art Awards. An odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
I have always had this inclination towards art, and if we don't collaborate and bring those artists forward, give them a platform, who else will?
Honoring the masters who define our cultural landscape, M3M presents NDTV Masterstroke Art Awards on the NDTV network.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Hi, Mr. France. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig, until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
21 days in.
before we get you that very special broadcast with NDTV's editor-in-chief Rahul Kanwal, let me walk you through the big takeaways of Budget 2026. First and foremost, the capex proposed this year is 12.2 lakh crore rupees. Second important aspect, new Income Tax Act will come into effect from the 1st of April, and citizens will be able to file till 31st of July. The other important aspect, prosecution framework of the Income Tax Act has now been done away with, a huge breakthrough and positive for income tax filers around the country. On that note, we're slipping into a very short break, a very special broadcast on the other side.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माय स्टोरी।
The NDTV Golf Pro-Am, in partnership with PGTI, comes to you from the heart of South Mumbai at the historic Willingdon Sports Club. The city's classic layout provides the ideal canvas as India's finest golfers share the fairways with the country's top corporate leaders. Mumbai style. Watch at these heights.
NDTV 24/7, total domination in Davos. The world's biggest voices first. Iconic visionary Bill Gates. World Bank President Ajay Banga. IMF Chief Kristalina Georgieva. IBM CEO and President Arvind Krishna. India's AI Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. NDTV is India's voice in the world. First interview with Maharashtra Chief Minister. First interview with Andhra Chief Minister. First interview with Assam Chief Minister. India's first ground event in Davos. NDTV puts India on the global stage. Davos, domination, no debate.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा।
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta?
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves
and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
And a very warm welcome. You're watching an NDTV special broadcast on the budget and the reactions that we're getting across. We've got a mix of economists and politicians who also study the economy very closely joining us in this special broadcast. Let me just introduce you to Dr. Rathin Roy, back again after reading the budget fine print. Rukmi Majumdar joins us. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much for being here. Harsh Madhusudan Gupta is back with us again. We've got Prasanjit Bose and our two special guests for this broadcast. We've got Supriya Shrineth from the Congress and Gaurav Vallabh from the BJP. One time on the same side of the political aisle, now on different sides. So that's interesting. I want to start by getting Supriya Shrineth to set the context for why the opposition is upset with the budget. The finance minister essentially signaling that she doesn't want too much fireworks and drama and hype and hyperbole in the budget. She's presenting this as a budget for continuity, a forward-looking budget, without any unnecessary hyperbole associated with past budgets. I saw some of the posts that you put out. Lay out for our viewers why you think this budget underwhelms you. Supriya Shrineth.
Thank you very much for having me on the show, and it's a great evening to be in good company to talk about the budget. I was very relieved to see Nirmala ji read out the budget, frankly, because early in the morning I had Donald Trump announce our economic policy, who will we buy oil from, who will we not. So I was a little, I was a little apprehensive. I hope she reads the budget and not somebody else from America. I was very relieved that she did. Quite frankly, Rahul, I've read the fine print, and the fine print is where the story really is. Who does this budget cater to? You know, there's a lot of celebration about fiscal deficit, but how are we meeting that fiscal deficit? I mean, there is a revenue receipt lower by about 78,000 crore rupees. Net tax receipts are lower by 1,62,000 crore rupees. Expenditure, the government has cut expenditure by 1,503 crore rupees. Capex has gone down by 1,44,000 crore rupees. In fact, upwards of that. So the reality is, and crucial heads, where the sectors impacted is where the story really unfolds. Health, the budget is been cut by 3,600 crore rupees. I'm talking about the 25-26 financial performance. Numbers have been drastically cut down, and for me, that is the trouble. Education, health, agriculture, rural development, urban development. And for next year, it's not a very rosy picture. The nominal GDP for next year is, of course, lower than this financial year's GDP at 10% versus 10.1%. But the real cruel action has been taken on SC, ST, OBC scholarships, numbers down there. And as far as next year's schemes are concerned, I am very shocked that the budgeted estimate for crop insurance, urea subsidy, PM Garib Kalyan, which is essentially food security, aircraft, aero, naval dockyards, how can budgets be cut down for things like this?
So you've set the context by essentially making the point that
and I just want to make a very brief point, Rahul.
Yes.
There was a context to this budget. The context was FDI had turned negative. The context was that FPIs are pulling out money out of India. The context was that, the rupee has been relentlessly falling. Not a mention of any of that. And to me, that is a letdown. The finance minister needs to look at problems that face the country and put out measures
so
to
let's
tackle
take this
them.
argument one by one by getting Gaurav Vallabh to respond to the larger point that capital spends have been lesser than what the budget had estimated last year, which is how you're meeting your fiscal deficit numbers. So don't make it seem as if your government is being fiscally prudent. It's spending lesser on social sector, spending lesser on infra, which is how you're meeting your budget numbers.
I think it's a wrong way to read the budget number and budget document. When we say that there is a allocation of 6 lakh crore around in infrastructure, now you will say that Northeast budget got reduced. So in the infrastructure budget, there is a high-speed rail network between Varanasi and the Siliguri. So naturally, that Northeast infrastructure got covered there. When we are talking about the network between Surat and the Northeast. So that budget is allocated in the infrastructure budget. So first thing we have to understand that when somebody makes budget, anybody, it's not A, B, C, it's always on some projections. And it's not necessary that one by one paisa we had spent less and 1 paisa we had spent more. It's always on some approximations, assumptions. Budget documents are made on that. And when we are saying that 4.4% of GDP we are having a fiscal deficit, when we are saying that 7.4% is the growth rate for FY26, when we are saying that exports are at $825 billion, the merchandise export, in spite of the geopolitical tensions, had increased by 2.6%. When we are saying that service exports had gone up by 6.5%, when we are saying that foreign exchange reserves are at an all-time high of $700 billion plus, which is equivalent to 11 months import, then also if somebody is not able to see the composite
respond to the
picture,
second part, which is that you've had a situation where leaders like Donald Trump are announcing what appears to be Indian policy in their view, that we'll buy from Venezuela, not buy from Russia.
I think, Rahul, I'm more interested to read, understand the people from my country. I am not very fancy. I am not seeing every day morning who is tweeting sitting in Washington or Germany. I am more interested in what is my economic survey saying, what is my government is saying, what my people are saying. I will rate Supriya ji better than Donald Trump. I am more concerned with Supriya ji's tweet. But she is more concerned with Donald Trump. What I can do?
Can I make a brief intervention?
That's a political response to a budget question.
Can I make a brief intervention?
Yes, very quickly, Supriya.
I just need to make a very brief intervention. When we talk about the Indian economy, and I'm very proud of the fact that our economy is growing. I'm very proud of the fact that we will be the 4th largest, the 3rd largest, maybe the largest economy sometime soon. But to me, we cannot behave like an ostrich. We want to compare ourselves to the global economy. We can't suddenly say, I don't care what Donald Trump says. I do. Because he was your friend. You were doing Havans to re-elect him. You were doing Namaste Trump. You were doing Howdy Modi. You were doing Abki Baar Trump Sarkar. And when that man gets on the podium and says, Modi is doing things to make me happy, and I'm not getting into the other worrying things that are coming out of the US. I'm only getting into things. Ceasefire is being announced by Donald Trump.
Okay.
We will buy oil from Venezuela.
This will very soon become a political debate. I'll try and avoid that. Let me get Ratin Roy to respond to the opposition's charge that the fiscal deficit numbers are being met by... Just
10 seconds, not more than 10 seconds. I will not take more than 10 seconds. Just one data. And all of us are concerned about the global economies. There is no doubt about that. But we were number 11th economy in 2004. We were number 11th economy in 2014. Right now, we are number 4th economy. US is growing at less than 2%. We are growing at 7.4%. China is growing at 4%.
So
we are growing at 7.4%.
What is our per capita income? US economy? What is our per capita
numbers
income?
are being met by cutting back on social spends and spending lesser on capacity expansion than the government had promised to do. How relevant is that charge?
Well, let me give you the macroeconomics of it. It's not true that cutting back on social spending is financing fiscal prudence. It is true that cutting back on all spending is financing fiscal prudence. To give you an example, in 2016, the total expenditure of the government of India was 0.8% of GDP, higher than it is now. And the fiscal deficit, lower than it is now. And the fiscal deficit was 0.8% of GDP, lower than it is now. In 2027 BE, the expenditure GDP ratio is 0.8% lower than it was in FY16. And the fiscal deficit ratio is 0.8% lower than it was in FY16. As simple as that. So the government has been prudent in cutting expenditure at a macroeconomic level across the board. Now, whether it should have or not should have, my personal stance, and there can be other views on this, is I'd rather have a government which is revenue constrained, be fiscally prudent, than have a government which is revenue constrained and not be fiscally
That's an important point to make. And on that note, I want to go across to Suman Berry, Vice Chairperson of the Niti Aayog. He joins us on this broadcast. Sir, welcome. You know, this point that's being made that a conscious effort has come through in the budget of trying to take the drama, the fireworks out of the budget, make it more of a statement of accounts, rather than lay out a larger framework for, say, ambitious reform agenda over the next few years. Is that a conscious effort, you think, that's being made to try and make this more factual and less dramatic?
I have to say I completely disagree, but firstly, thank you for having me on the program, and secondly, let me thank you for your report from Davos, particularly the interview with Ajay Banga. So, look, Niti Aayog, I'm pleased to say, had contributed analytic work in many of the areas that have expressed themselves in the budget. And indeed, I was very pleased that the Chief Economic Advisor also acknowledged the support from Niti Aayog in the economic survey. So, how do I locate this budget in the run-up to 2047? Okay? And I don't want to get stuck in the weeds. I wasn't listening to too much of the discussion earlier. So, we want to be a modern society by 2047. We think that to be a modern society, we need to approach what the World Bank calls advanced economy, and there are various numbers floating around. The point I want to make is that there are lots and lots of ways you can think of growth and accelerating growth, but given our Amrit Kal, given our demographic dividend, I find a useful way of thinking about it is to get more people into the labor force, and there's a large reservoir in the female labor force participation, which is much lower than global, and to raise their productivity. And so I look at what was in the budget as a way of achieving both those goals. There's a lot about women in particular, but you can't bring women off the farm and expect your average productivity to rise. And you need a bunch of other things, including higher investment, FDI, and all of that. So to me, there is a method, there is a logic to all the various dimensions of the budget.
If India is indeed to be an advanced
economy, knows the fiscal numbers
like
much
the government
better
has
than
stated its aim to be, then we need to be growing at least at 8% real GDP, and ideally at 10 to account for a few bad years if they come along our way between now and 47. The charge that would be leveled is the government is settling in at about a 7% growth rate without even laying out an ambitious target of wanting to grow in double digits, which is what they promised in opposition.
We are still
even accounting for the trouble that we are facing internationally.
And if that is an agenda for the EU, it's even more an agenda for us. So I would say connectivity and technology are the ways we're going to raise productivity, and they were both in the budget.
Thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate your time. I want to go across to Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, who joins us on this broadcast. Mr. Vaishnav, the Semiconductor Mission 2.0 was laid out. Details weren't spelt out in the speech itself, but since you're the one who's bringing that together, explain to everyone watching at this moment, how is the Semiconductor Mission 1.0 different from 2.0? Where does 2.0 land us, and in what timelines?
Semiconductor is a multi-year journey. In the first version of semiconductor, our focus was to get the entire ecosystem as much as possible into our country and to start this new industry, because we didn't have this industry before. So in the second version, our focus will be on equipment which are used for manufacturing semiconductors, the materials which are used for manufacturing semiconductors, the design ecosystem, and making sure that our startups become even more stronger in the entire design ecosystem. We would like to have at least 50 deep tech startups coming up as part of the second mission. And the talent pipeline which we have started developing in the 315 universities, that is a substantial talent pipeline. We'll continue to progress that. And of course, there will be focus on the fabs, ATMP units, display, which is there as a part of the first version also.
You know, one of the things that was said is that there'll be a tax holiday for cloud services which power data centers. To what extent do you think this tax holiday might be instrumental in getting more companies to invest in data centers in India? To what extent can it influence investment decisions according to you?
The AI data centers are very key part of the AI stack. This is the fourth layer, which is the infra layer. And it's very important to get that infra layer well in place in India so that the first layer, the services providers, they can provide the services using this infra to the entire world. We think that so far we have about $70 billion of committed investment and about $90 billion, which is, 70 and 20, 90, which is announced and yet to come onto the ground. We believe that with today's budget announcement, the investment might even go beyond $200 billion because basically because of two reasons. First reason is people really look at the talent pipeline which is there in our country. Second, the very stable policy regime which is there. Third, the Indian IT industry has very nicely pivoted to providing AI services. So that becomes a major strength for the data center infra providers. That married with the IT services companies becomes a very good combination. We are also seeing multiplier impacts of this. We are seeing people who want to manufacture AI servers in India, people who want to manufacture the components which go into data centers in India, and also people want to bring in coming years the AI chips also in India.
But these hyperscalers are also very energy intensive. So while we're giving these tax holidays, if you set up the data centers, at least from the speech that we heard and what we've read so far, we didn't see as much of a focus on actually building up new power capacities. You know, Elon Musk is talking about building electricity generation units in space. But is there given just how energy intensive these data centers are, is there a potential of a mismatch between our ability to produce the energy and the kind of energy that these data centers will require in the years to come, Minister Vaishnav?
This is something that we have to work in the entire planning process. There are two factors here. First factor is the innovation which is happening. I recently met a startup which basically says that energy consumption can be reduced 35% in data centers. Second is our power generation capacity. And as you know, the nuclear power is opened up now. So much innovation is happening in the nuclear power. Recently, there was one startup which is now setting up micro nuclear power projects. So nuclear power generator in a box, in a container, which can be used to provide power supply to one data center. So those kind of innovations are already happening. So the benefit of all such innovation should come to India. The data center, India should become the major AI hub, and to be AI hub, all the 5 layers we have to work in.
So the political charge that's being leveled by opposition Minister Vaishnav is that a lot of announcements are happening outside India. You know, the fact that, for example, President Trump announced that India would be purchasing oil from Venezuela. So how does the government look at this? That some of these announcements, the opposition wonders, are being made by leaders outside rather than being announced by our government, by our ministers. How do you respond to that, sir?
Absolutely not. All our policies are decided by our government. All the policies are very transparently made. And you have seen in the past how India has emerged as the most trusted country in the world, where everybody wants to be a partner with India. We have seen in electronics manufacturing, we are seeing it in semiconductor. I recently visited ASML in the Netherlands and requested them to look at India as a manufacturing hub. They have never gone outside the Netherlands, and they are very, within a short time frame, they are sending a full delegation to India to look at the opportunities here. And we have seen the kind of response which has come in every field, whether it is defense, it is textiles, it is apparels, it is electronics. Everywhere the world basically is coming to India because of the trust and the stable policy regime that we have.
Okay, I'll leave it over there. Ashwini Vaishnavji, thank you very much for joining us. You know, the fact is, Harsh Madhusudan Gupta, the government's laying a lot of focus on emerging technologies. You know, semiconductors, biopharma, also the fact that you're trying to build up these data centers, given what's happening, and rare earths also, rare earth corridors. Given how the world is changing, you think that's good focus? Because the opposition may say a lot of this is also sectors which don't necessarily create mass employment.
No, absolutely. They are very key strategic bets. Not all bets are linked to employment per se. So, you know, it's not like every single investment has to create jobs. If you don't have semiconductors and suddenly there is a embargo from China or the US, it's not about number of jobs. So I think it's a no-brainer what the government is doing. We should ideally have done this more earlier, but at least you're doing this now is extremely welcome. I just want to quickly go back one point, Rahul, if you allow. We're talking about how the revenue expenditure was reduced, and that's how the fiscal deficit is contained. It's not just about the quantity, it's also about the quality of expenditure. So for example, 800 million people are getting food grains subsidized, right? But Aadhaar seeding happened there. So a lot of duplicates were removed. We talked about briefly NREG in the morning session and how
GRAMG.
Now GRAMG, direct transfers are much more efficient. Cash transfers. Earlier, you know what used to happen? A poor person in a village had to go to a post office to get his 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees, and end up paying 30% cut to the post office. Now all the money goes directly to his or her bank account. So it's not just the money that's being spent, it's also how efficient and relatively non-corrupt way it is going to the final end beneficiary. So I think even if you look at the revenue expenditure being curbed to control the fiscal deficit, it's not necessarily at the expense of the stated welfare.
So I want to go across now, live to Union Minister for Commerce and Industry. Minister Piyush Goyal now joins us. He, of course, is the big hero of this week after that very successful India-EU trade deal. The implementation hasn't started, but it's the fact that we've been able to put it together. So, Minister Goyal, you're still smiling. What's the feedback in the aftermath of the announcement of this big trade deal? How confident are you that the vision that you had when this deal was being negotiated will actually, with concrete timelines, actually lead to execution and betterment for Indian exporters looking at exporting into the massive EU market?
I think it's a fabulous budget that has been presented by Nirmala Sitharaman ji under the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. It demonstrates that our reform express powers on. Ever since Independence Day address of Prime Minister, we have seen more than 350 reform measures. And this budget is reflective of the speed of change and the comprehensive nature of work that is being done to prepare new India to face the challenges of tomorrow. If you were to ask me, I would call this a future-ready Bharat budget. It is preparing India to grasp the opportunities that all the other measures are leading to, including the free trade deals. It is giving wings to the aspirations of 1.4 billion Indians.
Now, I asked you also about the trade deal. You've got the big one with EU done. The elephant in the room, of course, is the trade deal with the United States. What can you tell our viewers at this moment about your assessment of when you're likely to cross the finishing line on the deal with DC?
Exactly what I told your viewers yesterday about the US trade deal.
You said basically that you don't negotiate with timelines in mind and the fact that it'll happen when it does. That's the best response that we have. I have a question on the high speed.
No. I also said it's making, Rahul, then you didn't listen to my interview. I also said it's making very good progress. And that we are confident that we should strike a deal in the near future.
Okay, I wanted to ask you about these high-speed train corridors. You know, the Mumbai-Surat corridor running behind schedule on account of land acquisition delays, which we're now trying to catch up on. We've announced an expansion beyond that. Some would wonder whether it would have been better to actually deliver on the first corridor, show the advantages to that entire region which accrue as a result of having that high-speed rail corridor, and then seeing whether we want to incur these additional expenses for the new corridors that your government is proposing. Pune, Siliguri, Varanasi, Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad. How do you look at this question? Deliver first on the first project and then expand, or just go in for expansion even when we get the first project going?
No, I think it's a brilliant idea to start planning for 7 more high-speed rail projects. You will very well remember that this first project, Mumbai to Ahmedabad, got delayed because when the Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar Congress government was in power in Maharashtra, by deceit if you ask me, for 2.5 years, they completely stopped work on the Maharashtra end of the project. And because of which we are seeing that we may actually finish the Gujarat end, but the Maharashtra end would get delayed, even though we are trying to catch up. I think preparing ourselves for more corridors is in a way national service. More people across the country are going to benefit from these high-speed corridors. We will have new corridors, particularly covering a large part of southern India and giving them an opportunity to travel between Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, from Mumbai to Hyderabad, various places from Delhi to Banaras. I think it's a brilliant idea to start planning for that. As the Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train starts, we will simultaneously have high-speed corridors, the planning phase, the land acquisition phase, the financing phase being sorted out so that we can see progress and give the benefit to the people faster.
You know, interestingly, right now for our viewers, the high-speed corridor from Varanasi goes up to Siliguri. It doesn't go to Kolkata, which is where you'd imagine it will ordinarily go in the scheme of things. But maybe after the results, depending on what happens in the results, let's see if that changes. But that being said, I'm just being mischievous. That being said, on rare earths, the corridors that are being built, do you want to give our viewers a sense of, our ability to catch up? Because China controlling a large part of the most consequential rare earths at this moment, and the concern that you want to extract these rare earths without damaging the ecology and the environment.
Well, 4 new critical mineral zones are going to be developed, and I think it's a very forward-looking measure to look at the critical minerals available within the country and focus on areas like permanent magnets where we are vulnerable, given that global supply chains have a deep concentration in certain geographies. I think it's a very, very forward-leaning measure to prepare India in becoming more self-reliant and ensuring our stake in global value chains is protected.
Minister Piyush Goyal, for joining us. Thank you very much. Much appreciate you taking out time and joining us. The charge that will be leveled, Suprashanit, is that if the Congress governments in the past had done some of this advanced planning like the Chinese did at that time on critical rare earths, also, for example, high-speed trains, etc., maybe we wouldn't have as much catching up to do. On semiconductors, for example, there's a lot of catching up because your governments, when they had the opportunity, didn't do their job.
So, because Piyush ji made a political point, I think it's only fair that I make a political point as well. Piyush ji can come and make headlines for all I care, but in 2016, he had announced a 60,000 crore textile package that he said will generate 1 crore jobs. One wonders what happened to that. In 2024, he said leather and shoe industry will generate 40 lakh jobs. Wonder what happens to that. While he was the railway minister, he was talking about generating 15 lakh jobs. You called him the hero of the EU FTA. Is he the villain for the 50% tariff? I wonder if that will happen. But just to answer on the semiconductor part of it, because I think it's important that we tackle that step by step. A, we are assembling, we are not manufacturing any semiconductor. Every semiconductor fab is an assembly unit in India. Please remember that. The second, and I will give you an example.
Correct. The new ones that are being built.
No. That all are assembly units. You could have called Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav back on the show and asked him this. Let me give you an example. $2.5 billion investment in the Micron project. $825 million will come from Micron. The rest will come from the Indian taxpayers. You know how much does it take to create one job in that fab unit? $400,000, which is close to 3.2 crore for every job created. We need jobs in manufacturing. We need large-scale jobs. Where is this budget on that? Mr. Vaishnav can come make a headline. Mr. Piyush Goyal can come make a headline.
Just pause
where are we
we
moving the needle on jobs? Where are we moving the needle on big investment?
Also is a key part of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. And this charge I've heard earlier, in the case of electronics manufacturing, mobile manufacturing, it started with assembly. The likes of Raghuram Rajan made this point that the value addition is very low. It's increased over the years. But Suprashanit levels the same charge about semiconductor manufacturing to begin with.
Just would like to share some data rather than making allegations without seeing what semiconductor units looks like. Electronics export in last 11 years, it increased by 11 times. It is 4.25 lakh crore. So when we are saying that there is a value of 4.25 lakh crore and you are saying only we are having assembly units, it's not possible. The electronics manufacturing in last 11 years had been increased by 6 times. So how it is possible? You can't have this kind of phenomenal exponential growth by doing only assembling
and
things.
Prasenjit, both the value add component of manufacturing, we've seen it already with mobiles, increases over time. You have to get started somewhere. It doesn't start at 100% value addition.
No, you see, I think that the ministers, we had 2 of them and the BJP spokesperson.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not.
Anyway,
he's the member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. That's the capacity he's hearing.
So, you know, whatever. Those who are speaking in favor of the government, I think that, have you read the economic survey which has been prepared by the... I think you should have. Because the entire debate, and we have been having this debate since morning today, and we had one round after the economic survey came out. The economic survey, and I just saw the author of that, the preface at least, he was just here. And he has said that manufacturing matters. He has written that in the preface as an admission of the fact that whatever we have done so far, this government has been around for over a decade now. You are saying that why didn't the earlier government, they should have done it, they could have done more. But why has not this government, which announced with much fanfare a Make in India project, why is it today having to admit that we are unable to develop our manufacturing sector, we are unable to generate sustainable...
That's not what they said.
No, that is what they said in the preface to the economic survey.
Sure.
They said that is why the rupee is going down, that is why we are having a problem with our capital inflows, that is why we are having
Let me get
current
senior
account
BJP
balance.
leader Smriti Irani to respond to this point. Smriti ji, welcome. This point that's being made by your opponents who say that a lot of the focus on semiconductors, a lot of the focus on higher tech manufacturing requires a lot of money to be spent for very few jobs being created. The point being that for a country like India, you need to focus more on sectors that are very labor intensive rather than these high tech sectors which look fancy but don't create as many jobs for the amount of money required to get one job going. Smriti Irani.
I think that the budget has done a balance between those which are segments technologically intensive and those that are labor intensive. For instance, if you look at, let's say, the vertical, and I didn't have the pleasure of listening to all the panelists before I joined you. However, if you look at the announcement with regards to electronics manufacturing, if you look at the announcement with regards to biopharma and the complementary announcement with regards to, let's say, the coastal cargo promotion scheme. The idea is not to do a siloed announcement, but an announcement where there is a holistic growth opportunity. For instance, if you're talking about semiconductors and electronics manufacturing, then it is essential to enhance our capacity to produce rare earth minerals on our own indigenously. So the rare earth corridor which has been pronounced and the specific states that have been ascertained for that pronouncement also takes into the consideration the fact that we may have the third largest reserve in the world, but our global production contributory capacity is just 1%. Now these are at a nascent stage industries where if you put in the amount of effort financially, technologically, and from a labor perspective, then you see the exponential growth, which is projected either in the finance minister's speech or as has been enunciated by the minister concerned, or for that matter, by the prime minister. But at the same time, if I look at the segment, let's say, of technical textile, HSN codes for technical textile did not exist, though their economically viability or their value existed in the country. For the first time, 300 HSN codes were made by Prime Minister Modi's government. And if you look at just the numbers for 2024, there was $3 billion worth of exports. So, in, let's say, a field like textiles, where the Prime Minister 5 years ago had announced a 6,000 crore package for apparel and made ups, and the US market, where a lot of our companies could make inroads only on the basis of that package. Today, with the EU deal in the offing, you have a new opportunity for the textile sector. But if you look at the technical textile announcement, that segment itself is projected to grow to about 10 billion worth of exports, and it currently has employed close to 1.5 million people. If I look
in the
at,
critique he offered, Rahul Gandhi made the point that investors are pulling out. Net FDI is negative, foreign portfolio investment has been negative, and the point being made is that the budget, in the view of the opposition, doesn't address that concern about trying to pull foreign investors into India, and you've got a depreciating rupee to contend with as well. How do you respond to the charge, and how concerned is the government by the fact that foreign investors, on balance, seem to be less enthused about investing in the India story than they've been in the last few years?
Economically, we are not functioning in isolation. We are a part of a global community where there are many trade considerations and fragmentations that we are content to deal with. Additionally, I remember the charge of the Congress party at least a decade ago was that we are not evidencing inclusive growth. If you look at the pronouncement by the Honorable President of India recently in her address to all parliamentarians and the nation at large, you saw that the social security net has been enlarged by this very government from 25 crores to 95 crores. Thereby, the government itself has evidenced inclusive growth. If you're looking at capacities that has been built by this government, let's say in the sector of GCCs. Now GCCs is not an economic element or sector that was spoken about, let's say, a decade ago. Today, over 2 million people are employed in that segment. Export of services also has grown thanks to that segment. And one particular issue of interest, at least for a citizen like me, is the growth of those verticals in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. So when I look at the government announcing a capex of 12 lakh crores, especially for infrastructure, or city economic region announcement of 5,000 crores for specific cities, I recognize that the government understands expanding populations, understands growing aspiration, understands that there can be a complementary ecosystem made for investment if you strengthen infrastructure in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities today in India. And that's why this particular announcement of capex is significant. Additionally, Rahul, if we today want to expand investment opportunities, will we not look at new geographies for foreign investors for that matter? So today in India, if there are 18 lakh square feet available space to develop, let's say, data centers or GCCs, Wouldn't they want complementary infrastructure to be provided by local authorities or state governments? So instead of looking at a siloed approach, why not look at a comprehensive plan that the government has progressively announced in this budget?
Okay.
Yeah, Rahul,
Thank you
can
very
I-
much, ma'am,
can
for
I give
joining
a
us. Really
response to this
appreciate you
comprehensive
taking out
plan?
time and joining us. Because Rumki hasn't spoken yet either. I want to go
Just
first.
a small point.
Okay.
I think that, we wanted someone to respond to where we started this discussion with. For two consecutive years, I'm restating this. For 2 consecutive years, the government on budget day comes and claims about record capex spending and ends the financial year next year by cutting. Last year, it was said that it is an election year, that is why we could not. This time, capex once again has been cut, especially the grant in aid for capital creation in states by almost 1 lakh crore. So this is the problem, that you are talking about silos. It was said that, it is about nitpicking. This is not nitpicking. This is about a very substantial amount of money that you are spending to promise, and you are not ending the financial year spending it and just rolling it over.
Can I just add something to that? Because you've been giving BJP voices a fair amount of time.
And
on this
opposition
platform.
voices as well.
Yes, absolutely. I have no qualms with that. I'll make only 2 points on whatever I've heard. 2 ministers, 1 BJP spokesperson, 1 member of the PMEAC. We don't live in a isolated world, is what Smriti ji just said. I agree with her. But what about Indian corporates? The economic survey says manufacturing matters, and then it goes on to say that Indian firms' outbound foreign investment has gone up from $14 billion to $24 billion. Why are Indians not investing here? Investment is an act of faith. If your FDI is turning negative, if Indian investors are not investing, there is something wrong with policy. 2 budgets back, production-linked incentive schemes were announced to create 2 crore jobs. There was an internship scheme announced to create 1 crore internships. 10,000 people got internships in the last 18 months. Who is going to take stock of all that is announced? We hear hubs, we hear summits, we hear conventions, we hear institutes. 24 of them announced in this budget. Where is stock taking? And one last point I want to make, Rahul, and I think that's an important point to make. You were talking about value addition. You quoted Raghuram Rajan, and I think we went back and forth on that. India's trade deficit with China today stands at $116 billion. That number 11 years back was $37 billion. So please understand, your trade deficit with China on one hand is also complementing the value addition or the lack of value addition you're doing. So our dependence on China has gone up many-fold because the mobiles that you're assembling here, the part and components are coming from China. That's also a part of the debate we must touch because that also endangers national security.
Let me get Dr. Ashima Goel, well-known economist, to respond to this. The fact that the charge that's being leveled is that the budget doesn't address adequately the concern around foreigners not coming and investing in India and Indian money, India Inc., going out and preferring to invest in geographies outside our country. Dr. Goel.
So we've just seen the investment of a Japanese bank in an Indian financial company. And in a modern economy, you have flows in both directions. Our industry going out acquires expertise abroad, skills, exposure. So the idea of liberalization, which has been started since the 1990s under previous governments, was to allow more Indians to go out, Indian money as well as Indians. So that is very much part of the healthy development. And I think we all recognize that, developing, since I was in the MPC, I've seen in the last 3 years, 4 years, we've had above 8% rates of growth on average. And this is not just a rebound from the negative growth during the pandemic, but because of what I say, the diversity of the Indian economy, which has been increasing steadily post-liberalization. And I think this budget does a good job in supporting both services which are labor-intensive, manufacturing.
Curious to know your take on the fact that President Trump has just announced a new chair for the Federal Reserve, and given his more conservative positions in monetary policy, what the US Fed does, what kind of implications is that likely to have in the months to come for a country like India?
So I think, again, we established that in the last NPC, that we have considerable independence from what the US Fed does. And this extended period of outflows, which we are seeing, I think I had a chart earlier, which shows that throughout there have always been periods when there are large inflows and then outflows. And again, resilience to that builds when your own domestic markets are deep enough. So we have enough domestic SIPs and other institutional inflows so that we don't see the kind of crash we used to earlier. Now, the current depreciation of the rupee is partially an answer to the US tariff threats, etc., to make our exports competitive elsewhere. But we have seen that the real effective exchange rate stays around 100. And it has really appreciated much beyond that. I mean, depreciated much beyond that, and therefore is likely to appreciate in the future. Always these episodes have reversed. Now, because of Trump, this tariff uncertainty, etc., is going on for somewhat longer. And then markets always sort of panic. And we saw this in the MPC also during the Ukraine war and any other sort of global shock episodes. So there's so much focus on the exchange rate, so many media articles about it, and worries whenever the reserves are going down. But they always recover. The inflows come back, and we have a substantial sort of growth story. We are one of the highest growing large countries in the world, structural. And I think we are building resilience against the Trump kind of shocks. As I said, we did well because of domestic economic diversity, and we are building that globally now by writing FTAs with other countries, increasing exports to other countries. Like shrimp exporters from TN were really worried, from Andhra were really worried because they lost the US export orders. They found alternatives in Australia. So that is the sort of resilience which comes from diversity. And I think this budget contributes.
I leave it there. Thank you very much, Dr. Goyal, for joining us. I want to get a quick word in from Anand Goenka, President now of FICCI, also Vice Chair at the RPG Group. Mr. Goenka, we were just discussing the depreciation that's been seen in the rupee. So I want to start by getting a corporate perspective on that. From the lens of FICCI, are you comfortable with the rupee sliding against the dollar in the way that it has been? Or at what point in time do you think the RBI needs to intervene more aggressively over and beyond the interventions that we've seen and the support that the RBI has been providing over the past few days?
Right. I think on the rupee, if you look at the underlying fundamentals, they seem to be strong. There is a current account deficit that we do have. So to that extent, there's natural structural challenges as even came about in the economic survey. It's largely with the IPOs that have resulted in foreign investment going out. So to that extent, I feel there's nothing wrong in the underlying situation. The RBI should largely intervene in the case of just managing volatility. I think the RBI has made it fairly clear that they will let the rupee be as long as it is moving steadily in a way. So I would say from a business point of view, it makes our exports attractive, and we are fine with the rupee depreciating, at least to a certain extent. I'd say high volatility is where the problem arises.
Okay, and your macro perspective on everything that we heard from the finance minister in her 9th budget?
I'd say that really in a world of high uncertainty and craziness around the world, India has been really steadfast on reform, on discipline, and had a steady story over the years. And I think the budget really builds on that. It's focused on growth, on inclusivity, on continuity, continued focus on infrastructure spends, manufacturing focus with the few 7 strategic areas, jobs with respect to particular focus on tourism and healthcare is very welcome. And at the end of all of this, they've maintained fiscal discipline. They are putting their action where their mouth is. The FM said a few years ago that we will be at a target of 4.4% fiscal deficit and achieve that. And that gives confidence that whatever is being said now will largely also be achieved going forward in the future. So we look at it fairly positively, and the steadiness in an uncertain world really helps.
Anand Goenka, for the time, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll have a more detailed take from you later. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Rumki hasn't had the opportunity to speak. You've heard multiple things, and I want to draw you in on the depreciation of the rupee and whether at some level there is a much ka sawal, at least in a political context. The other reality is that as the rupee depreciates, it becomes easier to export. How should the government in the overall milieu be looking at the depreciation that the rupee is been seeing right now?
Thank you so much for having me here. And see, depreciation in the currency did help initially. because it helped our exports to remain competitive despite the 50% tariff. But beyond a point, it hurts the foreign investors because all the returns that they get are in dollars, and when they convert the returns into dollars, they basically have nothing left to take home. Now this is a time where the government realized that the capital outflows that we are seeing, the depreciation that we are seeing needs to be contained. And that's where I think the government pivoted itself during this budget towards sector where investments can come in, where the investments have a lot of potential. And if you look at all the strategic sectors, be it rare earth, be it semiconductors, be it power, data centers, these are the sectors where you will see a lot of attractive.
Dr. Roy, do you think that's the right thing to do? The RBI intervened before the budget to ensure it didn't slip beyond 92. Should the new RBI governor stay hands off as he's largely been allowing the rupee to depreciate, or because it will become a political issue, will the RBI have to intervene more aggressively?
Okay, let me answer this as non-technically as possible. We were having a conversation about this earlier. Look, it's like this. When you have capital controls and when you have a structural balance of trade deficit, the rupee will depreciate. And I would really like all those people who were making a fuss in 2013 to come here and murga karo for that reason. A lot of them are coming on your show, I notice. But the rupee's depreciation has to be an orderly and controlled depreciation. By and large, for the last 10 years, except the last 2 years, I'll come to that, RBI has done this. So my own calculations, which I've shared with the RBI, is that for about a 1% current account deficit, you can expect the rupee to depreciate by 5 to 6%. What you don't want is volatility, and what you don't want is shorting.
Gaurav, how does someone in the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Committee look at the depreciation that's being seen, the economic and political fallout of it?
First of all, in the current financial year, it's around 6.5%, and that's controlled, as he had pointed out. It's not that it's something which is not under the control. So it may be catching some political points, but as from the economist's perspective, this is the controlled depreciation.
But you heard what Dr. Roy said, that in opposition it was linked to Much Ka Sawal, age of the Prime Minister, etc.
I'm coming to that. So you can make that, but when with this kind of depreciation, we got the benefits in exports also. $825 billion of exports. So there is some collateral benefits also of that. But Much Ka Sawal, only those people are going to raise this who says Indian economy is dead.
Okay.
जिसको Indian economy dead लग रही है राहुल, उनका सवाल ही बेकार है. मूछ तो हटा दीजिए.
But that's unfair, Supriya ji. Given the fact that the economy is grown at 7.4, projected to grow at about 7% next fiscal, for Trump and for Rahul Gandhi to think the economy is dead is not fair. That's not a realistic
I'm actually quite astounded that somebody like you who's gone to Harvard believes that we should be punching at 7% and celebrating that. If we have to become...
I never said that.
Let me finish.
You're putting words in my mouth, but that's okay. Go on.
You should be lambasting the government. Why are we targeting 7%? We should be aiming at 8.2, because without growing at 8.2 each year for the next 21 years, you don't get to be Viksit Bharat by 2047. That's one number. I did not speak in between, sir. Please wait for your turn. As far as the rupee is concerned, I want to go back to the argument that we are having. Fair or unfair, I don't know. But my Prime Minister, when he was the Chief Minister, said, जैसे जैसे रुपया गिरता है प्रधानमंत्री की प्रतिष्ठा गिरती है. Rahul Gandhi didn't make that statement. I did not make that statement. Mr. Chidambaram didn't make that statement. That statement was made by the Prime Minister not once but multiple times over. And my worry for the rupee is not as if that the RBI has been sitting idle. The RBI has pumped close to $55 billion in the last few months to defend the rupee. That's point number one. Point number two, when the dollar index depreciated, the rupee continued to weaken. We are Asia's worst performing currency. We have weakened against other major currencies as well. Whether it's the pound sterling, whether it's the franc, whether it's the Singapore dollar or the Australian dollar, we have also depreciated against some of our neighboring currencies. And to me, that is a big point of concern. So we can keep talking about the rupee ad nauseum, but because you kept making the political point about the rupee and you kept attacking the Prime Minister, linking it to his dignity, आज आपकी प्रतिष्ठा किस गड्ढे में गिर गई? आज आप हमें वो बताइए. आपको, and I think Dr. Roy made a good point that people who were lambasting today should come here, because 68 to the dollar is how the rupee went down to. When taper tantrums happened in 2013, I was an active journalist like you. It came back to 58. We handed over the rupee to Mr. Modi at 58. He has taken it to 92. I hope he's not aiming for a century as far as rupee is concerned, like he did for petrol.
But the problem with the charge, you study finance really closely, Gaurav Vallabh. If you can level the charge in opposition, it comes back to bite you when you're in government.
अभी प्रतिष्ठा गड्ढे, अरे भाई जिनको भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था ही मृत दिख रही है, वो मानसिक रूप से